The Joyce brothers live in St. Sweet's Church on the streets of Burham. The residents of the entire street love and hate this brother of Pai Shangtian. Jody threw the ragged rag in his hand into the bucket, and he had just finished wiping the last chair in the hall. Tomorrow I must throw away this rag that was completely furry. While sworn viciously, Jody staggered out the door with the bucket that was obviously too big for him. Since Robert, 5 years older than him, found the surname Joyce for both of them in the book and composed himself the identity of an exorcist family, there have been significantly more people coming to this church to worship. With Jody's advice, Robert was doing well on this street. After all, people in the 1990s have a relatively superficial understanding of routines. Jody Joyce is a time traveler. As a good young man in the new century, Jody certainly had fantasy about time traveling through time, but this kind of cross-border time traveling is not very fun. What's even worse is that after parents discovered the child's precocious behavior in this life, Jody was labeled as a demon possession and sent to this church. Jody still can't forget that Christmas night, when he was wrapped in old clothes and threw it into a ball at the church door by the woman who could not remember. When the old godfather came out to open the door, Jody looked at the shocked old man and raised his hands holding his long sleeves and said to him, "Surprise mother f*** her. That old bastard died just talking to himself." Rob? When he arrived at the door, Jody saw Robert standing stupidly beside the mailbox, looking at the letter in his hand with a look of haunting look on his face. To be honest, it's really a hell. Someone actually wrote him a letter? Water from the bucket was poured into the yard, and Jody leaned forward. "What's wrong?" The few words I know happened to be in the same paragraph. Keeping his hell, Robert raised his head and stared at Jody. What's wrong? Jody felt uncomfortable being stared. "Jody, there's something I might have to tell you." Robert looked worried. It was rare to see his rough-hearted brother look like this, and Jody became nervous. "What's the matter?" "Hey, listen. Actually, we are not biological brothers." Jody was shocked. "You are going to say this? Of course I know we are not brothers." "What? Why did you know? I never told you." "Nonsense, you are an Indian, and I am a white person. Isn't you suddenly saying this for what?" Jody wanted the other party to return the nervousness he had just now. "Well, since you know, I just want to say that no matter what happens in the future, I will remember that you are my family." Robert still looked disappointed, as if this was not a prank. "What happened?" Jody turned her attention to the letter, but the sun had already set, and it was difficult for him to recognize the pattern on the envelope. "Come on, give me that letter. Let's go inside and say hell, I can't find your nose. How did you make yourself look like a nigger?" Robert's voice was filled with frustration, and many times Jody would suspect that his burly figure was filled with a pump. "This letter seems to be written by your family." "Family members?" Jody was shocked but immediately denied the possibility. "What did you see? What was said in the letter?" Robert followed Jody into the house in a crying voice. I don't know many words, but I saw them saying waiting for you to come back. Is it a prank?" My memory of my biological mother Jody was very vague, but I just vaguely remembered that the family who abandoned her was so poor. "I have a premonition these days that you are gone, whether it is Godfather G. Senbar or you will leave me." Found the candle and lit the fire, and Robert kept mumbling, "Come on, you, who was showing off his little girlfriend in front of me before?" After snatching the envelope, Jody couldn't help but complain. "Also, since you have a premonition, why didn't you be nice to me these days?" "I'm fine if you don't believe it. You only earned 20 pennies during this period." Robert suddenly faded away his frustrated look. "Hey, you're almost here to live a good life and still have these pennies with me." Ignoring him, Jody put the envelope close to the flames. "Okay, let me see what awesome stuff." As a result, this is really amazing when you look closely. The purple wax mark on the envelope torn under the flames was intact, and a letter H composed of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake was printed on it. The front clearly stated Joe Mr. D. Joyce received. There was a vague impression of this pattern in my mind, and Jody frowned and then looked at the wrinkled letter. President of Hogwarts School of Magic, Abuth Dumbledore, Baraballasum titles, Dear Mr. Jody, we would like to inform you that you have been allowed to attend Hogwarts Magic School. The letter is accompanied by a list of required books and equipment. The school is scheduled to start on September 1st, and we will wait for you before July 31st. The owl brings your reply. Your loyal, Minerva McGonagall / assistant of the principal. Jody was shocked, and he looked like Robert. Where is half a word in this letter that takes us to come home? Hogwarts Magic Academy? Jody is no longer surprised. After all, what is impossible to even live a nonsense? A letter from King Piao crushed all of Jody's plans, those already tender and fragile plans. If Jody had never grown up in his previous life, he might be so excited that he couldn't sleep at this time, but now Jody still has the concerns of these adults in her body. After receiving this letter, he was more of a slight silence. Consider those dangers. The biggest threat of course comes from the showdown between Hogwarts and the Black Demon Voldemort. The world of wizards may be bizarre, but it is not enough to play with your life. As long as you have money, you can still be happy with your computer. Besides, why should I, a young man in the new society who has seen a highly civilized civilization in the information age, be looked down upon by monsters of old society bloodlines, who looks down on whom? Jody made a decision in her heart and threw the ball of paper into the fire. Of course, in addition to the above mentioned, there is another final decisive reason. Jody didn't have that money to exchange for Jin Jialong. When he went to school, he couldn't even afford a magic wand or textbook. Jody quickly left this matter behind her mind. I think she is not the savior with scars on her forehead. No one will pay attention to whether she goes to school or not. Brother, I said you actually want to go to it, right? That's so hot that the academy is so hot. At this time, they were sitting side by side on the chairs in the park chewing bread, and just pretended to finish a work of exercising spirits. Bo finally said what he wanted to say. It's Hogwarts Academy. Jody grinned and chewed the bread. Baguettes were actually not suitable for putting them in her mouth. I want to send you more than me to find a teacher to teach you how do you spell that. Ignoring Jody's mockery, Robert looked thoughtful. Money is not a problem, that if you really want it, I can think of a way. Seeing his brother thinking about him so much, Jody was also a little moved. He had to act seriously and confirm again. We have more important things to do together, right? Hearing this, Robert, who had his eyebrows raised and looked pitiful, then smiled. Before I knew it, July 31st had passed, and nothing special happened during this period. Until this day, Jody, who had returned from outside, felt restless before she arrived at the door. Ho haha, my friend, your clothes are so fashionable. Are they all wearing magical people like this? Just tell me where Jody Joyce is. The strange man's voice was hard and cold and a very explicit warning. Hey, don't do this. I've seen their teachers visit home. Parents always have to ask this, and that's my brother. What exactly is your magic like? Show me. The warning object was obviously set as Labo. It was a big mistake. Jody speeded up and searched quickly in her mind who might be visiting. Hager Dumbledore, it's unlikely that it's McGonagall anyway. I warn you again, don't touch me, Muggle. Have your parents taught you what upbringing is? Then the flashing magic light happened to be imprinted in Jody's eyes. The wand held high in Snape's hand was pointing at Robert's eyebrows, everything Patricius Totalis. At that moment, Jody's mind went blank. The chaotic church was instantly pulled into death silence, with only the faint sound of tinnitus from far to near. What did you do? Jody rushed forward subconsciously. He himself didn't understand why he suddenly felt so irrational, and his emotions ran wildly in his body. There were some other things that went wild together. All the glass products in the church were shattered in an instant, and the strange wind of glass shatters was rolled up in the church. Countless glasses pointed at the cold man in the middle of the wind's eyes like thousands of blades. The man's face looked ugly, and the magic wand he held was swinging outwards in his chest. The wind was forcibly stopped, and the fluorescent glass was fixed in its original position. Snape's empty hand suddenly poked out, clamping Jody's shoulder like a giant eagle's claw. Without using a magic wand, the simple force of pinching Jody pressed on the ground and it was hard to move. Calm down, Mr. Joyce. I just used a petrochemical technique on him to help him control his non-stop tongue. If you don't mind, please relax your strength. Gritting his teeth, Jody Ninja didn't scream, "What's my power? I don't understand." The man in black robe didn't look at him, but his hand was still pinching his shoulder and collarbone. He looked at the sky. Just keep calm. Reparo, if the previous letters can be regarded as a joke, when magic really shows its mystery in front of you, the charm is indeed unignorable. It was as if someone pressed the upside-down button, and even the smallest particles of the flying glass were found in the back-flying direction. The cracks in the glass shrink and fade until they are completely gone, destroyed in chaos, and the overturned tables and chairs are supported by invisible forces. Only the sky was filled with dust slowly falling. All this happened only in one moment, just because of an order from the mage. After being pinched for so long, Jody's shoulders have begun to numb, but fortunately he can speak without worrying about crying out the pain when he opens his mouth. "Sir, I guess you should be from Hogwarts. Don't you know how my brother offended you?" Jody grinned and said a sentence intermittently. The boy who was outside the eyes did not beg for mercy. Snape's eyes flashed with admiration. "A Muggle, no offense. It was just a little quarrel." Seeing that the magic of the riot had subsided, Snape couldn't help pinching him. He let go of his hand. Jody felt that the whole arm, which was originally bloody, had begun to be numb. This time, it must have been magic. Jody secretly looked at Snape's slender hands. He didn't hear that there were all practitioners in the Magic Academy. "Since you guessed my origin, I must have read that letter, Joyce." The man put his robe together and sorted out his expression, although his coffin face with little content was actually not necessary. Yes. Although he was worried about Robert, Jody was not so reckless. At this time, he was even more worried about his strange state. For the official introduction, I am Severus Snape, who took office at Hogwarts Magic Academy. You can call me a professor. The expression on Snape Jody's face was a little wonderful for a moment, and he suddenly felt a little glad that his brother was just petrified. Unexpectedly, they would really send a teacher here. Jody quickly sorted out his thoughts and said in what order to ensure that he would not be designated as a second stone statue standing there. "If it's for reply, I can apologize, sir. You can also see that there is only one broken church and two unlucky guys here. We don't have the money to buy an owl to reply." No one cares whether to reply or not, but someone has to guarantee that you, those who have been lucky enough to get talent, will appear at the opening ceremony. The live-action version of Snape seems to be a little thinner than the movie version, and that deep nasolabial folds and that expressionless face. What the hell is that guy who arranged for him to visit Zinshen's home? So since you know your fate, let's start quickly. Actually, sir, I may not be studying at Hogwarts. Snape was already very dissatisfied with repeated changes. What does it mean? I didn't pay the tuition, nor did I use it for any item on that list, and I think magic may not be an indispensable thing either. Do you understand? Snape stood there with a cold face for a while, probably thinking about how to solve this problem easily. Unfortunately, he finally understood that if he didn't explain, the little muggle in front of him would not have been able to figure it out by himself. I don't understand you. Can I understand that you plan to continue to shrink your head and become an ordinary person with your uncontrollable power? Is there any problem? Jody didn't expect that it would be so difficult to refuse. He thought Snape's temper would throw a no forget after confirming the negative answer, and then turn around and leave. You may not understand, Joyce. It's not that you chose the mystery, but that the mystery chose you. You just acted as a container, an entity that maps the mystery, and if you disobey your power, it makes it offensive, it will become more fierce and more uncontrollable. You will kill many people and at the same time kill yourself. Musharon, why did I forget him? When Jody heard this, she suddenly remembered the term in Harry Potter's sequel. Can it be? Snape glanced at the glass window he had just repaired and did not give Jody a chance to interrupt. Once we had a more simple way of dealing with the self-awakener. Now Dumbledore is determined to accommodate you helpless guys. Do you think you have room to refuse? The words were blocked in my throat and swallowed them back. The person in front of me was a serious Death Eater, which was no exaggeration. There are many students in your situation, and the school will give you subsidies. Then now I will take you to get your wand, and old books, old robes and other things in Hogwarts. All you have to do is be grateful. Snape did not leave any room for Jody to ask back, and after he said that, he stretched out his arm. Now, hold my arm. Jody never thought that her magical career was forced to get into the car. The words silent and simple treatment echoed in his mind, and he stretched out his hand to hold Snape's arm. Then he felt as if a hook was pierced through his belly button and pulled him into a small hole. If you have to describe it, Jody feels that his style has just become Picasso. It was very difficult for him to even keep standing when he stepped on the ground again. This seems to be a remote alley, with a few dirty trash cans in the corner, and facing a brick wall that is a bit old. The annoyance hit my throat, and I didn't have time to care about where this place was. Jody just wanted to vomit for a while before talking about it. However, before he could move, Snape moved first. He first approached the wall, and the light of his eyes saw Jody intending to squeeze from him to the trash can. The wand subconsciously raised up and pointed it at Jody's throat. An unknown force pinched the thing in Jody's throat. Hold on, Joyce. Jody blushed and looked at him knocking on the stone bricks on the wall. He already understood why half of the school hated Snape. Cold and without emotion, he is just a snake, like a snake transformed from it. This is the Leaky Cauldron in London. It's written on your admission form. Next time you have to come here by yourself. The bricks on the magic wall are flipped to reveal an arched passage, and the sense is brought by 4D special effects. The impact was quite good. Snape pushed Jody, who was probing his head, forward into the alley. Move forward, stay within my sight. Partridge's Crucible Shop, Madame Malkin's Robe Shop, Gringotts. These have nothing to do with Jody. Quickly passing through the crowd, Jody was taken to the only shop he needed to visit. Compared with the bustling surroundings, this store is a little deserted, and the shabby sign is even more tattered. Most of the writing on the sign is peeled off and can only be vaguely legible. There is a solitary magic wand on the velvet cushion in the window covered with spider webs. Ollivander, since 300 BC. Before Jody could read the words, Snape had already pushed him in. When you walk into the store, the dark room seems to be made up entirely of small boxes. The boxes extend inwards, making it impossible to tell how deep the room is. He shouldn't have kept all the wand boxes he sold, right? Jody had calmed down by now, and Snape's poke with the wand seemed to have some effect. Good afternoon. The greeting voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing anyone. Professor Snape, rare visitor, let me think about it. 13 and 1/2 inches long, Birch. The new student needs to get his wand. Snape obviously didn't like any form of nostalgia, so he interrupted Ollivander. I come from an ordinary family and apply for school subsidies. Oh, this year's subsidy quota is no problem, we just need to fill in some troublesome forms. But why are you bringing this? The student to choose the wand. Although he was almost called a mudblood, he was more concerned about the answer to this question than offending Jody. He seemed to be the first student to be picked up by Snape with his wand. However, Snape did not intend to answer. He glanced at Ollivander lightly, and the other party shuddered when he thought of something and immediately changed the subject. Oh, this should be Mr. Joyce on the list, right? Which hand are you better at? 2 hands. If he answered like this, would he find himself a pair of chopsticks? Jody had no interest in testing Snape's limits and answered obediently, I'm right-handed. I don't know if it was because he was frightened by Snape, a former Death Eater, but Ollivander was not as talkative as in the book, and he just measured Jody quickly. Well, I roughly understand it. It seems a bit difficult. Let's try this first. The inner core of Grapevine wood is Thunderbird feathers, 11 inches. While muttering, Ollivander took a box from the side. It feels like it's handy. Jody took the stick in his hand, feeling a little silly as nothing happened. Haha, it's not that simple after all. Ollivander took the wand back and glanced at Snape's expression. Fortunately, he did not notice any impatience. Try this again, the combination of oak and dragon ribs. 0.9 inches. No one could have imagined that this test would last 2 hours. During this period, various rejection reactions caused by the wand made the store a mess. Jody was already wondering if after a while they should tell themselves that it was all a misunderstanding and he could go home on his own. Hoping that Snape would use apparition to send him back. It's amazing, it's amazing. Ollivander didn't feel a little irritated at all. Compared with his listlessness at the beginning, Ollivander at this time seemed to be on stimulants. The strange thing is that Snape showed impatience for so long. In fact, after he went out halfway, he stayed by the door as if he had fallen asleep standing up. Sir, can't I just take one? It's fine if it works. No, of course not, this is your first wand, the most important wand in your life. It can carry your overflowing magic power and help you find the door to release it. It will act as a medium between you and the mystery to prevent you from being overly affected by that power. It will accompany your growth together with the mystery in your body. No matter how many wands you change in the future, only this one will bear your mark. This is also the characteristic of Ollivander's wand, and it is also the reason why Hogwarts chose my Ollivander as the only designated wand. And the Ministry of Magic. Yes, yes. Ollivander suddenly let out a strange scream, then abandoned Jody and ran into the house. Sir? Jody was confused. Sir, what's wrong? Key, my key. When Ollivander reappeared, he held a bag in his hand and kept groping inside with one hand. Ha, I got it. Just when Jody thought the key was some strange-shaped wand, Ollivander passed him and ran towards the door of the store. Then under Jody's surprised gaze, the old man opened the door behind the display window, got in and took back the only wand in the display window. Yes, it is it. It can only be it. Quick, quick. Ollivander almost held the wand to Jody. Jody glanced at the spider webs on Ollivander's beard, and it seemed like a few spiders were hurriedly crawling across. Lifting his hand, which was already starting to become sore, Jody looked at the wand in his hand. It seemed thinner than the previous ones, but it gave Jody a strange feeling of being indestructible. The wood was dyed black by something unknown, and it had a metallic coolness when held in the hand, yet it made people feel comfortable. That's it. Jody didn't know why he had such an idea. In response to his feeling, the originally pitch-black color of the staff no longer seemed so deep. With a casual wave of Jody's hand, a breeze blew away the dust on his body. Or maybe it wasn't just dust? At this time, Jody only felt refreshed. I made it unintentionally. I originally thought it would stay with me in the shop until I die of old age. The 10 inches that are almost just right are made of dragon locust wood, and the core of the staff is the heart of a ghoul. Twisted tendon. Ollivander's expression was almost crazy. You have the only correct answer in this shop, so other wands are rejecting you. You were chosen by it from the moment you entered. Ghoul? Jody couldn't help but pay attention to such a strange term. Yes, the material is from the complete heart of an ancient ghoul, which is tougher than the heart of a dragon. In an instant, Jody understood why his wand had such a combination. The undead corpse and the ghost-sealing locust tree, don't they correspond to the reborn self? You said that they are the masters of the wands. How did they choose? The total amount of magic, the bias of spells, or a simple prophecy? Jody fought for this as Ollivander mutteredly handled the packaging. Opportunities to obtain intelligence. All adventures should start with gathering intelligence, both for players and for characters. This is what he used to say in the company. Haha, a young idea, but very interesting. The wand will choose the master as if you chose your parents before you were born. This is a very complicated process. Ollivander was about to make a long speech, and Jody was looking forward to this long speech. It's a pity that Snape obviously wasn't happy to listen to the waiting long speech. If you get your wand, I think we should go, Joyce. The magic wand box that had just been tied in his hand was grabbed away. Ollivander blinked and watched Jody being pulled away. Treat it well, child, it is life. From the moment it is held in your hand he is life. Snape, who had just interrupted the communication between the two, obviously did not think his actions were so annoying that he pulled Jody to the window. I'll just say it once, so you'd better listen carefully. Joyce. He began to explain things without warning with his stinky face, and quickly ended the intention of meeting the freshmen without any concealment. Minor, people cannot cast spells outside of school. You either choose to remember it or choose to change your next trip from Hogwarts to the Ministry of Magic. Don't have any luck, including the streets you live in and what you have in your hands. All wands were cursed. This term flashed through Jody's mind, but wasn't it allowed to cast spells before admission? Next you will come home and wait quietly until the start of school, and come to King's Cross Station on the right day to take the bus. Show the crew your wand and they will know how to arrange you. As for how to go, I shouldn't have to worry about it? Yes, Professor. Jody didn't think it was a wise decision to ask Snape for a little pound or penny. He obediently gave a positive answer. Then your muggle brother, you should be able to soothe. His petrification will end before midnight, and you shouldn't want me to go to your residence just to release a forgetting spell. Of course, what should be said has been finished. Seeing Snape raise his arms and invite Jody into the car, Jody quickly expressed his sudden doubt. Sir, if I mean if what will happen to me if I fail to reach Hogwarts when an accident occurs, will there be danger? Snape frowned impatiently. The people from the Ministry of Magic will find you one step ahead of danger. Curious, sometimes it is not a good thing. If this is a school, I will definitely deduct points for you. What you are going to do now, it's to catch me. Yes, Professor. Immediately afterwards, the feeling of pulling the belly button was like he grew an umbilical cord and returned to the factory to repair it along the bag. When the light came up again, what appeared in sight was the familiar shabby statue in the park. Then we meet at school, Mr. Joyce. Jody, who was blurred with tears in his eyes, had no time to say goodbye to Snape, who was leaving. Fortunately, the other party didn't care about this. So since Snape is no longer around, Jody can finally be unscrupulous. Vomit, are you really going to learn that magic, brother? That person that day was a lunatic. After carefully judging Robert's standards for the madman in his words, Jody frowned. It's much better than the group of lunatics you had been together a while ago. Your black brother, that guy is a drug dealer, right? That's different, that's different. Robert did not deny the chaos in his social circle. Can you also use that stick to make a trick? After so many days, when will you do it? Show me a look? Jody really couldn't understand where Robert's natural appearance came from. Hey, brother, I've just entered school but haven't even attended. But I saw you practicing spells a few days ago. I can't use that magic wand casually, and I can't get the spell. It's dangerous if I read it wrong. Why? Robert said he could not understand. If you want to explain it to this guy, it will be useless. Jody had to use the common trick. Don't ask, listen to me. At this time, the two brothers were volunteering in the community. As two boys who had to rely on the community to survive, they often came to help in exchange for some daily necessities. I was thinking about collecting props and getting the necessary fares before I set off. Jody took a little thought to care about his big brother. You have always run out mysteriously recently, and you are all going. What did you do? No, nothing. Robert turned his face to the side, and his dark skin added a lot of recognition to those eyes. Jody still knew very well about his partner who grew up with him. Have you gone to see your little girlfriend? It's not like I told you to stop looking for friends in your gang again. Robert seemed surprisingly excited when he heard this, which made Jody even more worried. I didn't go to find them. Why do you always say this? This seems to be something worthy of repeated warnings. I will tell you again, we don't have to work hard for those ill-fated people for such a few sons. All the plans that had been piled up in my mind were thrown aside, and Jody straightened up and put on a serious emphasis. I know, I don't. As if stimulated by the feeling of distrust, Robert shook his head fiercely while jumping around. Rob, have I ever told you that you are not smart at all lying? Jody spread her hands to comfort her restless companion. He understood that as his school starts, his buddy always had to burst out his emotions. I said you just need to believe me, our lives have become better and better. I just went out to learn more new things. Maybe I will bring you a big piece of gold next time I come back. Robert suddenly turned around and stared at Jody's eyes, and there was a faint burst of tears in his big eyes. Although he was used to the subconscious bent down when talking to Jody, letting both of them have a smooth vision, Robert's undeniable figure is very tall, and his wide bones carry not-so-weight muscles, making him look reliable and powerful. But you are leaving, go to a ghost place I don't know. Robert shouted loudly, shocking the resting bird. He can kill you at any time, and you can't do anything. Everyone around me has left, everyone, now you have to leave too. What can I do? Jody stood there, and for a moment the two fell silent. At the highest point of Hogwarts, there is a spire hidden by a curse. If you stand outside the castle and want to see the principal's room, you will eventually return to nothing. The principal's room tower and the Gryffindor tower seem to have gone from it overlaps each other at any angle. At this time, in the principal's room, the gray-haired Dumbledore was leaning on the back of the chair. I've never heard of such an errand assigned to me. I hope this is the last time. Snape stood at Dumbledore's desk, looking very ugly. Severus, it's been 10 years. Whenever students go on vacation, you lock yourself in your office, and occasionally returning to Spidertail Alley is more like going back to clean. You need to walk more, and you can't give all the new life to Minerva and Hagrid. Dumbledore was fiddling with a set of dominoes at this time. He must have been struggling for a long time, and half of his office was filled with it. The phoenix standing on the bookshelf smacked her lips impatiently. Because of these gadgets, it had to stay honestly in the same place. Stayed for such a thing. Snape felt offended. But you did what you should do well. Dumbledore finally moved his attention away from his domino. He stood up straight, his tall figure seemed to be able to support the sky. Severus, you're even more suitable to be a professor than you thought. What you used to become. Maybe you can talk about the student you came into contact with? A child of a muggle, staying in an orphanage. He has a lot of thoughts. His situation is quite dangerous. That's why I asked you to go, and the boy's name on the list that Professor Trelawney helped me sort out was covered in red ink. This age is a very dangerous joint for the young wizards. Did I think you must have helped him? A memory appeared in Dumbledore's eyes, and a little pain lingered in his heart. A very serious magical rage. The mystery of sleeping in the boy seemed to be a bit extremely huge. The huge and bloated soul was already modeled. They took him to obtain his magic wand as fast as possible, otherwise, Snape expressed his boredom. Dumbledore's face showed a faint smile. I know you won't want to send him to the Ministry of Magic. I just can't let the students be hurt, and a child who almost became silent should have the talent to match. What's his name? Jody Joyce. Snape pronounced that name and another annoying Asan's face popped out of his mind, a group of uneducated little bastards. Well, you don't do this for me. You have to remember what I said just now. Stay away from those gang members. I will remind you again. Jody took the lead in breaking the silence. Yes, next month I will write this in the letter. Robert cried like a child. It's not right, he shouldn't have said that. Although he was a little bigger, he was really just an immature child. Oh, you guy, I didn't plan to do this. It's like a separation from life and death. You will come back, right? Robert's voice intermittently. Jody's eyes were also red at this time. Of course, my family and home are here. The start of school is coming soon, and in order to prevent any accidents, the two brothers set out on the road a lot in advance. In King's Cross Station, Jody looked around in the crowd with a shabby canvas bag given by the community friendship. He knew what Robert was trying to do. Brother, you're here. Damn, what are you doing all the way? Jody had wanted to complain along the way. He had obviously been able to travel alone, but he had never seen this along the way. Pay yourself some travel expenses for the goods. Basically, he always fails to run away every time he gets on the bus/enters. You'll know in a while. Robert looked happy. Even if he told himself the next moment that he had stole a wand to go to school with him, Jody wouldn't be surprised. Where is the site? 9 3/4 of the platform. Cool, the first time I heard such a long platform. What 3 points? Robert obviously didn't know what the score was. 3-pointer from the 3-pointer. Just follow me. Jody was honest and had no idea. Fortunately, he had been standing here for a while, and observed a few strange costumes. Here, the stone pillar that walked past the 9th platform, the distance between the two pillars seemed to be too long. Robert hadn't noticed anything, but Jody noticed this change. Muggles always habitually detours when they walked here. Is it the effect of the traceless extension mantra plus the confusion mantra? Jody guessed. Finally arrived at the pillar, Jody grabbed Robert with one hand and pushed it in front, and smoothly entered the stone pillar with some tricks. The process of entering the platform is much easier than I imagined. Oh, roar! Robert's scream was drowned in the noise. Jody didn't dare to take him too far. If the judiciary in the wizard world was as unreliable as the one written in the book, there might be some of his strong brother who was abducted to do experiments halfway. Besides, if he walked too far, he might not be able to find the door to go back by himself. If the carriage is full, subsidy students will have to sit with the flight attendant, which means that Jody must be the last batch to get on the bus. The two people standing by the arch chatting unscrupulously were two aliens no matter how they looked at it. Jody didn't care about being an alien, and Robert didn't even realize that he was an alien. Let's just get here. I'm almost going to get in the car. You probably haven't caused any great trouble until the end, tell me? Jody said half jokingly. Of course, who do you think I am, Daigua? Of course I know who it is, Daigua. He patted Robert on the shoulder, and Jody was about to get in the car. Wait, brother, you don't think I'm really ready for you and send you into the car without any preparation, right? Unexpectedly, Robert grabbed him. Do not you? The big Snow White eyes quickly glanced around. Listen, I have worked hard to get this thing. Although there are not many bullets, it is at least a guarantee. As he said that, he took out a cloth bag and quickly stuffed it into Jody's arms. What? Jody couldn't believe what he heard, and then he saw Robert rummaging out small packages of different sizes from all parts of his body, the inside of his clothes, the legs of his trousers, and even the inside of his shoes. While stuffing everything on Jody, Robert leaned close to his ear. I got you a gun and 24 bullets. I want you to come back alive, brother. Touched, worried, Jody really didn't expect the action of this big man this time. Go quickly, you have to get in the car. I have to leave too. This place is not safe. Grinned, Robert gave him a big smile, then turned around and disappeared quickly behind the wall. During the colonial period, many Indians were sold back to Britain. These guys with skin colors between black and yellow were discriminated against by society like other dissimilar skin colors. Although Robert made himself almost the same color as black people, the Asian face lines still made Jody feel friendly. Thermal weapons are the sharp blades of technological civilization, and are a support point that can make Muggles stand up in front of magic. Before this, Jody, who was only a teenager, dared not expect that he could obtain props of this level. Robert has worked very hard to do this. Didn't dare to take it apart. Jody hid the things close to her body. Jody was not sure where the wizards discriminated against Muggles. It would be okay to say if it was not worth mentioning, but if it was full of hostility, they would have no reason. Not harshly resisting the appearance of heat weapons in the magic world. Hello, Mr. Joyce, my name is Mary. You have to stay in the cabin with us first, and wait until the people in the car are basically done before checking if there are any spaces. It is usually unsatisfactory. Aunt Mary smiled and said the two deep dimples on her face made her look very friendly. Every few years there will be subsidy students like you. Are those muggles unwilling to give you tuition, those short-sighted stupid donkeys? No, no. I'm an orphan and grew up in the church. Then he climbed into the car. Jody got into a messy room, piles of snacks floating on the top of the carriage, submerging half of the carriage, the aisle. Several employee uniforms were thrown around the long seats of small carts for sale. Oh, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't ask this. You know, people are always prone to this when they are old, and I can't control it. The aunt, who was originally hilarious, suddenly seemed a little panicked, as if she realized her abrupt apologies. Jody is not a mentally fragile child either. Aunt Mary is fine. I want to thank you. I hope I didn't add any extra trouble to you. No matter where you go, it is the most suitable thing to decorate yourself. Aunt Mary suddenly looked distressed. What a good child, you must have suffered a lot along the way. Come and sit here. Let me go and see if there is a seat inside. Don't worry, the people in Hogwarts are all very good, you won't have any trouble. Jody was pulled and pressed to the chair, watching the aunt rushing out of the carriage, curious that this person was very good from where he came from. If this is really a place with simple folk customs, why should I be so worried? Compared to the Muggle train, some convenience brought by magic makes the carriage look extremely luxurious, and is stuck in the soft seat. Jody tries to relax himself as much as possible. Harry Potter, the boy who survived the disaster. If he traveled through a world like in the book, then the boss under the halo of the protagonist should become his alumni. The protagonist's halo is only good if it appears on his head. This thing only focuses on the unit he protects. The protagonist's foil is better luck and can hold his thighs, while those who are less lucky are sucked wildly. Ouna really doesn't know how he died. Jody lived a very hard life in his previous life. He had to be so big that he could not become a victim of others' growth in a confused way. In his previous life, Jody was a game planner, and the company he worked for was a game company that fought against single-player games. However, the social trend was clearly biased towards the mobile game market, and domestic games have never been popular. Games, the internet, and mobile phones are all drugs in the new society. Minors are always in the act for being bad. But in fact, those who want to learn bad will always learn bad things no matter what channel they take. The reason for choking is to abandon food has long been as mentioned, but this group of people always choose to forget. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain that is hard to shake. In such a sad environment, companies that stick to the road have their own beliefs. Although they are social animals, Jody firmly believes that he is a social animal with only faith. The beginning of the game always starts with obtaining intelligence, and the subsequent route choice determines all cause and effect. It implies the inevitable law called fate in this cruel reality. Children with magical talents will definitely be connected with the magic world. If Jody really doesn't come to school, the next visit will be the Ministry of Magic, which has been confirmed by Snape. However, it can be seen that although Snape has a bad personality, he is still responsible as a teacher. He can choose not to let the Ministry of Magic come and deal with this dispensable small character. All this is because of the existence of the Silent One. This new term that appears in the Magical Beasts has introduced readers to this extremely dangerous group. Wizards who oversuppress magic have a certain chance of becoming silent people. Magic will form a lifelike body called silent in their bodies. The silent magic power at the cost of compressing life will become more powerful and destructive. However, this power is almost impossible to control. Without wanting to die young, Jody must come to the magic school to study and get along with the mysterious things in her body. When the mystery awakens in Jody, he can no longer escape this fate. Mysterious, Jody doesn't want to eat this one. What is a game? Games are an interpretation of world rules, a world projection made by simplifying everything and digitally converting it. Jody believes that everything is quantifiable, and magic is even more so. Under the sheep-herding education of Warren, the society consists of a large number of tool people and a small number of leaders, which is very different from that of the country. Ordinary people here are used to not thinking too much. If the magical world in reality is the same as in books, then Jody is sure that these unwilling enterprising people who still live under the glory of the Middle Ages are in need of some impact from fresh ideas. It is very important to quickly understand magic from scratch. In order to ensure that you are not disturbed and not involved in any inexplicable trouble, the Harry Potter trio will naturally be labeled as a high-risk label. I met by chance the kind that has to go around. After all, the first grader is fighting against trolls, the second grader is playing Tom, the third grader is learning that the female wolf is seducing male werewolf, and riding monsters all over the sky is not something ordinary people can afford. In addition, Dumbledore even takes action himself. The chess player who was trapped in the dead secretly made a move. If he accidentally got involved in an incident in Harry Potter's cultivation diary, Jody would not think he could get out easily. As long as you learn the skills, there will be more room for route selection in the future. If it really doesn't work, I have to be smarter and find a way to escape before Voldemort officially reviews. Fortunately, the Harry Potter series is a very popular reading material. There were few novels of the same type back then. Jody basically remembers the plot in the book clearly, and being careful of a fatal crisis can still avoid it. The next branch is also simple. As long as you don't go to Gryffindor, it's okay. The trouble is that Jody doesn't remember exactly what year Harry Potter started school, and I don't know if he was his fellow student. Still a senior. Just as I was tidying up my thoughts, I heard the door ringing in my ears. The flight attendant aunt walked back. Good kid, why are you so well behaved? I didn't take a few of the food all over the sky to try. These are not seen in the world of muggles. The ant waved enthusiastically and showed the various foods floating on the roof of the car like balloons. After Jody's rebirth, his mind and nature will still be affected by his physical age in this world, so it's not that he has matured, but he has never liked snacks in his 2 lives, and he is absolutely a regular dinner. No, and Mary. I shouldn't have paid. Take it. Oh, it would be great if the little girls in my house were so polite to you, especially Feely. I've seen it, there are many empty spaces in the car. Mary's exaggerated expression made Jody feel a little uncomfortable. So should I go to the carriage? Jody stood up tentatively while grabbing his parcel. Wait for a moment, there is a suggestion I think you might be interested. Surprisingly, Mary called it. Jody decided to pretend to behave and blinked to the end and looked at the ant, who obviously woke up from her mother's love. This train takes a long time to cross the gap to reach Hogwarts, and it will take at night at the fastest. You also see a lot of gadgets here, which we sell from the village to the car. These restless little guys. If you want it, I mean if you feel bored, you can help me push this car to the aisle to sell. Of course, you will get the corresponding reward after the end. This is an accident. Of course, thank you Aunt Mary, I'm very willing to help. This is the first time Jody appeared in the eyes of his classmates. She was wearing a uniform that was a bit too wide and pushed the cart. The small package containing her luggage was placed on the bottom floor of the cart. Children, what delicious food do you want to buy? Dowie beans, bubble gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pie. You can find everything you want here. Wow, I want a pack of weird beans. Jody, who had been baptized by Chinese education, has a relatively proud education level. Jody soon received praise from Aunt Mary for his arithmetic ability. Surrounded by the children, they walked through 3 or 4 cars in a row. Before walking, Mary, who was pushing the cart, suddenly stopped. Oh, I'm old and my waist is a little bad. Holding the slightly thick rocker, fat Aunt Mary made way out of the way. I think maybe you'll want to try this part of the future yourself. Just ask them what they want and get the money in this bag. You can do it, my dear. This was a bit too much, and Jody was at a loss. It's okay, don't be afraid. You have to know that you are much more capable than many people sitting there. If something really happens, call me. As she said, Aunt Mary pulled out her short and thick wand costume. He waved his vicious expression. I will show up immediately, so go. As long as you help me finish this trip, you can pick some food when you get off the bus. It is difficult to refuse the kindness, and there is no need for Jody to refuse. The storm was not difficult for Jody to push the car and stop, and most of the children who were only looking at snacks didn't care much about the young flight attendant. Hey, give me a copy of the Prophet Daily. The tall boy with red hair called Jody to ask for a magazine. George, stay in his seat, don't think about running around. While greeting the guests, Jody's heart swept across the family in the compartment, and the eyes were filled with red. I've had enough, you can't limit my freedom. Percy, when did you start to become so careless about your brother's feelings? The boy named Percy was obviously older, and he frowned and looked like a little adult, holding a serious look. It was my mother who asked me to look at you both. I have a responsibility. Or do you think your feelings are more than what's more important about my mother's feelings? The boy who was preached was obviously dissatisfied, and I am not George and I am Fred. Percy breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who you are, stay in my seat. I want to pee. Next to Fred, he felt as if the boy he copied and pasted it with the same frustrating expression. You've just been there, George. I'm not me just now, and I'm not George, I'm Fred. Percy looked away from the magazine and looked at the 2 brothers across from above. Then are you George? What are you talking nonsense? I'm not that fool. Don't look at me, I have no reason to pretend to be that fool. And I'm about to pee. You won't want to change your dear brother's pants, right? Ha 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 ha. It was not until Xiao Qiadai made a sound that she found that there was a black child sitting in the corner of the car. Jody worked hard to hold back her laughter. There was no need to guess the people in front of her. They must be the Weasley twins and their quasi-level elder brother. Young guys, are you going to have some snacks? No, thanks. Percy was interrupted by the twins before he finished speaking. Yes, we need it. Hey, I don't have the money to spend it for you. Yes, but you have money to buy a newspaper. The owl gave one to your house in the morning. George curled his lips to express his disdain for Percy's literary youth's actions. Mom asked me to get up early in the morning to urge Ron and Ginny to get up in order to send you 2 to school. How can I have time? Lul. The 2 brothers stuck out their tongues at him together, obviously not interested in listening to his explanation. Percy blushed and finally walked away with a squirting sleeve. Oh, I'm really fed up with you. I'm already in the 2nd grade. Why do I feel more troublesome than last year? I have to change the place to take it. I'll do it when I get off the bus. Come back and tell you, so don't run around. Don't look at him like that. He had planned it early in the morning. It seemed that he saw Jody's slightly awkward twins as a bystander explaining, pretty and pretend to be a little bit of us and then get angry away so he can do it. The little girls complained, oh, my mom asked me to look at my 2 younger brothers. Do you know I was almost mad by them or something? Ha ha ha, Fred. You learned it like this. The one who spoke at the beginning was amused to laugh, obviously he was George. These two brothers even scolded themselves for the sake of pranks. So what do you want? Jody pulled the topic back to his trolley. We hope to make something special. Yes, you know the weird beans, chocolate frogs are tired of playing with them, we want something fresh. Our dream is to open a joke store. To bring happiness to more people. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley are very likable in both novels and reality. Originally, Jody was not sure about Harry Potter's enrollment year, but now that he has a reference, Jody has judged his timeline. Yes, Harry Potter was still living pitifully in the cabinet. Jody entered school 1 year earlier than him and was a senior. When you see these two people, you will naturally think of the artifact living point map, but you don't know if Jody moves the living point map will cause the main line to shift. I don't know if there is still a chance. If it were you, the joke shop would be very interesting. Gentlemen, it's really hard to find new things. But I may have some ideas. It was not convenient for the two brothers to say, but Jody knew the Weasley family's pocket money. The money must not be much. They must hope to see new things with limited funds. So you're not cheating them, right? Jody thought as he dug out his cloth bag from under the cart. Guys, what you see now may be a rare thing that can only appear today, my uncle's experimental work. I secretly take it with you in the car. As he spoke, he opened the cloth bag and took out the so-called trial works that were very appetizing. Wow, what the hell is this? George's eyes flashed with interest. Fred on his side looked suspicious. Are you sure this is edible? Jody slapped away the paw he stretched out to pinch, and raised the pure black long baguette with one hand. Of course it's edible. I privately named it emergency bread. What's the meaning? Does this bread have any special functions? Don't look at it like this, Jody said as he took out his wand, wiped it with a napkin and then tapped it on the specialty bread. Bang bang actually made a sound like gold and stone. Bread that can easily knock someone unconscious without spoiling. Really? Fred finally took one of the sticks in his hand while Jody was not paying attention, and gave it to his brother without hesitation. George, who was hit, shouted exaggeratedly, ouch, ha ha ha, it's like a branch. Interesting. Give me an emergency bread, and then some others. Then I also want an emergency bread. George followed and took a loaf. And me, the black classmate sitting in the corner also came out at this time. Are you sure, Jordan, this stuff tastes pretty bad? So Jody was lucky enough to see the twins holding up 3 rye baguettes like Lee Jordan's 3 Musketeers, like a suspicious combination. Naturally, Jody put the remaining 5 or 6 loaves of bread in the bag on the shopping cart, and continued pushing the cart forward. Rye baguettes are the specialty bread from the neighborhood next door. They are what poor people like them use to satisfy their hunger when they have no other choice. They are not poisonous but not nutritious, but their terrifying firmness does make them like a special prop. More than food, walking from the front to the back of the car and back again, Jody successfully sold the only specialties in his bag in exchange for a few silver sickles and a small amount of bronze newts. Finally returning to the crew lounge, Jody returned the money bag to her aunt. This train seems to be much more spacious than the ones I've seen before. Come on, kid, you must be hungry. I made soup and eat it with the lunchbox. Jody had just sold his own food, and of course he was more than happy to eat something soft and hot, although I don't know most of the ingredients in the soup. There are only so many passages between the gaps. Of course, the space in the train must be well utilized. The most recent traceless stretching spell was cast by Principal Dumbledore himself. Really? Jody took a sip of the thick soup. It had a very thick creamy taste and tasted great when paired with the sandwich. Hey, poor child. Aunt Mary suddenly sighed as she thought of something. Of course, Jody couldn't ignore such an obvious signal that could trigger a conversation. What's wrong? If you are a muggle child who has no money but is so well behaved, those monsters in Slytherin will definitely play tricks on you. Jody pretended to have just heard about it. Trying on me? Why? Good boy, you have to remember, no matter who may show their ugly face to you in the future, don't be like them. You are a kind and obedient good boy. Only idiots who are vulgar in nature will gain superiority by hurting others. Feel. Of course, Aunt Mary, but I don't quite understand what Slytherin is. Mary seemed to realize just now how problematic what she blurted out was. She stood up and looked at the door, but then she remembered that the steward lounge was another car away from where the passengers were. That college student, the admission guarantee means that most of its students come from families that claim to be ancient. Hey, they think they are still nobles. Nobles? I don't know what nobility is, but I know that only people who are afraid in their hearts are more likely to bluff for the sake of living space. From the bottom of his heart, Jody does not want to undermine any nobles. To be honest, this fragile and thankless person, the title is only suitable for part-time workers. I'm different. Yes, of course you are different. Mary kissed and stroked Jody's hair with tears in her eyes. Jody was not very interested in the information that already existed in these books. You just mentioned the gap. What is that? Doesn't my train run on the ground now? Well, if I tell you this, you may not be able to understand it. You must know that Hogwarts is not simply on an island or in a deep mountain. It is a magical space connected by magic. Only there can build a protective magic powerful enough to protect you little furries from getting hurt during the learning process. Does that mean we have left the Earth now? Jody's surprise was not fake. But in this case, how did Ron drive to school in the second volume? That's not entirely true. The space where Hogwarts is located is more of an mx space. We just followed the magic power and drove in the right direction. Don't worry, it will be safe on the railway tracks at any time. The keyword railway answered Jody's doubts and also made him understand something. Due to space limitations, there are many mysteries that were not covered in the Harry Potter series back then. After chatting for a while, Mary tried her best to persuade Jody to sleep for a while and made a bed out of those old clothes and pillows that she didn't know where. Although Jody didn't feel very sleepy, she couldn't help but persuaded him and had to lean on it for a while. Unexpectedly, this body tired more easily than expected. Just leaning on it, Jody felt his eyelids become heavy and he fell asleep quickly. After waking up in the afternoon, Jody pushed the cart around the carriage again. The long train has a stronger purchasing power than imagined, and he actually bought 7,788 pieces of odds and ends that were originally full on the car roof. I always ship goods according to the volume of previous years. Aunt Mary looked very proud when talking about this. The sky slowly turned dark and as night fell, we finally arrived at the terminal. Jody has to pick up the old school robes and necessary supplies he needs, so he will get off the bus later than other students. Aunt Mary, this is too much. Jody watched as Mary wrapped the messy snacks into a big bag as big as a car tire. What's more, look at those children and their luggage. A child as good as you should be carrying a lot of packages, big and small. Mary pouted as she opened her money bag. This is your hard-earned money, and then this is a reward for honest children. This. Jody looked at the handful of coins in his hand and really didn't know what to say. My money bag is all enchanted that you helped me sell goods and collected the change without any manipulation at all. You deserve this. Jody was really touched. This old routine of picking up trash on the ground and being valued by the boss turned out to be something he could do. It's time for you to get off the car. Remember to tell me which college you are assigned to next time we meet. Mary said goodbye to Jody as she gently patted him on the back. Thank you, Aunt Mary. Be careful of snakes, Mary warned him in a medium voice, pointing at his back. There are many powerful totems, and snakes are also one of them. Voldemort, Orochimaru, Gilgamesh, Calabash, snake spirit. Many times the image of villains overlaps with snakes, and while being notorious, it also shows the charm of snakes indirectly. Jody himself does not hate snakes. The main reason is that he was born in the year of the snake in his previous life. Jody, who is careful of snakes and other things, doesn't care about it. She can be called the mortal enemy of Slytherin's pain. Harry Potter, who survives the disaster, is on the way. The one who should be able to do his best until next year has hatred. After all, I am just an ordinary little muggle. Since I have decided to force the college hat to not go to Gryffindor and have the confidence to not go to Ravenclaw, then it seems that the only thing in front of me is Hufflepuff. It's amazing. I like Hufflepuff. How great is Senior Newt and I in the same college? Thinking of this, even Jody could not completely restrain her inner excitement. All the first-year students on the platform have been exposed. According to the script, they should follow Hagrid to ferry the lake to the school. The first-year students seem to have to enjoy the scenery slowly like this. As for Jody, in order to give him enough time to get his own things and change his clothes and sneak into the team of ordinary students without any trace, he had to follow some senior students to use other faster means of transportation. The horseless carriage slowly approached the platform, but Jody knew that these carriages were pulled by the Nightshade, a creature that predicted death must be seen by those who had seen it with their own eyes. So it is such a happy thing to not see it. Seeing the dark horse tilting its head towards him, Jody understood that it was also observing him. Jody pulled the bag that was a bit too heavy and got on the carriage, and soon the two guests who were riding with him also climbed up. The familiar red hair is obviously not a prank brother, so the tall handsome guy sitting opposite Jody at this time is naturally Percy of Weasley's family. The girl with him looked at the boy quietly with an awkward and polite smile. Pinello, thank you for listening to my complaints. I know there may be some mother-in-law, but George and Fred, it would be great if they could obey me as much as Charlie's words. It's okay, it sounds interesting. Pinello shook his head repeatedly. I just envy you. You can see that you love your family very much, and your family also value you very much. Take me seriously. Percy was stunned for a moment, but finally just sighed. You don't know much about my family. There are too many brothers and sometimes they are very tired. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward for a moment, and Jody quietly looked at Percy. This child has clear goals and enough action, but he is a little bit unlucky. In his plot, he is much more important than working hard. Who is the supporting role? It's good to have ambitions. Although it is easy to be used, it is also easy to obtain. Revived Percy changed the topic and continued to flirt with girls. So Jody stopped paying attention to the excitement over him and turned his eyes to see the scenery that belonged to Hogwarts alone. The ancient castle under the night reveals the heaviness of history, and occasionally the chirping of wild beasts comes from the depths of the forbidden forest. The moonlight shines on the lake, and the boat protected by magic lamps carries the new life and is still swaying, while the lights in Jody's eyes. The brilliant castle is already in front of you. Watching Pineno walk away, Percy said goodbye to the girl and turned his attention to Jody. Hey, don't you look like a senior? A freshman shouldn't be in a carriage. Why haven't you changed your school robe yet? Percy was puzzled when he saw Jody wearing a regular outfit. I am a subsidy student, and they asked me to come to the administrator to get some necessary things, such as robe. There is nothing to hide. Although according to the flight attendant, the school will try to conceal the identity of the subsidy student as much as possible, it will be sooner or later. Will be known. Subsidy student. Perhaps he found empathy in poverty. Percy immediately changed his appearance of provoking an insult. Well, I thought I was a naughty student, let me get to know again, my name is Percy. Percy Weasley. He attended Gryffindor College. If you were assigned to Gryffindor, you could come to me. Hello, I'm Jody Joyce. Then I'll next. Come with me, I can take you to find Mr. Felch. What a terrible thing. The first teacher you contacted in school was that bad old man. It would be really a hell of Jody to say it himself. These are all robes that students threw in school in previous years. You can choose a few that are quite complete. Take 2 extra sets for replacement and patching. I don't want someone to disturb me. Felch, obviously knowing that Jody would come to visit, he reluctantly let the 2 of them into his office, but only allowed them to stand at the door. Jody didn't care that the old bald man threw a bunch of clothes in front of him with a look of disgust. It would be too disgusting to fight against such a character. On the contrary, Percy, who was a bystander, blushed with anger. And these old books. He carefully carried out the textbooks, and they were piled up neatly. But when he came to Jody, Felch threw them into the crucible he took out first. Inside. Felch has a very bad attitude towards the mug breed. The little muggles born to these muggles can have the talent to cast spells, but why is he a squin as the heir of the magic family's bloodline? It is normal for the cruel reality to make him jealous and therefore hate him. While waiting for Jody to confirm what he had, Felch went to grab Jody's luggage with a slutty, a bad guy who doesn't understand the rules. Let me see what mess you have brought. Enough, you don't have the right to check the student's package. Percy snatched Jody's cloth bag, and hissing and violent actions made Felch's cat arch his waist alertly and make a hissing threat. Seeing Jody change into a robe that was a little clean, Percy signaled him to go to the hall. You go first, I'll wait for the elf to move your stuff away before going over. Thank you. Thank you. Jody hurriedly ran away. At this time, the hall of the castle was already lively. Follow me, children, the freshmen are all here to gather here. Hager's loud voice seemed to add 2 big speakers. Jody quietly approached the crowd, tidying up her robe while secretly touching the small package hidden close to her arms. Professor McGonagall, these are the freshmen of this year. Professor McGonagall, wearing emerald green long-distance running, looked much younger than those in film and television dramas, and had a noble and inviolable temperament in every move. It makes people feel that she is very trustworthy. She nodded at Haig at first, but her eyes remained on the children. Jody felt her gaze stop on her for a moment, then she seemed to have finished counting the number of people before she smiled. Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it here to me now. Children. Professor McGonagall's voice was not very high, but surprisingly the crowd quickly became quiet as she spoke. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Minerva McGonagall, your transfiguration teacher and also the head of Gryffindor House. No matter which house you will be assigned to in the future, I hope you will all have enough courage to face us with our knowledge. Problems for you. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you formally attend, you must first confirm your respective colleges. Jody listened to the introduction of the 4 major colleges again, and it was not much different from what he knew. Gryffindor advocates courage and glory, a bit like medieval chivalry, a group of passionate fools. Ravenclaw likes talented students, teaches them English, and throws away all the weak ones. Hufflepuff only requires students to be diligent, sincere, and loyal to their commitments, and teaches children how to be a good tool. Slytherin is paranoid, lustful, and willing to give, and anything that cannot help is an obstacle. The 4 founders of the school selected students according to their own preferences, but in fact, what the students eventually grew into was not entirely determined by education. We will only become what we want to be, and all other external factors can only distort it but cannot directly change it. The first-year students are waiting for the sorting ceremony to begin, and this time has become a happy time for the ghosts lingering in the castle to scare the children. Are they really going to have students chased by trolls in a maze? Spell test. Oh my god, I can't cast any spells. Yes, I heard that in the last test. You have to drink a test medicine and then be scored based on the shape of the rash on your face. My brother is a student at Hogwarts. I heard that he has. It's been a miserable year. There are obviously people in the crowd who already know how to separate hospitals, and they are helping those ghosts floating in the sky to spread rumors. I hope these little brats can resist the beating. The short wait seemed like an eternity to the little furries until the high-pitched voice said, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. The crowd suddenly became more noisy, but the chaos did not last long. Professor McGonagall soon appeared again and silenced the place. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our turn to enter. The little wizards lined up in a loose line through the corridor, and in front of them was the Hall of Hogwarts. The ceiling of the magnificent castle is shrouded in clouds and mist, and you can actually see the sky and the bright moon directly in the mist. Hundreds of magic candles floated in the air, illuminating the entire hall like daylight. Jody glanced at the teacher's desk not far away and vaguely saw the iconic half-moon eyes. He quickly averted his gaze. For a wizard of Dumbledore's level, if he wanted to read the minds of these children, sometimes he wouldn't even need Legilimens. Before he finds a way to practice a clemency, it is better for the principal to have less contact with him. Although Dumbledore is probably not the kind of old pervert who likes to peek into other people's privacy. The wizard's hat began its performance on the tall four-legged stool. Needless to say, there are not many hats that can sing loudly. That is the Sorting Hat worn by Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 people who founded the school. This year's Academy Hat song was not written in the book, and Jody listened to it with great interest, but it would be better if the melody was better. Waiting patiently for this empty nester, who could only pass the time writing next year's songs from the beginning to the end of the year, to finish singing its song, Professor McGonagall raised the parchment in her hand. "The next person I call, please come up here, sit down, and put on this hat. The Sorting Hat will tell you which branch you will go to." After a brief introduction, Professor McGonagall raised the parchment in his hand. Surreal evening. The first girl who was called had gray-white hair and light freckles on her face, showing her youth and vitality. The tattered hat was placed on his head, and soon the Sorting Hat made its decision. Ravenclaw. A cheer erupted from the second table on the left. Cormac McLagan, the handsome, tall boy, looked at the college table with a wicked smile and winked at him. Gryffindor. Jody was not very good at remembering people's names, so he stayed put and watched the excitement. While waiting, he gradually became infected with the uneasiness of the people around him. Gigi Og. Hufflepuff. Geordie Joyce. It was finally his turn, and I have to say that Jody was really nervous. "Ah, interesting soul, strong." The Sorting Hat seems to be a little surprised. "Don't go to Gryffindor." "Gryffindor? Why don't you want to go to Gryffindor so much? The people there are the most energetic, you can find many companions. It seems you have a strong purpose." Jody was shocked that this hat could actually read his own thoughts. No, it doesn't count as reading thoughts. I serve the school, not the principal. There will be no communication between me and that kid Dumbledore. Jody stopped speaking, but stopped him. "It feels terrible to talk to myself without the Sorting Hat. Don't be so vigilant, you've already started to panic. There's no way to defend your brain like this, funny boy. But it's almost time. I know where you should go. A person with such clear goals and huge ambitions like you, the place where you should stay is up to you. I won't let you go to Gryffindor." Slytherin. The Sorting Hat's voice echoed above everything else in the auditorium. "What?" Snape suddenly stood up at the teacher's table, and at the same time, no one in the Slytherin branch who was joined by the new students cheered. "Whose family does this belong to? I've never heard of a pure-blood family having such a last name. Could it be that they're mixed blood? Look at his tattered clothes, look at his robe. Don't let him sit next to me, the smell will make me vomit." Intermittent low-pitched exchanges came from the Slytherin table. Severus. Dumbledore was surprised at Snape's abnormality. Snape regained his composure and sat down again. As the Dean of Slytherin and a former supporter of Voldemort, he certainly had a certain attachment to pure blood. Jody yelled at the Sorting Hat in the dark for a long time with his hat on, but the broken hat made up his mind not to reply to him. Until Professor McGonagall came up and took the hat and helped him down. "My dear, it's over. Your branch is over there." "Professor, this must be a mistake, I shouldn't be placed in Slytherin." Jody spoke quickly, hoping to prevent this fateful prank. "My parents are both Muggles, and I am a little bit different from purebloods. It doesn't matter, I can't go to Slytherin." Professor McGonagall's footsteps indeed paused. Surprise appeared on her face, but she quickly concealed it. "Slytherin has never made it a requirement for pure blood writing. In fact, there are many of them every year. Other students are admitted to the hospital. But I'm not even half-blood, Mr. Jody." Mag's voice suddenly rose. "I know it's your first time to come to school today, but it's the first time for everyone. Don't be afraid of strangers, your classmates are there." After saying that, she left the advice in Jody's ear in a whisper-like tone. "The Sorting Hat is the only criterion for assigning houses. It allows you to show where you belong. Even the most prosperous families will have it. When you are down, only you know the secrets in your bloodline." What Jody needs now is not a double entendre reminder. No matter how well he hides his identity as a mudblood, Slytherin's head of house, Snape the Slug, knows exactly who he is. Go to them." Mag backed off Jody, but unfortunately it didn't bring him more courage. Jody had no choice but to walk towards the Slytherin table. The atmosphere seemed a little heavy, and the young men of the Slytherin branch all looked at this new student who was dressed in a shabby way. Jody endured the look and the atmosphere, and suddenly couldn't hold back his mouth and burst into laughter. What the hell is this unfolding? After finding an empty seat at the end of the long table and sitting down, the girl sitting next to him got up and ran away without hesitation. A boy with a round face next to him leaned his head and said, "Hey, which family are you from? I haven't heard of you before." It is very scary for people who are obviously young but have learned to distinguish groups by class, because they are not mature enough, and the sweetness brought to them by their aristocratic status will be intensified in this academy. From the bottom of his heart, Jody looked down on this kind of thinking that was destined to be eliminated by the times, and even more looked down on these little brats who started to indulge in lust before they could see the world clearly. "I don't know which family I come from, I just know that Professor Snape personally accepted me to enroll." Jody told the only piece of news that was beneficial to him, and this is really effective. The students around him suddenly looked like they were suddenly enlightened. Forgot to introduce me as Gibbs Rozier, what's your last name? Jody did not answer immediately, and his indifferent expression was very similar to Snape's. My name is Jody Joyce, and this last name was given to me by Professor Snape, but when he came to find me I'm still in the orphanage. Those damn muggles, when I learn magic, I will eliminate the trash who dare to override me. In his previous life, he had been a small leader, and at his peak, he had about 100 people under his command. That when Jody was deliberately serious, his murderous intent was difficult for a child of this age to imitate. Most of the people who were staring here, waiting to see the excitement, felt very uncomfortable. The bloodline of your ancestors must be very noble. The child who asked the question forced himself to continue the topic. Professor Snape won't waste his time on mudbloods, will he? Even though he is a half-blood, but he supports pure blood so much, why has Snape not been freed from his secondary disease even at this age? Jody felt a little disdainful in his heart. Voldemort, as one of the Dark Lords, was much worse than Grindelwald in terms of ideas and management. The only thing he was proud of was his magical talent. Of course, it might also be a Horcrux. It was because his spirit was too weak. As for whether Snape supports pure blood or the group he lives in, only he knows that he just always hates himself, so much so that he would rather be hated by everyone forever than expose his kind side. Branching is still going on. Have you heard of it? The Dark Lord was also. A panicked voice just broke the silence while the Sorting Hat was thinking. The originally low voice seemed so abrupt that everyone's eyes were inevitably focused. The kid just had to bite the bullet and whisper what he planned to tell his companions. The Dark Lord was also taken out of the orphanage back then. He was also sorted into Slytherin. And under this gaze, the corners of Jody's mouth were raised, but there was no trace of a smile. His eyes were flashing with paranoia, ferocity, and aggression. Dark Lord, I seem to have heard of this name. Do you mean Voldemort? Hearing Jody deliberately calling him by his first name, the students around him became commotion for a moment. Children, let me say a few words. The sorting of the last student had just ended, and Professor Dumbledore came to the podium. The confused metal owl spread its wings and activated the amplification magic. There is regrettable news that Dillard Winterford, the defense against the dark arts professor who has taught me for a year, has reached the age of retirement. I really can't make it difficult for him to continue to hold this hard job. It seems that no one is willing to try to serve as defense against the dark arts teacher for 2 consecutive years to test how powerful Voldemort's curse is. Fortunately, our former Muggle Studies teacher is willing to take over, so we warmly welcome Professor Quirinus Quirrell as our new defense against the Dark Tutor. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Professor Quirrell seemed to be quite popular. And of course, a warm welcome to Professor Charity Boobaji as our Professor of Muggle Studies. Jody raised her eyes and saw the blonde Muggle Studies professor who was bowing in return with a shy smile. Muggle Studies, look at the bad luck on her face. The students around were shocked again. They had never seen a new student with no grievance and hatred curse a new teacher who had just taken office before his but was hot. Ahem, haha. Is it because it's Muggle Studies? After the previous girl left, the student closest to Jody moved his but slightly further away from Jody without leaving a trace. Of course, I also think that Muggles are like this trash is nothing to study. The boy's dry agreement brought a wave of unconfident agreement. Although he is still quite young in his 2 lifetimes combined, Jody's mind cannot mature every moment due to the influence of his immature body. At this moment, Jody couldn't help but feel a little carried away while bathing in the vaguely fearful gaze. As for poor Professor Charity Boobaji, it was Voldemort and the snake Voldemort coil that killed him in Harry's 7th book. This is at most a spoiler and not a curse on her. Now, enjoy the dinner, kids. Jody was really hungry. He stared at the plate and waited for Dumbledore to finish his speech. He almost started eating as soon as the food appeared. Damn it, after more than 10 years of this life, I finally had a decent meal today. Hogwarts, please give me knowledge. No matter we are bald old people, or the child who injured his knee in a fall, our minds are open to all kinds of interesting things. While the school song was playing melodiously, Jody stood there and hummed indiscriminately. It felt like he was back in the past when he went to school to raise the flag. As the singing gradually died down, the opening banquet finally came to an end. What does Mr. Dumbledore's last sentence of idiot, scum, cry, screw mean? Beside Jody, Gibbs was discussing with other students in a low voice. The new student from this obviously pure-blood family naturally formed a family of friends as soon as he arrived at school. The idiot is talking about Ravenclaw. Jody's voice intervened in the topic, because the ambiguity at the beginning attracted all the attention. In the eyes of the arrogant eagle, everyone is an idiot. It's Gryffindor who's crying. The reckless lion will strike first before crying. The one who is the naughty one is Hufflepuff. The badger thinks that the other 3 are awkward guys, and they are thankless all day long. As for the residue, of course I am talking about Slytherin. Unknowingly, a group of Slytherin freshmen stopped. Many seniors and even people from other houses were attracted by this strange talk, except me. It's all rubbish. Oh, a mixed-race student in the crowd hurriedly echoed, this residue is well used. If you want me to say Hogwarts, it's still only Slytherin. Humph, you, a freshman, have interesting opinions. The senior pure-blood who happened to hear this couldn't help but look up to Jody a bit under the flattery of the mixed-race students around him. However, Jody, who had just finished showing off, had no intention of enjoying the approving looks of the students around him. From a distance, he saw Albus Dumbledore walking out of the auditorium surrounded by crowds. I glanced this way from a distance. Jody, who was a little too vigilant, felt a chill on his back. According to the original description, Dumbledore did not like to use his legilimency to read others. He preferred to find answers through investigation. But at this moment, facing the actual Hogwarts, Jody did not dare to take risks. The real world and the story in fairy tales are completely different. Are you limited by this immature body? Do you get carried away so easily? So much so that it's a bit too much. First year students, come with me. I will take you to the common room. Slytherin's prefect, Rudnott, raised his hand to signal the freshmen walking out of the hall to gather around him. Compared to the chattering Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, which looked messy with too many people, Slytherins, who were mostly labeled noble and received different educations, seemed to pay more attention to etiquette. Their team seemed particularly quiet, orderly. Perhaps the reason why he is so mean to other colleges is because he needs to vent his accumulated pressure. Walking through the dark corridor, the Bloody Barrow, whom I met by chance, greeted the students in a very gentlemanly manner. Arriving at the basement, the prefect knocked on the stone door hidden in the damp stone wall, revealing a long, narrow, and low basement. The walls and ceiling of the basement are made of rough stone. Round, glowing green lamps are tied to chains and hang from the ceiling. There is a beautifully carved fireplace surrounded by many carved chairs. After entering the lounge, Rudnott immediately found a seat and sat in front of the fire. His voice became casual and he said, "The dormitory is just through the passage at the back. Most of your fathers must have told you the stories here. Then you can move around freely." As a result, the little Slytherins who had been raising their children tightly finally ended the tense atmosphere. Jody looked around the common room. Perhaps because it was underground, there was a lot of moisture in the air. The moisture driven away by magic could not condense and was baked by the furnace, making the basement warm and humid. It really suits the preferences of snakes. I've had enough. Listen, Alice, stop talking to me. My mother is nagging me at home. Why should I listen to your nagging when I'm here? The excitement was even greater than expected. Come on, the boy yelling loudly has brown-red hair. The little girl named Alice looks thin and small, with short black hair that makes her look neutral in temperament. Giard, your mother asked me to look at you. Gibbs looked gloating. That's all Giard Everick, who can be considered an older pure-blood clan. Although not the 28 clan. The girl is his fiancée, Ellie from the Norma family. Silk. Look, it's really disgusting. If my mother sends a traitor to go to school with me, I'll be crazy. Jody, who was caught off guard and had a mouthful of dog food, glanced at Gibbs, who already regarded him as a mature man, and said to himself, "When you realize that you were losing at the starting line, you will know that you have a stomach ache." That's enough. Rude, the prefect, who had already sat down comfortably, growled and stopped the farce. Remember, keep a minimum of silence in the Slytherin common room. You are Slytherin. Letling, not those noisy. Remnants. Rude paused for a moment and Jody felt the other party glance at him. I am the 5th grade prefect this year, so I am the one who picked you up to the lounge. Remember the rules, otherwise, other seniors will be in trouble next time something like this happens. I don't know what will happen. Rude acted matter-of-factly, as if this sermon was his duty. The Slytherins fell into silence and dispersed after a while. Only then did Jody feel the pressure. No matter how deliberately smeared, the history of aristocracy and the fact that it formed the core of society could not be easily ignored. The Slytherins in front of us did gain it when they were born, but at the same time they also passively shouldered it. Born noble, Slytherin. At 6 a.m. The next morning, Jody Joy struggled to pull herself out of her sleep. Damn it, I have never slept on such a soft bed in my life. It is comfortable, but my spine is a little uncomfortable. Jody dressed quickly and arranged the things in the room neatly. This was a habit after spending so much time with that sloppy Robert. The dormitory assigned to the students does not look spacious from the outside, but it is unique inside. Jody's old clothes have been washed and returned here by the house elves. There is of course a reason why the accurate biological clock wakes him up. Jody had developed the habit of morning exercise before he was reincarnated. It was natural that he picked up this habit after solving the problem of food and clothing in this life. It just so happened that there were not many students in the morning, so I could still walk around the castle and take in the scenery. If you had wanted to get up close to see such an old castle in your previous life, you would have spent a lot of money. Jody was not just wandering around without any purpose. Although the issue of blood was temporarily confused, after seeing the perversions of the Slytherins, Jody knew that sooner or later he would have to face this big problem, unless he had never met someone before. The dead ghost father is really a magician of noble blood, but this may always feel a bit ridiculous. Of course, not only to prevent possible rejection in the future, but also to have a space of his own to practice spells or study other things, Jody needs a space of his own. At this point, the primary goal in my mind is already very clear. Room of Requirement. In the original Harry Potter books, the protagonist used the secret room for their combat training in the Order of the Phoenix. This magical room can do its best to provide help to the seekers in the room. A naturally perfect room, 5-star training room. But speaking of this, there is a more serious problem. That is, Jody has no way of remembering its location. Who the hell is reading this in a novel? I can't even remember his name. On the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Jody was stunned for a while against an empty wall. He was unable to find the place he was looking for in the end. Fortunately, there are some other places that are unwilling to approach. For example, a certain floor full of water was left unattended, and the bathroom that was disrepaired was dirty and messy. Yo, let's see. A freshman. The translucent ghost found Jody through the compartment. Hey, this is a girl's bathroom, it's not a place for you to visit. Jody stepped on the water on the ground. I thought this was your room. You're right to say that. Myrtle seemed quite proud. The bathroom is not repaired, the crying Myrtle. It's quite suitable, and it seems to have some rhyme. Jody smiled wickedly. My God, what they said is true. Why do you want to bottle the beer? Wear the bottom on your head. What? This is not a beer bottle, you are rude. But it's not bad. Why did I remember to come over and see it seriously? It's exactly the same as the rumor. What rumors? Yao Jiniang widened her eyes nervously, looking angry. Ugly, pitiful, and dejected Yao Jiniang. I'm not ugly, well, fortunately no one uses this bathroom. However, the real version of Myrtle looks younger than in the movie, and I don't know if she can use the name of the female version of Harry. As he quickly approached the nearest compartment, Jody closed the door vigilantly and took out the small package warmed by his body temperature from under his clothes. After quickly untying it, he took out the pistol with oil and held it in his hand from the cloth bag. Damn it, Robert, where did you get this thing? Jody couldn't help but mutter. Browning M1935, caliber, 9mm, magazine capacity 13 rounds. It is said that Harry Potter's Light Will 2000 was the top player in the wizarding world back then. At this time, the Browning Power automatic pistol in his hand was in front of the contemporary world. 10. The only question is, how can I withstand the recoil of this large caliber monster? Opened the magazine and naturally saw that there was a full of bullets. Flipping over the dirty rag, Jody saw the instructions pieced together by Robert using some words he knew, most of which were some ugly simple drawings. Include how to open insurance and shoot and load. Jody couldn't hold back the smile on her face, but she felt something pressing on her throat, and she couldn't breathe. He tied the gun close to his body with a cloth strip and hung it under his armpit as he had seen in the movie. Jody was wondering when he had to find a way to make a more serious pistol hood. Yao Jiniang didn't know that the sewer pipe was blocked and troubled, so Jody walked out of the bathroom without caring about it. The students have almost gotten up, and after breakfast, they have to take the first magic class in their lives. Jody. Gibbs greeted this roommate who was full of mystery. Jody sat down and ate a bite of bread with satisfaction. She didn't know what the rye baguettes sold were like, and whether they were treated well as food to get the treatment they deserved. What was our first class? I remember it should be a spell class? Yes, Professor Flibby teaches this course. What he taught on the first day of today should be meaningless. What? It seemed as if he had already known this. Gibbs shrugged. In the first class, I usually correct the posture of holding a magic wand and some basic things. I have practiced these a long time ago, and even the day before school started, my dad forced me to practice the fire curse in the yard. Is it the same as correcting the pen holding and sitting posture before learning to write? Jody felt a little more of a sense of crisis that he really needed a room for practicing mantras so that he could learn by himself as soon as possible. It's not that I think I am smart enough to learn by myself, but that I have already determined that the teaching pace here must be slow. At least this must be the case in the lower grades. In fact, this is true. Flavie spent most of the class impatiently correcting everyone's postures, almost teaching them one by one. This reflects some bad side effects of previewing in advance, that is, these guys who have learned content in advance become more distracted during class. No, relax your wrists a little. Gibbs whispered to help. Jody, the helper, quickly grasped the tricks. Slytherin was obliged to master these basics faster than others. Jody is not very stupid. After correcting it a few times, she mastered a little trick. Professor Flibby habitually made a quick look between Slytherin. Oh my God, Mr. Rold, I have taught you more than a dozen people in 2 generations, and almost everyone has the same gesture error. Although I know you, I won't change it, but at least please use an extra finger to pinch the wand during class. When he walked to Jody, hesitated for a moment and just reminded him softly, I can barely pass the test, but I still need to practice more, Mr. Joyce. Okay, then next is pronunciation. Pronunciation is very important for you beginners. I don't want anyone to be stabbed into heaven by their magic because of mispronunciation of syllables, although we have some protection in Hogwarts. Measures, but there are precedents that threaten life by one's own mistakes. On the way to the next class, Jody gently muttered the syllables. You learned very quickly. Gibbs next to him corrected his pronunciation. If I could have mastered it so easily, my father wouldn't have punished me to copy the family precepts. Then how old were you when you studied? Gibbs wrinkled his face. Well, 7 years old, maybe earlier. Jody thought to himself that if you could have the concentration of my current life at the age of 7, you would be a child prodigy. The reason why I was so focused was trained to survive in my previous life. The magic spell casting in the HP world interprets magic control into two parts, gesture and syllable. Sometimes strong emotional mobilization is needed to assist in casting. As far as Jody knows, silent casting and casting from the magic wand can be achieved. So can it be understood that the current casting mode is just the optimal solution currently studied? Jody was not so arrogant that she thought she could easily refute what had been accumulated over hundreds of years. The magic school had already dismantled the casting in more detail, so the next thing to do was to practice. Then, the question revolves around where should I find a suitable practice room? Do I really want to borrow Myrtle's territory? Jody's eyes turned to the grass outside the corridor, which was the first floor corridor, and they were rushing to the greenhouse to study the next potion class. The greenhouse was right in front of him, and behind the greenhouse was the small house guarded by the hunting ground, and the deep forbidden forest behind the house. The initial herbal medicine classes were for rote memorization. They had to memorize a large number of herbal types and their habits and characteristics. Of course, the more important thing was to remember some key points of cultivated crops and basic matters for the production of magic power. Yes, the first thing you learn in potions class is not how to take care of potions, but how to take care of your own farm. Jody, who had reviewed the books in advance, knew this and passed the first class relatively easily. The Slytherins around him seemed to be very uninterested in such rough work as farming. They gathered together to discuss. He tells interesting stories within the family, and occasionally teases the students of the Hufflepuff branch who happen to be in class together. The magical world is very rich in materials, but the economic system is poorly developed. This is partly due to the goblins who manage money. But no matter how little money is on hand, a wizard cannot worry about food. The Weasley family, one of the 28 pure blood clans in the original book, embodies this very well. Together with Harry and Hermione, two regular foodies, the family of about 10 people cannot live solely on Mr. Arthur Weasley's salary. In fact, their daily expenses are relying on the crops around the burrow for support. Rote memorization is not what Jody is good at, but in order to cope with the 9-year compulsory education, Jody has to upgrade his memory skills to a very high level and unlock some necessary tricks. It only took Jody a few minutes to identify 13 invasive wild plants and accurately tell how to clean up these harmful weeds. This made Professor Sprout very pleased. Great, it seems we can. Mr. Jody listened very carefully. 5 points for Slytherin. Jody never thought that the extra 5 points would bring him some minor trouble. Professor Sprout, I would like to ask a question. While other students were still studying the difference between splendens and carnivorous calamus, Jody approached Professor Sprout. What's wrong, honey? There is a question that I was very curious about when I was reading the book before. Are the magic-like effects produced by magic plants the same as the magic we cast? I mean, for example, the same petrification effect will happen if you accidentally take stone skin berries. Can't it be rescued by removing the petrification spell? Oh, no one would be stupid enough to put something like that in their mouth. But it is indeed a question worth knowing. But for questions related to potions, you should ask Professor Snape, he is the expert. But compared to Snape, Slop was obviously more willing to answer these questions that had nothing to do with the class. I can only tell you something in a very simple way, because it involves both potions and charms. There are many similarities between potions and magic effects, but they are not exactly the same. This is related to the origin of charms. The example you gave is very special. Petrified berries do have an effect similar to petrification, but this effect actually comes from the toxins rich in its pulp. So the rescue process is to remove the toxins rather than to remove the curse. Sloop opened up the conversation. The origin of the petrification spell comes from the basilisk lizard. The initial petrification spell required the use of the eyeballs of the basilisk lizard to cast spells. Later, after continuous optimization, the petrification spell was born. Jody seemed to be attracted by the new content in the topic. Is the petrification curse originally an imitation of a magical creature? Are all spells derived from imitation? Of course not, dear. Sprout explained patiently, it is true that most of the origins of curses come from models, but subsequent interpretations have little to do with their prototypes. Just like high-level legilimency in the spell is an upgraded product of the Oblivion Curse, and the Oblivion Curse is a mutant form of the Confusion Curse, and the Confusion Curse is a degraded version of the Lost Grass. Does that mean that people who are immune to the Lost Grass can resist the Oblivion Curse? Sprout seemed to be stunned by the question. Well, that you have to ask Professor Flitwick about this. At least I haven't heard that people who have more contact with the Lost Grass are able to resist the Imperious Curse. Halfway through the words, Professor Sloop seemed to realize that he had said a bad word. Okay, dear, you have to go back to your seats. Children, I think you should remember it almost. Jody received a lot of useful information from Professor Sloop's words. It turned out that the Imperious Curse and the Confusion Curse, one of the unforgivable curses, were actually the same series of spells. When Jody heard Sloop mention the Lost Grass, he thought he had accidentally found the key to practicing occlumency, but now it seems that things are not that simple. Jody was not idle in the following time. He continued to read the potions book. In order to cope with the subsequent enrollment of the Broomstar, Harry Potter, and the subsequent main story of Voldemort, Jody needed a lot of time to increase your own chips. As the suspicion surrounding the first show of the school year gradually faded away, what Jody was worried about still happened. No matter how well he pretended to be at the beginning, Jody was destined to be an outlier. His tattered robes, old books, and large gaps in common sense made him easily become someone who was isolated and bullied. What's more important is that for Jody, all his life has to be used to increase his chips. He can't spend his time forming a gang with a group of teenage boys. And the senior group is unwilling to accept a guy without any knowledge. The kid who takes advantage of the value. So after Jody ignored the overtures of several small groups, he was completely isolated. It is impossible not to take sides in Slytherin, especially for a guy with impure blood like him. The negative characteristics of Slytherin, a special house, are beginning to show the tip of the iceberg. These brats need a bully or two to establish their power. Jody didn't notice it at first, but unknowingly he had become such a suitable target. He has a certain degree of popularity, he has no backstage, he has no helpers, he looks like he has lost his mind in reading and is holding various books all day long. He is also a magic novice with little ability to resist. Jody would always ask questions in class, and his conspicuousness got him into trouble. He seems to be very interested in those herbs. Jody didn't realize the comments were about him until much later. Turning his head, he saw from the corner of his eye the tall young man among the Slytherins gathered together, looking at him with evil intentions. What is this thing called? Only mudbloods and those of lower bloodline need to dig in the soil for food. Look at his poor appearance, his robes, he doesn't look like a Slytherin at all. Gibbs next to Jody also heard these words, and Jody could feel his uneasiness and hesitation. It takes courage to betray one's own class, and Jody did not expect Gibbs to defend himself. Jody seems destined to be incompatible with their class, and conflict is bound to arise. It's not that White Lotus wants to resist the arrogance and monopolistic behavior of the nobles, it's just that in Jody's view, these nobles have already constituted an obstacle. Jody remained silent and let those people point behind him, until the eye-catching red hair of Gryffindor House, who was approaching not far away, appeared in his field of vision. Jody suddenly turned around, Miles Blige. When his full name was suddenly called loudly, Miles subconsciously shut up. When he realized that the person calling him was the target of ridicule, he immediately felt offended. What did you just say? Do you dare to say it again in the name of your family? Stimulated, Miles grinned his big mouth with two buck teeth sticking out. You can say it as many times as you like, you are a lowly guy with a doubtful bloodline. Only, inferior, bloodline, can you do it to yourself? Look for something to eat in the dirt. But in fact, what they eat comes from the soil. Do people who farm the land deserve to be ridiculed like this by you, Miles? The food you eat doesn't come from the soil? Jody said in an angry tone. I'm just talking about those guys who are so poor that they have to dig in the soil to find food by themselves. Miles said while making a not-so-pleasant laugh with the people around him. Do you think any of those people with noble blood will go there by themselves? Farming, only servants and low-class people do this kind of thing. What are you talking about? The red-haired man walking towards me had stopped and listened for a while, and finally spoke up. What did I see, Weasley? Miles looked like he had seen rubbish. Oh, did what I said just now irritate you? I would say you are tarnishing your family's face. Together with the 18 pure blood clans will all be put to shame because of you, you scum digging in the ground all day long. One of the twins strode towards Miles' face without hesitation. What are you going to do? You're stimulated. Woohoo! Poor Weasley is stimulated. Seeing George getting closer and closer, the Slytherins drew out their wands one after another. But before any of them could start casting a spell, a grey light lit up behind George and shot into the crowd, almost close to his ear. Fred raised his wand and cast the spell from an angle where no one could see. Eat the slugs, Miles. At the same time that Miles was cursed, George accelerated instantly and entered a sprint state. The great person digging in the ground you just mentioned is my mother. The noble Slytherins learn etiquette and practice spells, but most of them have no experience of enemies rushing in front of them. Miles was hit by the spell and felt a lump in his throat that quickly gathered and then swelled and became slippery, with a texture that could break with a bite and twisted around in his mouth. But George didn't give him a chance to spit out what was in his mouth. A punch hit him on the nose, and Miles didn't have time to open his mouth, so the thing in his mouth that was still getting bigger had to move inwards and make a grunt. Something indescribable was swallowed by him. Jody stood from a distance and watched Jordan and Fred rush up and drown themselves in the Slytherins. Then the Gryffindors passing by joined in the melee, which turned into a battle between Gryffindors and Gryffindors in this issue. Slytherin's first group fight was a day worth remembering. Oh, that's really choking, Miles. Jody watched Miles crawl out of the crowd with a bloody nose, found a corner and started vomiting, including the curse that was constantly forming in his throat. That piece of slug and some other stuff in the stomach. The prefects who were notified quickly rushed to the scene. There were quarrels, pulls, and frantic wandering on the verge of triggering a fight among the senior students for a long time before an agreement was reached. In the end, Miles was inexplicably reported and deducted 5 points. The guy looked embarrassed and was helped away by several classmates. Interestingly, the prefects on both sides had a tacit understanding and did not ask the teacher to handle the matter. It seems that the two colleges have already reached a tacit understanding in their fight. Miles, this Weasley family's trick is very troublesome to solve, so don't bother Mrs. Pomfrey. Find a place and wait for it to stop. Prefect Rude dodged the fat slug that fell at his feet with a look of disgust on his face. Slytherin and Gryffindor often have disputes. Our rule is that the losing side will deduct points. Rugnut raised his wand and put it against Miles's chin, locking his mouth first and then moving closer, staring into his eyes and saying, "Although I'm dealing with a second-year student, this is not the case. Reason. You have brought shame on Slytherin." After saying that, he drew his wand, rolled up his sleeves, and left. Leave Miles behind, and where will we go next? Ola. The British didn't pay much attention to lunch, so they went back to the hall to eat something casually. After a short rest, there was only one section on history of magic in the afternoon. The translucent Professor Binns walked across the blackboard and came to the podium, leaving the students below stunned for a moment. Ruiawaruo's hostile gaze told Jody that he was officially being targeted. The group of people led by Miles obviously blamed all their previous misfortunes on him. In fact, it was indeed the case. Jody's timing made Miles's sarcastic remarks sound like they were specifically directed at Weasley. It is easy to feel sleepy in the afternoon, but in this case, we have to face Professor Binns reciting the knowledge that he has read in advance in his voice without any inflection. Many people in the classroom were nodding, and more people had lowered their heads, as if they would break their noses on the corner of the table in the next moment. Professor Spine has been the tutor of history of magic for who knows how many years. It is said that he got up from class and forgot his body by the stove. From then on, he transformed into a ghost. He has no books in his hands and almost never reads textbooks. All the stories seem to be stored in his own head. Maybe his dry tone is related to the reading speed of this old CPU. Thank you for your hard work. In his previous life, Jody was forced to undergo a long march-style education and was tortured to the point of death. What the hell is that in this life? He has to find ways to give himself a long march-style education. Fortunately, if he has experienced it once, he will be more accustomed to it when he comes again. When the purebred Englishmen around him began to enjoy their afternoon leisure, Jody, a Chuan breeder, avoided the Urk who were thinking of causing trouble for him and sneaked alone to Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor. Myrtle, who is quiet in the bathroom at this time, doesn't seem to be here. Jody pulled out his wand, and at this moment, all the doors of the toilet stalls were opened by an unknown force at once. The pool filled with liquid in the middle of the bathroom was bubbling with bubbles, and in the next moment, a large gray mass appeared. The object broke through the sleep and caused a huge splash. "Wow, look at me eating you, ha ha ha." Jody looked helplessly at Myrtle, who was showing her teeth and claws, and wordlessly reached out to wipe away the water splashed on her face. "It's you again, rude fellow." Myrtle's face swelled with anger. I don't know who was more rude. Jody wanted to dry himself off with a wave of his wand, but unfortunately he couldn't do it now. "What are you doing here? This room belongs to me." Seeing that Jody didn't turn around and run away at all, Yao Jiniang flew higher, as if hoping that this would make her more imposing. I don't know what the ghost is, but her dress trembled in a large arc with her excited movements, looking like a hen in a nest with its wings spread to protect its eggs. "Then your boudoir is really messy." Jody nonchalantly withdrew his attention from this troublemaker. He needed to focus at this time. Petrificus totalis. Ah! Myrtle was so frightened that she covered her face, but realized that the spell was not directed at herself. "That someone is treating my place as a practice room again, and I didn't agree. Just wait, I will go. Tell your teacher and let him discipline you." After saying that, she raised her head and looked like a stinker. "Everything." Jody repeatedly adjusted the movements of her wrists while looking for a feeling. He was not interested in talking to her at all. "Everyone is petrified." After waiting for a long time and receiving no response, Myrtle couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Hey, what are you expecting there?" Jody waved his arms repeatedly, took a moment to turn his eyes this way. His tone was full of teasing. "Do you expect me to beg you?" Myrtle was shocked, and she didn't know if it was an illusion that her gray face seemed to be stained with a layer of white, as if she was blushing. You rude guy, you will regret it." While shouting, the female ghost flushed herself down the toilet by repeating the big parabola she had repeated many times. Jody shook her head. "Next time I'll have to suggest she tuck herself somewhere more normal." "Will Yao Jiniang make a report on her own?" "No, she can't make a report on her own. Just like she doesn't hit the Harry Potter trio's report or Malfoy's report. Like most troublemakers, this poor guy who dares not walk into the dark and cannot keep his life just wants to get attention from others. For example, now, Yao Jiniang, who has a small head drilled out of the toilet, is raising the edge of the toilet, peeking at this side. In fact, some of the content of the first grade course overlaps. Teachers from various subjects have obviously communicated privately. In the first Black Magic Defense class, Quirrell's teaching content basically continues Professor Fleave's knowledge. Derivatives of at this time, Chino was not a stuttering, her short hair made him look sunny and handsome, and there was no unclean thing on the back of his head. Yes, this is Professor Chino who is about to run to Albania alone during the summer vacation to be possessed by Voldemort for a year. I don't know if he wouldn't have gone to Albania or if the story of Harry Potter would have happened. Jody looked through his dilapidated Dark Force self-defense guide, with only some messy graffiti on it. Jody also fantasized that he would be lucky enough to get a notebook from the top of his academic masters, but unfortunately not everyone's shabby textbooks will be a game guide signed by the mixed-race prince. Suddenly, Jody felt her elbow hit, and raised her eyelids and put a small piece of paper on her hand by Gibbs beside her. "Myers is going to deal with you, be careful." Jody raised her eyebrows when she saw the information above and nodded slightly at Gibbs. Being able to do this is worthy of the brief friendship between the two over the past few days. After class, Jody intentionally did not leave the classroom with the main force, so he stayed to come to Killuo. "Professor, I have some small questions that I hope will take up some of your time." "Of course, my time is for you." Rikino was undoubtedly a very young teacher in Hogwarts, but he didn't say anything about his embarrassment after being parasitized by the Black Demon. When Crow's Senior is undoubtedly very good at abilities. The self-study process needs to be corrected repeatedly in a timely manner. Jody tried to sort out the problems during the self-study process more concisely. "Oh God, 7th level door, are you practicing by yourself, Mr. Joyce?" Killoe was obviously happy to help his students. "Oh, don't care about the door, a little mouth fetish from Myth." Jody believes there is no need to deny it. After receiving a positive answer, Killoe was obviously even more excited. "I also like to practice by myself when I was in school, but unfortunately my classmates always teased me. If you encounter the same situation as me, don't pay attention to them. Time but precious, this magical land of Hogwarts can help you realize more, especially for beginners like you." Speaking of Hogwarts, it aroused Jody's curiosity. "They all said that in Hogwarts we can be protected from injury and spell casting. Is there any powerful protection spell in Hogwarts?" "Haha, you've asked the right person. I thought about this question back then." Quirrell leaned on the podium and laid his hands under his head. "Hogwarts does have a powerful protection spell, but it protects you. But it is not Hogwarts spell. No spell can be powerful enough to protect everyone. Have you heard of the Silent?" Jody was somewhat surprised to hear this unknown title again. "I heard it once when I was admitted. Students who fail to enter school have a certain chance of becoming silent people and forming silent people in their bodies." "Yes, then do you know what exactly constitutes silent?" Jody thought carefully. "Our own magic?" It's not entirely right. Killuo didn't expect to hear a correct answer. The silent formation comes from the twist of the mysterious curse. The topic began to develop in a direction that he couldn't understand, and Jody was motivated. Mysterious art is the oldest and most uncontrollable art known. It comes from the magic itself. Because of its existence, we occasionally call the magic we carry a mysterious mapping. This power exists in your body, and you don't control it. It will protect you in its own way and ideas. "Sorry, Professor. Are you talking about the idea?" Jody suspected that he used the wrong word. "Right, thought." Killuo affirmed again. "At Hogwarts, the four founders' modified rules soothe the mysterious arts and guide them to better protect you. Unfortunately, the power of the mysterious arts will follow you. As people's control over magic increases, slowly fades until they disappear. If you are interested, the book I have read may be suitable for you." Quirrell muttered, pulling out his quill pen and quickly wrote a note and handed it to Jody. "I hope it has not been in the past few years." It was sentenced to a banned book. By the way, I forgot to say that the silence that I just mentioned is actually created after protecting your mystery and being cursed by the object of shelter. Well, today's extracurricular expansion seems to be the only way to go. Next time you can prepare some more interesting questions. "Thank you, Professor." Jody nodded respectfully. In the next first transformation class, Jody also came to the classroom with pre-study questions. Unfortunately, although Professor McGonagall, who sticks to the rules, answers his questions, he does not agree with self-study beyond progress. In the afternoon flight class, Jody didn't wait for any of his flying brooms that expressed his own ideas to jump up and gave him a ruthless one, and beat his forehead red. "Fortunately, I didn't plan to fight Quidditch," and Miles, who was a little talent, finally moved his vigorous energy away from him. It is worth mentioning that the Quidditch rules in the real world are slightly different from those in the novel. The biggest change is that the player's score is only 30 points, and due to this change, their most important task is from "find the golden flying thieves" becomes "make sure to end the game at the right time." Yes, the rules in the novel are a bit unreasonable. After class, Jody hurried to the library. Mrs. Pins held the note and confirmed slightly, "It's Professor Chino. The child is now a professor." He borrowed this book back then. It took a long time to take it, and it was on the last row of bookshelf here, with the words on the writing. Well, you will know if you see it. After Mrs. Pins said, the expression on her face was strange. When Jody found this book, Magic and Mystery, he realized why Mrs. Pins reacted so strangely. At this time, she got the lifelike portrait of the goddess in her hand and was smiling gently at her. It was difficult for Jody to control her. "Don't look around strange places. You pervert, red-crowned big-spotted chicken." At this time, in the bathroom of the girl on the second floor, Jody was drinking the pumpkin juice in her hand while enjoying Yao Jiniang's daily retained diving program. And what he had in his hands was the suspicious cover of Magic and Mystery. "You got Demula Viasa." The wand swung half a small arc, and Jody clearly felt a faint power spread into a net with the movement of the wand, and then Park scattered on the feathers on the table. Before the strangeness on Yao Jiniang's face had dissipated, she floated directly above the suspicious book and kept mumbling in her mouth. "You are really interested in that book. Why don't you just lift it up and see the content?" Jody, who controlled her feathers to float up, breathed a sigh of relief. Was really interesting to see her entangled appearance. In advance, Jody looked at her. It means that the content of that book is clamoring. I can't read such shameless books. It's okay if you don't say it, but when Jody said it, Yao Jiniang suddenly looked like a furry kitten. Seeing this, Jody sighed. Then how can I make you believe it? Besides, I can't turn the pages, I'm just a ghost. Myrtle said as she floated away from the book with melancholy. You don't need to make me believe anything, who cares? Frustrated and an ugly girl who is down and out again, Yao Jiniang with ridiculous eyes? The atmosphere was weird by her, but why can Pippi Ghost touch it? How did I know? Myrtle seemed to be offended. I have only been a ghost for decades. Jody shrugged. I thought you were only in your teens. I was only 14 when I died. Yao Jiniang's continuous screams made Jody have to end her practice early, and I missed the days when she could drive her away if she was a little fierce at the beginning. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, the excitement in the corridor attracted his attention. The Weasley twins were pulled by Felch with one hand and passed by. You actually dare to play with a feces bomb in the corridor. It's not the first week of school. It's true that I can't be as kind as last year. I want to leave you some lessons. I'll die in my office. These two big brothers can still make trouble as always. The start of school starts on Wednesday, and today is Friday. In just a few days, Jody chases the time without stopping and finally feels a little on the verge of collapse in the first class on Friday. Concentration, Mr. Joyce, the transformation technique requires concentration very much. This kind of magic requires very high control of magic. And you can see that your condition does not seem to be very good. Professor McGonagall was a little worried about. I lowered my waist and observed carefully. Maybe you can go to the school hospital to find some medicine to calm the mind. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I'll probably get some sleep. Jody forced a smile. There is no big mistake in the practice of the spell, but the transformation technique is different. This is the second section of the transformation, and Jody still doesn't understand how to turn a match into a needle. Myers took the opportunity to mock him in the back. Look, there was a fool in Slytherin who would be stunned on these grounds. Mr. Bletch, if you feel free, please put your eyes on your book. Professor McGonagall stopped the possible chaos with a stern face. And now Jody is not in a slight mood to fight with such a fool. What went wrong with his practice? Fortunately, in the next spell class, the floating spell mastered in advance made Jody feel a little confident. The other Slytherins seemed unwilling to waste their precious time on such basic spells. Jody and another Ravenclaw girl completed casting almost at the same time, which made Flavie very happy. Mr. Joyce and Miss Fiona, awesome Ravenclaw and Slytherin each added 5 points. Jody was not very cold about things like scores. He was still struggling with the transformation technique and poked the feather with his magic wand and then glanced at the classroom. Gibbs seemed to be stimulated by Jody's overtake. Look at him practice. May think he is arguing with feathers. Miles frowned deeply, shaking his short and thick wand over and over again. Scan the Ravenclaw's sight and Jody's eyes collided with the girl named Yennefer, and the other party looked elsewhere in panic. It's called Zyril, and he has a little impression of that gray hair. Afternoon, herbal lesson. Professor Sprout's first roar this year was annoyed by Jody. When the round and good-tempered herbalist professor opened his voice, her volume did match her body shape. Don't let me hear similar questions anymore, Mr. Jodith. There is no shortcut to learning magic, only repeated casting can increase the total amount of magic you mentioned. No matter what power brought by external forces, it will force you to pay the price. And you will never hope that, and as your teacher we will not allow you that. Sprowny loudly denied her guess that possible. No, I just... Jody tried to defend herself. But Sprowny didn't give him any chance. If you are still interested in this issue in the 4th grade, I would like to come to me to talk about it, but now you have to learn how to mix the fertilizer. You don't seem to be in a good mood today? Myrtle floated around Jody's head. And you think I'm in a bad mood? Jody resisted the idea of trying to break her apart and continued to toss the mouse that was used to practice petrification curse. How can you think so? We are good friends, Hugh. While saying that, Myrtle let out a pleasant laugh. Jody moved her eyes away from the textbook of the transformation and asked with a smile on her face, then what are you laughing at, my best friend? I just suddenly thought of something fun. Hey. Myrtle floated away quickly to avoid Jody and poked his wand. If you are really my best friend, please help me. If I am fired for the problem of transfiguration, no one will be willing to come to this wet ghost place to accompany you. Myrtle seemed to have been offended, and stopped in front of Jody and tried hard to stand up. I don't need anyone to accompany me. Jody shook her head and rolled her eyes and continued to read the book. The little ghost in front of her seemed to have stayed at the age of 14 forever, and she had not made any progress in the years. The most important thing for the transfiguration technique to release the imagination of success is that your spirit cannot continue to be stereotyped by the logical circles in your mind. You have to make them active and act more accurately according to your ideas. This guy who says he doesn't want it is still a bit reliable at a critical moment. Jody frowned. Imagination? Imagination is a bit mysterious. Or can we change the word with a smaller range? Mental power? Myrtle seemed very happy that Jody could listen to her so seriously. She seemed contented when she was swaying in place. The word mental power itself represents logic. What you need is to give up logic. My child. Some of the artificial emphasis seems to be imitating a professor. It is difficult for first-year students to understand these things, but fortunately, it is best not to stubbornly pursue complete understanding. What you want to find is a feeling. Your balance with the world will help you complete the techniques that change reality. Jody seemed to have grabbed something, and some ideas took shape in his mind. But this did not prevent him from breaking Myrtle's role playing with the wand in his hand. Hey, I've long wanted to say that the material of your wand is a bit weird. Don't let it touch me, it's so uncomfortable. Huemo suppresses ghosts, and it just happens to defeat a little ghost like you who is not good at Taoism. It's right to feel uncomfortable. Jody took back his wand with satisfaction. He planned to write a letter to see if Mr. Ollivander would answer him. Myrtle floated away from afar, and kept muttering such as, cutting the bridge across the river, white-eyed wolf, red-crowned big-spotted chicken. Jody was stunned there for a while, and finally muttered, subconscious. Judging from his completely formed subconscious mind, he never seemed to learn the transformation technique. Jody once again focused on the toolman floating in the air. What if the imagination is naturally poor? What should these people do? Students from Muggle world always encounter trouble with transformation, but it will be easy for children to guide them over the lock in their heads. So many ordinary students don't think about understanding the second method. Myrtle kept silent and kept silent. However, as a mature man, Jody didn't even get into a trap. No wonder the deformation technique is not good, the boring man. I secretly slandered, and Myrtle continued to talk about it with some interest. But who said I am your senior sister from Ravenclaw College? I can just give it to me, you answer. When your imagination is not good, all you have to count on is the mental power you just mentioned. That you need stronger and pure mental power to forcibly distort your own inherent logic. Force twist? Jody chewed the meaning of these words. Yes, there is a very important point in the advanced application of metamorphosis, that you must believe that you are the dominant world. Jody naturally couldn't wait to see Hope, so what should I do? I don't know. Myrtle's voice suddenly became smaller. And there are countless Jody in Jody's voice here expressing his disbelief. When you talk about this, you actually tell me you don't know. Myrtle shrank his neck awkwardly and turned his head to look at him. Why do I need to understand those things when I'm chatting with me? Jody held his eyebrows and forgot that she was just a 16-year-old brat. The next second he suddenly remembered something. You said your tutor is. Speaking of this, Myrtle became energetic again. Although most of my deformation classes were substitute for other teachers that year, it was true that the passage he just talked to us occasionally when he was at school. It's Professor Arbuthnot Dumbledore. Is that white demon with a high level of attainment in metamorphosis? After leaving the bathroom, Jody walked directly to the owl shed, and the letter he had just drafted was to be sent to Ollivander's little black shop, and a greeting letter was sent to Aunt Mary, who had taken care of herself on the train. As the owl disappeared among the clouds in the setting sun, Jody felt exhausted for a moment. Will he be a little too nervous? Harry Potter will not enroll in the next school year, and Voldemort is still hiding in Tibet in the jungle of Albania. Jody shook her head and threw away those depressed thoughts. His current situation is not good. Calculate the time and the dinner was about to begin, but Jody had no intention of going back to the castle. He walked along the path outside the owl shed for a while before stopping in front of Hagrid's hut. Wool, wool, wool. Before Jody could think of how to say hello, the big scary dog in Haig's house began to bark wildly. Who, is anyone outside, Yaya? Hagrid's voice was filled with surprise. Jody adjusted her mood and showed her furry face behind the door that opened the next second. Fat C, Hagrid, the chief mascot of the Harry Potter series. Hey, are you Slytherin's student? Hagrid narrowed his big eyes to identify the badge on Jody's robe. Hello. Although he knew that Hagrid was a good person with a golden retriever-like personality, Jody was still a little nervous when he saw such a small giant nearly 3 meters tall standing in front of him. Woo, the owl shed is not here. If you. Hager didn't expect a student to visit his cottage, and he seemed very panicked. I'm here to visit you, Mr. Hager. Jody calmed down and showed the official smile he had when he faced his partner. Hagrid was completely confused now. Oh, come to visit me? The freshman is here to visit me? Of course, if it's inconvenient for you. Jody thoughtfully prepared the steps together. No, I'm very idle. Well, I mean, I'd love someone to come to me. So, yes, please come in, Yaya, go to the back. Hagrid's ingenious mind finally turned around and put Jody into the hut. From Jody's point of view, he seemed like a doll stuffed into a large toy house, with rough large furniture placed casually, unknown plants and some strange materials on the shelves were thrown into mess. Hagrid looked like I'm dreaming and hung the crossbow in his hand back on the wall. After being stunned, he slapped his head. I'm looking for it. I remember I have a slightly smaller cup. Jody casually found a chair and sat down. The iron pot on the fire in the middle of the room was stewed with a mess of soup. I probably should have visited him in another time, and then Jody remembered the descriptions of Hager's cooking skills in the original work. I made my own caramel and hot goat milk. I hope it's up to your appetite. Jody's tea was quickly brought up, and the oversized teacup needed 2 hands to hold it up. Where did my candy jar go? there should be some rock crusts in the house. Sir, don't have to be so troublesome, I'm just here to talk. Jody stopped Hagrid from wandering around the hut. Jody was a little surprised by Hager's panicked reaction, but in fact, before Harry went to school, Hager had been unable to get rid of the natural deterrence brought by his mixed-race giant. In the eyes of the students, he was sloppy, rude, dangerous, and full of mystery. The only opportunity to contact is Felch's forest punishment. Hagrid had a student visit before but could not get it, so it was understandable that he was more excited now. Jody took a sip of goat milk from the quilt and sorted out her thoughts. Actually, I came here mainly for one of my friends. When Jody said his purpose, Hagrid was obviously relieved, and of course he would inevitably feel a little disappointed. Oh, of course, Dad, if there is a place I can help, just say it. I'm also a school. One of them is obliged to help you, Hagrid said with a gentle smile. You must know my friend. She studied with you back then. Later, she died due to some accidents and is now wandering in the bathroom of the girl on the second floor. Jody understood that a guy like Hager needed to play straight balls. Unexpectedly, what Jody was asking was this. Hagrid's face was filled with memories and then sadness appeared. He bent his waist and sat next to the fire with a little decadent look. The flames made his face red, and the light of light and darkness further highlighted his loss. I used to want to see her. Although we are not familiar with each other, I always feel that I have this obligation. Hagrid stirred the food in the pot, but she obviously doesn't think so. She should hate me, right? The basilisk that caused Zhao Jinliang's death was released by Voldemort, but it was indeed Hagrid and his 8-legged pet little cute. Of course, Jody knew these stories. 4 friends. This premise is the best stepping stone for Hagrid to lower his vigilance. Of course, this is assuming that this big man has such a thing as vigilance. However, Jody does somewhat want to know about Zhao Jinliang's past. After all, this unlucky girl helped him, and Jody may continue to trouble her in the future. She doesn't talk much about what happened back then, so I'm curious about what kind of person she was back then. Jody picked up a piece of rock biscuit out of curiosity. Myrtle, her full name is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. She doesn't like to be called Myrtle. In fact, the girl is quite kind, but the big framed glasses are too weird and she is always laughed at because of her weird taste. After the accident, she almost turned into a ghost. During that time, she had been pestering the girl who always bullied her. If the Ministry of Magic hadn't been involved, I'm afraid that I basically only know her after the accident. She is better than I'm 2 grades above her, and we don't have much contact. Did you come to me because you heard about the cause of her death? Jody shook his head. I only know that she seemed to have been killed by some monster. Some kind of magical creature. It's not just magical creatures. Hagrid looked very excited. Most ordinary magical creatures don't have such a strong desire to attack. They will only stand up and resist when their territory is violated. The one who killed her was a. This is what a dark magical creature can only do. Sir, I don't quite understand. What is a dark magical creature? Hagrid thought for a moment, not caring whether what he said was suitable for a first-year student to hear. Black magical creatures are generally man-made. They represent distortion and perversion, and they are born to endure great pain. It's the pain that makes them sensitive. Then why don't you clean them all up? Jody answered subconsciously. Hagrid seemed to be shocked. He winced and muttered, cleaning. You really used an unceremonious word. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, most people would think so. I had this thought when I was just expelled from school. Until Professor Dumbledore introduced me to Mr. Scamander for help. Jody was sure she heard correctly. Scamander? Are you talking about the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Of course, I worked with that gentleman for 2 years, and then the mysterious man became more and more difficult for me to deal with before I returned to Hogwarts to assist Mr. Dumbledore. Speaking of the time working with Newt, Hagrid said I was very excited. It was the gentleman who helped me get out of those darker days. He was always upset that he could not help those dark creatures entangled by evil. The number one reason why the dark creatures cannot be exterminated is that some of these creatures are originally the same people as you and me, Hagrid said while rummaging through his notebook from the shelf. Werewolves and werewolves are typical examples. These dark creatures appeared in the era of elves' invasion. In order to fight against the powerful elves, people had to resort to the power of monsters. The open notebook was placed in front of Jody. On it was a drawing of a roaring werewolf. Under the dark blue fur were strong muscles. His bloodthirsty eyes privately glanced at him as he stood there, constantly searching around. Saliva dripped from his grinning teeth. Vampires come from people's mistaken pursuit of immortality, but those who made mistakes have long since disappeared from history, and those living now are just those who bear the curse. Poor guy. Poor people, but the ones you mentioned, including werewolves and vampires, have all brought disaster. Jody said he couldn't understand. Then Hagrid said a rather classic saying, they are just sick and need treatment. Jody thought for a while and gave up the objection. Hagrid was a hybrid giant with a naturally high magic resistance and a thick blood bard. He looked at the problem from a different angle that ordinary people could understand. Treatment, if electroshock therapy counts, you can give it a try. Then have you really raised dark creatures as they said? Jody asked tentatively. Hagrid shook his head decisively. Of course not. Human life is higher than other creatures at any time. I am not sure of helping them. I have to ensure the safety of the students first. After speaking, Hagrid looked out the window. The sun had set and night had fallen. The land where Hogwarts is located is home to a large number of magical creatures that existed in ancient times, as well as a large number of aborigines of the demi-human race. It's just that with just getting along with them is enough to keep me busy. Jody chewed on the rock cake silently. After getting used to the hardness, it felt quite fragrant that he could bring some to Robert as souvenirs when he went back. My current situation is somewhat similar to those dark magical creatures, he said with a slight hint. He said this in a confused tone. Hagrid was very concerned about his sudden sadness. Hey, why do you say that? I was sorted into Slytherin, but I'm not a pure blood. In fact, I came from an orphanage. I might just be a mudblood like they said that I don't fit in with them. Hagrid looked very angry. Slytherin? Oh, Slytherin. Don't say that. The sorting hat must have a purpose for sorting you into Slytherin. This is your test. Look at me, look. Me. Hagrid straightened up and waved his arms continuously to show off his exaggerated figure. I am a half-blood giant. Compared with ordinary muggle children, I even look like a dark creature. I once had the opportunity to go to school, but I failed to take advantage of it. They broke my wand. If it hadn't been for Mr. Dumbledore, I may still be wandering outside now. Hey, Hagrid knelt down in front of Jody. He seemed to want to make himself look closer, so he made himself as small as possible. If there are any more brats from Slytherin who want to trouble you, you can also hide here with me. I welcome your visit at any time. The small problems caused by Slytherin actually didn't bother him as much as Jody said. He believed that in just a few months he would be able to gain enough leverage to help him deal with the childish behavior of those brats. Just some small lessons. But in any case, Hagrid's warm-heartedness was not fake at all. Jody was really touched at this time. Thank you, sir. Stop calling me sir, just call me Hagrid. Hagrid looked much more relaxed. Let's have some soup. It's definitely too late for you to go back for dinner now. Geordie tried not to think about what was in the bowl when eating dinner. If he didn't care about the appearance, the taste was barely acceptable. During the casual chat during dinner, Jody just guided Hagrid a little and began to talk about the three-headed dog Luwe he bought from a Greek guy this year. At this time, it was placed in the Centaur tribe deep in the Forbidden Forest, nearby. Since you are so curious, let me look for it. Here it is, this page. This is the red-crowned spotted chicken. Seeing the strange animal in the illustration with its feathers in pieces and its skin covered with tumors, the only adjective Jody could think of was horrible. In addition, Jody also heard unexpected news. When Hagrid was in school, there was a boy in Slytherin who was in a similar situation to Jody. He also came from an orphanage and had a suspicious bloodline, but before he discovered that he belonged to an ancient pure-blood family, he was already in the family. Slytherin found his place. That man's name is Tom Riddle. That is the later Voldemort. Jody had a pretty peaceful weekend. The excessive Slytherin has begun to let Jody describe his daily life as fairly peaceful. Fortunately, he has a women's toilet, which is haunted, where he can hide and relax, and he can also go to Hagrid's hut for dinner. During this period, he can catch up on bits and pieces of knowledge about magical animals. And those brats who have nowhere to vent their energy don't have to use him for entertainment. Jody felt like a bullied elementary school student. This situation finally changed qualitatively on Monday afternoon. The first class on Monday is herbal medicine, and then there is the history of magic, which not many people are interested in. Professor Bin's voice was still rigid without any fluctuations, and had a strong hypnotic effect. If it hadn't been for Jody's flash of inspiration while he was half asleep, he would have almost missed this opportunity to obtain more information. The content of this class is an extremely important period in the development of magic. During this period, people began to popularize the use of wands. As a spellcasting tool, wands stood out from various tools such as books, crystal balls, magic swords, and giant staffs. They became it as the most stable spellcasting, high magic balance, and superior portability. It has been the darling of the times and continues to this day. Sir! Jody promptly interrupted Professor Bin's seemingly unchanging speed and pace, preventing him from quickly skimming over this paragraph. The ghost professor only responded when Jody called him for the third time. He raised his head and looked at Jody blankly. You just mentioned that the wand is recognized as the most stable after being used on a large scale, but do the other utensils have any advantages? It seems that this is the first time Professor Binns has been asked this question, because those tools that have been eliminated by history will not be tested at all. But this did not prevent Professor Binns from quickly rejecting Jody's wrong idea. Of course not, of course, you can't have such a wrong idea. The ghost professor was stunned for a while to recall the long-lasting memories in his head. Actually, even when Hogwarts first opened, the wand usage rate in the entire wizarding world was not very high. I am used to using magic books to cast spells. The understanding of magic explained in runes is written on special paper. A magic book can sometimes be passed down for several generations, and it is improved by new members of each generation. But with the rise of syllabic spellcasting and conjuration, rune spellcasting gradually declined. Not so many people were willing to waste time on ancient runes anymore. But it is undeniable that runes are the best way to help you ensure the accuracy of spell casting. As long as the magic is engraved in your magic book, there can be no spell casting errors. Professor Spencer waved his dry palm, and a translucent cloud separated from his body, forming a book and floating ancient characters runes in midair. Immediately afterwards, all the books and words dissipated and merged into a sphere. There was a dense air mass squirming in the ball and shrinking like a heart. The crystal ball can almost be used as the second mana pool of the mage. It can map your current mana reserves and store them. It absorbs your extra magic and responds to you when you cast a spell. You must know that in ancient times, before the world was divided, the habitat space of magical creatures was directly connected to the space where muggles lived. In that era, we had to face dangers and battles almost every moment. We knew exactly how many more times we could carry out casting spells, and having one more chance to cast spells is so important. The staff is a direct combination of the crystal ball and runes. It changes the crystal ball from a simple storage device into a conversion tool, used to adjust the user's magic strength. The fog changed again, and the person was taller. The staff is inlaid with beautiful gems, and glittering runes are swirling around it. As the function of the wand was answered, Spencer then introduced wandless casting, skull casting, and biological medium casting. Seeing the topic go further and further away. Then why are the wands the last ones? I mean, why are they replaced? Jody had to interrupt him again to bring the topic back, and at this time the students in the classroom finally recovered from this rare novelty. Be energetic. Professor Spencer was stunned for a long time, and the mist dispersed above his head again and divided into various magic instruments that kept circling. Each of them has its own advantages, but their shortcomings are also very obvious. The magic book has a strong ability to cast spells. It has limitations, and the molding cycle is too long. The crystal ball cannot provide stable guidance for casting spells. While the staff increases the magic power, it also brings a load that can easily hurt the novice wizards. Although the wand cannot reach their height in these aspects, it is at least better than safety, and more importantly, Jody has been trying to find an entry point to quantify the characteristics of magic. Of course, he cannot miss the opportunity to learn more about it at this time. Then I can understand that the 3 points of magic strength, total magic power, and spell casting accuracy constitute everything about a spell caster. No, there is one more important and mysterious characteristic of a spellcaster, which is the unique soul characteristic of a wizard. And this characteristic is the key to the wand standing out. Professor Spencer reached out and patted away the discarded tools, and then pinched out a bunch of long fibers and a neat shell from the fog. The core of the wand corresponds to the spirit, and the body of the wand corresponds to the flesh and blood. The length of the wand and the length of the arm determine the distance between the magic power and the outside world. The wand absorbs your magic power, adapts to your magic power, and then becomes a part of your body, carrying the same mystery as you and acting as a medium. Responsibility, a task that only a magic wand can easily accomplish. I have never felt that the history of magic course went so fast. Professor Spencer was disrupted and had to modify the homework content he had originally prepared. For this reason, he had to delay the end of get out of class for a few minutes. And it could be said that these few minutes of delay put Jody into a minor crisis. Why are you pretending to understand, Joyce? Without giving Jody a chance to avoid it, Miles led the small gang he gathered and blocked Jody's path. Headed by Miles Blige, there were the big man Munch and the rebellious big boy Algierd on both sides. Kira, a woman, was responsible for blocking the road behind her. Jody had been keeping his eyes down vigilantly and tried not to get into any confrontation with these immature brats. He was really unmotivated by a job that was not beneficial at all. Unfortunately, it seemed that God had seen through his wish to be clever. At this time, there were only a few people watching the excitement in the corridor, let alone professors passing by. Now that he has faced this situation, he will never choose to run away. Jody does not want to face such boring cat and mouse chases every day in the future. Look at me, listen to me, Joyce, are you looking down on me or my family? I hate your mocking eyes the most. What are you looking down on? Jody sighed inwardly. If possible, he really didn't want to use these last resort preparations. He finally raised his head, and his eyes met with Miles' head on. His eyes did not contain any emotion but contained a sense of scrutiny. There was no trace of panic or timidity at all. It was clear that the opponent was surrounded, but it was difficult for Miles to find a sense of superiority. Jody didn't say a word, but just put his right hand into his robe to dig out something inside. The hidden pocket in the sleeve of his left hand was opened, and the wand slipped out of his hand. Why, do you still want to take out the wand? Miles and others all showed mocking smiles. Even if you take it out, what can you do? Blow up some fireworks to liven up the atmosphere? Hold him down, I want to give him some lesson. Jody did not look at the 2 younger brothers who were gathered around him. He kept his eyes on Miles, focused and calm. Most school bullying starts with the first concession. It may just be a weird nickname or an innocuous errand. The party who encounters misfortune is often a relatively honest child who respects the rules. This is very unreasonable. It's like God is favoring the evildoers. Jody doesn't favor evildoers, he has the courage to promote the shuffle, and he never mind making things big. You can't be bullied by children. He certainly didn't need his Browning against a character like Miles, although he would have liked to have pulled it out once and for all. Jody took out 2 long handles from under his clothes and threw one of them towards Miles. Miles subconsciously reached out to block it, and after grabbing it in his hand, he took a closer look. He saw that the thin iron piece was wrapped in a wooden shell, and the delicate mechanism dragged the tail of the blade. Jody flicked the utility knife in his hand and the extremely sharp blade popped out a small section, flashing with cold light. At the same time, his other hand raised the wand exposed under his robe. What is this? Miles tried to push the blade out. He guessed the general purpose of this tool, but he couldn't understand what Jody was thinking. Give your opponent the same weapon to show fairness. It is an invitation. Holding a dangerous item in each hand and slowly raising them for easy display, Jody's voice was loud and clear in the corridor. Echoed, an invitation to a duel. Algier didn't have time to react. When Jody suddenly started to move, the effects of long-term training and polishing were fully exposed. He suddenly squatted down and then jumped with all his strength to the left side, giving Algier a hard punch in the stomach. The punch released all the force on his stomach, making the belly dent, and then pushed it up toward the chest. A shaking feeling ran through his stomach, and the intense discomfort and pain drained away his strength. When Jody jumped away, Algier, who had lost the ability to fight, collapsed to the ground. Munch obviously had a lot of confidence in his body shape, but his strength gave Jody a very suitable opportunity. He only had to point his utility knife towards the inside of Munch's arm and follow his strength to let the blade penetrate. Then it's enough to chase him in the direction he escaped and cut all the way inwards. Stab! A very large hole was torn open in Munch's robe, and a large, exaggerated wound appeared on his arm. Jody shook off the liquid on the utility knife with a nonchalant expression. Believe me, it looks scary. The wound is actually not very deep. Pushing away the arm that was trying to grab him, Jody followed the force and stabbed forward, opening a new wound on Munch's chest. Munch was completely confused, and Miles's face turned pale. He subconsciously threw away the utility knife and hurriedly pulled out his wand. Here, Jody completed his spell, cast one step ahead of everyone else, Petrificus Totalis. Munch fell to the ground under the spell. Worried that the spell was not powerful enough, Jody continued to cast the spell a second time. Everything is petrified, everything is petrified. After confirming that Monk could not make any more moves, Jody stopped. Not far away from him, Miles was holding his wand, already looking stupid. Have you ever heard of a book like Origins and Mysteries? Jody glanced at him to make sure he wouldn't sneak up on him, then raised his foot and stepped on Algier's hand holding the wand and kicked his wand away. He opened it and kicked Munch in the crotch again. This book is worth reading. It will tell me what level of attack will not trigger a counterattack from the occult. Based on Jody's experimental experience on mice, the subject will feel delayed pain after the petrification ends. So it seems that there are no more people to disturb us. Hey, madam, I hope you will respect the tradition and not disturb our duel. Jody gave Kira behind him what he thought was a kind smile and winked at her. Ah! Kira suddenly remembered and wanted to scream. In the midst of this scream, Jody simply broke off the used blade at the front with his fingers, and then pushed the utility knife up one step. As the discarded blade made a crisp sound on the ground, the new blade was pushed forward, just like Jody's sharp hostility. Of course, Miles has never seen such a battle. No matter how bad his conduct is, he is still just an 11-year-old child. Jody took 2 steps forward, and Miles naturally stepped back. He accidentally stepped on his robe and fell to the ground in a rather embarrassing state. Stand up, on behalf of you, your family and your will, stand up, we haven't bowed to each other yet. Jody's voice was still so cold and firm, conveying his will clearly every word. This is a duel, no one can escape without paying any price. Who's there? What's going on? There was noise in the corridor, and among the messy footsteps, a familiar Mediterranean was running towards this direction. Jody understood that it was Filch who had heard the noise and rushed over. He turned back to Kira. Be quiet, ma'am. Kira was so frightened by him that she squatted down and dared not make a sound. There will always be people interrupting happy times. This is a duel, Miles. Jody heard the series of footsteps getting closer and knew that it was almost time to run away. You know what to say to them, this is Slytherin's internal affairs, isn't it? After regaining some courage, Miles felt humiliated by his cowardice, and his eyes became fierce with tears in his eyes. Seeing the other party nodding, Jody was very satisfied. Then he turned around and ran away. Professor Quirrell looked away from the roll call and looked at the students below with confusion. Has anyone seen Mr. Joyce, and Mr. Bleach, Mr. Everick, and Ro Mr. Da and Miss Demi? Several Slytherin students looked at each other. Professor, they seem to have been caught by Mr. Filch. I saw Jody being chased by Filch and running towards the Forbidden Forest. They should be in Filch's office now, right? No, Filch seems to have failed to catch Jody. After roughly understanding it, Quirrell brought the topic back to class. Okay, I think we should start class. We don't have that much time to wait for the guy who missed class. Jody did indeed run far away after being chased by Filch, and the place where he finally disappeared was indeed at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but he was not in the Forbidden Forest at this time. He is now sitting on a dirty floor. The afternoon sun shines through the gaps between the wooden boards, and the dust is turned golden by the sunlight. Huge scratches are crisscrossed on the floor, walls, tattered furniture, and even the ceiling, as if to remind those who come after, a terrible monster was once imprisoned here. Of course, a terrible animal was imprisoned here. The dilapidated hut where Jody is located at this time is located in the village of Hogsmeade, which is far outside Hogwarts. There is no exit from this house to the village. The only entrance and exit is within the Hogwarts campus. underneath a very dangerous whomping willow. Yes, this is the screaming shack. The method of soothing the whomping willow is to tap its scar. This characteristic is not difficult to remember, and when Jody escaped under the tree and happened to find the scar at a glance, he had no reason not to try this method of escape. I forgot there was such a good place. It's much better than the women's bathroom. After catching his breath, Jody couldn't hold back his excitement and wandered around the hut looking for treasures. The stairs leading to the second floor had rotted and collapsed, and the downstairs was divided into 2 rooms. A large mattress was scattered in the small room, and a tattered robe that had grown hair was also thrown on it. Maybe Padfoot and one of Professor Lupin's gang rested here? The dark brown marks on the floor seemed to be left by dried blood. Jody picked up a rag from the ground and remembered the stories in the book. When he raised his head, he saw something extremely eye-catching on the wall. Animagus is a druidic spell, belonging to a different sect from mainstream charms. The practice steps recorded here were written by the Great Prongs. Another font has been added below, mainly Bigfoot, has been reorganized and restored. Currently, only 3 people have successfully mastered it. Successors should bear in mind that all consequences arising from practicing this technique must be borne by themselves. Not far below, a new font looks neat and elegant. The spelling steps and related spells are collected from Balance of Factions, The Last Druid, I Am the Lion, Igna Prophecy, At the end of the long preface, he signed in an obviously larger font. This is the author's real moon face. First, hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth during the full moon. Until the next full moon, you cannot take the mandrake leaf out of your mouth, and of course you cannot let it be spit out. The leaf leaves the mouth. You have to start over. P.S. A single leaf of mandrake. Take out the leaves that have been held for a month at the full moon, fill a crystal vial, small, with the caster saliva, soak the leaves in it and let it absorb pure moonlight. Add to the crystal vial illuminated by the moonlight, mix a strand of your hair with a silver teaspoon of dew, which must have been collected from a place where it has not been exposed to sunlight or human contact for 7 full days. Finally add 1 pupa of the grimace hawk moth. Keep this mixture in a quiet, dark place until the next day. Do not look at it or disturb it until a thunderstorm comes. Then a large frame with scratches in the distance is connected with an arrow. If the clouds are overcast that night when you spit out the leaves, you will have to find a new mandrake leaf and start over. Insect tail. Small print. P.S. Padfoot, you rude bastard. I have already told you that it was not my fault that I didn't succeed. While waiting for the storm to come, you should perform the following actions at sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of the wand to your heart and recite the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animadu, Animagus. P.S. You'd better have a group of good friends like me who can remind you to remember Padfoot every time. The waiting time for the storm to come can last for weeks, months, or even years. During this period, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and without contact with the sun. Sunlight pollution will cause the most devastating mutations. If you continue to chant the mantra repeatedly at sunrise and sunset, you will encounter a certain moment when the tip of the wand touches your chest, and you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than the original heartbeat, sometimes weaker. Everything must remain as usual. The incantation must be recited the correct number of times, and no one can be missed. P.S. Why the hell is this paragraph so long? From the handwriting, it seems to be Wormtail. The moment lightning breaks through the sky, immediately go to the place where you buried the crystal vial. If you complete all the above steps correctly, you will find a mouthful of blood-red potion inside. P.S. If you are like Wormtail, if you don't see the potion in the bottle, you need a do-over, you fool. A dog's footprints. You must immediately leave for a large and safe place, ensuring that the transformation process does not attract attention or put your body in danger. Point the tip of your wand to your heart and say the incantation Amato, Animo, Animadu, Animagus, and drink the potion. If all goes well, you will feel intense pain and 2 intense heartbeats. The creature you are about to transform into will appear in your mind. That you must show no fear. It is now too late to escape the transformation you promised. It's too late. The first transformation is usually quite uncomfortable and frightening. Clothes and items such as glasses or jewelry will melt into the skin and turn into hair, scales, or claws. Don't resist and don't panic, or the animal's head may take over. Tends you to do stupid things, like break out of a window or run into a wall. P.S. It's even worse if your friend happens to be a prong fork, Padfoot. After the transformation is complete, you should find that you have adapted to your new body. It is strongly recommended that you pick up the wand immediately and hide it in a safe place so that you can retrieve it when you return to your human form. And if you want to return to human form, you must imagine your human form as clearly as possible. This is usually enough, but if the transformation does not happen immediately, don't panic. Finally, if you are lucky enough to be the descendant of my moony face, Mr. Prongs, handsome Padfoot, and Mr. Wormtail, please be conscious not to expose this unregistered inheritance cabin. This is the only place we know that can avoid the registration. A place for the Animagus, the legacy of troublemakers. Later that day, as Jody stood with Miles in Snape's office, all he could think about was how to get a mandrake leaf. Gentlemen, no one has told you yet. I don't want to see any of you outside of class time. Snape said every word with his low emphasis. I have to tell you bits and pieces of what I have to say. Filch on the other side obviously liked Snape's ways of bullying students. He was squatting in the corner of the office and even trembling with excitement, like a pug waiting to chew a bone. So, the reason why you did that was because you wanted to contact defense against the dark arts through a duel? Yes, Professor. Jody was quite satisfied with Miles's cooperation. After he escaped, the latter gave a barely understandable scare to the professors who came over. Munch and Algierd were in a group. The commotion got a little louder. I admit it was my mistake to lend them the knife. It's so stupid. When Munch broke the curse, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Snape chose words that didn't sound unpleasant but must be harsh enough, and looked at him like a murderer, keeping his eyes on Jody. And this. Do you think you're a butcher or something, Joyce? The utility knife that had been thrown into Miles' hand was thrown on the table by Snape. Jody is not a teenage boy, and it will do him no good to contradict the teacher. He turned his face to one side. You can watch it if you like, I pretend that I don't know. Filch. Snape didn't intend to waste any more time with these boring brats. Yes, how will the professor punish them this time? Snape's expression when he looked at Filch was not very good, as if he was looking at something. You know my way of punishing students. Yes, Professor Snape has always been strict. Just put him in confinement. Our gamekeeper seems to have said that he needs some people to help him deal with some little things. Ah. Filch's expression stiffened for a moment. What's wrong? Professor, I was thinking that maybe I could leave them to Hagrid, and then I wouldn't have to go to the Forbidden Forest with them. You know I almost died outside because of the confinement of these guys last time. Snape's expression seemed to become less gloomy. He leaned back slightly and looked down at Filch from a different angle. I will explain to the principal that the innocent one should not be punished together with other idiots. Filch was visibly relieved. During dinner, the atmosphere seemed very awkward. Jody could feel strange looks coming from all directions, and comments such as "how dare he freak" and "low class" were heard in his ears. Fortunately, the stupidity of these people does not affect the cooking skills of the house elves. You'll regret what you've done, Mudblood. Before parting, Miles dropped a harsh word. Jody didn't reply. He followed Snape's example and raised his head and looked at Miles with a downward gaze. This made Miles feel uncomfortable, but he was unable to fight back. Fortunately, there were no followers following him around him at this time, so he didn't need to work too hard to maintain his image. Jody hurried through the corridors and found that the animagus training method was indeed inspiring, but missing the defense against the dark arts course was definitely worth sighing. Being a teacher at Hogwarts is a very hard position. The 7-year courses have a full schedule every week. Even if it is past the school time after the 2 classes in the afternoon, some of them are still valuable to save. Students will still take up their few rest opportunities. At night, each teacher has to pay a little attention to the area he manages to prevent those little furries who always like to sneak out of bed from being harmed that they should not face in this school that hides countless mysteries. How many secrets there are in Hogwarts, even today's principal cannot know them all. The corners of the school are not only restricted areas that are forbidden to students. It was very difficult to find a teacher to help with tutoring under such circumstances, and Jody couldn't count on his Slytherin friends. In fact, when Gibbs saw him, the boy with dark curly hair subconsciously turned around and ran away. It's just that his movements were so flustered that his notebooks fell to the ground. Jody picked up the notes on the floor. Quirrell's lessons were always explained in an easy-to-understand manner. Coupled with the good preschool education that Slytherins basically had, Gibbs shouldn't have to take such careful class notes. This note is for myself. Hey! Just when Jody was feeling mixed emotions, a very impolite voice sounded beside him. Of course, Jody knew that someone was approaching, but he didn't expect that he was actually being approached. Jody thought to himself that he shouldn't be that well known. He raised his head, and the first thing he saw was a dirty t-shirt covered with mud and various stains. The academic robe was rolled up around his waist. If he read correctly, the one sticking up high on the side of the belt should be his wand is gone. Hufflepuff? Jody's rising voice was full of doubts. Tricky O'Grey. The student who called himself Trevor stretched out his hand to shake Jody's hand in a dignified manner. His serious look did not match his appearance. Jody responded cooperatively, but that didn't stop him from continuing to wonder. Mr. Oakley. I guess we didn't know each other before? No, of course not, but we know each other now. Our college was supposed to have a defense against the dark arts class with you just now, but it's a pity that you didn't come. It's also a good thing that you didn't come, otherwise I wouldn't have so much time to talk to the coward. Oakley's voice was very loud, and his eyes seemed to have been staring since he was born. His eyes were somewhat straight and he always liked to look around. When he said the word coward, he almost looked at the 2 sides. The students behind him roared. The 2 female classmates who didn't know what was going on ran away quickly. The confused Jody only heard confusion from his words. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't understand. You didn't understand? Ha, of course you don't understand, but you have to remember one thing, which is what I'm telling you now. From now on, you have a comrade like me. Oakley expressed his feelings with body language. Excited, I've been telling them since school started, but few of them were willing to listen to me. Until I heard about you. Utility knife, right? Jody shook his head. He was sure that the person in front of him was probably a lunatic. Yes, I used a utility knife. I have to protect myself. They forced me to do so. We are very similar, friends. I will always be forced to accept a lot by them. No, I think we are different. Jody just wanted to get away at this time. Listen to me. Oakley stopped Jody from dragging him to a stop. I am a pure blood. My mother is a mixed blood. When Voldemort became famous, my imbecile and timid father wanted to show his loyalty, murdered her. He himself was beaten to death outside, and I had to live with my squib ant. Many people say that Voldemort is gone. No, my friend, Voldemort has not left, he has never left. As long as the pure blood exists, he will live forever, and I have decided not to be robbed of anything anymore. Oakley was already simply yelling. His physique was already tall, and his high cheekbones made his face look angular. We are the same. If you are one step ahead, then I owe you a game. You challenged those pure bloods, right, I will help you. Jody spread his hands in front of his chest. No, I haven't thought about it being that complicated. Wake up, buddy, how should pure blood and other things be overturned by a student like me? Oakley seemed to be greatly offended when he heard this. He let go of Jody's hand, but the expression on his face became more ferocious. You don't think so? You are lying. No, listen. Jody confirmed to him again, I'm sorry for what happened to you, but things in the past should be let go. I don't want to get involved in trouble. In fact, as long as no one messes with me, I will live my life in an ordinary way. Basically, I am definitely a good person, so I am definitely different from what you think. Yes. Oakley looked stunned. You said what I wanted to say. I was just the one who was disturbed. I originally wanted to have peace. I have to let them know, do not disturb the sleeping dragon. As expected, I will help you. I will definitely help you. You can't refuse. Oakley yelled and disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving Jody alone in the wind. Why haven't we seen such a charismatic guy in novels? Jody glanced at the students around him who were pointing at him. What a mess. Avoiding the watching students and looking for something to eat to fill his empty stomach after missing lunch, Jody walked through the lobby to go to the women's restroom first. When he passed by the big school badge, he suddenly had an idea and looked up at the school badge and the school motto written below it. Don't disturb the sleeping dragon. There is more than one person who has been affected by pure blood disputes and whose original peace has been broken and forced to endure misery. In the 10 years since Voldemort died, how many people who had been harmed by him are full of regrets as they linger on? In the 10 years since Voldemort died, is society still dominated by pure bloodism? Jody seemed to understand why the Ministry of Magic was so weak and even ridiculously stupid in the novel. In this magical world of false peace, there are still too many struggles and unresolved contradictions surging under the calm water, waiting for the opportunity to tear everything apart. That crazy classmate must have been dropped out of school before Harry Potter starts? In the next day's potion class, Jody took the time to recall the strange experiences he had yesterday. Coffin-faced Snape gave the first magic potion class a bit like forensic class. He prepared a lot of biological materials that needed to be processed to teach the freshmen this year. They all said that Snape was biased towards Slytherin, but Jody saw that Snape's bias was only reflected in the academy scores. Alice was kicked out of the classroom. Snape made her cry and tired and came in again. Gibbs accidentally dropped the black-tailed lizard's internal organ that he had just taken out to the ground. Seeing his pale face, Jody even suspected him. Maybe you will vomit in the next moment. From the beginning of class to now, Ugeld's movements have become more and more rigid. He was taught a lesson from whispering at the beginning to picking up the medicine bottle in advance, and then when he seemed to be sarcastic no matter what he did. Of course, these people received less attention than Jody and Miles got. Especially Jody. Snape clearly remembers the offense brought by Jody and his brother. The bad habits that I cherish for myself are for people of every era, and this problem seems to exist in the modern magic world. There are a lot of long outdated operations in the processing of potions in books. Jody was not sure whether this was to respect the inventor of the potion formula or something else, but isn't anyone questioning whether it was easy to get out of water by chopping beans or squeezed or water easily? Snape, whose pen name is Mixed Blood Prince, has obviously achieved great success in magic potions, but has never thought about updating the textbook. He still uses unreasonable formulas to make students make mistakes again and again. In addition to believing that they are hiding, there is no way to find a more reasonable explanation outside of your own knowledge. Until potion class officially begins. Snape quickly read the theoretical content, which included the third element of potion. The first element, material, the second element, formula, and the third element contains all other elements, which include the timing of the material being placed, the transformation of the potion affected by the stars during refining, and the between potion and alchemist magic reaction. Many advanced potion configurations have the third element that varies from person to person. People sorted these elements together and summarized 12 sequences. A qualified potionist must be able to accurately identify his own sequence, even if it is considered it is not, and must have the risk of finding mistakes and preventing potions from blowing up a hill. I don't expect each of you to become a potion master. I will choose you in the most rigorous way, so that at least you won't kill yourself or kill me just because of confusing Uelenhua and Lanienko others. Snape's emphasis sounds like potionists are all professionals selected by God. So don't let me see you being clever again. Joyce, you are not qualified to question the formula. Give it to me before you are qualified. Follow the steps, word by word, make up your potion. What's wrong with it? Can you change one word and one word to go out? This is not the worst. Of course, our bad-hearted dean will not miss every opportunity to fall into trouble. By the way, I don't know why the sorting had assigned you to Slytherin, but I hope you remember that as an ordinary person with both muggles, you need more effort to prove that you deserve Slytherin. Linear, look at your classmates. Joyce. Donut, let me catch your stupidity again. Of course, Jody knew that his identity as a mud breed would be even more embarrassing once it was exposed. But there was no way, he knew better that Snape would tell this matter anyway, and he had no means to stop it. Now Lita worry about your own potions first. These basic formulas should not be difficult. After selecting the materials and formula, just hold down LB and LR and then turn the handle and wait for the bar to read. The problem should not be big. A bang, Jodia's first potion refining failed with a large amount of purple-black smoke being dispersed by Snape. Tuesday was full of potions classes, and today was Snape's special session, so that after Jody was dismissed, he felt like he was observing in darkness with cold eyes for a long time. Have you given up on the transfiguration? Myrtle, who was already accustomed to Jody's daily patronage, floated around in the bathroom to show her welcome. Jody didn't plan to pay attention to her at first, but she couldn't resist. The guy always asked, "Yes, I gave up. You can't provide a way to strengthen your spirit. What else can I do? Sitting on the ground and crying." Myrtle obviously wanted to see the scene, but the sarcastic words were blocked in his throat and were stared back by Jody. "Actually, there is no way," Myrtle murmured and drifted to a faraway place. "Then tell me quickly." Of course Jody heard it, and the surprise on her face could not be concealed. Myrtle became proud. "I thought about this method for a long time before I remembered it." Jody was a little helpless. He wanted the little girl to talk or not, but she couldn't help but feel anxious. "Dear madam, if I have something to help, you can just say it." "What did you call me?" Jody kept rubbing her hands, with a flattering smile on her face. "Dear lady, you know I have always been so polite." Myrtle seemed to be very helpful to this title. "Then what should I blackmail?" "You said this, even if you didn't think of a solution, you can ask me for it. We are friends, aren't we?" Jody couldn't stand her villain's success. "Will the ghost be gone after being transformed into a special creature like the ghost? I have grown up, and I am such an immature guy." "Roar, I didn't expect that you, a rude guy, would be so smooth when you speak softly." Myrtle raised her nose. "Then I'll tell you, there is a way to improve your casting accuracy." "What kind of way?" "Cast spell." Myrtle stretched out a finger. "The application of advanced spells can temper your soul. This kind of exercise is very comprehensive. As long as you can get used to higher level spells, all your abilities can be improved." Jody frowned. "Where did he go to get advanced spells?" "But advanced spells are not that easy to learn." Yao Jiniang didn't care. "There are many spells in the curse that are inherited. Not all advanced spells are complex and difficult. They are just delayed in textbooks due to grading issues. There is a spell that has 42 transformation forms, and there are 5 levels in total. As long as one level is prompted according to the level, it will be relatively simple, which can fully meet the purpose of your practice. And what the hell is this spell?" Myrtle was wandering around in the air and then gave a debut. "And I have a way to help you hone your soul specifically, that is, casting spells without wands. As for spells, you have actually learned the most basic version of spells, floating curse." Jody's expression suddenly collapsed, and she looked distrustless and could not hide. "Floating curse? What's your expression? Do you look down on the levitating spell?" Myrtle put her hands on her hips in midair. Jody went through the lines in his mind, but finally realized that he still couldn't lie to himself. Reality is hard to accept sometimes, isn't it? The levitation spell is just a simple basic spell with an upgraded version. It is very easy to learn because of its very detailed grading. Of course, if you want to ensure the training effect, the entry-level floating spell is far from enough. At least it must be a third-level spell above the flying spell. Aren't you curious how I know how to cast spells without a wand? Jody shrugged. "You certainly don't know how. I wish you knew where to learn." Myrtle became angry again, but fortunately she didn't care. "Of course, this person is a professor of our school, a veteran professor. He has been working here almost since the school was first founded." At this point, the identity of this person has become clear. "Yes, he is Professor Binns." In the following days, Jody has been practicing the floating spell. In addition, Jody has been practicing the floating spell for several consecutive days on the weekend. In addition, with the special training this afternoon, even Yao Jinian couldn't help but think of the advanced application of the floating spell. Amazing! When Jody came out of Yao Jinian's room, he happened to meet Percy in the corridor. "That junior boy, why are you hanging around in the girls' bathroom?" This guy was so lenient even before he became a prefect. Jody turned his head away and ran away with his head lowered. "It seems it's time to change the location of practice. They need to study astronomy on Tuesday night, so confinement will probably happen tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The astrology research of magicians is more about studying the impact of various galaxies on different magics and the impact on personal magic power. Most of the content is theoretical, and a small amount of practical exercises are related to divination. It is a very mysterious course." Jody forced himself to memorize the words. Astrology was the only subject that he didn't have any advanced study for, and he didn't have enough time. After learning that Jody was not even half-blood, the entire conflict between Slytherin and him was pushed to a climax. Today's room was also messed up by someone who didn't know who, and the quilt was thrown on the floor. Jody quickly relaid the sheets, patted them flat and then quickly went to rest. Jody is different from this group of family members who don't know the sufferings of the world. He has 2 lifetimes of experience and a poor birth. He has seen the coldest faces and cruelest people in the world, and has learned too much that these children have never known. This feeling of detachment has gone beyond being superior. In his eyes, the actions of these Slytherins are only full of childishness. If he hadn't fallen too far behind as a latecomer, it would be easy to stop them. Jody inexplicably regained some of the feeling he had in the church when he was a child. At that time, the priest had just died and he and Robert were the only ones staying in the church. Almost every week some homeless person comes in and steals something. Jody maintained basic vigilance, half asleep and half awake until dawn. In the early morning, Jody walked out of the dormitory and said to his colleagues, playing house-level bullying. At noon, Jody naturally received the confinement invitation. Tonight, they had to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. In fact, teachers should not assign too dangerous tasks to students. Hagrid, who is kind-hearted, certainly cannot deliberately assign too dangerous tasks to students. But the premise is that he must have the ability to identify the degree of danger. As we all know, Hagrid is a hybrid giant. The giants are born with very strong vitality and innate resistance. An adult giant's single Avada Kedavra cannot affect him. Although being mixed blood is not that exaggerated, it also gives Hagrid the privilege to explore more dangers. Hagrid did reflect on himself after taking Filch to the hospital for half a school year. In fact, he had been looking forward to the next time he could spend time with the students. This hybrid giant longs for recognition and contact with others. So when Hagrid found out that Jody's name was on today's penalty list, he smiled unkindly. "Hey, I think I've seen you before somewhere." Fred stared at Jody. "Have I seen him before, George? Let me think about it. Why do I feel a toothache when I see you?" George then came over and asked, "Aren't you the salesperson on the Hogwarts train?" "Yes, I was helping my aunt the day that you know how busy the trains are when school starts." Jody lied very smoothly. Jody was worried about tonight's lineup. Hagrid might not be able to control such a group of people inside the castle, let alone in the Forbidden Forest. The appearance of the Weasley twins was unexpected but reasonable. Miles kept a straight face and didn't know if he was tired or not. In addition to these three, there was an unexpected person who gave Jody a big headache. Tricky Obrey stood at the end of the line with a look on his face that clearly said, "I'm here to help you." Well, troublemakers, enemies, and psychopaths, even if you go to the park with these people, Jody feels that there will be danger. "Hey, Jody. Nice to see you. I mean, why are you here? It's your obligation to obey the rules in school." Hagrid tried to be serious when he said the second half of the sentence. It's a pity that he can't hide the smile on his face. Okay, one more thing to add to the mission difficulty list: the team leader is a natural idiot. Recently, there was a deer-headed elf wandering around the area. Elves are not likely to attack actively. When you encounter them, be careful not to irritate them. Hagrid rambled on about some things that need attention. According to him, the Forbidden Forest seems less dangerous than a Muggle wildlife park. A long time ago, the Forbidden Forest was used as a hunting ground for Hogwarts, as the name suggests. For a long time, the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest were in a semi-empty state, until the Academy of Magic no longer advocated teaching lethal spells. At that time, the Centaur tribe also began to move into the Forbidden Forest, taking on the task of balancing the proportion of life. Balance. So do the Centaurs in the Forbidden Forest belong to the Druid sect? Jody licked the mandrake leaves in his mouth. Professor Sprout happened to be teaching this class of second-grade students in the afternoon. As a student, Jody suddenly came out and asked to help her clean the greenhouse, and of course she was happy to do so. Hagrid thought that Jody's interest in druids was just out of curiosity. Of course, almost all the centaurs are members of the druid religion. As long as you don't destroy the balance of nature, they will leave you alone. No matter what you are, Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are still creatures of darkness. Miles didn't take it seriously. Even if they want to, do they still need their permission to do what the wizard wants to do? The power held by the centaurs is not much less than that of humans. Hagrid's wide-eyed look was really scary. At the same time, never question the power of the druids. They just live in peace with the world. Fortunately, Dumbledore the professor is quite popular among the druids, and he is a truly respectable person. Then Professor Dumbledore will definitely become the Minister of Magic, right? Jody lost no time in asking questions. Miles sneered, but he didn't dare to express it directly in front of Hagrid. Although I have always believed that the Lord will be able to become the Minister of Magic if he wishes, but in fact he does not intend to take over that position. He seems to be more inclined to let Cornelius Fudge be the Minister of Magic this time. Really I don't know what the purpose of this is, but he is just an idiot that no one wants to offend. Ahem. Jody stopped Hagrid from continuing to make excessive remarks, although what he said was also Jody's doubts. Jody had no idea how many good things Fudge had done during his tenure. But he knew that Fudge had been manipulating the media from the beginning to the end to try to block the news of Voldemort's return, and had been trying to usurp the management of Hogwarts by establishing a council. I heard that Moody retired recently. I mean an old friend of mine who was an Auror. He was a student at Hogwarts at the same time as me. Hagrid's thoughts drifted far away, looking a little lonely. In that battle that year, he simply relied on his upright personality and almost paranoid belief, without relying on any spells or torture, to correct many Aurors who chose to join the Death Eaters. But with the disappearance of the mysterious man, he seems not to adapt to the peaceful atmosphere of the Ministry of Magic. Ha, peace, where does the peace come from? Oakley shouted exaggeratedly. Keep your voice down, country bumpkin. Don't yell in a place like this. Miles did not forget that they were in the Forbidden Forest at this time. What's wrong? Are you afraid of pure blood? Are you afraid that werewolves will take you and raise you as a livestock? Aren't dark creatures your kind? Trevor opened his mouth with a series of sarcasm. Keep your voice down, Trevor. If something happens to him, we'll have to wipe his ass. Jody had no choice but to step forward and appease the lunatic. Hagrid looked deeply moved. Yes, peace. The entire magical world has not been able to enjoy true peace for nearly 100 years. After vigorously promoting the international secrecy law, first the dark wizards with heterochromatic eyes swept across Europe, and then the mysterious people spread fear unscrupulously. Countless wars have consumed too many outstanding wizards and children. I know too many of them alone. Oh. Hagrid let out a long sigh, tears welling up in his eyes. And those children who lost their parents prematurely. If we can really stop fighting, maybe let the Ministry of Magic do this. But I still think that if Dumbledore had stood up, peace might have arrived earlier. Right, George? Is not that right? Dumbledore is already over 110 years old. He has paid too much for the entire magical world. Hagrid shook his big head, his expression full of sadness. He told me that he only hoped that he could in these last days. He will guard the school and his post until the day he leaves. This is something Jody has not considered. The novel strengthens the wisdom and profundity of Professor Dumbledore, and it was this old man who turned the tide when Voldemort came back. This makes many people ignore his age and take it all for granted. Dumbledore may have guessed that Voldemort was not completely dead, but that was just a feeling. At the beginning, Harry Potter's training plan was simply to protect the child from being persecuted by the remnants of the Death Eaters. There was another important thing. The reason is that this child will be Snape's final salvation. Otherwise, why didn't the Order make any preparations in the 10 years before Voldemort resurrected? In the end, Lao Deng had to choose a heroic way to sacrifice himself, and sacrificing Harry Potter in exchange for victory was actually a helpless move. After the defeat of Grindelwald, the evil side immediately stepped forward with another riddle to take over, while the righteous side, Dumbledore, failed to wait for his successor until the end. Or maybe the successor has no intention of seeking power, for example, a certain Hufflepuff senior. The topic was a bit heavy for a while, but they didn't have much time to continue chatting. We're here. Hagrid looked towards the forest ahead, where a centaur with golden hair was waiting. You should have arrived earlier. The centaur's voice was low and slow, as if he had just woken up, and seemed to be mumbling to himself. In order to ensure that we can find it, I always call a few more people. Hagrid looked around mischievously. Where is the clan leader? I mean, have they all set off? There must be a reason for the pure beast to escape from the depths of the Forbidden Forest to the outside. The unicorn is a creature that has nothing to do with the world, and the culprit who is chasing it must be found. Then we have to find those unicorns first. They must be frightened. Hagrid straightened up. Then let's group up. Brothers Weasley, Filch repeatedly asked me to separate you two. One of you will be with me, and the other one plus Miles and Oakley will be with Yaya. The others are with me. I don't agree. Miles shouted immediately. Do you want me to do the work of these servants alone in this damn place? If you really dare to make such a decision, my father will let you know that you are wrong. Hagrid didn't intend to talk to him at first. Then what are you going to do? This is a punishment, not a spring outing, you have to understand. Besides, you still have your classmates. Slytherin's characteristic of not standing behind a dangerous wall was clearly reflected in Miles at this time, and he insisted that he would never cooperate. Hey, Hagrid, let me switch with him. I'll go to that group over there. Jody took the initiative to help Hagrid solve this problem. Hagrid originally wanted to keep Jody, who had a good relationship with him, but now it seems that this is the only way. He nodded gratefully. It's a very gentlemanly thing to do, my friend. Okay, then Jody and Mr. Miles for a moment. Lita S. start searching. Their arena T that many dangerous creatures in the outer reaches of the Forbidden Forest, but there are still some emergencies. Once danger occurs or something is discovered, red sparks will be emitted as soon as possible. Several children answered in the affirmative with their heads down. Okay, let's get started. Yaya shook it all the way until it reached the corners of its mouth, and saliva flowed all over the floor. It was obvious that it was very happy at this time. Oh my gosh, George, I accidentally touched the dog's saliva and I feel like I'm going to mutate. So what can you become? A dogman? Similar to a werewolf? Can I play catch with you when the moon is full? I have to say that Filch was quite naive, and Fred performed stand-up comedy along the way, making it seem as if George was still next to him, making his two companions laugh constantly. Yaya walked to the front and turned around and barked, as if urging. This group of people really felt like they were getting out of the confinement on a spring outing. So why are you being imprisoned? Jody asked Ogle curiously. The Forbidden Book Zone. Ogle spoke concisely, with a smile on his face as he spoke. I got us something that should be useful, but it's not on me. Did you steal a banned book? Of course not. Stealing a whole book is more than confinement. I secretly tore out a page, but I was caught before I could escape. Ogle said it as easily as if he was describing how he had breakfast. It seems that there are daring students of all ages, and Jody was so shocked by the opponent's set of operations. Jody did not continue to ask questions, and this is not a place to talk about these secret topics. But I have to say that Aubrey's successful move aroused his interest, and a page of banned books may be a page of selected books according to his statement. So what will this page be? Curse, potion. Putting aside these bargaining chips Aubrey has won, this person's action, decisiveness and courage are very impressive. The only thing that makes people worry is his mental state, and Jody can't see stability from him. Maybe I can give him some guidance appropriately, as long as the other party can help me. Jody is willing to have 1 or 2 friends. The premise is not to cause him too much trouble. Aubrey walked to the front of the team, and unexpectedly Fred was 2 steps behind and walked to Jody. Haha, you cheated so miserably before. Fred reached out and punched Jody on the shoulder. I remember, it seemed that you were instigating me last time, George, and I fought. If you say so, you still owe it to me. We'll be there once. Jody shrugged and wondered if it was possible. I heard about those things. The guys in Slytherin have always been like this. We originally thought that they could restrain themselves after the mysterious people disappeared, but Fred curled his lips and looked disgusted. Ministry of Magic is for the sake of speed. The reorganization gives those pure blood a chance to cleanse the pure blood family. After all, the pure blood family has a strong foundation. Jody heard news about inside politics, like a fly that smelled blood, so now the Ministry of Magic is supported by pure blood families. Is it the same even if the families that once publicly supported Voldemort, mixed in mud breeds? Do they have no position on their own? Have the Death Eaters and the organizations that originally fought against the Death Eaters been incorporated? Hey, I don't know that much. Fred didn't expect that his conversation was like a firecracker. I just took my dad's light to know that he is in magic department work. Jody was a little calmer. The media was often a vassal of power. Only extremely upright journalists and bold publishers would confront the power for some injustice. Of course, the same was true for the Prophet Daily. Without the newspaper, it would be difficult for Jody to figure out the true appearance of the Magic Society. I can certainly get some exciting news to talk to you if you want, but I just want to ask you something before that. What? Jody, there are people in your family working in a magic joke store. So have you been exposed to some magic tricks that have been around for a long time? He compiled the identity of Jody, a relative. If you are not careful when encountering such a topic, you may reveal it. I've been there for a while. What are you trying to ask? Fred looked at Aubrey in front of him and was sure he wouldn't hear it. That's how I got a magic trick from my dad's generation, but I don't know how to play it. I was thinking maybe you'll have some clues. The magic tricks that have been around for a while. I don't know how to play small props. Jody was shocked. Could it be? I have to know what kind of magic tricks I have. Then I can write to ask my aunt. Fred was a little embarrassed for a while, but he didn't hold on for long. After all, it was just a gadget that didn't know its purpose. It was a piece of parchment, and I couldn't tell when it was. There was a thick ink on it. The smell was, but there was no handwriting on it. We turned it out of the attic of our home. I believe you, this parchment was made by you and George from Filch's office last year. It's not a magic trick, it's a map of live spots. In other words, the twin brothers have been studying for a year but have not figured out the password. But that's the case, passwords are not that easy to guess. But if it is a magic trick, Jody is helpless. Is this a map of living? I can only say that you are looking for the right person. I seem to have heard of this kind of thing, which requires curse removal to see the above content. Maybe you can show it to me and I'll ask my aunt again. Will you give it to you? Jody tried not to make her tone look suspicious. Yes, magic tricks will appear every year, and it may be difficult to create a password without seeing things. If you can't find the year mark, you may have to ask for a password list. Trial 1 by 1. Okay, if I remember, I will give it to you next time. If no one understands them, how did they figure out the old password? If the Harry Pottery cheating plugin is really obtained, Jody will really have to worry about whether to hack it. After all, this important prop will have an irreversible impact on the subsequent Harry Potter main line. The flock of birds and the running wild beasts under the moon. The bustle in the forest suddenly came. Yaya rushed back from the front to protect the students and kept barking around them. Jody didn't want to be a hero in such an inexplicable scene. He immediately moved his wand up. The pure red light and fire flew higher and higher, drilling out from the gaps between the shadows of the trees, and exploding a bright huge firework under the clouds. Jody never thought that his actions would bring them danger. Instead, what's there? The wizard. The sound of horse hooves mixed with a brief conversation. It's a student, Hogwarts student. Hagrid said he would come here too. It's so bad. Send 2 people to their side. We need to keep the agreement. Countless huge figures in the darkness swayed and approached quickly. The grass leaves sounded, and the wooden arrows flying over low were nailed to the tree trunk with a low sound. The black shadow appeared behind Jody almost instantly. The raised leaves blocked the moonlight, and the shadow briefly blocked the faint light in front of Jody. Jody was caught off guard by accident. This cannot be blamed. The speed of werewolf is not something that a child who has not experienced special training can adapt to. They ran over there. Jody could feel the smell of heat hitting the back of her head. The furry claws and sharp nails seemed to be made of metal. The dark blue skin was wrapped with dry and hard muscles. The werewolf failed to catch Jody. At the critical moment, a javelin almost hit the werewolf behind him, almost pressing against Jody's cheek. After the man threw out the javelin, Jody was knocked away from his original position. Aubrey pushed Jody away, and the wand in his hand was crossed between him and the werewolf. Bomb Arda. Those who can use this spell against their belly are either geniuses or madmen. The cracked fire told everyone present the power of the spell that the werewolf's hideous face was illuminated, and his often tongue was bitten by the jaw pushed by the shock wave. Blood overflowed from his mouth and nose. Judging from the power, this mantra has obviously been practiced for a long time. At a young age, he can release such a great destructive power, and this kid's talent is commendable. But their opponent is a werewolf. The bloody wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Aubrey was pushed down by the explosion of air waves for a while, and it was difficult to move. Fred also shook his wand, but unfortunately the effect was minimal. And behind him, two black shadows were also walking out of the darkness. Fang sprang out and pounced on one of them. The Weasley family was indeed as high quality as the book said, and they did not show any panic in the face of this almost isolated situation. Jody entered a state of high tension at this time, his heart beating vigorously to pump blood to every organ, and his overactive thinking caused a lot of ineffective work, which made him feel as if time had slowed down. He likes to keep his wand in the pouch in his left sleeve for easy access, whether forehand or backhand. At this time, the wand had slipped out of his hand and was being held tightly with his left hand. The floating spell has many uses. After mastering the basic floating transportation, as long as you can master the second level of complex settings, you can even use it to knit sweaters. There was a special reason why Jody practiced so hard in the first place, that he needed a pair of magical hands to assist him and help him grasp some untamable power. Just like this time. The wand in his left hand was pointed at his right hand. Jody didn't even look at the monster that was rushing towards him. He needed to complete the spell in one go. Wingardim Leviosa. Jody felt the magical breeze wrap around his palms. At the same time, he ordered his body and the woven magic power to work together. He pulled out his Browning M1935 from under his robe. The magic hand helped him hold the handle tightly, and Jody squatted down and held it with both hands, almost to his face. Aim. Shoot. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bullets hit the werewolf's torso that was enlarging in front of his eyes. The 9mm large caliber bullets unreservedly vented their domineering power on the place where, no matter how hard it was impossible to truly become metal. On the body. The unknown werewolf let out a cry and fell heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Jody slightly shifted the muzzle of the gun and blasted its skull with the 4th bullet. The werewolf's bones were still hard, and the bullet could only drill a small hole to insert itself into, but failed to open a sizable wound to bring more deterrence. But this is enough. Confirming that it could not get up again, Jody quickly changed his target and pointed his gun at the monster that had already grabbed Trevor. Boom! 2 more shots were launched towards the chaos on Trevor's side. Jody's flesh and blood body was already in great pain, and his palms had long lost consciousness under the ravages of the recoil and forced correction by the magic hand. While relying solely on the floating spell to control the palms of my hands, I could occasionally hear the whining sounds coming from my joints. He wanted to throw away the iron-shelled monster in his hand, and wanted to cry out in pain to relieve his inner anxiety, but he knew that he had more important things to do at this moment. At this time, Jody was as focused and calm as ever. The hit werewolf was forced to let go of the struggling tricky Aubrey, and fell down under the impact of the bullet. Jody was able to take a moment to look at Fred, and by this time the pursuers had also surrounded him. After Jody's shot from afar failed to hit, the 2 werewolves on Fred's side chose to escape. Fred, who was still waving his staff, seemed to be safe. Jody gritted his teeth and stood up, running in the direction of Trevor. Damn it, are you still alive, Aubrey? When Jody saw Aubrey again, he looked terrible. His face was stained with blood, his robe was in tatters, and his left leg was in a weird shape. Twisted. I helped you. Aubrey seemed to feel no pain. With a flamboyant smile on his face, he raised his hand and gave Jody a nondescript military salute. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at, you lunatic? Breathing a huge sigh of relief, the crawling ground attracted Jody's attention. He raised the gun in his hand while the fallen werewolf was getting up from the pit. The moss everywhere brought him not a small trouble. The huge wound on his back left by Jody's previous bullet that penetrated his body had now closed strangely, leaving an ugly scar. Feeling the sight, the werewolf turned his head and his eyes met Jody's. What did Jody see in its eyes at that moment? He couldn't tell clearly. All he knew was that he faced that look and emptied the magazine in his gun. Ah ha ha ha. What Jody was thinking at that moment was hard for him to describe afterwards. All he could determine was that at that moment, all his calmness was lost somewhere. After venting his anger, he immediately regretted it. In this forbidden forest, the threat was never the only one in front of him. When his colleagues sent out all the bullets in the bomb bay, people and horses also surrounded him. Except for those who were chasing, the remaining men and horses were on alert, and some even had their javelins ready to throw at any time. Calm down, calm down. A centaur walked out of the crowd and approached Jody. He had cream-colored fur and an approachable voice. The gun in Jody's hand hung naturally, the spell had dissipated, and it was impossible to lift it again with his severely injured arm. Hagrid. Jody could feel his chin trembling, even though the night wind was not that cold yet. Where is Hagrid? We need help. Hagrid is already heading here, but the pack of werewolves we encountered tonight is larger than expected. Friends, put down your guard. The centaur patiently comforted Jody. Fierens, let him throw away the iron box in his hand. Quick! The centaur who made the noise hid far away. Why do the devil's instruments appear here? A sign from the stars. He is the one from the stars. Mega! Shut up, Bane, that's just a tool of the human species. The leader of the group shouted angrily. The noise tonight had obviously made him very unhappy. Fierens, tell him, this curse tramples on balance. Things should not appear here. I will discuss it with Dumbledore in detail. After the initial greeting, Firenze stopped trying to talk to Jody and just listened quietly to his companion's speeches. Jody probably knew how nervous the centaurs were. He calmed down his emotions and quietly observed his surroundings. Fred was a little frightened, but at least he was the least injured among the three. He seemed to have sprained his ankle as he walked over with a limp. Trevor fell into a semi-conscious state, and several people moved quickly to help him stop the bleeding. Only because of the hot weapon in his hand, he was surrounded by men and horses in a circle to guard him. Fred took a breath and said, "How cool, Jody, you actually killed 2 werewolves by yourself. What is that in your hand, a magic item?" Jody had also come back to his senses at this time. He picked up his robe, then with difficulty opened his fingers to let the pistol drop, and then wrapped it up as neatly as possible. "Help me, it's harmless now. This is a muggle weapon, designed purely for combat. You don't want to know him, just like me." Fred seemed to understand, but that didn't stop him from helping. Firenze lost no time in interjecting the topic. "I see you have calmed down, my friend. Just like your shadow reflected in the stars, you have escaped from the haze." Jody was not interested in speculating on the industry slang of these gangsters. "My friend, is he okay?" Firenze glanced at Trevor, who was surrounded by men and horses. "The men and horses are mostly peaceful, and our treatment methods can definitely save his life. As for recovery, I believe the school hospital can give him the most appropriate help. He will. It's okay, at least that's what the stars told me." Why did those werewolves attack us? Dark creatures are not wild beasts. Most of them possess high intelligence, so it is not too strange that they would look for hostages when they are surrounded. The biggest mistake tonight was that we did not expect them to come so quickly and so urgently. So as for our failure to warn Hagrid in advance, we can't have any students with us. He's coming. Yaya, who was slightly scratched, insisted on standing up and asking for credit from his owner, even though the muscles on his face could not relax due to pain. Hagrid's eyes immediately locked onto Fang on the ground, but he only glanced at it and then paid attention to his students who had suffered a lot. Seeing Hagrid appear, Jody finally felt relieved. He almost collapsed on the grass, his sleepiness immediately taking advantage of his relaxation. Later in the evening, the heads of every werewolf that had ever appeared outside the Forbidden Forest were placed on javelins and erected around the Forbidden Forest. After the accident, George and the 2 were entrusted to the troops. Professor Quirrell, who hurried from the castle after a few breaths, took over the 2 little guys. "Professor, what happened? Where is Hagrid? Where is my brother?" George obviously didn't want to stay quiet. Quirrell also looked nervous, but he only knew that he had received help, and he couldn't guess what exactly happened. "Don't worry. Although Hagrid looks scary, he is still reliable. He will bring your brother back. All you have to do now is follow me." Miles was gloating about his misfortune. He thought he was too smart for insisting on being on the same team as Hagrid. Hagrid was having a heated argument with the centaurs at this time, and things were a bit complicated. The bullet casings were collected from all around and handed over to Hagrid, but the centaur leader still insisted on interviewing Dumbledore. Hagrid was not in the mood to continue wasting time here. If he wanted to find Professor Dumbledore, he should let him do it. Hagrid ended the conversation with a wave of his hands in disgust, and with one hand he took the sleeping Jody and Trevor hugged him. The scratches on Fang's back were also treated with medicine by the troops, and it limped to Hagrid's feet. "Oh, Yaya, good boy, hold on, we're going home right now." As if in response, Yaya hummed twice and still walked to the front of the team and opened the way. Weasley. Hagrid quickly walked out of the sight of the centaurs and stopped Fred with a serious look on his face. "Arthur has been working in the Ministry of Magic for so many years. I believe there are some things you should know. In the wizarding world, there are some taboos between them." "Are you talking about the props that Joyce used just now?" Fred is a very smart child. How could he not think of what Hagrid was talking about? "Don't tell anyone about that. Muggle prop. It's very important." Hagrid glanced at the 2 students in his arms, with guilt on his face. "I messed up again. I should have taken care of you. Hello you guys. This is supposed to be an easy job. I thought if you were lucky you might even see a unicorn." Hagrid. Quirrell, who was following the trail with 2 students, spotted several people. "Ah, they're here. Let's go back to school right now." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. "Obviously. You all performed well tonight. I will tell the deans that you should be rewarded for your courage." The depths of the Forbidden Forest are always filled with mist. The moonlight passed through the gaps between the leaves and was trapped by the mist. It showed its shape among the trees, like a demon spirit in the night. The tall wizard walked through the darkness and ran into the arms of the demon spirit. The moonlight entangled him and illuminated his long white beard. The eyes under the half-moon eye swept across the jungle that had just experienced chaos, and the wand with countless segments was tapping lightly in the air. 2 copper-yellow projectiles flew from the darkness and landed on his hand. Dumbledore looked at the palm of his hand quietly, and couldn't help but recall some past events in his mind. No one can fully read all the emotions in this great man's eyes, his nostalgia, regret, attachment and hatred. In the end, he casually threw away the bullet casing in his hand and left it in the forest. Dumbledore, the all-white leader of the Centaurs, walked out of the darkness. It's really you, Maria, my old friend. The Forbidden Forest seems to be particularly lively today. Dumbledore returned to his always calm look. You should know that your students actually carry Muggle weapons. Yes. Dumbledore nodded lightly. He comes from Muggles, so it's not surprising that he would carry their things. Times have changed, and more young wizards will come from Muggles. Stand out among the melons. Bring new ideas, new things, and a more appropriate way of getting along between wizards and Muggles. Balance will be trampled on. Jalma took a step forward with a stern voice. Nothing remains unchanged forever. Dumbledore was unmoved. Balance is being trampled on every moment, and a new balance will be built on the broken balance. No matter what, I still can't allow those evil iron boxes to appear near the tribe. Don't let me find them again. Dumbledore lowered his head to apologize. I try my best, but only by making them feel safe can they truly let down their guard. Otherwise, even without those iron boxes, their guard will be revealed in other ways. Maria didn't intend to dwell on this matter anymore. The unicorns were frightened, and they seemed unwilling to go back to the depths. This is not a good thing. There will never be that mystery on the outside. Safe in the depths of shelter. After the fall of Voldemort, these dark creatures have been suppressed like never before. The Ministry of Magic seems to have plans to kill them all this time. Dumbledore expressed his concern. No matter what they do, I will not be surprised. But attacking a unicorn would be too much. Sorry, our friends. I will report it to the Ministry of Magic, but they may not pay attention to these things. In fact, they are currently busy recruiting the remnants of the Death Eaters and are very busy. I heard that the new Ministry of Magic hopes to abolish Hogwarts' status as a neutral institution and drag him into the Ministry of Magic's order. When mentioning the Ministry of Magic, Maya showed a look of disgust. You won't let it happen, right? He didn't expect Dumbledore to show confusion. Maya was sure that she was right. Yes, maybe. Human politics is not something that centaurs can understand, and Marya has no intention of having a deep conversation. I will convey the abnormality here to the Druid Church, but I must remind you that these dark creatures are not aimless and wanton. Destruction. They have a clear purpose. We have been together in this land for so long, and I understand what Hogwarts means to you. If necessary, the Druid Church is willing to lend a helping hand. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Under the moonlight, maybe. I'm sorry, Madame Pomfrey, I promise there will never be another accident. While Jody was still asleep, he heard the dissatisfied voice swirling around his head. Hagrid hunched over and apologized softly, just like a child who had made a mistake. Ah, he's awake. Madame Pomfrey immediately noticed that Jody had opened his eyes, and she leaned in front of Jody to carefully examine his injuries. Jody's severely sprained arm was wrapped in a large mass of sticky stuff, and his arm was constantly bubbling in the green translucent liquid. This is the mucus of stone-shelled snails, which has certain repair functions. Your sprain is very serious, but luckily no bones are injured. You should be able to be discharged from the hospital later today, dear. Madame Pomfrey teased Xiao kindly. The hair on Dee's forehead looks like he's in good spirits. Stone-shell snails are not easy to raise. They reproduce very slowly. But these mucus are good things, just like the mother's amniotic fluid. Who can heal faster than a baby. Seeing Jody wake up, Hagrid was obviously very happy. He straightened up in a relaxed mood and spoke very inappropriate metaphors. That's enough, you loudspeaker, get out of the hospital, my patients all need a rest. Madame Pomfrey turned to Hagrid and changed into the look of a hen guarding her chicks. No, Madame Pomfrey, please don't do this. I have something to ask Mr. Hagrid. Jody stopped him quickly. Where are the others? Are everyone okay, especially Ogre, his legs? Hagrid squatted beside Jody's bed, her hairy face full of guilt. Ogre's legs need some time to be cultivated, but Mrs. Pomfrey will only cure him, and even the scar will not be left behind. The Weasley brothers and Bletch have returned to the castle and should be in class now. Hearing that everyone was fine, Jody relaxed a little. I fired red fireworks as you said, but it seemed like the werewolf discovered us first. I have to apologize. There are very few werewolves outside the Forbidden Forest. I didn't expect that they drove the unicorns outside. Hager said a little embarrassedly. Now he doesn't have to find someone to apologize. Jody is just a little irritated that he has to waste his time in the hospital. By the way, I have to talk to you about this thing. Hager hesitated, but finally took out the parcel and put it on his palm, which looked particularly small. When talking about this Jody, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Well, I heard Professor Dumbledore say this thing is called a pistol. Hager tried to lower his teeth, making him look like a thief. Jody nodded, yes. It is not a wise choice to take this thing out in front of the wizards that you have to know that you are one of us now, but the pistol is not something in our world. It represents another group. Hager putting the pistol on Jody's leg, it will make most wizards feel offensive, and even many people will read it as a red flag, a prelude to a declaration of war. Jody was shocked with an exaggerated statement in her back, but I was forced to use it. What will they do to me? It won't be like that, Jody. No one will search your luggage and no one will restrict your privacy, otherwise Professor Dumbledore wouldn't agree to me return it to you. I just hope you won't use it again when it comes to it. We will try to make the school safer as much as possible. That you don't need to rely on these props to give you courage. Thank you, Hagrid. It's me that I should thank you, Jody. If it weren't for you, I might have had to go through a very painful night today. Then you protected them. Even Mr. Aubrey had forgiven me. I might still be incompetent. Hager said while ticking his big head. You may have to keep the matter of killing the werewolf secret. This is a trivial matter, and Jody is not the kind of guy who likes to show off. It's nothing. It's not enough to make up for compensation. We decided to give you 10s of rewards each, and you don't need to worry about this lockdown anymore. Jody would not value these silly scores, but making Hagrid feel sorry for it will only bring benefits to him. Jody gave a happy smile, hiding a little uneasiness in his heart. Later that day, an unexpected guest came to visit. Professor Quirrell brought a ragged notebook and told him that it was a gift for him. This is a notebook I used when I was in school. It records some research on Hogwarts. It took me a lot of effort to explain it. That you can use it as a novel of the genius to explain it. Thank you, Professor. Jody looked through a few pages casually, and the initial topic seemed to be about the study of movable stairs. Well, I'm responsible for the round guard this week. Last night I went to pick you up to the castle. So did you really kill 2 werewolves alone? Quirrell couldn't hide the flashing interest in his eyes. Jody blinked and then remembered that the man in front of him was the kind of cruel man who dared to plan to catch Voldemort in the forest for the sake of becoming famous. He said that he had to prepare a Master Ball to catch advanced Pokemon. It's just that the werewolves are already very tired by the people. I don't think they will be easily hit by me in their full state. No matter what the process is, you are the warrior who defeated the monster. Quirrell did not agree, and he took out Jody's courage and said with relish, "That's a werewolf. Among the 6 major demonized curses, the widest and most difficult to get rid of the curse. When it comes to the dark creature Killuo, he is familiar with it. The werewolf skin has innate resistance. Although it is not as good as the trolls, it is enough to deal with medium strength energy damage. Neither the flame nor the cold can hinder their movements. Due to the never-ending hunger caused by the curse, they will digest it in a very short time no matter how much they eat, but in fact, as typical of dark creatures, they do not rely on eating to maintain their lives. Their minions carry corrosive curse and carry strong poisons that once they are bitten and are not treated in time, they may die. Once the poison is released, the best situation is to convert the toxin into a curse, and passively turn it into a human wolf. You know the human and wolf, those poor guys who will become werewolves once the moon reaches full moon. When talking about the topic of human and wolf Killuo, they turn to human and wolf. Jody thought to himself, I not only know about humans and wolves, but I also know that in 3 years there will be a human and wolves that will take over the hell of the black magic defense class. I read the book you recommended. Jody interrupted his aimless inspiration and pulled the topic back. The wizard can only be exposed to the true meaning of the root under the mysterious warmth, and Hogwarts is the oldest of all safe relics, which will attract more talented wizards to come and serve. Quirrell did not deny that, yes, the roots were called the power of God in a longer time, and some ancient roots were fixed here where Hogwarts was located. The requirements for joining Hogwarts are very strict. Although Professor Dumbledore is easy to talk to, he is very strict during the interview. And even if he successfully won this job, the ticket will be full every week. The full course schedule is enough to make people intimidate. By the way, there is also a curse. Curse? Yes. Quirrell looked around like a curse left by the mysterious man against the professor of the dark magic defense class. Jody also knows something about this curse, but I certainly didn't worry about this curse. The mysterious man had fallen and his curse had lost its effect. In fact, if I hadn't wanted to be freed from the boring course of Muggle studies, my ex-professor Vanaful wouldn't have decided. If I hadn't wanted to be freed from the boring course of Muggle studies, retire. Jody was confused. According to this statement, Killuo seemed to think Voldemort was dead? Professor, I've heard some rumors that they say that the mysterious man is not dead, he just hides. No, how could it be? Killuo waved his hand easily. He is dead. And this kind of cursed guy doesn't even have the possibility of becoming a ghost. I heard you talk about so many details about dark creatures, and I thought you would be like me. I always fantasized that if Voldemort was not dead, maybe I could be the one who caught him. Jody was bold and courageous, conducted an explicit test. However, Quirrell's answer made him even more confused. Don't be stupid, Jody. Even if Voldemort dies, his name is still admired by many followers. Don't show off your power and call him a mysterious person with us. And your imagination is the same, just think about it. Killuo frowned, his tone full of worry. How come you have this idea? Do you have too much free time? My biggest dream is to be able to achieve my own achievements at Hogwarts, and I do have a dream of becoming famous. But it's better not to be too powerful. We have many similarities with Jody. I have practiced spells in Yao Jinyang's bathroom, but I haven't persisted for a few days. I think maybe I can help you find a way to prove yourself in the right way, not the kind you said. Quirrell paused, unrealistic fantasy. Jody didn't know whether Kylo was telling the truth or not. After all, it was still more than half a year before the incident happened. He might have gone to Albania for other matters. What's ridiculous is that a guy who provoked Voldemort in the first novel and eventually played himself to death actually offered to help him find a down-to-earth direction of study. If you want to be safe, the most appropriate way is to keep a certain distance from Quirrell, right? The loud sound disrupted the conversation between the two. The owl that crashed into the room dropped a letter on Jody's quilt. Sharp-eyed Jody saw that this was the school owl, which seemed to be the one he rented. Then there is no need to guess the origin of this letter. Jody turned over the envelope and saw Ollivander written on the signature. The staff master wrote a reply to himself. Do you want me to help you unpack it? Quirrell asked tentatively. I hope you won't feel offended. Jody shook his head. Maybe what he was studying was suitable for the teacher who had just boasted about it. Hey, Ollivander, is there something wrong with your wand? That's really rare. Quirrell opened the wax seal and drew out the letter. It would be better if you could read a few words for me. Jody naturally pushed further. The professor glanced at him with disgust in his eyes, but he still followed the instructions. To my respected customer, Mr. Jody Joyce, I may be able to explain the strangeness of your wand. The dragon locust tree has been around since ancient times. It has been a very good soul-dwelling medium since ancient times. In the era of magic books, this kind of wood market was used as the cover material of magic books. If you were interested in these materials, maybe I can recommend you a few books, but those books may be a little boring. As for you mentioning that you have difficulty concentrating, Quirrell raised his head and looked at Jody curiously. Is there something wrong with your transfiguration? Maybe I can help you. Do you need me to give you a place in detention? It's very precious. Jody didn't answer immediately, so Quirrell continued to read. It's hard for me to judge whether there is any influence of the wand. Wands made of ghouls are rare. In fact, as far as I know, there is only this one. Root, but what I can guarantee is that the materials used in this wand are absolutely precious and unique. Finally, you asked me about the measurement of the total amount of magic power, the identification of magic power strength and the identification of soul purity. This knowledge actually involves the field of wand making. But I decided to tell you anyway, because just last week, an old friend of mine predicted my death. The black dog waiting for an opportunity is hiding in the dark. Hurry, it is coming soon. Quirrell raised his head from the letter and looked at Jody in surprise. Do you know what this means? I feel that if you work harder, Ollivander might accept you as an apprentice. Aha! Jody only cares about the things he asked at this time, which are very important to him. The total amount of magic power is best measured with a crystal ball. In your opinion, the easiest one to get is the Bernayer prophecy crystal. It's just that the measurement range of that crystal is limited, but it's more accurate. It is relatively difficult to measure the strength of magic power. You need to use a plant called magic mud vine. This plant is mixed with greystone powder and water is added in proportion, attached. You need to put away the wand that has been used continuously for more than 3 months. In the mixed liquid, the wand will attract red crystals to adhere to, and an approximate value can be calculated based on the thickness. This is a relatively reliable algorithm. As for the calculation of the soul, you need a piece of dream jade. If you carry it for a long time, it will reflect the purity of your dreams, and the purity of your dreams is related to your soul. If you are satisfied with the above answers, then maybe your understanding of magic is still very superficial. If you want to go further, what you need to pay the most attention to is not the abilities that can be improved through various means, but those that you must passively accept. Fact. Magical properties. It's a pity that I don't know how to calculate it. If you have any clues, you might as well share them with me. This bad old man. Quirrell was already full of surprise at this time. What are you thinking about? Magic strength? You seem to have asked me about these things before. Taking the letter, Jody took a closer look at the ratio formula on it. His magic quantification project has finally officially started. The 4 basic magic values determine the character's career preference and the future skill tree matching list. Jody started using words that Quirrell didn't understand. We don't care about the things we can't control for the time being, but we know that the parameters must be higher, the better. Jody planned what he had on hand and lost no time in throwing out his proposal to Quirrell in front of him. Sir, I don't know if there will be some overlap between your research and mine, but I have to make this unkind request. I think you should be the kind of teacher who encourages students to think freely to complete their own magical makeup. I need a mentor. Quirrell didn't deny it, he just explained a bunch of things in confusing language about how busy he was as a teacher. The sun was already setting in the west at this time, and it was almost time for dinner. No one expected that Quirrell would sit here with Jody for so long, just as the two of them never expected that they would start to be tied to the same rope at this time. Madame Pomfrey helped Jody clean his arm, and Jody was ready to be discharged from the hospital. On the contrary, Quirrell sat there motionless. Just listen to him whispering his mantra in a low voice, the 7 doors of God. As a student, your idea can be said to be too bold. I think the teacher should have told you that in addition to step-by-step spellcasting training, every kind of any way you improve will come at a cost. The principle of equivalent exchange cannot be violated. I have no intention of violating it, I am ready to pay the price. After a pause, Jody continued, and what I want to do is not to achieve success in one step, but to analyze everything into perfection. More thorough. Hearing Jody's words, Coral stared at the latter's dark eyes, and suddenly all his doubts disappeared. Even if I don't help you, you won't give up, right? I believe I have enough execution ability. Jody didn't feel like he was bragging. In fact, Rakilo's joining the team was just a temporary move. Now Coral was in trouble. Jody's ideas were obviously a bit deviant. As a teacher, he should take the responsibility to prevent him from making any big mistakes. But teachers are not rich enough in time to waste it freely. However, Jody had such an attitude that he obviously didn't intend to give up, which made it a little difficult for him to handle. Should I report it to the principal? The increase in members requires my consent. Coral finally decided that he would inevitably become interested in Jody's proposal. Of course, Jody only felt that the regret of missing the course had been completely made up. It would be better to say that it was a big step forward in terms of overall progress. Then I will treat your research as a club. You have to give your club a name. Name. The name is casual. It's called the Modern Magic Research Association. Professor, I don't actually know much about the relevant rules in the school. Are there clubs in the school? Kilu, who was walking in front, recalled that they had already left the school hospital and walked on the way to the hall. There is no club in Hogwarts that was formed in the name of the school. After all, the teachers are very busy. I spent time today because of what happened last night. However, I have never had much experience with the existence of student organizations. Extremely regulated. So is there such thing as community funding in the school? The symbol of money popped up in Jody's eyes. What are you thinking? Kiloway was amused by his whimsical thoughts. How is that possible? That's not the case, it's really impossible if you fight for it. Jody's head was filled with Professor Dumbledore's personal information, novel version, movie version and real version. Each version was emitting "I'm fine, good things, come and fool my breath. It seems that it's time to write a letter to Mr. Dumbledore for advice." Jody's casual tone sounded like a joke, so Kilo didn't say much. What he didn't know was that on the morning of the next day, the owl that Jody rented flew into the principal's office. To be honest, Dumbledore was very surprised when the owl with schoolmark landed on Dumbledore's desk filled with all sorts of messy objects. He just stared at the owl, and the owl just stared at him. Finally Dumbledore smiled. "Okay, I really can't guess who this letter comes from. Let me see which naughty guy it is." When Jody received the reply, he was staying in Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid, who stood up to get the teapot, caught the owl. "The wounds of teeth are not deep, it is a strong guy, but I still thank you for your condolences for it." At his feet, the teeth grinning and gnawing at his bones were whining. "Well, this letter should be for you." After carefully looking at the envelope, Hagrid's expression gradually changed. "What Professor Dumbledore wrote to you." Jody took the letter handed to him by Hager and quickly opened the wax seal. "Dear Mr. Jody, you don't have to apologize for your pistol, but I should thank it for helping me protect my students from danger. As for the issue of community funding you raised, I may not have thought it carefully. But fortunately, I am an old man who is willing to keep up with the times. I have transferred your community funding to Professor Quirrell. I hope you can make good use of this. A lot of money adds glory to your school life. Your faithful Albus Dumbledore. It's simpler than I thought." "What did you talk about?" Hager asked curiously. Jody waved the letter paper and did not give him the chance to see the content. "I am applying to Professor Dumbledore for an empty classroom as an activity classroom, but there seems to be not many places in the castle that can be used at will. You can't just sway in the castle." Hagrid warned nervously. "Hogwarts Castle has a long history, and no one can tell what secrets are hidden in those confined areas, but I must tell you, there was once a kind of curse-induced death in the castle, and the murderer has not been found yet." Jody was a little surprised to see Hagrid's nervousness. He just wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect this big guy to be so concerned. "I just wanted to tell you that in order to make up for the vacancy in the activity room, now you and your house are my modern. The Magical Science Research Association has been requisitioned." Hagrid's beard twitched clearly. "My house? Yes, I'm the only member at the moment, so there should be more people in the future." Hagrid let out a muffled groan. "If you don't listen carefully, it may sound like a humming sound. If you don't dislike it, I just plan to clean up the house these days, and there are a lot of things to put in the warehouse behind. Going inside. It takes some time to buy and collect items. As for grinding the grey crystal that has been obtained, you can ask Hagrid to help him, and he is obviously willing to give him help in his spare time." This week passed quickly. The malicious Jody from the Slytherin students is no longer a surprise. They seem to be counting on using their small means to force Jody to switch to the academy. Before Choi Aubrey was discharged from the hospital, Jody went to visit him and listened to him talking about some things about him when he was a child. The Quidditch school teams of various colleges have ushered in an annual membership change. Every afternoon, you can see freshmen arrested for training being knocked away by balls or knocked away on a broom. Jody is still practicing the floating spell. Even as a professor, he praised Jody's technique. In fact, as long as he could practice for 2 more days, Jody would be confident to shoot. "Don't sprain yourself when you are A week later, Jody and Killa were nesting in Hagrid's small house to prepare props. His dragon locust wood wand was floating quietly in the sink, and thin crystals began to appear on it. Quirrell looked a little distracted. What happened? Jody couldn't pretend to be unseen. Something happened, my research. Quirrell spoke very slowly, and felt exhausted. I may not have told you, my one about Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore was also involved in the research. This is indeed very surprising. There is indeed a very complex and huge ancient magic array around Hogwarts. This magic array can attract the power in the earth vein to fix the space where Hogwarts is located and promote the roots to circulate. But this is taken from the earth vein. The power in it has too strong regular will, so it cannot be absorbed and utilized by the wizards, and can only be used to act on school buildings. Professor Dumbledore studied this magic circle to repair the protective effect created by the four founders back then. That formation can activate the mysterious technique attached to the little wizard. Even if it is a death threat caused by accident, it has the chance to distort the reality. Come to protect the students. Professor Dumbledore succeeded. He only needs to prepare some necessary props to complete the repair. Isn't that a good thing? Jody curiously, this shouldn't seem to be any frustrating news. Quirrell nodded. This is indeed a good thing. What I am worried about is Professor Dumbledore's words. He said, as long as this magic circle is present, even if the principal is no longer me, it can ensure the basic safety of the students. What did you say? Before Jody reacted, Hagrid's loud voice overcame everything. Who else can Hogwarts principal be except Dumbledore? The Ministry of Magic has made a splash. Is it not enough for an inexplicable council to come? No, not. I mean, no, I have to talk to Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid was obviously unpleasant to hear anything. The little giant rushed out of the room in a hurry, and Jody shrugged at Killa. Don't talk about what you just said. It will cause panic. Quirrell wiped his face hard and worked very hard to free his attention. He came to the sink and planned to check Jody's wand. Hey, I think you might have to come and have a look at this. What's wrong? Jody put down the overly heavy book in her hand and came over. The large red crystals formed in the wide sink with the wand as the center, almost filling the entire pool. You're not getting the recipe wrong. The formula was absolutely nothing wrong, just a simple mix of proportions, and Jody thought there was no room for mistakes. The most important thing was that the crystallization did appear. Jody took out the letter paper that was repeatedly checked to become crumpled. Regarding the emergence of large-scale crystallization, Mr. Ollivander also explained that Jody did not expect that such a special situation would appear on him. The range of the mixed liquid is limited, and the intensity values within the interval can be calculated according to the crystal thickness. When the measurement user's strength exceeds the range, the crystals wrapped around the wand will increase the density, thus becoming pure black crystals, just like Jody sees now. Damn it! Holding the wand wrapped in black crystals, Jody was in a very complicated mood. This is why the school is unwilling to perform magic calculations for you. Many people will be content with their superb numbers, but too much intensity is not a good thing. Killa said with a serious face, the young wizard's imbalance is very. It is easy to riot in mysterious art. Have you ever experienced magical riots? Magic is going crazy. There is really such a time when I want to say something. Jody told the story of Snape coming to pick him up. It was Professor Snape who picked you up. Chino expressed surprise in a fuss. After learning about Jody's thrust and size, Quirrell kept paced back and forth in the small room, and finally gave a very scary guess. If you enter school 1 year later, you will probably become a silent person. What? Jody was shocked. The Muslim is such a low probability thing, he is not that exaggerated. The reason why the silent person is considered to be a small chance of appearing is because the chance of surviving after the mutation is awakened. More people's souls will be torn and broken down at the moment of mutation. Kilo asked nervously, you shouldn't be practicing recently. What high-intensity spell? Jody licked the Mandela blades in her mouth, not sure if this counts. I have been studying the use of floating curse. Jody then perfunctorily said that although he was practicing advanced curse of floating curse, according to Yao Jinyang's statement, it should be considered a floating curse. Intensity comes from pressure. We have to quickly figure out your total magic power and strengthen your soul training. Haven't the crystal ball we bought yet? Speaking of this logistic speed, Jody also had a headache. I contacted the store last week anyway. There are many crystal balls of various types in the divination classroom. I'll look for them and see if there may be a suitable one. Also, you have to carry the stone you bought yourself, right? Jody showed off his soul showing jade. Jade materials have only become popular in recent years and are generally produced abroad. How many days have you been with me? Jody nodded and handed the stone to Kaluo. I don't know if it's not long enough. My stone has always been black. You haven't thought that there is no problem with the stone. Quirrell took a closer look at the not pure black under the stone, and occasionally there was a white flock floating by in the darkness. Your soul is extremely impure. Maybe it has been torn and deformed by your overloaded magic. Killua used his 2 fingers to hold the jade, and let him show it in front of Jody. The black part represents impurities, and the floating white represents purity. I have to look for what this means. In short, you have to be careful during this period. If Quirrell said that Jody has now entered a somewhat awkward cycle. Myrtle's suggestion is that if you want to exercise your spiritual strength, you must contact advanced spells. To ensure that you will not go wild during practice, Jody must first ensure that your soul can withstand the load brought by spells, and if you want to improve your bearing capacity, Jody must exercise his spiritual strength. Joyce? Professor Flivier noticed the abnormality of these groups. The students around Jody were already stunned. Jody himself was immersed in his thoughts. It's obviously already here. After the magic spells are fully developed, the magic spells will be completed and studied in the system. This is mainly because creating a brand new spell is a very dangerous thing, so those who want to become famous will mostly choose relatively safe derivative completions. Jody's practice goal is to float spells with 5 levels of spells: the power control field, repulsion gravitational field. This spell has the good characteristics of high level and low difficulty, which is very suitable for Jody. More importantly, after reading the information, Jody can gather all the skill trees from level 1 to 5. LV1, Floating Curse; LV2, Obstacle Curse; LV3, Flying Curse; LV4, Giant Power Curse / Power Control Curse; LV5, Gravity Field. Jody leaned against the back of the chair, his feather wielded around in the air with his wand, and at a fast speed he was like a golden snitch on the Quidditch field. When the speed is slow, you can see that every scale of the feather is gently flapping like a bird's wing under the influence of magic. Jody, the sudden raised voice pulled the person in a daze back to the classroom. The wand in Jody's hand shook, and the feather suddenly slid down, and he stabbed like a sharp arrow and heard a sound of snatch. The feather was deeply nailed into the front classmate's desk. The Ravenclaw students who were protecting their faces with books secretly showed their faces, looking innocent and pitiful. Your floating curse has been mastered well, Mr. Joyce. But this cannot be used as a reason for you to get distracted in class. Professor Flivy looked stern. I'm sorry, sir. Flivy shook his head and didn't deduct points from him. Since the last club activity, Jody has not found the opportunity to talk to Quirrell alone. He seems to be very busy these days. Only in the dark magic defense class did Quirrell find the opportunity to leave the borrowed crystal ball to Jody. If he guessed correctly, he should be helping Professor Dumbledore repair those ancient magic. I don't know if it's Jody's illusion, but the activities in the castle these days seem to be a little listless, and even the frequency of ghosts appears has been reduced a lot. Among them is Yao Jinyang. Have you come less recently? Yao Jinyang complained. Did your color fade and run out of power? Jody repeatedly confirmed that he was not wrong. With a sad expression and a obviously dim color, Yao Jinyang looked like she was about to disappear. You don't need a red-crowned chicken to care about it. Anyway, everyone says that, rustic, frustrated, and treacherous Yao Jinyang would have been fine if she wasn't there. While shouting in a mess, Yao Jinyang aimed at the toilet and rushed to the toilet back to the resurrection point. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the splashes she splashed seemed to be a little smaller this time. Jody was a little suspicious but only limited to this. Today I came to this special bathroom for the sake of serious business. Hey, Jody, you are really here. Almost exactly the same voice as before, George and Fred appeared at the bathroom door. Don't tell me that you haven't been here at this level of hidden places. The twins looked at each other and smiled. Haha, I have been here, but the ladies living here are not very welcome. We are not here to be annoying. We are only responsible for making everyone happy. Yao Jinyang's strange personality is probably the only one who can get along with her. Where is the stuff? Jody asked. Fred, you took it right. Fred took out a large envelope from under his robe. It's this. We both used the understanding of the spells, the analysis of the spells, and some other things. Fred also used the burning curse in anger. When it comes to the burning curse, Fred's expression is a bit unnatural, but it has nothing to change. Even if you splash ink on it, you can't get a little bit of it, so you can only rely on professionals to see. Jody took the envelope and felt a little excited. If you want to make Harry Potter a card game, this live spot map is an accurate SSR level auxiliary prop card. Still speaking, Jody took out the blank parchment paper and looked at it for a while. Let's talk about the rewards after analyzing it. Of course. Although he has never been very relaxed, Gemini will never show weakness at this time. If I had no one, I would not be able to deal with a werewolf. My family said in the letter that we would like to thank you. Then you can thank me well. Such a big show was ordered to keep it secret. I feel so uncomfortable, Jody said deliberately exaggeratedly, while putting away the map of the live spots. After the topic was opened, the three of them chatted casually for a while before leaving. Jody turned around and walked out of the castle with the mysterious map in his arms, leaving the crowd, making sure that he was not attracted by anyone's attention as much as possible. Jody quickly walked towards the beating of the willow. The screaming shed was established when Lupin went to school, when Dumbledore had become the principal. As a secret room built in modern times, the founders have obviously considered how to better cover up. The route through the owl shed was able to protect the purpose well. Jody took the trail to the tree. After poking the scars, he got into the tunnel. Everything was so familiar. Old parchment paper is laid on the ground. Maybe Lupin, Dejabin and others had also fiddled with this map on this floor like themselves? Jody thought so, and the wand was already in her hand. I solemnly swore that I didn't do anything good. The ink spreads out ripples with the tip of the wand as the origin, and countless lines outline a huge plan map. The infinite superposition of overlapping lines made Jody even worried that it would get stuck and die. The black technology in the magic world is a bit curious about where its graphics card is. The top view appears on the plane. The default view at the beginning is a messy ball of thread that was photographed together by the entire Hogwarts. It took Jody a little effort to figure out how to adjust the floor and how to see the overall thumbnail. The content of the living spot map is even more complicated than you think. First, the map is divided into indoor and outdoor, and second, the indoor floor plan is divided into 8 upper and lower floors plus a basement with a total of 9 floors. The maze-structured locations on the map are indeed refreshed in real time, but most of the prohibited areas are unobservable. Of course, there is no way to see the secret room where Jody is now. The map display area can only be seen below the willow, and it seems that it has been determined to be the periphery of the academy within the passage. Jody searched and remembered the secret passages connecting outside the school. Sooner or later, the map will be returned to Gemini, and Jody hasn't decided to hack it yet. It's just that before returning it, Jody has to confirm that this map will not pose a threat to him. Flipping up and down the floor, Jody saw Percy and Gemini gather together in the Gryffindor Tower, and the twins were probably being scolded again. Filch and his ugly cat were wandering around the 4th floor, but they couldn't find Snape. And they might not be in the visible area. In the principal's office, Dumbledore and Quirrell were both there. There is also an unexpected name that stays quietly in the corner of the principal's office. Jody looked at the name and fell into deep thought. Nickleen Quirrell said that it would take some preparation to repair the protection spell, but Jody hadn't reacted yet. Ha1's main item, SSR Alchemy Props Sorcery Stone, was originally taken to the school to repair the magic circle. Jody quickly turned the page and moved her eyes away from the principal's office. An old monster like Dumbledore is already scary enough, let alone an old monster older than him? Seeing the lines on the parchment fade away quickly, Jody suddenly doubted where the map came from. Such a prop cannot be made by a few students from the Magic Academy just tossed and made a little effort. Just as I was thinking, the ink dots on the map that were about to disappear suddenly began to twist wildly, representing that the huge map of Hogwarts split in front of Jody, reorganized and formed 7 roughly similar but not identical complexities. Pattern. But except for the pattern in the center, the other 6 are in a fragmented shape. The only complete seal spread out, and the extremely familiar herald was released in the decomposition. The huge magic erase system below the Hogwarts school emblem showed its shape. Just when Jody was at a loss, a thick ink trace surged in from the map and poured into the magic circle. The magic circle then began to change, moving the magic circle up and down, activate the middle line, repairing the breakpoint and continuing the new line. Jody vaguely guessed what this was. This is Dumbledore's use of the Philosopher's Stone to repair the ancient spells in the school. At the same time, Jody also affirmed her guess. This parchment must be an ancient prop that is used in its own way except for the map of the live spots, and it may even be the work of one of the 4 founders. Dumbledore's spell casting ended soon, and Jody could no longer see the complicated spell system. And as the 7th floor pattern disappeared, Jody quickly looked through all the floors and confirmed that he had Dumbledore's casting location. Just on the commanding heights of the 8th floor of Hogwarts, the Gryffindor lounge on the same floor as the principal's room. Perhaps he should have some clues when he handed this map to Quirrell. This idea only appeared for a moment and was dispelled by Jody. To ensure safety, Jody left the map of the living spots in the shed. No matter how you deal with this map, it is certain that you can't return it to Gemini for a while. Later, Jody planned to share the secret passage with Weasleys first, so that these 2 overly energetic guys can try which secret passages are safe. Joyce? Jody was about to go to the hall to get some food, but the red hair stopped him. Seeing Percy walking towards him, Jody couldn't help but wonder. After all, they didn't have any intersection. I heard about the spells in the Forbidden Forest. Percy looked around with his expression dodged, as if he was worried that the conversation between the 2 would be seen. I must express my gratitude to you again on behalf of my family, Mr. Joyce. It was your courage that made Fred nothing wrong. If there was anything to help, maybe you could tell me. Talking to a Slytherin makes you feel uncomfortable. Jody gives an awkward and polite smile. Of course, I'll look for you if there is one. For the 2 people who are not really friends, communication seems to be limited to this. Percy expressed his gratitude once again and then left first. Ah, I'm sorry, sir. The next moment, Jody heard Percy's panicked apology. The sound of the sound was low and threatening. Snape had no intention of stopping at all. He just waved his sleeve and pushed Percy away. I'm going to find Professor Sprout to prepare some potions. You have to go to Mrs. Pomfrey and hope there are still Columba branches in the school. Yes. Yes, Mrs. Pomfrey, I have to go and find Mrs. Pomfrey. The familiar voice behind Snape was full of a feeling of despair. Jody even thought he had heard it wrong. Snape's eyes swept through the aisle quickly, and Percy, the only one who appeared in his sight, looked confused. He turned to stop Quirrell with his eyes, preventing him from continuing to follow behind his but stupidly. Calm down, Professor Quirrell. Kilo paused as he said, but his breathing became more rapid. Jody secretly poked his head out and saw his chest undulating violently, as if he had just finished a 100-meter sprint. I don't know why Professor Dumbledore chose you. At least please calm down, you are no longer that student. It took Kilo a few seconds to calm down. I'm sorry, yes, I have to go to Mrs. Pomfrey now. See you at the principal's office, Professor Snape. After saying that, he turned around and walked in the right direction. Percy didn't know what was meant just now, but Jody knew it. Snape rushed to get some medicines back to the principal's office. Perhaps he could make a bold guess that the medicines were prepared for Dumbledore. Coupled with the appearance of Kilo's 6 gods, it seems that Professor Dumbledore paid a certain price to repair those ancient magics. Repairing that magic circle requires using your soul to get close contact, integrate it into it and then rewrite it. Kilo held his cup of hot chocolate and stared at the fire and said nothing. He was pulled in, and pulled into the ancient mystery fixed on the land of Hogwarts. He almost couldn't come back. Hogwarts has always had this power, and the reason why a large number of ghosts stayed in Hogwarts is because of the existence of that power. Legend has it that once the crisis comes, Hogwarts will convert the wandering soul that swallows it and circles into one powerful army. This may be the best destination for those souls who dare not go to darkness. Quirrell stretched out his hand in the worried eyes of the other 2 people in the room and approached the fire to feel the temperature. For me, the tranquil old man, the hot and pure fire was equally tempting Dumbledore until before they were unconscious, they were all admiring the exquisiteness of this spell. Hagrid was obviously very uncomfortable by the atmosphere, but he survived. Jody tried to squeeze out a smile as much as possible and hoped to ease the atmosphere. He cried so sadly. The next sentence, Kilo sent the atmosphere to the next freezing point. He thought he missed a good opportunity. Hagrid's hut fell silent for a moment, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse outside. Haha, Jody laughed dryly and broke the silence. Will even as great as Dumbledore be afraid of death? No one is not afraid of death, but some people can face it more rationally. This time it was Hager who spoke. Dumbledore is definitely not the kind of person who is afraid of death. He understands that we still need him, especially during the critical period when the Ministry of Magic is struggling hard. Jody's half-joking words were so effective that Hagrid's seriousness had nothing to do. Then the things you repaired must be very strong? This luster appeared in Kilo's eyes. He raised his head and said with great determination, that may be the most powerful protection spell I have ever seen, although its target is only you little wizards. It is equivalent to a mysterious technique, or an accident. It will affect your destiny in various ways, allowing you to avoid possible deaths. Ahem. Hagrid seemed to think these things made Jody know that it was a bit inappropriate. Kilo also understood his disobedience tonight. Come on, Jody, I have to send you back to the dormitory. Thank you for your chocolate, Hagrid. Jody then got up obediently and waited for Quirrell to put the remaining warmth in his cup into his stomach. I was next to Dumbledore and was affected a little. Walking in the dark corridor, Kilo explained, the Holy Spirit is a very powerful spiritual creature, which you may have heard of for the first time. These lives are pure and not a trace of flaw, so noble that it is uncontrollable to admire. Under the illumination of that light, it seems that all the pain has been healed, and that sense of happiness with great peace of mind. With such memories, it is easy to return to reality. Become depressed, like me. Quirrell made a face. Cooperating with his ugly face, this face was indeed scary, but at least his mood improved a little. I used a crystal ball, but strangely, my total magic power was not much. Jody then changed the subject and talked about his own problems. From the color of the dream, you can see that your soul is very powerful, but it doesn't seem pure. The soul is a container that carries magic power. Jody. When I get a little free, maybe we can explore the quality of your soul next step. No need to be frustrated, at least we already know that you are special, right? Well, Jody did not go deeper into the topic. He had some guesses about the modeled soul. Jody is a person who has lived for 2 lifetimes, and his soul carries a large number of folders from the archives of the previous character. His magic power is huge because of the hugeness of the soul, but his capacity is limited because of the modeledness of the soul, which causes the magic power to squeeze into the uneven thickness of the inner wall and turn into a terrifying pressure. As for the solution, Jody already has his own plans. My ritual flies here. Yao Jinyang bounced violently in the air, as if something was punched in her stomach. She really flew towards Jody with her back. Unexpectedly, Jody was hit by the white phantom and hugged the white ball. It was cold, but not really cold. The stimulation of the spirit body fell on Jody's soul, as if it was burned and itchy. There seemed to be countless sounds in the mess. Many strange scenes flashed through my eyes in an instant. Yao Jinyang rapped Jody proudly, but realized that Jody did not run away and panic as other students. She became a little scared. Yao Jinyang, who was rushing away, turned around and confirmed that Jody did not faint. Why don't you escape? Jody carefully recalled the clips that floated in front of her eyes. Is this the legendary ghost body? What are you talking about? Rolling his eyes to her, Jody picked up the wand that he had just fallen. Maybe I can use you to practice my brain closure. Flying around, mobiliar bus. The mysterious book that was thrown on the bathroom sink suddenly flew towards Jody like a silk thread. Time flies in Hogwarts. Jody was so fast that he was reluctant to plot against how long he had to endure these Slytherin kids. After being discharged from the hospital, Trevor has been committed to summoning the young classmates around him who were bullied by pure blood concepts, but unfortunately the effect is minimal. Jody was honored to be a member of his so-called rebels, and the teasing from the Slytherins felt a bit intensified. Even the Slytherins, who are now in the upper grades, are beginning to know Jody's existence and show some concern and not very good interest. Miles Bletch had the honor to play in the Quidditch game a while ago. The feeling of flying in the sky made him regain some confidence and the feeling of controlling everything. This made Jody's flight class much more lively. It's just that it's strange that Jody's flying broom is not very good, but Miles rarely gets an advantage in the sky. Whenever Jody made a critical moment, he seemed to be prescient in avoiding Miles' flight trajectory. There were always eyes secretly looking at this place in the distance. The one who took flight class together was Ravenclaw College, and Miss Chillil of Eagle College was a very smart child. Are you using magic assistants to manipulate your flying broom? It is relatively easy to find a space where there is no one around Jody. Now, Jody only has Gibbs come to me when other Slytherins need to pass messages. Jody did not answer her accurately. The flying broom is indeed the most traditional and convenient of many flight methods, but it does not mean that this method can help people fly off the ground. In fact, at that time, Jody was almost able to fly the spell. However, when Jody thought she was about to be able to solve her lack of accuracy by mastering the power control spell, an accident happened. If you observe carefully, you'll find that Jody looks a little sleepy recently, like the ghosts and living portraits in the castle. In the days leading up to Halloween, the library was where he spent most of his time. Hey, you came so early. It was no longer strange to see Jody in tatters and dust on the floor of the library. Hillel jumped over the unmoved Jody and put the finished book back in it. From his original position, he seemed to think of something and asked Jody again, who was immersed in reading, "You didn't even attend the afternoon classes, did you?" Jody just hummed softly, as if he realized that he was not being polite. After a long time, he continued, "Professor Spin's class is in the afternoon. I told him about it." Jody wasn't lying. He did take a leave of absence from Professor Spencer. Anyway, the ghost old man probably wouldn't remember it or worry about it. Although she was still a little confused after hearing such an answer, that was all. In Zillia's eyes, Jody must be a strange child. No one knew that Jody was in an extremely painful state at this time. After mastering the power control spell, Jody successfully cleansed his soul. At this time, the white patches in the dream jade were very stable. The refinement of the soul container has increased Jody's magic capacity, and the spirit closely related to the soul has become more able to cooperate with the magic power. In the days when the first half of the semester was coming to an end, he finally caught up with the slow progress in his transfiguration, but he was still too impatient. Under the pain of a splitting headache, Jody had to regret that he did not follow Quirrell's suggestion and wait until he was free to study the puzzle left by the magic power with him. The soul carries magic power, and the magic power that each piece of soul can carry and attract is very huge. And Jody has refined too many souls in a short period of time. There is no way that his two souls are naturally powerful. Those souls who accept the reorganization will never resist at all. According to Jody's judgment, if Dumbledore hadn't activated the protection spell, he might have died a few days ago when his mind entered a state of overload. In the letter he exchanged with Mr. Ollivander, he made a circumstantial confirmation, made his own guess. Jody didn't dare tell Quirrell everything. He didn't want to be sent to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and magical injuries. But Quirrell should have guessed something. Now Jody is in a state of extreme mental excitement 24 hours a day. He hardly dares to cast spells. Every movement of magic power seems to be scraping his bone marrow, causing him to lose all strength and pain. However, he wants to hiding these strange things. He dealt with the course as usual. Fortunately, Jody's learning progress was much ahead of his time. He urgently needs a way to increase the intensity of his magic power to suppress his total magic power. Reading is the most stable way to increase strength. This is what Jody learned from Professor Spencer. Knowledge and experience can strengthen him and allow him to change from passively squeezing the contents of the container to actively compressing the contents. The spirit of overclocking made his reading much faster, but it wasn't enough to get him out of danger quickly. Time passed quickly, and there were a few more finished books at his feet. Jody got up from the floor of the library, sweating all over even though he was just sitting here reading. "What the hell?" Jody muttered, almost moving away from the library. It was almost sunset, but at this time of physical and mental exhaustion, I still had to remember to perform the troublesome ritual every day. Avoiding the crowds, Jody leaned against the window and watched the sun slowly setting in the west while pointing the tip of his wand towards his heart. Amato, animo, animadu, animagus. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but he seemed to have felt the second heartbeat mentioned in the animagus practice method. After finishing today's check-in, Jody continued to move outside the castle. In Hagrid's hut, Quirrell and Hagrid were talking and laughing. Seeing Jody coming, Quirrell quickly moved out of the way so that he could quickly sink himself into the soft cushions on the chair. Quirrell first carefully observed Jody's pupils and saw those bloodshot eyes. "I thought about it carefully. We should ask Madame Pomfrey to take a look at it for you." Jody naturally disagreed. "I'm not sick. Why should I go see a doctor?" "Mrs. Pomfrey, what's wrong with Jody?" if you have a cold, I have some home remedies that are very effective. Hagrid enthusiastically picked up 2 green onions on the table without thinking too much. I heard from Professor Spencer that you asked him about something. Let me make it clear. Once the soul collapses, it is very dangerous. I also didn't intend to turn myself into an obscurist, I just made a small mistake in the process of practice. Jody was indeed very panicked at the beginning, but now, he has maintained this damn attitude. It's been almost a month since I was in good condition, you don't know, but my current condition is very good. Extraordinarily good. I am your instructor, and I have the obligation to observe your current situation and your physical condition and call a stop when necessary. Did it pop up again at this time? I invite you to be my advisor because I hope you can help me with my research, instead of being unable to find you when I'm in danger, or having you hinder me when I finally find a breakthrough. Jody spoke very slowly, without a too intense tone, but everyone who heard it could feel the angry emotion. Quirrell couldn't defend himself at this point. In the past few days, he had devoted all his energy to his own research. I'm sorry that I failed to fulfill my responsibility, but even if I am not your instructor, I still have an obligation to prevent students from you're in trouble. Come on, I'll accompany you to the campus hospital. I won't go to the campus hospital, I insist. Jody said this almost word for word. Quirrell didn't give up, he couldn't help but plan to come forward and resist. Jody's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, his bloodshot eyes turned red. The hand did not take out the wand in his sleeve, but just stretched out his finger and pointed forward. Obstacles, impedimento. Quirrell bumped into the invisible obstacle. Don't do this, Jody. As he said this, he tried to get around the invisible obstacle. But surprisingly, Jody's obstacle spell is not just an irregular stumbling block like the beginners, nor is it a few rough geometric shapes. Quirrell touched around and found that Jody had surrounded himself with neatly arranged pillars. Did you cast the spell just now without using a staff? Kino realized something was wrong. Jody didn't speak. After the initial pain, maintaining the spell allowed him to gain a brief sense of comfort until the emptied magic power filled up again. Revelio. Kino shook his wand, and as the spell started, a circle of golden powder was swept by a gust of wind and circled around Jody. As the gold powder adheres, an exquisite cage appears around Jody. Wandless casting. And this control ability. Quirrell raised his head in sudden realization. You learned the power control spell. Is it the impact of the load limit? Jody smiled proudly. As long as I can survive this crisis on my own, my spellcasting ability will take a leap forward, so I don't want anyone to use any external force to forcibly reduce the pressure on my soul. Listen, my friend. This is not a long-term solution. It's not your turn to say this. We are also aliens, Quirrell. Jody's expression gradually lost control, becoming confident and arrogant. Haven't you also been trying to study the magic of the gods? Dumbledore took you with him. The huge magical structure you see will make you obsessed with it. How long does it take to obtain such refined magic power through normal gradual progress? Indeed, I was lucky enough to avoid death this time, but now that I have experienced it once, I can find a more optimized way to improve it. The entire magical world has been following antiquity, including the old objects you study, which were once glorious. But I am thinking about making magic move forward. You have to support me, you can only support me. The management of Hogwarts is actually not as strict as imagined, otherwise the Ministry of Magic would not have found excuses to emphasize the importance of establishing a board of directors. You may not know much about the story about the mysterious man. After all, you come from a Muggle family, right? Fred leaned on the railing and looked at the scenery outside. George stood outside the railing with his head raised, waiting for the snowflakes to fall into his mouth. The fact that they are mudbloods is not a secret in the school, and they will find out sooner or later. As for why a mudblood has a wizard aunt, they are smart enough not to delve into it. In fact, after successfully reaching Hogsmeade through the secret passage, the twins no longer had much doubt about Jody. The mysterious man studied at Hogwarts. Jody answered, raising the topic. It's not just that. George stopped his foolish behavior before his neck started to feel sore, and walked back down the corridor while rubbing the snowball in his hand. You know who's Death Eater followers? Most of his servants are. I started to learn about subjugation when I was in school, especially those pureblood families who studied in Slytherin. It is said that Slytherin House started to become annoying at that time. Fred muttered and added. He squeezed the snowball tightly in his hand and applied it on his forehead to relieve the pain caused by the big bump. The Weasley brothers have joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which is a more exciting sport, which can be seen from the bulging bag on George's head. So the Ministry of Magic seized on this matter to put pressure on Hogwarts. Jody learned a lot about the Ministry of Magic from the twins, most of which was very useful information, but of course there were also strong personal emotions mixed in. Thank you for the news. Jody thanked the twins and left in a hurry. At the other end of the corridor, Miles was walking this way surrounded by a group of younger brothers. Joyce, a shout came from the crowd in the distance. Run away with your tail between your legs, Joyce. Where are you going? Looking for Mom. Where is your mother, Jody? Where is she, your mother? Hey, she abandoned you and disappeared because she was a stupid muggle and you were a dirty mudblood. joys. With those obviously malicious provocations, the uncontrollable magic became restless, and Jody's eyes became redder and redder. In his mind, his consciousness seemed to be split into countless people arguing with himself. Why should I run away? Because there is nothing to be gained by arguing with these idiots. Why do I have to put up with these little brats? Because until you have an overwhelming advantage, entangled with them will only get deeper and deeper. Is it enough to just walk away in despair? We need to stop these idiots. Smart people will not be affected by these stupid people. I have more important things to accomplish. Finally, Jody stopped. The noise in my head became chaotic and became louder and louder, even mixing with the sounds outside. Jody turned around and raised his hand. He put his open palm in front of his eyes, blocking the group of people from his view. Seeing his weird movements, the group of Slytherins first planned to continue mocking him, and then they rushed into the transparent wall in a rush. It was such a lively fall. Obstacles, impedimento. By the time they broke free from the chaos, Jody had disappeared. And the voices in Jody's head were surprisingly consistent at this time. We have to find an opportunity for them to learn a real lesson. It won't be long. I just need to wait for my magic power to be stabilized. Later in the evening, Jody completed a sunset retreat in the Shrieking Shack. After clearly feeling the existence of that heartbeat, Jody clearly felt relaxed, as if having one more false heartbeat gave him an extra container to help him bear the magic power. Animagus is a spell from the Druid section. All foreign spells are not explained in detail in the school's textbooks. The scope of students' learning is orthodox after all. But from chatting with Quirrell, Jody learned that the transformation spell of the Druid faction has a certain effect in extending lifespan, and the extra soul obtained through mimicry can increase the strength of the bearer's soul. The next day, Jody finally waited for Quirrell to have some free time in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Recently, this guy has been obsessed with those ancient magic formations. I didn't do anything, so it's definitely not my responsibility that those portraits stopped moving, Quirrell explained in a low voice. After Jody entered a state of mental overclocking, he and Quirrell seemed to have become closer to each other. This was Quirrell, who didn't like being aloof, expressing his respect, a kind of awe for the madman. Jody also understood that the anomalies in the castle were unlikely to be Quirrell's work. This big boy was much more cautious and thoughtful than imagined. But one can see that Yao Jiniang's color is fading day by day, and she is no longer so energetic. You should pay more attention to yourself. Myrtle is a ghost, you can't do anything for her. Quirrell saw the last student leaving the classroom, and his words became casual. Or do you like girls with that style? Oh, I wonder what Yao Jiniang would look like without her glasses. And her stupid braids also need to be taken off. Jody was disgusted by his fantastic idea. What the hell are you talking about? Haha, I was just here to relieve your boredom, but your brows are all furrowed. Also, you said your condition has started to improve recently. I have to wait for a thunderstorm. Will there be thunderstorms here in Hogwarts in the winter? After learning that Animagus could help him relieve his symptoms, Jody had been looking forward to a thunderstorm coming soon, but he began to I didn't choose the right time to practice. It happened to be late autumn when I entered the final stage, and there aren't many thunders in winter. Thunderstorm. Quirrell suddenly smiled strangely. Thunderstorms don't often happen in winter, but maybe I can have some clues. What do you have in mind? Summon a storm for me. Jody didn't care at first. Seeing Jody like this, Quirrell did not continue to explain, but just went on to give his suggestions. The stupidest and most effective way to increase the total amount of magic power is to repeatedly use up your magic power and then let it recover. So I said before, I remind you not to cast a large number of spells in the near future just for the sake of temporary pleasure. But there are also some other ways to help you relieve the pressure on your soul through spell casting. What can I do? Continuous casting. Quirrell's face was full of a proud smile. This method is something that few people can think of. This continuous casting spell is very suitable for you. I also found it in the middle of research. It is an ancient foreign spell from Sasha full of magical and magical spells. Patroness Charm. Quirrell's owl flew in during dinner, and the owl belonging to the school slowly passed through the magical mist on the ceiling and landed on Jody's head. Jody opened the envelope and saw on the unsigned paper, "The storm is coming." The students around him were startled by Jody, who suddenly jumped up. Jody clutched the note tightly and was startled by the dazzling white light before he could think about it carefully. He raised his head and caught a flash of lightning synchronized with the outside on the spelled ceiling. Without any time to think about it, Jody ran away. Before leaving, he did not forget to stuff a letter he had prepared into the owl's mouth. Find Professor Quirrell. After the command, the owl quickly flew away. Gibbs, who had been hesitant to get closer, grabbed the challenges prepared by the Slytherins and chased after Jody. Jody, I have something to give you. Where does Jody have time to mess around with these kids right now? I don't have time, Jody said as he rushed down the stairs. Gibbs chased after him, surprised by Jody's physical strength. Thanks to his daily morning training, he ran really fast. After passing through the castle gate, Jody's movements were flawless. He raised his hand and said, Mobiliarbus. He recited the spell very softly. Before Gibbs could figure it out, he saw Jody grab the broomstick he usually used in flying lessons from mid-air and rush into the rain. I don't know why when seeing this scene, Gibbs suddenly wasn't worried about Jody anymore. This boy is somewhat aware of Jody's efforts. Unlike himself, this man clearly knows what he needs and what he has. In the end, was he the only one in a dilemma? Gibbs felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart as he looked at the rain curtain. The raindrops hit Jody, and the fine early winter snow that covered the white ground was eroded by the rain and became a mess. The cold air was sucked into his lungs, and the coldness helped cool down his mind, allowing Jody to more accurately feel his second spirit body beating with his heart at this time. Only Quirrell knew that he needed a thunderstorm, and he was the only one who promised him a violent rain. That's right, why didn't I guess that? That person was recently studying the domain structure of Hogwarts and related magic circles. It's not surprising that there are weather control spells in such a huge magic circle. With the help of the broomstick, Jody arrived directly under the Whomping Willow before the rain could completely soak him. After hitting the tree scar, Jody did not rush down the secret passage but turned to an inconspicuous corner under the tree. The floating spell shook off the rocks above, and Jody caused the large pieces of soil to float on their own under the powerful spell. A glass bottle hidden deep in the pit emerged from the bottom of the pit and flew into Jody's hand. Jody nervously raised the bottle high, and when the next lightning flashed, he got his wish and saw a mouthful of blood-colored potion in the bottle. He succeeded. Holding the bottle of magic potion tightly, Jody ducked into the secret passage. Tonight, in the haunted mansion that had been quiet for a long time, inhuman howls resounded again. After swallowing the potion, Jody could no longer tell whether the pain was physical or mental. All the bones in his body seemed to be screaming and making creaking noises due to the backlog of contracted muscles. The wand was thrown somewhere unknown, and the unconscious casting of the spell first lifted the few pieces of furniture in the room and threw them around, and finally even lifted Jody himself high into the air, causing him to repeatedly collide with various objects. Normal animagus wouldn't actually have such a big reaction, but Jody was a little different. Jody felt the shadow in his mind that resonated most with him, and as the shadow fell, he felt a sense of peace of mind returning to his mother's womb. But after that, he saw the face behind the shadow. That was his face in his previous life, an Asian face with sharp edges. He suddenly lost control of his magic power and fell from mid-air. The dream jade fell to the ground, and Jody reached out to pick it up. At the same time, he saw that the black and white parts of the jade were completely separated into two parts, and the yin and yang fish were chasing each other and circling. Then he saw the almost familiar circular birthmark on his wrist, that unique birthmark from his previous life. After all, Jody failed to pick up his jade pendant. He pressed the stone and collapsed softly, and then he lost consciousness. The rainstorm didn't last long, and it was sunny the next day. Quirrell walked through the owl loft and came to the Whomping Willow. He took out the crumpled letter and double-checked it before poking at the scar of the tree doubtfully. Then he got into the secret passage with a complicated expression. Jordy! Quirrell shouted the name loudly as he walked out of the secret passage with his wand raised. In front of him was a messy room. God's 7 doors. Jody, where are you? Quirrell looked around the room to make sure that no one was found, and he became a little worried. He took out the letter again. It says, if you find anything unusual when you arrive, please remember to save my life. Jody, 7 doors, what is this? Quirrell finally noticed something strange on the wall. Animagus, don't tell me you are learning this. Jody, After a scream, Quirrell almost released the offensive spell. The creatures that unknowingly swam to his feet were obviously frightened and quickly fled elsewhere. Jody, Quirrell felt that the reality in front of him was too ridiculous. The slender creature was as thick as a wrist and about 2 meters in length. Its pure white scales were so beautiful that they looked like white jade inlaid on its body. There is a little bright red on each side of the oval head, and as it raises its upper body upright, its forked tongue flicks to capture various information in the air. At this moment, Jody seemed to understand why he was sorted into Slytherin, and even Quirrell took it for granted. Jody's animagus incarnation is a pure white snake. Merlin, maybe this world is crazier than you said. Quirrell murmured. At this time, Jody finally understood what happened. When Jody regained consciousness, he only felt that his perspective was too low, and the colors of things looked a little weird. It was a picture formed after the snake's senses were transformed by magical magic. Jody felt like he could even see something behind his head, but before he could get used to it, the sudden vibration startled him. A boot stepped on the side of its head. Quirrell's shoe. For Jody now, this foot is too big. At this moment, Kino was muttering to himself while helping Jody to find his wand from the ruins. It's here. Aren't you worried about what will happen if you can't change back? Jody kept walking back and forth on the ground using standard snakeskin moves, which felt very fresh. What was even more wonderful was that he didn't feel the pain caused by mental pressure when transforming. Sai shi zia shi, are you responding to me? Chino stopped unexpectedly, and was quite surprised after confirming that Jody was watching him, neighing, I was worried that you wouldn't understand, so listen carefully. Hide your wand and you'll be a snake for the rest of your life. Haha, you can easily invade the girls' bathroom now. Maybe you can form a team with Myrtle, she always likes to harass the prefects who are taking bubble baths. Jody couldn't complain about Quirrell's joke. He swam back and forth angrily. The texture of the ground suddenly changed significantly. Jody noticed the parchment pressed under his body. This poor thing, the Marauders map was thrown here during yesterday's riot. What's a little strange is that there seems to be a ball of ink surging in the center of the map at this time, and it's clear that no one has done anything to it. The map is reacting to Parseltongue. A rather bold idea came to mind, so bold that Jody was startled. Sia is squeaking, Sai is sizzling, show your ambition, Slydrin. White Snake hovered its head above the Marauders map and spoke its orders as a snake. This is a very old prop, and the magic on it is very worn out. So when the Snake Whisperer gives an order, it subconsciously responds. The ink even jumped out of the paper as it rolled, and the black magic array structure unfolded in midair. The folded paper was picked up by invisible forces and floated to provide support for the ink. The map that had been repaired and rewritten showed its true appearance. A huge school emblem made of ink is floating in the middle, and on the huge array structure that appears in midair, the 7 formations are independent and interconnected. They support each other and rely on each other. The ink dots that appear inexplicably deep underground below Hogwarts on the map correspond to the debugging point of the magic circle at the top next to the principal's office, as if to emphasize something. The drawings of the magic of the Age of Gods. This is a detailed explanation of the magic array of the 7 gates of the Age of Gods magic array at Hogwarts. What have you done? Quirrell recognized these formations at a glance. Only then did Jody realize that Quirrell's favorite phrase, the 7 doors of God, actually refers to the 7-layered magic circle beneath Hogwarts. There were too many things that needed to surprise him at this moment. Jody's eyes focused on the newly marked point on the Hogwarts map. The point did not indicate how to get there, and there was no comment. Only a snake's mark flashed very conspicuously. People who don't know may think it's just Slytherin's signature off the map, but Jody knew that point was referring to the depths of Hogwarts. There is Slytherin's secret room, the secret place guarded by the basilisk. And now it seems that there may be a second hidden magic circle debugging point besides the highest point of the academy. The basilisk was not bred specifically to hunt mudbloods from the beginning, it was bred to guard the secret chamber. And the true identity of that secret room is a backdoor that Salazar Slytherin left for himself at the lowest point of Hogwarts. While Jody was trying hard to restore the human form, Kilo was obviously absent-minded. He wanted to study the drawing quickly. Kilo knew that he had a lot of questions to find the answer from that drawing. Jody's pure red snake eyes and vertical pupils finally returned to his original dark color. He looked at his wrist nervously, where the last scale hidden into the skin, and the birthmark did not appear again on his wrist. Jody gave her a breath. Did those before be illusions? Killua looked stern. You should discuss such a dangerous spell with me in advance. Jody ignored him and discussed with you. I have some operas to sing with you? According to my guess, that map is the legacy of Salazar Slytherin. Only the Snake Man can activate it. If you don't want to spend a lot of time studying how to break the spell without destroying this old antique, the most important thing is to do it's easy to please me. At least don't preach you anymore. Are you threatening me? Quirrell was a little surprised. Then he took it seriously and changed his face, looking sloppy. Then the teacher's research probably requires you to support it. So there is something wrong with young professors. They can always flexibly change their identity from both your friends/your elders. Recently in Hogwarts, there will occasionally be a white snake slipping through the corner inadvertently at your disbelief. The snake's body is very suitable for doing some secret things, and with the convenience of a map of living, there are almost no places in the entire school that Jody cannot invade. Of course, except for the restricted area. Although there is no need to do that for the time being, just in case Jody still figured out the location of Snape's small warehouse. Jody was very satisfied with his animagus incarnation, but occasionally some dangers would come. For example, Professor McGonagall, who almost met that day, and Dumbledore, who was walking with her. Minerva. Dumbledore looked down at McGonagall, who had stopped. Sorry, Mr. Principal, I was a little distracted just now. I don't blame you, Minerva. I know my request is willful and unreasonable. As the principal, I still have a lot to improve. But their summons are getting more and more frequent, and I am always worried that I am not here. What happens when you are in school? McGonagall hid the sadness on her face and showed her determination that she was always a powerful woman. Don't say that. There will be no accident in Hogwarts, I promise. What I worry most now is that something unexpected happens to those magic circles. The hidden Jody forced himself to hold back the snake instinct of its tongue shaking. That if he could still sweat, he would have been sweating all over now. Old Deng seems to have encountered trouble recently. After his health is not in trouble, he is overwhelmed by a series of troubles made by the Ministry of Magic. But what does this have to do with my cold snake? Jody slipped towards the other side of the corridor. After winter, the temperature difference makes the water vapor more intense, and the pure white giant snake that appears faintly in the hazy water vapor looks charming and beautiful. Have you heard of it? The legend of the white snake in the bathhouse for girls. Slytherin students seemed more interested in snakes. Jody didn't know if she was so popular in other colleges. Wow, I want to meet it once. It's fake. There are many rumors like this in our school. The girl passing by was chatting about the campus bazaar, talks about the recent campus stories, while Jody swam along the corner of the wall and entered the office gate in front of him. At this time, Chino was slumped in the softest and most spacious seat in the office. As a professor of black magic defense, he was much busier than Muggle research. He was familiar with the situation and found his magic wand in the corner of the office. After a while, Jody appeared in the position where the white snake was originally entrenched. "I always feel that you didn't become that way to relieve your illness," Quirrell joked. "Exploring the secrets of this school is your and my common hobby. The guardian spell can't be practiced in 1 or 2 days. I always have time to relax. If I hadn't successfully practiced animagus, I would have felt that I'm going crazy." Quirrell understood that Jody said without any exaggeration, "It's not difficult to imagine. I really don't know how you survived it. Do you want to give it a try?" Jody recommended this self-harm training method. He actually got quite a lot of convenience under mental overclocking. When you find a foolproof way, Quirrell finally gave up. This is not his conservativeness. Jody's recklessness that is like a boat is actually easy to cause problems. You should know that the mortality rate of the silent person is almost 100%, and mental overclocking is actually a precursor to the silent person. Both of them knew that Jody's soul was very special, and this kind of special was difficult to replicate. Let's continue training. Brain closure. What we want to train is the patron saint spell. Killa corrected it and added annoyedly, "Why are you so interested in brain closure? I have said it many times, such as brain closure books, and other spells. It has a strong effect of essence soul that you are almost seeking death when practicing it now." Jody nodded helplessly. "Okay, then learn the patron sacred curse first, and then learn the brain closure technique." To be honest, if Chino really wanted to cast the soul-catching curse on herself, Jody wouldn't be happy. Quirrell reluctantly pulled himself out of the chair and muttered, "I am not very good at brain closure surgery. I promised it. I will practice with you for an hour and then we will continue to study the 7-level door. Okay, I'm ready." Jody raised her wand. Quirrell also sorted out his emotions and released the dark magic he had been forced to use in the past 2 days towards Jody. Nightmare apparitor. Black magic often mobilizes some negative energy, just like the black fog that explodes around Jody at this time. In the fog, only those fears that exist in dreams are infinitely magnified. So who will be today? As the black magic took effect, Jody felt tired and her consciousness gradually became blurred. The black fog in front of him had covered all other colors, as if he was no longer in Quirrell's office. In the mist, a beautiful figure in a white long skirt was walking over, and a sickle with a simple pattern was stroking under the slender palms. The woman raised her head, 2 twigs of long hair appeared under her wide cape, and the small mouth on her pretty chin raised a gentle smile. But Jody couldn't feel a trace of warmth from that smile. At this moment, he only felt a big word dangerous on his head, and the strong desire to roll and urged him to escape sooner. "Is that true? Is your fear of you so strong that it is engraved in dreams?" Sure enough, this kind of life-threatening game cannot be played. In Jody's complex mood, what appears before him is the strongest boss of the Black Souls, the Nun Fried. The tip of the wand, the unfolding halo blocked the pressing sickle. Jody was glad that his guardian spell had an effect, but that was probably the only effect. The patron saint was not able to take shape in the end, and the nightmare was not so easily dispelled. Killuo, who removed the curse, looked curious. "Who is that woman? Why is your nightmare so fresh every time? Are children now so imaginative?" Jody was covered in sweat, muscle aches and mental pain made him not in much mood to deal with those sarcastic words. "Continue, while I'm still physically okay." Although Killuo was a little worried, he was also used to Jody's self-restraint. "As you wish. Stay in a nightmare." This time, the person who walked out of the nightmare was wearing a big bald head and a pair of snake's eyes. Instead of the nose, it appeared in that position, the narrow breathing hole. It's the movie version of Voldemort. It's not unusual for this person to appear. Of all Jody's pen pals, talking to Mary was the most relaxing, especially after these few days of training. "Reading my aunt's letter is like a day of salvation." Aunt Mary's reply was always very cordial. She was very happy with Jody's letter of greetings. At the same time, she complained that her children never contacted her even though they lived so close to each other, and they had no plans to take winter vacation this year. "Go home. Perhaps you would like to come to Hogsmeade to spend Christmas. I would like to introduce you to my family. My husband was also ostracized from Slytherin House as a half-blood. Halloween is coming soon, and Jody is a little puzzled that his Halloween is unexpectedly peaceful. The Slytherin children no longer seemed to focus on him, which made him feel relieved, but he vaguely felt that things were not that simple. In fact, Jody gave them very few opportunities to cause trouble. Jody spent most of his time switching between his 3 practice rooms. After Chino's office and the Shrieking Shack, Jody rarely went to the bathroom, which was the least hidden. This resulted in the fact that when he appeared again, Myrtle seemed to be as sensitive as when they first met. Fragile. Jody stood on the floor helplessly watching Myrtle floating above and crying. "Don't be like this, you're crying like I did something. You still said you didn't do anything," Myrtle yelled. Jody patiently continued to persuade, "Maybe you can change places with me. Sometimes I get bored from practice and I really want to talk to you." Ugh, these are all excuses that you just want to get rid of me. Get rid of the annoying Yao Jiniang. Myrtle, who was overly excited, sat in the air with her legs side by side. Her robe was a little messy due to the hysteria just now. Her cheeks became rosy because of her grievance, and glowed with a strange color. Big tears rolled down the cheeks, and the floating teardrops swayed like mercury in pieces, and the single ones were as round and pure white as pearls. The choking twitching made it seem a little difficult for her to even speak. Coupled with her ghost body that was as pale as smoke, Jody really had no way to guard against her like before. Myrtle finally calmed down after fussing for a long time. She seemed surprised that Jody would wait until she could speak rationally again. She straightened herself out and wiped the tears from her large-framed glasses. Ghosts are bound to the land. I can't leave the place where I died too far. Especially when I'm weak. That book should have told you these things. Of course, Jody had read that ghosts were an important subject of study in the occult. Ghosts are the final burning of the occult, exchanging the curse of eternal life for the right to exist. Jody recalled the contents of the book. The ghostly soul memories will become unstable, and they will be unable to interfere with the world of the living and no longer exist. Progress cannot be made unless. Myrtle, who understood why Jody had stopped, whispered, "Well, keep going. Unless the ghosts voluntarily deepen the curse again, shouldering some responsibility full of strong desires such as protection or revenge. The desires will revive some of their abilities and even strengthen them, but from then on the ghost can no longer completely maintain itself. With his own will, he will be corrupted bit by his own wishes until he finally turns into a simple and paranoid elf until he returns or is expelled. The ghosts of Hogwarts rely on the strong magical atmosphere in this land, especially a guy like me. I am so weak that I can't even take off my glasses or change my clothes." Myrtle, who was making a big fuss, seemed to have completely let down her guard, floating in the air and saying those rare words in her heart, "And my wish is so small, I just don't dare to face death. I just want to get back the complete life that I didn't live through, and I want to have the warmth that belongs to me. But I can only watch students come and go one after another. Why won't you be driven away by me? Why do you stay and let me misunderstand you as my friend once?" Myrtle became hysterical again. "Hey, we are friends." Jody sighed inwardly that this woman is so troublesome. "No, it's not what you think." Myrtle avoided Jody and seemed to refuse to cooperate. "Everyone gathered at Hogwarts may have such a wish. Maybe they can be together in this eternal world. Before our despair turns into a monster, someone can help us choose the third ending. Don't come to my place again. Goodbye, Jody." Myrtle's tone became gentler than she had ever heard before, which made Jody feel a little creepy. Catching Quirrell's idle moment, Jody stopped him. "You must know something, Professor Quirrell." Only now did Jody realize that Zhao Jiniang is still an important friend to him. If she really disappeared, he would not have another normal friend in the school. The person to chat with? After that, he asked almost all the ghosts, and Jody knew from their strange behavior that something big was definitely happening. The answer given by Professor Spencer was the most baffling. He just muttered that the skylight in the auditorium seemed to have been replaced recently and ignored Jody as he floated over his body. "I haven't heard any news about Peeves' mischief for a long time. It turns out that this guy is hiding somewhere." The ghost of Slytherin, Barrow the Bloody, stayed in an empty room on the 4th floor of the school with his long sword, guarding a shield that he pulled out from nowhere from morning to night. Mrs. Gray stayed at the door of the Ravenclaw common room all day long as if she had lost her soul. The almost headless Nick rushed from one end of the corridor to the other end every day as if he had taken stimulants, repeatedly emphasizing to every student he met that he must guard the school and protect this pure land that belongs to them. The fat monk seemed the most normal, but compared to the strangeness of all the other ghosts, he seemed the most abnormal. Quirrell was surprised by his question, but deep down he felt it was natural. "These things are not your responsibility now. The soul you must save first is your own." Jody held his wand tightly but really had no intention of reciting the next spell. The movable stairs in the castle seem to be much cleaner recently. In fact, it is not that they have become cleaner, but that the small damages are disappearing little by little. The hole in the wall caused by the out-of-control spell in the defense against the dark arts classroom has disappeared. Everyone thought Filch had found a way to repair it, but why wasn't it repaired 10 years earlier? Quirrell stopped what he was doing and listened to Jody's observation. "This castle is healing itself without anyone's interference. Am I right?" Seeing Quirrell's reaction, Jody made a judgment in his heart, and he continued, "Dang, what is the magic circle that Professor Bullido repaired? What is it doing? For the safety of students, do you plan to give up those abandoned ghosts?" "That's enough." Quirrell seemed to be irritated by Jody's choice of words. "Professor Dumbledore has never thought about abandoning anything, and I have never thought about it. The magic of the Age of Gods was already relatively ancient knowledge in the era of the school's founder. We don't know how many functions these magics have, we just can decipher the part we need." This is the second person today who has become hysterical in front of Jody. When Quirrell roared like a collapse but was still rushing to add an extra layer of soundproofing charm to his office, Jody then remembered how anxious the professor was during this period, and recalled the state in which he took time out. "Help yourself practice magic spells. Just because I refused to go to the magic hospital. Those idiots at the Ministry of Magic, idiots. The Malfoy family and the mysterious man have been confused for a day or two, just to win over the pureblood family, just to show their goodwill to the pureblood family. They actually let such a person enter the council. Now that Professor Dumbledore is being picked on by those on the board of governors, Hogwarts, which is already short of manpower, is already on alert to fill the vacancy in the absence of the principal. 7 doors. What can I do? What should I do? Quirrell gasped and calmed himself down as soon as possible. Only then did Jody understand how bad Hogwarts' situation was. His thinking drifted far away at that moment. In the second volume of the Harry Potter series, Lucius borrowed Voldemort's diary to create panic. In the third volume, they gradually lost patience. They used the excuse to search Sirius Black, and Azkaban exaggeratedly sent Dementors to occupy Hogwarts. Part 4, the Ministry of Magic intervened and forced restarted the Cup of Fire that had been stopped for decades, pushing Hogwarts to the forefront. Part 5 even directly sent a pink toad to directly intervene in Hogwarts. Housekeeping. If Voldemort didn't make a comeback, what would Hogwarts end like? Will Dumbledore stop the inclusion of the nature of peaceful evolution? And what was the Ministry of Magic, which used the power of the pure blood family in the most difficult time, finally twisted into? It took only a few minutes from Jody's questioning to Kilow's yelling, and the entire magic world suddenly became tense in Jody's eyes. I'm just a little tired. Jody. Kiloway explained with some strength, you have helped me too much. That map. I'm sorry I told Dumbledore about its existence, but I didn't say who it belonged to. The principal asked me to convey his gratitude to him. Then the interpretation of the magic circle. Although Dumbledore's clone was not skilled, there was a respected old man who would help us. That you don't have to worry too much. Jody nodded. Do you think I am not qualified to intervene in this matter before reaching that height? Can't even know the details? Quirrell did not deny that Hogwarts will survive this difficult time, as many years it has been through. The magic array of the 7th level gate is very large and is changing every moment, and my current state has very strong reading ability. Jody denied the other party's denial. But Killow insists, but reading it will cause your soul to be further condensed, and refining so quickly will kill you. Besides, your current mental load is not enough to deal with it, unless you really become a silent person. Jody carefully understood the meaning of the other person's words and finally nodded. Kiro thought he finally understood, but he breathed a sigh of relief but felt even more tired. Perhaps in the dark he was also looking forward to a helper to help him. Then we have to start training. I don't think that, Professor. Jody once again gave up the idea of starting to cast a spell. Today may be the last time you want you to practice this spell with me. I hope you can use this time to tell me more. Those portraits, and those ghosts. Will they disappear? After a brief silence, Killuo decided to tell the truth. I should have mentioned to you before that Hogwarts has a protective magic array called the Holy Spirit Magic Array. This magic array provides Hogwarts with energy to stabilize space. When repairing the unexpected mantra, the magic array was affected. The Holy Spirit sleeping in the magic array were transformed from the soul. Jody immediately understood everything. The repair work activates the Holy Spirit magic formation. Killuo nodded, yes. The thoughts stranded in the castle are now silent little by little, waiting for the Holy Spirit to call them to their side. During a brief silence, Jody digested the news and finally made a decision under the influence of these news. I have been persuading myself to satisfy myself at the current progress. But if I want to catch up with the UPS and Downs, I can't do this leisurely way. Jody blamed herself for no reason, as if she was upset. Killo thought it was due to the pressure from the conversation just now. You are already better than all the students I have ever met. Jody denied it firmly. It's not enough. His attitude surprised Killuo, and his expression frozen on his face for a moment and didn't know what to react. But Jody was not interested in appreciating his expression. You chose the fear spell to practice because you were worried that it would bring too much pressure to my soul and cause a counter effect. But if you want to summon the Guardian, it is not the most real fear, and the practice effect cannot be achieved. What you up to? Jody did not respond to Quirrell's question, but just finished speaking. I have been hesitating whether to practice with this method. With a strong psychological suggestion, I understand that as long as I overcome that thing, I can summon the Guardian God. It is also this subconscious that the practice effect in the past few days has become worse and worse. But now, I have made up my mind. I will overcome my fear and summon the patron saint. Just today, it was not the first time that Jody had done something exaggerated, and Killo felt that he had an obligation to stop him. What are you going to do? But the next moment, Jody had already held the wand in her hand. Sapereker. The black mist almost exploded outward from him. It is actually difficult to learn the fear mantra as a curse-based magic, but there is a trick that will help you master it faster. That is to change the practice goal to yourself and repeatedly release this spell to yourself. Jody's biggest fear is being locked in a purely black space. Or maybe it can be said to be a space without even black. Color, light, sound, temperature, smell, taste, nothing seems to exist in this space. Even if time passes, it is impossible to detect. Memories, reason, and instincts seem to have disappeared, and consciousness repeatedly exchanges in extremely huge and extremely narrow areas as if it may be disillusioned at any time. All you can feel is loss, and the loss is endless. Jody was also very surprised why he had such a weird memory, and he once regarded it as a nightmare. But the nightmares of these days made him realize that his mind was not so complicated that he could come up with such an amazing dream. That was his memory, the memory of death from his previous life to this life. If it weren't for this just a nightmare, Jody might have been defeated at the first moment of this memory rekindled. The fear of death is one of the greatest fears of all life. But even so, he was deprived of all his power by fear, as if he had really lost everything again, and he was leaning backwards, inhaling hard and making a sound. Quirrell's subconscious spy caused him to be affected by this dream and he couldn't take care of himself. Jody seemed to feel that her consciousness was coming to an end. Will this be his end? Somewhere short of the end, Jody raised her head and saw the view ahead. It looked familiar. And then he understood. Of course this is not his end, he has long passed this end. The extremely dazzling white light tore the black mist from the inside out, and the huge hideous snake head hit out of the mist. The clear textured scales were like solid, and the snake body as thick as a bucket was thrown away to completely fill the office. Jody struggled back from the tilt position, while the snake-shaped patron saint, which was plastered around his body, opened his mouth wide, let out a loud roar. Office had just been blessed with a silencing spell, and this extremely wild roar failed to cause panic. The snake seemed to be able to continue to grow bigger under the power of Jody's magic power. Jody, control your magic power, what you have to do is to maintain it. Quirrell, who escaped from the nightmare, loudly reminded Jody to take further action. After summoning a nightmare of that level, the purity of this kid's soul must have improved again. A grade. If he can't control it, he can be very dangerous. Of course Jody understood this, and he also didn't break through for a crazy suicide plan. Jody clutched his wand tightly with both hands and hugged it to his chest, frightening the patroness with the rapid throttling of magic. The huge snake head was rushing through the house, and the strong wind it brought hit everything in the house into a mess. But the originally clear scales on the giant snake that were visible to the naked eye were quickly fading, and the snake's head was rapidly shrinking as it circled. In just a moment of turning around, only the arm-thick guardian angel was left hovering over Jody, with his big head resting on Jody's shoulder and happily voicing the message. Quirrell's wand has been pinched and ready to rescue Jody at any time. The full concentration of magic control required is not something that a child can easily achieve. But Jody did it. After all, he is not a simple child. You succeeded? You actually succeeded? Quirrell looked in disbelief. Jody couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, don't just look at it. What's next? Do I have to keep it up? No, I have a way that I've thought of it a long time ago. But I have to look for it. As he said this, Quirrell hurriedly looked at his messy office. Flying spell, use flying spell. Jody was a little annoyed when he saw Quirrell spinning around like a headless fly. Mobilier bus. A small box flew out from under the collapsed table. Give me your shimming guy-o. Jody turned around and showed his pants pocket and motioned for the other person to get it. The patron saint curse is a shamanic spell that a long time ago, there was a tribe of wizards who kept evil spirits in captivity as patron saints. They would use some evil sacrificial activities to feed a totem, and then use it in battle. After taking out the jade stone, Quirrell used his wand to take a pinch of blood from Jody's body. After the decline of tribal culture, the mysteries mastered by tribes were exploited and utilized. Among them, people discovered that the patron saint spell itself was not without its merits, but the users were too greedy for power. People limited the power of sacrifices to positive emotions. Using the patroness charm to sanctify this part of the memory, this is the patroness charm. The blood was injected into the jade, and a set of carving tools floated out from the small box. At the same time, some powders that had been prepared long ago floated out together with some auxiliary tools. The fine stone powder fell and a bloodline appeared inside the jade. Hold on, kid. Hold on. Quirrell comforted while controlling the aura that attracted and divided Jody's patron saint to mix into the totem being made. As a foreign spell, there are very few students who would bother to study the patron saint spell. Shamanic spells all take time to develop before they become powerful. Many people don't know that the patron saint can use a totem as a carrier and wear it all the time. It was observed that the veins composed of blood inside the jade completely penetrated the jade, and then the chaotic black and white in the dream jade was cleared away, and even the flaws disappeared together, and along with the blood-colored veins, they were covered up by pure white. It's done, hold it and guide your patroness inside. Quirrell watched Jody's patroness swimming in the air and getting closer to the totem in his hand. Published. The huge snake disappeared without a sound. Jody pressed his forehead, the mental shackles were finally removed, and he almost burst into tears as he felt like he was reborn. The incarnation of Animagus is usually related to the patron saint. Generally, wizards who want to learn Animagus first use the patron saint spell to calculate which animal they practice most closely with, and then start ceremony. Is it really a snake? Quirrell lamented the wonder of magic while educating Jody on his illiteracy. You must know that Animagus cannot turn into magical animals. There is a gap in magic power between wizards and magical creatures. If the patron saint is not right, the wizard will even have to find a way to change the form of his patron saint. So your former Animagus practice. That's too reckless. Jody continued and gave him a look. How many more times do you have to say it? Well, in short, the practice of Animagus is very dangerous, which is why all animagus must be registered before they can practice. Quirrell said that he also felt a little sensitive after he said it. The topic was, I'm not advising you to register. The less those idiots at the Ministry of Magic know, the better. Quirrell picked up the old camera on the ground, looked around distressfully, and then cast the restoration spell. Under the influence of the spell, everything in the house quickly returned to its original state. No matter how many times I watch it, it is good news for obsessive-compulsive disorder. While enjoying it, Jody suddenly thought of a question: what is your patron saint like? When Quirrell heard this, he showed a mysterious smile, exp. As the spell sounded, white light spurted out from the tip of his wand and transformed into a strong owl. Jody naturally thought of the animagus, but Quirrell himself got there first. Don't persuade me to practice animagus, I am a teacher after all. I cannot take the lead in breaking the rules. Isn't this just pretending to be a wolf with a big tail? Jody's teasing look was unabashed. Ha, okay, I have to wait for the things at hand to be finished first. That you have to help me when I practice. Quirrell set up a small flag, not forgetting to joke about Jody. In this regard you are my senior. Of course. Jody agreed immediately, but mentally he was thinking, of course it's your senior. Sia is sour, Sai is so hiss. Under the influence of Parceltongue, the Marauder's map turned on its hidden function. The huge magic circle of the seventh gate of divine heritage was outlined in ink and appeared in their eyes. At this time, the two of them had moved to the Shrieking Shack. Since they wanted to use Jody's secret props, Quirrell had to consider concealment. The Marauder's map, which looks like a cheating backdoor, is definitely the work of a genius, but it has to be said that James Poe, who forcibly decoded the magic of the Age of Gods on the Marauder's map and achieved great results, was able to rewrite the spells and create the Marauder's map. The Special Foursome are also top-notch geeks. Also, if they don't have any skills, how can they have the confidence to deal with the Half-Blood Prince? In order to facilitate research, the Screaming Shack was tidied up at this time, and the newly hung wooden boards on the walls were covered with memo notes here and there. Quirrell had already entered a research state, and Jody swam to the side and picked up his wand to transform himself. This is actually not easy, after all. Snakes don't have claws. It's great that the totem pole that houses the patron saint can be stored in the animagus transformation. However, if he wants to save the wand, Jody must first study the animagus transformation without spells, which is undoubtedly difficult. A little on the high side. Without disturbing Quirrell, Jody sat and observed the Marauder's map, and gradually get back the magic power from the patron saint. The mind gradually enters the load state until it is overclocked, but it is not enough. After overcoming the fear of death, Jody regained enough magical power to take him one step further. Jody. Quirrell's voice seemed to come from a very far away place. Jody was blown away by Quirrell's magic, which broke his sight of being trapped in the seven-layered door. Climbing up in embarrassment, Jody touched the moisture under his nose, and his hands were bright red. God, 7 doors, you really don't give yourself a break? Quirrell was a little helpless. I didn't say that you can intervene in the research here after learning the patroness charm. I have no choice but to let you know the details. I have to find something else to do for you. A guy like you can't leave you idle. Jody felt pain all over his body at this time. You said there will be a respected old man to help you interpret the magic circle, who is more authoritative than the teachers in our school? That's too much, although Professor McGonagall and the others are indeed respectable. Quirrell took the opportunity to put down his work and take a breather. That one is a legend among legends. It's just his age. It's a bit too much that he needs to use a very complicated way to get to Hogwarts. Before that, I could only rely on owls to ask him for advice. Young people may rarely hear about him, the master of alchemy. Nick Flamel. Jody looked confused. Didn't he come to Hogwarts a long time ago, on the day you repaired the 7 doors? That day was just a projection. How did you know? The 7 Gates of God is a legend, but in fact the entire ruins of the 7 gates have nothing to do with God. The magic of the Age of Gods is a kind of ancient magic. In the era when this kind of magic was prevalent, the world was still filled with mottled and huge energy. This energy was called the power of God and was a kind of primitive energy. Later it was also called the original energy. The magic of the Age of Gods ushered in its inevitable decline as the world gradually became more complete. After that, the world took away those powers that should not be controlled by humans to construct rules and form spiritual veins, leaving relatively mild powers to be interpreted by people. And those that are domesticated by interpretation are the so-called magic powers. The era of the 4 founders was the era when the magic of the Age of Gods was just declining, and the 7 doors were built in order to solidify the power of the gods that had not yet dissipated and use it to build Hogwarts. But for some reason, they only completed part of the 7 doors. The most complete one is Hogwarts, which is fixed in the main space. The two of them had dinner that day in Quirrell's office. After receiving the teacher's request, the house elf specially changed into a beautiful tuxedo to serve the two of them. It would be better if the pumpkin juice in his hand was replaced by wine. What is the strongest wine in the UK? Rum? Jody swallowed a mouthful of pumpkin juice with a grumble, and bulged his cheeks as he hurriedly spoke. Are you saying that you think the unexpected magic circle was an unfinished semi-finished product from the beginning? Yes, it's not unfinished. In fact, its degree of completion is very high, but this part of the ability has been blocked by some means. Quirrell was full, but he always felt that something was missing. He rubbed his temples and told himself repeatedly, don't fall asleep now. Please bring me some brandy, I have to go to bed early today. After saying that, he glared at Jody and said, your nightmare is so exciting. He was honored to give a polite smile, and Jody freed his mind from the food. So you want me to find out the reason why this magic circle was closed back then? Yes, it is very important to know what happened back then. Otherwise, if we repair this circle, we may inadvertently destroy another one. Can you understand? Of course Jody understood. I can't have fun like this, it happened hundreds of years ago. How can I find out the truth? Can I ask Gryffindor to give me a dream? Well, I just thought you might be able to try to find some clues. Aren't you a very fast reader? Ugh. After grabbing Quirrell's cup, Jody put one foot on the chair and took a sip of brandy. You're so fast at reading, you can't even ask me to read all the books in the library. This isn't reliable. Minors can't drink. Quirrell yelled and took the cup back. The house elf behind him calmly refilled it for him. Oh, that's right. Then change it. Maybe you can help me investigate. Meet Professor Spencer. After saying this, Jody thought about it. Professor Spencer is said to have served Hogwarts a long time ago. Does he know anything? A ghost needs to pay a heavy price to gain power. In order to continue teaching, all Professor Bin's energy is locked in history. He rarely mentions things about himself. Those memories about himself have been it's very confusing. It's even difficult for us to determine which era he is from. Then you let me study him. Jody tried to get the wine glass at the other end of the table again, but unfortunately Quirrell saw through it. Well, at least investigating Professor Binns will do you some good. It is said that Professor Binns has not spent a penny since he became a ghost, but his salary over the years has still been paid to him. After estimating the amount of money, Quirrell curled his lips. It's just that his common room has become as legendary in the school as Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Jody was more realistic than Kylo imagined. He immediately became energetic and said, please leave this investigation to me. In the days after being banned from the research by Quirrell, Jody visited the girls' bathroom more often. Speaking of Chamber of Secrets, those who have watched Harry Potter will basically think of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Jody is no exception, not to mention that after being able to speak snake language, he has the ability to open the secret room. He searched hard but failed to find the entrance to the secret room. For this reason, he was labeled a pervert by Myrtle. But if you think about it carefully, something does seem wrong. First of all, Salazar Slytherin is a pure-blooded person, and what he should yearn for is nobility and orthodoxy. So why is the entrance to his secret room in such an obscene place as the women's bathroom? We might as well assume that it is very likely that this was not the girls' toilet when the entrance to the secret room was set up, but this area happened to be chosen when later generations found that the toilets were not enough. If that's the case, the person who built the toilet must not have known to reserve an exit for the secret room, let alone leave a snake-shaped mark on the sink. Jody gave himself a high score in his mind and believed this theory. Otherwise, his inch-by-inch search would be meaningless and fruitless. Ha ha ha, I think I've seen this sneaky look of yours somewhere before. Yao Jiniang still looked like she was running out of battery. Although she complained a few times when she saw Jody's visit again, she could still tell that she was very happy. The secret room was just an excuse for Jody to visit his ghost friend. He gave up his intention of continuing to look under the sink and straightened up. Who? A lewd maniac like me? Myrtle knew that Jody was joking, but she did try hard to recall. That was when I was still alive. The day I was bullied and ran to this bathroom as usual, and there was a boy looking outside. Run. I was shocked. Do you remember what that person looks like? Jody's tone was filled with seriousness. He suddenly understood who the person Yao Jinian was talking about was. Haha, do you still want to be friends with him? It was a long time ago, I don't remember. I have really wronged you in order to find the Chamber of Secrets, Senior Slytherin? Voldemort. Tom Riddle. How many women's bathrooms have you sneaked into while searching for Slytherin heritage? Putting away the uncontrollable smile, Jody was amused by his own thoughts. But his visit to the bathroom was not just for fun. Now that Yao Jiniang has regained her energy, Jody has to start his own project. The tasks given by Quirrell investigating Professor Binns and Professor Binns' private money are two side tasks. Jody has always had himself in his hands a clear main goal. One is to quantify magic power and improve it quickly, which is of course to cope with the subsequent resurrection of Voldemort. But now a second main line has been added to the first one, which of course is to save poor Myrtle. After all, this child has taken care of herself a lot. In order to find a way to save Yao Jiniang, Jody must first get involved in the research on the seventh gate. In order to achieve this goal, he had to increase his mental strength enough to withstand the impact of the magic circle. The mental overclocking that existed as his death charm some time ago has now become the key to his breakthrough. Now that it is known that he has a large area of modeled soul that has not been able to settle, Jody must of course move faster after eliminating the possibility of overpressure explosion. Complete the cleansing of the soul. Besides advanced spells, do you know of any other ways to quickly condense your soul? Jody named the mental load state he experienced at the beginning mental overclocking, which will not collapse simply by relying on its own mysterious technique and the resilience of life. This state that is unexpectedly discovered from the backlash is very unstable. In the previous experiment of secretly observing the 7th level magic circle, Jody understood the danger of backlash more clearly, and did not intend to try again. If it weren't for the patron saint to help him support him, maybe he would have to wait for Quirrell to blow him up. My mind was burned by the huge magic array system of the 7th level gate. Reading can no longer help you improve quickly. That you need to work hard in a very new direction. For you now, the only thing that is still blank may be fighting and injured, but where do you want to find one or two willing to be with you? What about the people who practice? It's not good to be so introverted, Jody. Jody didn't comment, was withdrawn, or something. Oftentimes, it was only the isolated guy who was doing the right thing. Reading, experience, advanced spells. I have told you all the methods I know. Yao Jinian leaned in the air and raised her fingers to count the number of times Jody asked him. Let a ghost recall it, but a memory of it is it's an inconvenient thing. Jody, who had read a lot of books in the library, understood this point, and was inevitably a little guilty at this time. I know too. I know, I always ask, I'm bad-hearted. Yao Jinian couldn't see that she was angry, maybe she just wanted to complain. But this strange accent really made her goosebumps. I have always remembered your doubts. How to improve, how to stabilize your soul, how to strengthen your magic. You were like being chased by something, is there, Jody? Like a feather bathed in white light, Myrtle slowly fell and leaned lazily beside Jody, stretching her head over to reach Jody's earlobe. Your tone now looks like a witch who is nagging. That's it, witch. I can see what you want, and then use your desire to tease you. Jody resisted the desire to laugh. It seems something is wrong with you today. Don't you like it? Jody thought about it carefully. That's not, maybe you should have this kind of personality. You are lively, full of energy, and like to play tricks. Can you take off your glasses? A witch who loves trouble should not be like this. Without avoiding Jody's hand reaching her cheek, Myrtle seemed to be looking forward. Gee, if you can. Jody then really stretched out her hand and did not try to touch the frame that could not have been touched by him. Instead, she scraped it in the air with her index finger and slid it across her nose. She did not express any dissatisfaction because of Jody's teasing, but her expression became even more lonely. Jody, do you know that it may be time for me to leave? As her only friend, perhaps only Jody can help her share some of the anxiety. I'm listening. The number of ghost classes held by Professor Binns has increased significantly. He persuaded us to think earlier and persuaded us to leave school for a while until Dumbledore thought of a way to solve the problem. Don't you want to leave? Jody kept avoiding asking Myrtle about the Holy Spirit magic array directly, which was a very sensitive topic. But perhaps it is time to have no time to take care of your mood. I don't know. Although I have been wandering here for half a century, I've been at the age of 14. You may not know much. Let me make an example. Do you know heaven, Jody? Jody nodded and expressed her suspicion with an expression. I live in the church, but I don't believe in this myself. You can understand it as having an entrance to heaven in Hogwarts, and as long as we can be part of it, we can get rest. And if we leave, I may soon disappear, or arrest or death or something. Aren't it the same? It's all over anyway. Myrtle's confusion was even deeper. But if it weren't for waiting for an ending, what was the meaning of staying here? Of course, staying is to make up for the regret. Jody tried to persuade her to stop thinking too negatively. Isn't there a saying that, after a long time there will always be some good things to encounter? If I leave, I may have to wait a long time before someone else can help me make a decision. The waiting process is very painful, Jody. Don't you feel regretful? Just decide to let someone else do it? You don't understand, Jody. You don't understand. My regrets will never be compensated. Jody's emotions became increasingly unstable, and he suddenly realized that the only person who was worried about at this moment was not the only one of Myrtle. The person who was uneasy because of her departure was actually himself. Even if she was the soul of an adult, it would be very uncomfortable to be isolated. For him, Myrtle is already a very important friend. Who will help you make this decision? Then why can't I help you make the decision? Stay here, Myrtle. I'm no longer used to coming to this room and I can't find you to talk to me, Jody said seriously. Are you confessing your love, Jody? I am a senior. Myrtle floated away, and the smiled face revealed the meaning of loneliness. Jody just looked at her and quietly expressed his seriousness. Myrtle panicked, and the complicated emotion stinged her heart at that moment, and finally expressed it in anger. You don't know anything. Finally, after leaving a shout, Myrtle rushed into the sewer again. After that, Jody failed to see her again for several weeks. Christmas is coming, and during this period, the Quidditch competition between the 4 major academies entered the final competition. Jody did not go to see the competition in person. From the chat of the classmates, he learned that this year's champion Slytherin had a very good chance of winning. Big Gryffindor's strength has improved a lot since Wood took over as captain, but they seem to have never found a good finder, so they are still at the bottom. When the owl flew back, he unexpectedly brought Robert's reply to Jody. Hell, this illiterate can piece together a complete letter. After leaving, Robert successfully brought his little girlfriend to the house to live together. The optimistic and cheerful guys can always find a place of their own easily. Then the day after the last Quidditch game before the winter vacation, Quirrell found Jody and discussed a very important thing with him. Nico LeMay arrives at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore wants me to express his apology that he should actually ask this kind of thing in person. It's just that he is not convenient for him to find out about your identity for various reasons. Kilo, who learned that his helper entered the venue, was very worried at this time. Jody refused to give in. In order to facilitate research, Nicole LeMay needs to see the map of the live spots with his own eyes and facilitate his interpretation based on the actual objects. This naturally requires the current owner of the live spots to agree, and it is provided as a snake-like accent. After Jody agrees, you have to participate in the work of Master LeMay. Will we continue to use the Screaming Shack, or will Master LeMay have other places to work? For Jody, meeting an alchemist cannot be said to be a bad thing. I knew you would agree, my enlightened friend. Killua was so moved that he was about to cry. Do you know that I'm so busy that I didn't even go to my office very much? I slept in that shed at night inside the house. But we can no longer occupy your secret base. Dumbledore has other arrangements for the work location. It may be the most magical room in the school, but in contrast, you can't hide it from me when I ask you about your research progress again. In addition, if possible, I hope to get some advice from Master LeMay. Of course, Master LeMay is a very kind senior. Oh, by the way. Quirrell relaxed and did not forget to hand the bag prepared in advance to Jody. You can treat it as a funding for Professor Dumbledore to the Department of the Modern Magical Research Association. Because your instructor is busy recently, you can control the funds for this semester. Jody opened the money bag, and the color of the gold was very pleasing. Is this a benefit fee? Quirrell shrugged. Professor Dumbledore is worried that you will be offended, but I should have no problem with my understanding of you. Of course, if there are other requirements, you can also mention it. Dumbledore still feels that you need to compensate you. I feel so. Offense, please offend me if you give me money for free. Jody, I think I need to talk to you. Gibbs dragged Jody to the corner and looked around nervously. He is a guy who is easily manipulated by others, but he is still very loyal to Jody. The correspondence between Jody and Mr. Ollivander has never stopped. As a modern person, Jody has many fresh ideas to communicate with the Master Stick Maker. Ollivander's wand shop is designated by both Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. Most wizards in the country got their first wands from here. Of course, this includes Gibbs Rosier. Oh, it's not good for a pure-blood family to stay with a mudblood like me. Those words you said to me when school started have already caused you enough trouble. Jody teased Gibbs' worries and said, I am curious about what the other person has to say to me. Don't say that word, it's not fun. Surprisingly, Gibbs seemed to dislike the word mudblood. Jody then stopped his nonchalant look and said, then what do you want to talk to me about? It may be strange for me to tell you these things, but I don't think you should keep it in the dark. Do you remember the thunderstorm? It was a very uncommon thunderstorm after the beginning of winter. Only then did Jody recall Gibbs chasing him that day, and the challenge that had left a vague impression on his memory. I forgot to mention it. Why is there no news behind those challenge letters? Gibbs nodded. They plan to deal with you, but someone helped you stop all the trouble that you may not have noticed. But the pure bloods in the academy have rarely paid attention to you recently, right? Jody was a little suspicious when he said this. Who stopped it for me? It shouldn't be Quirrell, right? He is a Hufflepuff student, also a first year. Hufflepuff? Jody felt that his scalp was already numb. Who else could he be but a first-year Hufflepuff student? His name is Tricky Ogre. Gibbs' answer did not disappoint Jody. What the hell? Jody already guessed what the main content of Gibbs' conversation would be. What did he do? Gibbs once again confirmed that no other students were paying attention to the conversation here, and then lowered his voice. This guy made a big fuss that maybe you are the only one who didn't notice it. That Heretic Alliance. What alliance? Jody was surprised and couldn't help but admire Ogle's hard work. Only a lunatic like him could stand out in such a big battle. An informal student organization, composed of mudbloods and mixed bloods, who resist pure bloods. Gibbs recalled the student conflicts that had become more and more intense in the past few months, and he felt like he swallowed. The trouble got bigger and bigger, and even senior students started to get involved. Jody could imagine the tragedy. Wouldn't a teacher stand up and stop it? The prefects are covering up this matter. You may not know much about it. Pure blood families generally have their own methods to deal with organizations that oppose them. And guys like Ogle with a weak head cannot defeat them. Jody walked a few steps to digest the information, then turned back and looked directly into Gibbs's eyes. At that moment, Gibbs had the illusion of being penetrated by those eyes. But why did you come here to tell me this? Do you want me to get involved or stop it? I. Gibbs panicked for a moment. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Of course I hope someone can stop it. Someone has to bypass the prefect and notify the teacher that you seem to be very close to Professor Quirrell. Close. So why don't you go yourself? Don't say such ambiguous words, Gibbs. Jody interrupted the other party, and the sudden high pitch of his voice startled Gibbs. There is no way to get a result without someone paying the price that you are just escaping. The Rosier family is a pure-blooded family, but you are the youngest son of the family, and there are two older brothers above you. The Rosier family has always had a tradition of cultivating heirs. Except for the eldest son and the second son, the other children they are often not valued, and it will not be their turn to inherit the family property in the future. Jody revealed the secrets he had learned from Ollivander, and Gibbs was stung by Jody's words. How did you know? Am I right that you can relate to the experiences of mixed bloods? You have no chance of inheriting the family property and are destined to be abandoned by the monopoly economy of pure blood families. At most, you can only taste the scraps. You inevitably have to come into contact with other classes of society, but you don't dare to break up with the purebloods. Accepting the identity caught in the cracks too early makes you smooth, and you learn to polish the edges early. Every step Jody took seemed to step on Gibbs' inner shadow, pushing him deeper into darkness. "No, I'm not," Gibbs denied, but his expression betrayed him. "Escape will come to an end. It's just a matter of time. Have you decided how to stand in line?" Jody asked. I don't know. Both of them have this kind of virtue, it makes people angry all the time." Myrtle also said, "I don't know. At least you know how to tell me, so you've tried your best," Jody murmured, slowing down his tone, which made Gibbs feel relieved. "I saw your spellcasting that thunderstorm day. You are all smart people, Jody." Jody snorted to express his disapproval. "It is precisely because they are smart that they will not let you get away easily." Later that day, Jody appeared outside the Gryffindor common room. The people passing by pointed at the Slytherin in tattered robes, and soon someone he knew noticed Jody. George Weasley seemed very happy to see Jody. Those secret passages gave the twins a unique time. "Hey, Jody, what's up?" Fred greeted kindly. Something happened. The appearance of the twins reduced some unnecessary trouble. "Please help me find Percy." "Percy?" The twins looked at each other. "Why are you looking for him?" "That's right, Jody, our eldest brother is a very obedient top student." George hid his worry. "What we mean is if you have any small problems that need to be solved, it might be more convenient to discuss it with us." Fred helped. "Hey, George, Fred. What's going on?" Lee Jordan, who was passing by, saw his best friends gathering together and curiously poked his head over. "Even though we haven't been in school long, we know a lot of people." The twins took the opportunity to brag about their connections. Jody just smiled. Although Percy seemed to be an outlier in the Weasley family, this did not prevent the Weasley family from protecting each other. "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." The twins exchanged glances again, and George asked tentatively, "Ahem, Jody. Maybe I shouldn't ask, is it about Oakley?" Jody just smiled. Fred then understood that their guess was not wrong. This matter had indeed caused a big fuss recently. It was impossible for them not to know. "I understand what happened in the Forbidden Forest that day. We also considered that Oakley might need help, but he was too stubborn. We went to find him, but he drove us away." Fred explained, "This is no small fight, Jody. This is a fight between non-pure bloods and pure bloods." Jody nodded. "I understand, you are pure bloods after all. And Percy regards becoming an Auror as his dream." "No, you may not understand what we mean. Of course we brothers are on your side. It's just Percy." Jody didn't listen to what they had to say. He rejected the twins' good intention to take a trip into this muddy water. "You are destined not to be on the same side as me, and I will not bind anyone with any affection. Percy has his own judgment and his stubbornness. I think you know better than me. I will talk to him. I don't intend to cause you any trouble, but there are some things that some people would be more suitable to do." "You want to ask, is Professor McGonagall's attitude towards this matter?" For the first time in such a place, Percy couldn't help but become curious about the furnishings in the house. Jody set the meeting place in Hagrid's cottage and drove the owner out with confidence. At this time, Jody was lying comfortably on his chair that was arranged by him, and his teeth were lying at his feet and let Jody stomp and rub its thick fur alternately with her feet. "It's not just Professor McGonagall, I believe you will have some understanding of most of the Dean's movements. Don't you?" Percy did not deny. "I suggest you not to join in. The situation has developed to this point, which we don't want to see. There are definitely many people who talk to Aubrey, but that person is more stubborn than you think." "That's a lunatic." Jody used a more appropriate word. Percy seemed a little surprised by Jody's words, and he nodded. "Yes, as you said. Is this the world already like this? Does only madmen dare to speak for non-pure blood?" Jody's next sentence made Percy smell the danger. "We need a stable society. After all, the Jody pureblood family is still at the center of the Magic Society, and they will gradually get better. But as far as I know, Choi Aubrey is a thoroughly pure blood species, but he is on the side of non-pure blood. The pure blood species are not firm, they will change their camps due to interests and beliefs." Jody put down his teacup and sat up slightly, his tone as if he was talking about something ordinary. "And as far as I know, there has never been any change that does not require blood. Those in power often have plenty of time to change, but as long as no one forces them, they will drag the problem to the end. Instead, they will use time to deceive the people below and promote a peaceful solution." Jody observed Percy's gradually unnatural expression. "Of course, if I say that, our conversation might have ended soon. So listen, I'm also a pacifist. A teenager doesn't have it either. What is the ability to change? I just don't want to watch the guy who saved my life gets expelled from the school. If he is fired, you should know what those pure bloods will do to him." The final emphasis made Percy give up escaping. "Professor McGonagall certainly doesn't want to see the fight happen. She will never allow students to be hurt, but she can't stop the students from being hostile to each other. Professor Flibby is neutral. In fact, most adult wizards will abide by the status of the pure blood family. If you insist on saying it, Professor Flibby stands on Professor Dumbledore's side. Professor Sprout is on the side of non-pure blood, but she is the Dean of Hufflepuff, and she is obliged to restrain herself to form a role model with integrity and no bias. Of course, Professor Snape is a complete pure blood sect, but he has a Death Eater's criminal record and can only protect his shortcomings within the rules at most. Percy paused and continued, Hogwarts is a neutral institution, and teachers will not make any statements as long as they do not violate school rules. I heard that the Ministry of Magic is putting pressure on the school. Jody raised something she was worried about. You mean that there will be a pure blood family involved in these things, right? Percy immediately said Jody's concern. No, all the energy of the pure blood family is devoted to Dumbledore. The professors, and it's just an organization led by first-year students, will let the inheritors solve it themselves. Then, Jody flashed his eyes, and the increased force under his feet made Yaya feel comfortable. If this showdown between pure and non-pure blood causes a big stir, it will affect Professor Dumbledore, and is there a tug-of-war between the Ministry of Magic? Percy couldn't answer immediately. He frowned and thought carefully. My answer only represents my personal opinion. I personally think it will not have much impact on their tug-of-war. There would be no surprise if there was any impact. Jody expressed her doubts and waited for Percy to continue. No matter how big the matter is, as long as it is caused by the pure blood sect, no matter where the loss is caused, even if someone is killed, the pure blood family behind the Ministry of Magic will not make any statement. Although the Ministry of Magic still they will intervene in supervising the school to severely punish students who have committed mistakes. But they will never make things difficult for Dumbledore because of this. You may have some misunderstandings. Percy continued, Professor Dumbledore is indeed very tolerant of non-pure-blooded students, and has also blatantly fought against Voldemort. But he is not a non-pure-blooded school. The pure-blooded family will never want to do it for the sake of some small fuss push Dumbledore to their opposite. After all, Dumbledore also comes from the pure blood family. No matter how he should not be shaken by the pure blood family, so he remains neutral. I have studied his life. He used to fight against Gellert Grindelwald, but that was because Grindelwald intended to start a world war against Muggles. And he was only fighting against Voldemort's fear that the adults never planned to establish anything, so he gave up running for Minister of Magic and disbanded the Order of the Phoenix. Minister Fuji, who appeared on stage after him, also had his helplessness in choosing the pure blood clan. He was definitely more reluctant than anyone to see the return of the White Wizard. Jody had never considered this direction before, but to think about it, all he lacked was that layer of window paper. Dumbledore was once a supporter of Gellert Grindelwald. In Dumbledore's own opinion, he may be the least qualified person to speak for. That adult has never been a kind person who is orderly and kind, but now it seems that he is more inclined to chaos. Neutral, kind, or chaotic and neutral? Then let's change our thinking. What if teachers think that this matter is not aimed at pure blood, but Dumbledore? Haha, Percy laughed unconsciously after being too shocked. How can we get these two things together? But if you can really do it, I can tell you very responsibly that all the professors it was on Professor Dumbledore's side. The tea in the cup was already cool, and the big hairy face of Hagrid appeared and disappeared at the window of the cottage. The conversation is coming to an end. After a brief thought, Jody made a plan in her mind. I understand your position. On the eve of the chaos coming, you will not take any action, just like everyone else. Thank you for your understanding. Is the inaction what Percy hoped for? Only Percy himself knows this. But Jody didn't plan to let him go. But if the chaos is over, would you be willing to give the feedbacker and notify the professor of the tragic status quo? What does it mean? Percy remained alert. It doesn't matter whether you want it or not. I just hope that the professor will be present immediately after the chaos. Percy thought for a while and finally sighed. I get it. In exchange, I hope you don't involve George and Fred in. Of course. Jody made a promise. A little close sent Percy out. Jody made a special handshake and made it seem quite formal. The crisp sound of the crack alarmed the two of them, and finally saw someone coming out of Hagrid looking at this side with a gaze. It's time for me to leave. From the expression, we can see that Percy didn't like the conversation. Aubrey's actions happened to help Jody block out the troubles when he was in the most difficult time. That if he was always harassed by the pure blood party when overclocking was uncontrollable, Jody was worried that he would not be able to help but take action. Jody asked many people for inquiries, and after he had learned about the matter, he found Choi Aubrey. He needed some high-stimulation activities to make the soul happy, and he clearly felt that it was profitable. There were bodyguards around Aubrey. A clearly senior student with the Gryffindor logo was hung, and he was separated from another Hufflepuff from a distance, ensuring the conversation between the two behind him. There are many people in this school who should suffer misfortune for Voldemort's reign of terror. More of them are teenagers who are in despair under the shadow of the pure blood family. They are inspired by Aubrey, but are still swaying. Of course, there will never be no missing group of anti-bone boys responsible for inquiring about intelligence. Hey, friend. You're finally here. When Aubrey saw Jody appear in front of him, he showed no false happiness. Compared to before, this guy is obviously a little unhappy. He is not suitable to be a leader. Where did you leave me? First of all, Jody wants to become a part of the alliance, which is the first step in the plan. My location. However, Aubrey's answer is always so unexpected. Jody was stunned, and then naturally became angry. You are the leader. Since you know that you are not this material, why do you still have to make things look like you can't end? I'm angry. Unlike the previous radiant spirit and no longer nervous, Ogre's answer showed his fatigue. I'm angry all the time, I miss my mother, and I miss my dying too. Father. This answer made Jody unable to continue asking, I shouldn't follow your pace. Let me first tell me how many guys you have in your hands that are worthy of your trust. I believe all of them, but not many people believe me. Ogre pointed to the students who were responsible for following him. There are 4 people who can really help. They all bring them. He is in his anger. Ogre slowly introduced his chaotic and hasty organization, no gathering place, no arrangements from superiors and subordinates, no fixed contact information, and no clear how many people were, and there was not even a specific sign to identify. Such a playful organization. It sounds like the prototype of the rebel army. This organization is more like a middle school student gang I had seen in my previous life, a secondary product that was simply used to relieve boredom. It may be in vain to ask, have you never thought about how to win supporters in society? You have never thought about how to fight against hostile factions in the school? Ogre did not disappoint Jody. He smiled with an innocent face. Jody saw anger, confusion, and self-deprecating in that expression, but he just couldn't find even a trace of fear. What are those you said? Jody finally figured out what Ogre had experienced, and this guy just obeyed his heart and resisted. Those who asked for help came closer to him, and under the guidance of these people, Ogre decided to establish it. Organize, and then everything starts to get out of control. He became the inspiration point of the contradiction, and he became a victim of oppression to vent and those in power to consolidate. So who proposed the final duel, they said? After understanding everything, this so-called duel must not be led by Ogre. Is it still relevant who proposed it? Just before the holiday, everything will be broken. So you know it's a trap yourself. Jody rubbed her temples. Hell, what about your successor? You let the group of people who are willing to resist and then get into the trap and make a fuss and pat your butt and walk away. People, what should I do if the guys I left behind? Only this question has been considered by Ogre himself, and he smiled bitterly. Haha, successor, smart people are watching. How could they come to touch my mud? If you don't come, there will be no successor. Jody looked disgusted. I didn't say I wanted to take your mess, but since you are here, you will definitely help me. Ogre ignored him and continued to smile. His smile gradually became arrogant, as if he had succeeded in his plan. Even if I was fired, these guys around me were all over me. It's not a bad thing to be justified again after being taught a lesson. It's not a bad thing. Being obedient earlier will be beneficial to their life after graduation. Jody was speechless for a moment. If he didn't come, the guy in front of him would make a big fuss in the duel. No matter how far his intention was to make a fuss, he would not be able to take anyone's life under the protection of the accidental curse. Then he would be fired, and the first revolutionaries who flew into the fire really threw themselves into the fire. I want to introduce you to all of them. Ogre spoke for the first time in a soliciting opinion. Jody wanted to pour cold water on him. Can I refuse? He shook his head for granted. Introduction: if you want to clean up your mess, this is the first step that cannot be avoided. Jody sighed. Key Ogre, now there is another Jody Joyce. Miles, I remember that Joyce has an unfinished duel with you? Today's Slytherin the public lounge seemed particularly warm, and the water vapor in the air made people's faces flushed. It is now afternoon, and the students who have finished the course gather here. Slytherins from all grades stand in their own teams, waiting for the leaders in the middle to continue their speeches. Yes, Lord Mithil. Miles, who was arrogant and domineering on weekdays, shrank like a quail in front of the slender senior student. It's hard for him to be such a big guy. You all know, I'll graduate next year. Slytherin has always been talented, and many of you are eager to sit in my current position. A 7th grade boy named Mithir slowly paced in the crowd. As his condescending eyes swept across, his step seemed to step on the tense nerves of the group of people, and each step caused the numbness on the scalp. I grabbed this position when my seniors were just in the 6th grade. Have you become numb in the peace of the past years, just like those model lambs? He stopped in front of a student, and the tall Slytherin would look at him at first, and soon became panicked in that look. That's because of your strength, sir. I don't want to hear this. Mithil's voice was slow and he paused, but he let go of the old rival who had been cleaned up in front of him. Let's shuffle the cards, take advantage of the place. I'm still in school. 1 year, it turns out that the young master of the Malfoy family should be at the age of school. I have to leave him a few monsters that look like it. While saying the next sentence, Mithir returned to the center surrounded by everyone. Myers, take your little brothers to meet the mud breed that had crept into Slytherin for a while. Yes, I will definitely not let you have to lose in this duel. The real thing about losing makes the group of mud more rampant and makes more people with different minds surface. Mithir's unquestionable voice echoed in the basement. Relatively, I will allow you to go with me on Christmas Day to visit the Black Tower in Hogsmeade Village. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and Miles's face turned red with surprise. Most of the Slytherins were well-behaved and elegant and self-controlled. Mythir was undoubtedly the best among them. When he deliberately raised his head with a straight rocker, no one in the basement questioned his status. You are all waiting for the recommended quota that I still keep, the Ministry of Magic's mysterious division, or the Flash Golden Spirit Chamber of Commerce's collaborator quota, the Gringotts civil servant recommendation letter. These plus those 9 places belong to Slytherin alone. The Mystery Club was announced as a prize as the next reward. Releasing the temptation, Mythir paused intentionally, and could vaguely hear the sound of swallowing. Mythil smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his handsome face radiated. But in the eyes of Slytherins, the ridiculous look was like a devil's sign. After all, this man has been ruled by Slytherin for 4 years. I will weave the night demon. The rules of the website are changed to killing, so that I can see who can come to me alive in the most dawns. As the middle of winter comes, the temperature outside gradually becomes hostile. Every cold wind is arrogantly trying to take away more from people. There are no small shops inside Hogwarts, which gives vendors of major black shops an opportunity to take advantage of. Among all the small black shops, it is said that they can get anything. The one with the most diverse types of things is naturally way. Sly twins. They perfectly used the secret passages that Jody told them. In order to help the first-year freshmen who are not skilled in using magic spells, a magic drink called Red Light Cannonball has become very popular. This orange-yellow or fluorescent liquid emits fluorescent light, and you can take a sip and you can have a whole body. It was red and hot for a while. The birds made of folded paper fluttered up and down in the corridors, sweeping over the floating candlelight cleverly. The news was passed inadvertently, and Jody Joyce's name quickly spread among the crowd. When he decided to join the Heretics Alliance, Jody successfully brought the Slytherins' hatred back to him. Have you heard of that Heretic Alliance? Of course, everyone is talking about this. It seems that the guys in the school who are always bullied are making trouble. I heard that the Green Witch of Ravenclaw also came with them, and Gryffindors that night. Yeah, which is that disgusting guy? He is obviously a 6th grader. But I didn't expect that she would attack the 1st grader. She tastes so strong. Bitch, paranoid, lunatic, and some inferior species of stealing dogs are easy to deal with. Hogwarts should drive these people away. H, haven't you heard that? This group of thugs handed out a challenge letter to the people of the Pure Blood family, and they have to decide some things through duels. Dull fight? The gangsters and the nobles? Don't be stupid. But I heard that they seem to have conflicts. They were the only Slytherin among the thugs. They seem to be called Joyce. Bah, don't call him Slytherin, our courtyard doesn't have this kind of residue. Oh, it's that person anyway. I heard that he and the young master of the Bletch family have already met. They are going to have a duel. The seniors are all passing on. Speaking of the duel agreement that Miles made, students may be curious about how Jody, the party involved, was feeling. In Jody's opinion, there was a feeling of someone sending a pillow over while she was sleeping. It's so exciting. The most reliable source of intelligence for Jody is of course Gibbs. After the last challenge was to pass on the failure of Jody's series of special trainings, Jody was busy with Quirrell's training, which left everyone with a completely isolated image, which made Gibbs not receive attention. When Jody found him again and asked him to disclose information, Gibbs showed a struggle but eventually chose to help. If he stood on the side of pure blood, he would always be a minion as the youngest son of the family, and by Jody, he would be relied on to gain a position commensurate with his own value. He may not have realized that he had already attracted by the feeling of being valued. And as Jody said, embarrassing the successors to the top is an opportunity for other candidates to demonstrate their abilities. After pieced together the messages of a few words, Jody could roughly guess the Slytherins' plans, hoping that Trevor, who was the leader with the most powerful force in the final duel, might intend to fight to the death. At the end of the battle later, there will be superior managers involved. It is likely the council. Jody speculated. The school handles disputes between students in a mixed manner, but it is different when it comes to the Ministry of Magic. Once the judiciary intervenes after the incident, the Pure Blood family will have a lot of opportunities to use methods to make law enforcement officers stumble. So it was the Pure Blood sect who was eager to see this duel, and they were taking advantage of the anger of the non-Pure Blood sect to keep secretly provoking it. Pure Bloods need a weak battle to ensure that non-Pure Bloods don't escape at the last minute, so a Miles is needed to lose to Jody. Just right, this is what Jody just needs. He needs some false reputation to make himself appear in the sight of the Heretic Alliance in a more dazzling way, becoming an irreplaceable iconic figure at the fastest speed. Jody didn't care about the imminent provocation. The practice of a few months in a mess allowed him to complete the first step of rebirth in a cocoon. Once you enter the state of mental overclocking, the overpressed soul will generate high-intensity magic. It is also thanks to this transcendent magic power that Jody can master the floating spell-free casting so smoothly. Of course, it is only available below the power control spell. Low-level spell. Now Jody needs to consider more about how to control magic to prevent him from accidentally causing 1 or 2 serious injuries. So compared to these plans, Jody needs to consider more details of the Slytherins' plans. And the messages hidden in Gibbs's snitch. What seems to be hidden in the Slytherin courtyard? Just as Jody was intensively looking for breakthroughs to explore the secrets, Myrtle, who was still in the Cold War with him, suddenly appeared in front of him. He was asked to take time to return to the bathroom. The Slytherin guys are going to deal with you. When Jody entered the bathroom, he saw Myrtle floating in circles in the sky. Upon discovering Jody's arrival, the originally angry ghost girl ignored her previous awkwardness and hurriedly rushed to Jody. I heard several students talking about you for a long time. Why are you making yourself so embarrassed? Slytherin just likes to drive away students who don't like you. You can go to the professors to help you. Winter vacation is coming soon. If you it is also possible to propose changing colleges. Why are you laughing? Myrtle was so anxious that Jody was filled with joy when she saw someone who really cared about her yelling at her. After all, he is only an 11-year-old child, and his heart has not yet been trained to such high intensity. It will also hurt when he is exhausted. The fact that you are willing to see me means you have promised me? What did you promise? Stay here. The Holy Spirit was mentioned in Magic and Mystery, and it's not a fun thing. At that moment, various emotions such as confusion, hesitation, shame, and sadness collided in Myrtle's mind. She clenched her fists tightly with both hands, pressed down hard on the back of her hands, and hooked them upwards. She lowered her head. He started shouting right there. Why can you say such things so easily, even though you don't understand anything? Do you know how fragile ghosts are? Do you think I can stay even if I want to? How empty is a ghost without sustenance? I once allowed myself to hate Olive Humbe when I died. Maybe if I keep hating, I can get an ending with her death or some other reason. But that Auror, that old man from the Ministry of Magic, persuaded me just like you. He said that as long as he waits, he will definitely find a way to compensate me. Myrtle's eyes were filled with tears again. Pearl-like clear and round teardrops floated around her body, reflecting the bright light. But what's the result? I've been waiting for more than 50 years, but the hole in my heart only keeps getting bigger. I even often wonder if I have a heart at all, and whether I should keep these emotions. Myrtle shouted and raised her head, but met Jody's still gentle gaze. Her heart finally softened and persuaded her not to blame her friends for her tragedy. Professor Bin said that eternal life is also a curse. Jody. Free me from this curse. Jody became uneasy in the girl's tears, a feeling of uneasiness he had never experienced even when he faced the nightmare of death, when he attempted his first animagus transformation. Judging from Jody's experience in his previous life, Myrtle's favorability level at this time has reached the standard. Her decision to stay or leave has been turned into a dialogue option in front of him. But can I make a decision for her? What if she really will only experience more sadness if she stays? His choice will bring more responsibilities. And now Myrtle stood there crying, with a hint of relief and pleading in her eyes as she secretly observed her through the lens, but the rest was full of helplessness. Finally, Jody couldn't hold back the smile on his face. Decided to adjust his mood. Stop crying, I have a gift for you. But it can't be a cat face that is a mess from crying. Ha! Myrtle's attention was diverted. She looked curiously at Jody's hand that reached out of his sleeve, but she only saw the wand held in that hand. So the curiosity became even more intense. Jody took a deep breath and put the smile back on his face, but it was no longer the formulaic sunny smile. There was inevitably a touch of worry on the corner of his mouth. He waved the wand and recited the incantation, build strength. Myrtle only felt a breeze sweeping through her body and as if a large group of people were passing through her body. She subconsciously dodged. However, just when she was about to feel carefully what happened, the feeling suddenly disappeared again. What the hell are you doing? Myrtle floated higher in dissatisfaction. Go on. At this time, Jody on the ground had already used the flying spell to get a thick book and was throwing it in the direction of Myrtle. Hey! Myrtle stretched out her hand and pushed it out, as if she had gone back to the times when she was teased by students. But the next second her eyes, which were hidden under the thick lenses, widened. What did you do? The 14-year-old girl's hands are very slender and small. The ghost's body is grayish-white and creamy in color and exudes fluorescence. The book with a black cover in these hands makes them even more compact in comparison. Without waiting for Jody to answer, the girl put the book between her hands and flipped it open page by page, not caring about the content, but wanting to experience the fresh feeling of touching the entity. Myrtle's mood was immediately liberated from the sadness just now, and she peeked at Jody from behind the book with curious eyes, and again she figured it out on her own during the peek. Jody's trick. The girl let go of the book in her hand and looked at her palms obsessively. Her body was now terribly pale. Then she floated down again, circled Jody and came to his back, stretching out her arms around his neck. The black book that lost control did not fall, but floated in the air as if it were weightless. Remember how you used to worry about your transfiguration class, Jody? In just a few months, your ability to control magic has far exceeded that of when I was alive. Maybe you should go to Ravenclaw, Jody. The girl floated lightly from behind Jody to him, observing Jody's eyes that were red due to mental overclocking from a very close distance. She stretched out her hand as if she wanted to touch those eyes filled with madness and persistence, so Jody closed his eyes and let her gently touch his right eyelid. You have completely mastered the field of gravity, right? You used the power control technique, compiled a floating spell and exerted a force on this space in my current shape. Jody confirmed this analysis proudly. After knowing her for such a long time, Jody was able to judge Myrtle's mood from some details. For example, at this moment, the girl's clothes were as fluffy as if they were soaked in liquid, and her hair was slowly floating as if there were waves in the water. This means she is in a good mood. Myrtle backed away, as if she wanted to float away. Jody stretched out his hand and held the girl's arm. His own magic responded with a soft force. Myrtle also stopped in cooperation, as if she was really being held. The elf-level ghosts in Hogwarts include Peeves and Professor Binns. Peeves is a low-level elf who has lost his identity, while Professor Binns is one level higher. These are the ghosts in Magic and Mystery. It has been recorded, but I am still reading, and keep reading. So, Jody's speaking speed increased slightly, and the anxiety in his heart could not be suppressed. If you really want to become a guardian spirit, come be my guardian spirit, and I will help you make up for all your regrets. As long as I'm here, if you want to stay, you can definitely stay. There are many things we can change, starting with the tragedy that happened to you. Myrtle finally smiled, and she continued to back away with a smile on her face, so Jody could no longer grab her arm. The girl gradually faded away as she retreated. I have always been robbed of something, dignity, life, expectations. You will come and take it away from me, right? Before I was inspired by the Holy Spirit Palace. As he spoke, the girl turned into dots of fluorescent light and fled somewhere unknown. Jody's still raised hand tightened into a fist. Ravenclaw, how could I be assigned to Ravenclaw? Desireful yet tolerant, full of ambition. Always consider yourself superior to others. He will laugh at stupid sacrifices and always make unscrupulous plans, even daring to use himself as a bargaining chip. I'm a Slytherin through and through. Another weekend is approaching, and this weekend Jody made an appointment to have Trevor introduce him to his rebel brothers. The location designated by Jody for the first gathering of the Heretic Alliance was so high-profile that many people seriously doubted whether Jody and Trevor could actually keep the appointment. But Jody doesn't need to worry about the meeting for now. The next thing to prepare is how to show off his debut. The Marauders map stayed with Quirrell at the Room of Requirement. Jody would visit from time to time, but many times he would not be able to get a word in because the two were busy. Fortunately, the place Jody wanted to sneak into was not an unusual place for him. Jody completed his transformation in Quirrell's office and turned into the White Snake and slithered back to his common room through the gap, patiently waiting for those little furry children to reveal their secrets themselves. What's a little strange is that Slytherins seem to get sleepy very easily these days. At this time in the afternoon, the lounge is very quiet, and even if there are people, most of them are locked in recliners and taking a nap. Is it hibernation? I didn't expect you to be so weak, a familiar voice muttered in the corner, and Jody swam along the decorations under the ceiling. The house elves actually even cleaned such a place. Right below him, Algierd Everick was looking at the little girl in front of him impatiently. Alice, if I hadn't attacked you, you should have surrendered earlier. To be honest, I imagined it too. Don't look like you're pointing a wand at someone's head and casting a spell, but I just want to stand with you. Mother has repeatedly told me that we have to help each other. Help me? Oh my god, you actually want to help me. Algierd seemed to have heard something particularly funny. Listen, there are also talents in this world, and you are not suitable for this. If you don't want to cause trouble like last night, then you'd better stay away from me. But I don't want to hear but. Algierd's voice was a few decibels louder. Perhaps he was concerned about the rules of the lounge. He glanced around guiltily and lowered his voice. This made Jody have to turn his head, hang down and eavesdrop, hiding under the pot of spider plant. If I see you in the dream trial again, I will knock you down with my own hands. I have to tell you how important the dream trial is to me. Only by proving that you have enough talent can you succeed. Sir Mytael has got the recommendation quota in his hands. I am determined to revitalize the Black family. The aggrieved Alice was silent for a while and finally began to sob softly. Jody curled his tail and slid down the corner, not paying attention to Algierd's confusion. After hesitating at the fork for a few seconds, Jody chose to swim towards the girls' dormitory. The slender limbs stretched under the green-decorated window curtains, and the different girls' body fragrances in the air mixed with a restful smell. Jody's forked tongue sent something like this to him. Brain. Hey, who was the last person to survive last night? A voice that seemed to have just woken up sounded from behind the window curtains. Has he seen Lord Mytael? No, the two attendants beside Lord Mytael are too strong. With Lord Eddie and Lord Manana guarding us, it is almost impossible for anyone to survive until the end. If it hadn't been for Ikelu's prank yesterday, I would have definitely been able to meet Lord Mytael. Don't let me meet you today. Ha ha ha, then I will wear a mask tonight. Jody got into the cubicle, curled up in a ball on the open space between the four large beds, and rested his head on his body, waiting for useful information to appear. Eavesdropping was a technical job, but fortunately after preparing a few keywords, even if the eavesdropping failed, he could still find a solution from Quirrell. Gina, are you still awake? Why don't you speak? I was thinking, why not just capture those enemies of Slytherin in the Dreamland and teach them a lesson? Those ignorant mudbloods will definitely be frightened. At first, I thought there was no one on the bed, but a soft voice came from the bed, and it also spoke of an evil idea. Of course not, you don't know yet. Only those who left the mark can participate in the trial. The voice at the beginning began triumphantly. We also obtained the mark with the help of our seniors. I heard that boys the traitor named Joyce has no one to mark him. Jody, who was staying under the bed, was shocked that there was such a thing. What on earth was this trial? However, just when he was about to continue listening, a soft cry of surprise from the bed stopped the conversation. Then a pair of naked feet stepped on the carpet in front of him, the brown blanket was pressed down, and the pink fingernails were as delicate as works of art. Hiss, I have an impression of holding my feet? Hey, it's the white snake in the bathroom, just look at it and tell me I've seen it. After finally getting rid of the enthusiastic girls, Jody chose a time to have tea with Quirrell. Dream trial, I thought you would know about it. It seems that the purebloods of Slytherin have excluded you? It is difficult to catch Quirrell's rest time. Jody specifically did not eat dinner and waited. He looked at the doubts that the teacher asked him while he was biting his food. If you don't figure it out soon, Slytherin will attack you this weekend. The Night Devil's Web is one of the many secret treasures held by Slytherin House, and it is also the most easily known treasure. After all, every Slytherin is using it for some training. Why does Slytherin have such a good thing? Jody was a little angry for a moment. He finally understood where Slytherin's sense of superiority came from. Recommendation letters, secret treasures, and a series of methods created a platform for purebloods to stand above other students. Only by joining them could they move up to the top more smoothly. Society. There should not be such monopolized resources in the academy. These are the secrets of Hogwarts. Jody, you are so lucky that when I was worried about these things, no senior could tell me these. Quirrell stopped the knife and fork in his hand. These are rare. He had long wanted to find someone to tell the old story he had the chance to share. Do you know how Hogwarts was founded? Created by the 4 founders? Quirrell smiled and shook his head. Such a huge castle and such a complex 7-fold door cannot be completed by just 4 talented wizards. Sir, what did you just call the 4 founders? Wizards with some talent. To be precise, this masterpiece was completed by the 4 founders, their followers and the forces that supported them, Quirrell said as he took out 4 pieces of sausage and placed them in the middle of the plate, surrounded by a large pile. Spaghetti. In this, pureblood family power plays a vital role. Quirrell took a fork of the pasta, rolled it into a ball, and then lifted it up in front of Jody. Salazar Slytherin won over the famous families at the time, and he brought Hogwarts to everyone. Everyone has seen what kind of changes this magic school can bring, and his pureblood concept is so acceptable. People supported him in confronting Godric Gryffindor on school matters, hoping that he could divide power and suppress the arrogance of Gryffindor. They provided a large amount of funds, and many families even gave away family secrets. Among them is the secret treasured Night Demon's Web we talked about called Black Pearl at Dawn. As he spoke, he put the fork into his mouth and ate the lump of pasta. After the school was built, some of these secret treasures were recovered by the families, and more became part of the school. Legend has it that there are 7 secrets that belong exclusively to Slytherin and are passed down by several ancient and long-standing families. Chi Luo curled his lips as he spoke. This is also a good thing, otherwise many pureblood families would choose to hire tutors to teach their children, and in that case the class differences would be even more serious. Some parts of these secret treasures are even connected to the 7-fold door, providing a carrier for the huge magic circle. But I don't have time to study this part for the time being. I am almost too busy to eat after following Master Lime. Quirrell crunched the little sausages on his plate. Every year, pureblood families will prepare many vacant positions for their successors. Slytherins will start planning the future of their successors relatively early. They need to test the successors through various means. Their talents and expertise. Even in school, they began to use their resources to recruit non-pureblood followers. The Night Devil's Web is a fighting space similar to an arena, constructed by Guiding Dreams. I studied it during school and participated in several trials. The energy of that treasure is not huge. Use it to perform in addition to not being injured. The physical and mental consumption of dreams is almost the same as when awake, and it will affect the daytime courses. This is the primary reason why it has not been developed by the founder. Secondly, the strength of this treasure is not enough to make too many people use it. Everyone participates at the same time. Jody grasped the key to Quirrell's words. Sir, you mean you also participated? But you are from Ravenclaw House. Haha, as long as you are willing to think about it, there will always be more solutions than problems, Jody. Quirrell shook his fork and recalled the past with pride. The way to pass the mark of the Night Devil is not strict, but it must be. I don't know much about the formal method used by Slytherins to guide it out by reaching that level of mental strength. I only know that I used the Patronus to imprint myself. Patronus? Yes, the patron saint is formed by mixing the joy and the divided soul with the mysticism of strong faith. It is directly connected to your soul. When the patron saint comes into contact with an object with a mark, it is equivalent to your soul. There is a collision with the target, and basically when you touch it, you are already stained with the mark. Jody rolled his eyes, and many interesting ideas suddenly came to his mind. Oh, that's right. Although you can absorb the mark by relying on the guardian spirit, you can't use it to pass it on after you obtain it. Marks are not a happy time. Jody, don't forget, we have to finish our duel at noon on Saturday. Don't expect any teacher to save you. Miles tried very hard to twist the muscles of his face to look vicious. Just after class ended, this guy rushed over to emphasize his declaration of challenge. It's a pity that at the age of 11, he really can't have any momentum. No matter how you look at it, he has a stronger aura of a naughty kid. Jody watched the group of aggressive guys leave with a smile as if he were receiving customers, feeling a little sorry for Miles in his heart. Although I feel a little unmotivated, I'm afraid I have to let him suffer a little. Jody took his hand out of his robe, and the letter and pen flew out and floated in front of him almost simultaneously with his movements. Myrtle's suggestion is indeed very effective. Continuous casting of spells is very effective in tempering the soul, especially advanced spells with high complexity such as power control spells. After becoming proficient, Jody was finally able to cast without a wand without turning on the mental overclocking effect. The hands and feet composed of floating spells seem to be always with him. Jody nicknamed this permanent magic effect the mage's hand. The letter was fixed in the air. Jody held the quill and quickly filled out the letter he had prepared earlier. He stuffed it into the envelope and handed it to a Ravenclaw student in the corridor. "Excuse me, please help me pass it on to the Blue Witch in your academy. The witch with superb spells in Ravenclaw is nicknamed the Green Witch. She is a pure blood who is discriminated against because of her special bloodline. Long-term school bullying makes her willing to participate in destructive actions. The paper swallows flying around these days were written by her, and when Jody's letter arrived quickly, his instructions spread throughout the school. The rally will be held this Saturday, in the basement of the Pig's Head pub in Hogsmeade. This will be a costume party, so please prepare your masks. P.S. I will be wearing an orange pumpkin head mask to meet you. Please don't overuse my mask, thank you." For Jody, time seems to pass much faster than others, and he is filled to the brim with all kinds of things. Time passed in a flash, and when Jody appeared in the castle without a trace of the dragon, a large group of Slytherins soon followed Jody. Amid their intense vigilance, Jody walked calmly to the agreed duel location. Turning onto the only road leading to the duel location, a man walked out of a dark corner. Most of the student waiting in front of Jody had a huge burn covering his face. He was one of the 4 people whom Trevor confirmed was trustworthy. 4th-year Gryffindor, Knight Keith Cartman, a poor man who suffered the consequences of the war. His title was not so pleasant originally. When he entered school, this extremely self-respecting person was determined to fight back against anyone who mocked his scar. If he failed once, he would do it again. At first, he was called because of his excessive number of failures as a lost dog. Many students can accept soft violence bullying but are afraid of this kind of reckless resistance. Soon after the fight started, some students began to report, hoping that the school could stop it all. From that time on, the Knights began to study the school rules and became obsessed with tradition. Duels are sacred, and legitimate duels with restrictions imposed by rules cannot be easily denied even by teachers. From that time on, his nickname was changed to the Knight of the Lost Dog. Due to the changes in his number of victories and his persistence, this title eventually became the current Knight. This is a guy who was extremely popular among some people. The emergence of the Heretic Alliance took the pressure off of him, and he was already exhausted under the pressure of the Slytherin pureblood team. Like Trevor, he is a wounded beast and certainly easy to relate to. "So, Oakley sent you here?" Since he appeared here, it is not difficult to guess the reason. You have a duel with Slytherin, and he is afraid that you will suffer a loss. A knight's identity and status come from his own persistence. He can always get used to the pressure brought by battle and enjoy it. He could agree with Oakley, who was more talented in combat than him and was very loyal, but he could not agree with where such a suspicious figure who had landed inexplicably was secretly pondering his conspiracy. The knight's initiative to come and take care of her was partly for the purpose of surveillance. He didn't trust this Joyce. Jody shook his head and expressed his dissatisfaction. The original arrangement was not like this. I have to find a way to get him used to acting according to the plan that he has already set off on his own, right? Yes, he arrived at the meeting point in advance to maintain order. There is no need for me to attend, and if you need to use the secret passage to reach Hogsmeade Village, you must have an assistant to help you escape. Jody denied firmly. What he was going to do next was not suitable for a companion. I don't need help, and you can't break the rules of dueling, especially you who are called knights. The knight was almost certain that Jody was going to play a trick at this point, but he had his own way of ensuring that Jody was assigned to the non-pure blood side. "I'll help you fight this duel. The duel agreement between you and the Slytherins is already known to everyone. In the end, it doesn't matter whether you attend the appointment in person. There are already rumors among the students that I will take the field for you, so it is the best choice for me to take the place for you." Jody knew clearly, of course he knew this rumor. Miles needed to play a fake game for the benefit of the group, but personally he did not want to lose to a first-year student. But losing to a knight is different. This dual maniac's combat effectiveness is recognized. "I insist." It was too troublesome to explain, and Jody didn't want to tangle with this guy anymore. "Ha, you have no right to refuse. You obviously have to go to the meeting in the afternoon, but you choose to have a duel at noon. Send away all the people from the Heretic Alliance in advance, and then go to meet the purebloods alone. Who knows what you are going to do?" Hearing such misunderstandings and questions, Jody didn't even feel a little annoyed. He directly chose the simplest explanation. Jody stretched out his hand to stop Case, who was about to keep up. The knight stopped moving because of his obstruction and watched him walk away. "What did you do?" Case stayed where he was, unable to move under the pressure of a huge force. "Keith Cartman, right? I'll just call you Kaka. You wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Experience helped the knight detect the sudden burst of magic power on Jody, but his lack of vigilance prevented him from making any reaction. Until Jody completely disappeared down the corridor, Kaka couldn't figure out why the other party could complete the spell without any warning. Thinking back carefully, he realized that Jody didn't seem to even have his wand out. During the period of mental overclocking, Jody read a lot of books. In addition to helping him repair his soul intensively, these books also made very effective use of his overspeeding brain. These books record a lot of knowledge and provide many kinds of spells and spellcasting techniques. This knowledge strengthened Jody's spellcasting skills, but there was no way Jody's magic skills would suddenly increase. Jody is best at floating spells. This kind of functional spell is best used to defeat enemies by surprise. The sight of the target alone had alarmed the Slytherins. Miles suppressed the anger in his heart and maintained his image as a noble heir. You're the only one. I'm starting to admire your courage. Of course, the pure academic faction also knew that their rival faction would have a meeting later, and they once thought that Jody would break the appointment. He's here to surrender, right? Look, there's no one around him. Someone among the Slytherins whispered to each other. If he goes too far, he starts shouting, if you want to beg for forgiveness, I'm afraid you have to bring something, little mudblood. How about a list, for example? Ha 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 ha, who would be interested in a list of that kind of thing? An exaggerated girl screamed in the style of a horror movie, and finally sarcastically said in a hoarse and vicious voice, kneel down and lick the floor, if you are sincere. Heck, there are men helping out. Jody stopped to admire their ugliness. He just folded his hands and looked at the areas where the noise was the loudest, secretly judging the age and grade of the students. What are you looking at? I have to plug those 2 holes for you and stuff them with the mucus of the rotten toad. Orphan, have your family been killed by you, or is it that your prostitute mother is unwilling to support you? No matter how short-sighted it was time to realize something was wrong. The Slytherins gradually realized that Jody was not here to seek peace. Sure enough, Jody walked into the field through the gap left by the crowd. Madman? Harlequin, he probably likes being beaten by so many people. At the same time, some Slytherins felt unwilling to do so for Miles. They actually let Miles lose to such a character on purpose. There were not many Slytherins watching, almost all of them were juniors. After all, this battle was destined to end with Miles's defeat. There's no need to say hello between us, right? Miles asked deliberately, I don't remember our relationship being that good. Jody stood in front of Miles with his hands clasped at his waist and fingers interlocked, smiling narrowly and full of ridicule. What are you talking about? Chin Piaopio's words shattered all Miles' pretense, and the angry boy took a deep breath. Then let's get started, mudblood. Jody then spread out his hands and made a nondescript British gesture. Miles returned the salute, his alert eyes filled with confusion. Why don't you take out your wand? He was probably worried that Jody had pulled out something other than a wand. Jody didn't bother to guess too much about his thoughts. At the moment Miles lowered his head in salute, he raised his free hand without any warning and cast a powerful spell, leveraged the power of the god of habitat, form obelisk. It was like dropping a shock bomb. No, a small bomb is not that powerful. In an instant, everyone around was pushed away by a force, pushed down or pressed against the wall. Immediately afterwards, the wand slipped out of his sleeve and fell into Jody's hand, freeing him from the power spell that could not be used at full power without a wand. There was a dull sound in the corridor. But this is not the end. Jody activated his cheating mental overclock again. The magic power became indifferent, and the students who were taking care of them who were vomiting lotus flowers just now even had their stomach contents squeezed out. Miles, who was directly opposite Jody, was knocked away and then dragged back to Jody by an irresistible force. The rapid vibration like a jumping machine made his whole body lose strength. Miles was floating in the air with his hands and feet straight, and it felt like a huge claw was holding him in the palm of his hand. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but the air was squeezed out of his chest by the force. He tried his best to focus on Jody, but he only saw a pair of cold blood-colored eyes. Jody quickly adjusted his magic structure to prevent him from accidentally squeezing the child in front of him to death. Miles felt the pressure in his chest relax slightly, and then his vision went dark due to the pain in his forehead. Jody manipulated the giant force technique and hit him on the forehead. Fainted. Physics. From Case's perspective, it seemed like Jody was only gone for a short time. After the giant force spell exerted on him dissipated, before he could figure out his next plan, Jody returned to his sight. What surprised him was a figure floating in the air beside Jody. The unconscious Miles was grabbed by Jody with the power of giant force and carried with him. The special guest at the gathering. Jody opened his mouth and started to ramble. He is a little tired from the duel, so let him sleep for a while, but we have to move faster, follow me. The duel location was originally chosen to be a remote location, and Jody had already planned which secret passage to leave through. Going from here, you have to have extremely bad luck to meet professors on the road. The secret passage we will use today is behind the large mirror on the 5th floor. Jody vaguely remembers that the secret passage here collapsed before Harry Potter played the Marauders map. Jody always feels that as the butterfly flapping its wings desperately, he has definitely affected the plot. With the help of the Marauders map, the school's plan for dealing with the 7 doors will be affected, and Quirrell, who has benefited from the research on the magic of the Age of Gods, should no longer be able to give up on himself and try to capture Voldemort. But just in case, Jody still didn't want to actively affect the plot. What if the world line ends? Entering the secret passage, some props that Jody needed were left here by Oakley. Jody opened the box, and the large sack floated out and enveloped Miles, with ropes wrapped around it like a living thing. Kaka hesitated for a long time and finally decided to speak. Jody did not let him finish his apology. There is nothing wrong with your thoughts, and you sincerely think about everyone. Please keep thinking about it in the future. But compared to these things that need to be considered later. Didn't you prepare a mask? Jody touched a hard spot under his robe to confirm that he had not forgotten his mask. Compared with before, the knight has clearly redefined the subject relationship. Jody's image has changed from a protector to his collaborator. Naturally, his tone can no longer be so unhuman. I don't need it, I don't want to cover my face. Don't you understand why I want everyone to wear masks? The knight nodded. The alliance built by Oakley is just a verbal organization. The people in the organization are mixed, and the structure is very chaotic. And we have no means to screen it. According to me, if you want to rectify this organization, it is easier to overthrow it and start over. The knight hummed in agreement and waited for Jody to continue. What we have to do now is to inject nutrients into this organization before shutting it into a cocoon. The main purpose of today's rally is to spread ideas, and with the mask, some neutrals have the possibility of sneaking in, even if they are just for free drinks. What about our enemies? The knight naturally focused on the threatening part. Even if we are enemies, we have to fight for it. This organization represents the oppressed group, mainly non-pure bloods. But it does not mean that only non-pure bloods will be on our side. What we have to fight is a behemoth. Humans are animals that pursue interests. As long as our ideas make more people feel that they are beneficial to them, then no matter what the organization turns into in the end, we have already won. Jody wasn't sure whether he expressed it clearly, but judging from the knight's increasingly serious attitude, he should have won the support of this follower. The two people who came out of the secret passage quickly crossed the street, but the floating sack did not attract much attention. The Pig's Head bar was already very lively. In addition to the small membership fees collected by Oakley, Jody also spent part of the department's funds for this gathering. Jody is very satisfied with the number of people present today, and it will be very lively next time. The carefully carved mask was taken out from under the robe. The eyes on the long and narrow pumpkin shape stared stupidly, and the mouth with a silly grin had only 3 teeth in total. A funny mask, a group of audience members in strange costumes, opened the door of the bar, and amid the cheerful music that Jody had booked early, it seemed like some strange banquet was being held in the bar. Or maybe this is just a strange banquet, entertaining a group of entry-level monsters and monsters. Are you the clown? Jody immediately knew who he was when he saw the short boy in the cubicle. Dylan Crow, a short boy in the first year of Hufflepuff House, is a mudblood. A congenital defect makes him much shorter than others. He was framed for stealing shortly after he started school. For his sake, Oakley caused a riot. He nicknamed himself the Clown and was the least capable and youngest among the people around Oakley. The Clown avoided Jody's eyes, seeming a little inferior. Look up, boy. Jody used his magic power to raise his childish face. Did you know, of all the emotions, happiness is the easiest to infect others. This world cannot be separated from a sense of humor. We are not in order to save a world that is crying and sad, so smile. Even if you lie, you must lie to yourself and say that you were very comfortable at this time. Dylan nodded in understanding. So, Jody turned to Oakley, who stared to the side and looked stupid. Are you ready to save the world with happiness? I found you the right one to be the leader. Oakley immediately became proud. I haven't agreed yet. Then Jody met the witch for the first time. Jody thinks he is well informed. Having experienced the information age, he can see a very diverse range of faces through various channels, including Asian beauties, furry girls from China, European and American horses. In the second and third dimensions, beauty is turned on or not. I have seen many people with bare faces, well-dressed and even naked people. The more I see, the less I feel astonished. Logically speaking, it is difficult for a face to make him lose his composure, but today when the rumored blue witch appeared. When he met those tender blue eyes, he felt the skipping of his heartbeat, the heating of his blood, and his spirit. Inexplicably excited. The girl has straight and smooth long hair and a curvy figure that is indeed easy to attract people. She is indeed a beauty in the world, but Jody is sure that the body's overreaction has nothing to do with her posture. Making a quick judgment, Jody calmed down and suppressed his abnormality. In order to prevent his gaffe from being exposed, he slowed down his speech a lot. Miss Everil Selena? Jody pretended to guess, with a businesslike smile on her face. Your magic talent has helped me a lot. You can just call me the witch. I like this title very much. Vice leader. The witch moved slowly and easily invaded a very close distance. Jody even felt her breath hitting his face. Bringing an itchy feeling. Master Joyce, your face is so red. Is it too hot here? Avril, Kaka warned in a low voice, but he could not organize his companions to test this airborne superior in his own way. Dylan, on the other hand, was already hiding with his face flushed. Jody was very confused, and he made sure that he was not under a spell or taking any strange medicine. And the girl was not holding her wand. He calmly opened a little distance to prevent the witch from hitting someone with the ball, while paying more attention to his manners and not being rude. No matter what the environment is, I have to give a good speech today. and the temperature is just in a comfortable range. Jody was sure that his abnormality was the power given to him by this extremely talented witch. Do you feel your heart beating faster? There is a big height difference between the 6th grade witch and 1st grade Jody. Jody is not a big bone Trevor. She bent down with an innocent expression full of curiosity, but the lines she spoke were so malicious and provocative. The action of bending down revealed the beautiful scenery in front of Jody. The girl came close to Jody's ear. Will you be confused because of seeing me, just like me at this moment? Could it be Avila? Jody suddenly remembered the special race that appeared in the Goblet of Fire. He turned his head and faced Evlil's eyes. Those impure blue eyes were so beautiful. She doesn't have the white hair of Avila, and what's working may be something much more powerful than a mixed-blood Vila. Under the excessive stimulation, Jody subconsciously retrieved the magic power from the patron saint. The bloodshot eyes slowly appeared and the overclocking state helped him to relieve his embarrassment. His expression finally relaxed slightly, showing a trace of fatigue. Such a reaction makes the witch unpredictable, but Jody already figured out the key. No matter where this charming ability comes from, this powerful ability must have brought a lot of trouble to the girl in front of her. Even the first-year boys have heard rumors that the Green Witch is a promiscuous person and has a corrupt private life. It's strange that Jody can't guess anything. You can't affect me. Jody stretched out his hand and pulled the girl's chin in a playful manner, pinching her cheeks with his thumb and index finger to make her look funny. Very cute too. I was invited to help you solve your problem. How could I be easily influenced by you? Jody gave a gentle push to make Evlil stop bending over to ask. That posture made it difficult for Jody to maintain his momentum. So before I can prove that I can help you, please try to help me first. I will try to get your approval as soon as possible. The witch seemed surprised, but she was finally willing to clean up her act and talk to Jody normally. Then, I'll wait and see, Lord Joyce. Jody suddenly felt that his restlessness had weakened a lot, and he had become able to rely on self-control to restrain his instincts. In the afternoon, it was almost time for the scheduled appearance. Only Jody and Ogle were left in the cubicle. Will the 4th person come? Jody asked. Ogle shook his head. He will attend but will not show up. I don't get along well with that guy. Every time he comes to see me, he wears a mask and his voice is processed. But I guess he is a Slytherin. The original 4th person, codenamed the Hermit. I didn't expect you to actually accept the help of a pure-blood Slytherin. Jody deliberately teased to adjust the serious atmosphere in the silence. He and I are completely different situations. I couldn't beat him, and then he convinced me. Ogle described a complicated story in almost every word, but sometimes a guy who is obviously two-faced is more credible. Jody nodded. Being able to convince you at least means that he has eloquence that is equivalent to his force value. Let's go. The audience is running out of patience. The wand that was gently stirred came into contact with the silent spell covering the corner of the cubicle. The sudden noise alarmed Miles, who whined and began to struggle. Not even Ogre would have imagined kidnapping a Slytherin and using it to build momentum at a rally. The curtain opened and Jody stepped onto the small singing stage in the center of the bar. The crowd naturally fell silent. Jody raised the wand that belonged to Miles in his hand and placed it around his throat, whispering the incantation, sonorous, "Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon." Jody played with the wand with both hands to confirm that everyone's eyes had been focused here. The pumpkin mask tilted to the side of his forehead has an evil smile on his face that you can easily guess who Jody is when you see the pumpkin mask. I am Geordie Joyce, a character whose ambition is so huge that even Salazar Slytherin has to recognize it. The wand pointed forward and pointed directly at the audience below, making many people feel very uncomfortable. What you call a mudblood. When Jody's wand circled the scene, everyone realized that this weird gathering was not evil, and the boy's mask was not evil. The evil one is the boy himself, a first-year student who is not much taller than a child. Even if he stands on the stage, he changes the tone of his calm voice and expresses his suppressed anger in a strange tone. People's mentality began to change, and Jody recognized the beginning of this change, and had already made up his mind to heat up the atmosphere at this moment. Jody's left hand was clasped behind his back, and his wand was pointed upward while pointing upright on his chest. The long bag wrapped in linen behind him jumped into everyone's sight. As a squeaking sound was heard, a frightened Miles appeared in front of everyone. Lord Mytael. A masked person in the corner bent down and whispered to the sitting superior. But the man just waved his hand. I like surprises. Let's see what tricks they are going to play first. Jody waited for Miles to call for help, and the witch and the knights were guarding the door to stop any guy who was planning to leave. The atmosphere was already hot enough, and Jody shook his wand to quiet Miles. You can start speaking officially. Many times we will wonder if we are really doing something wrong, but we didn't. We just endured the discrimination that had no origin. They hated us just because we existed, because of something we couldn't change. As he said, Jody raised his wand and knocked on the blackboard. I clicked and let Miles rotate slowly in the air like a barbecue, and then emphasized the word I am talking about now in a self-deprecating tone. Change. No one of us can afford this change. Is it? The crowd looked at each other, not knowing how to answer this vague question. Of course, Jody knew that he gave the answer himself. No, not that. The pure blood family is definitely only a small part of the people in the wizard society, and non-pure blood is the larger group. Among us excellent guys abound, we are sincere, we are brave, we are humble and friendly. But why has the bullying of pure blood on non-pure blood never changed after so many years? He spread his hands and seemed satisfied with the silence of the crowd. Order, smart people can always obey order and join in the order. And you and I are either not cunning enough or have one or another bond. It's hard to give up. Many of you are curious why I am better at this position. Many people have doubts about my ability and age, right? But now I tell you, I am the only one who can help you change the status quo. To be valued, we must first break the original order and let the exploiters who occupy the interests give up their positions. Only by letting those who claim to be powerful recognize our power can we ensure that we climb to the poker table. Only by allowing the timid waiters to see the benefits can the help around the pure blood turn against each other. Only when you show your fangs can those who despise you value you, and only fear can fight fear. The magic lifted up Miles, who was floating in the air, and threw him on the ground. Miles was no longer afraid. He stared at Jody fiercely and no longer cared about what he would be. Jody lifted up his wand, and the huge magic power poured into the patron saint. As the wand swung, the huge white snake was summoned. The prey on the weak is the true face of the world. This world has been like this and will continue to be like this forever. But we must let them know that trampling on the tail of a tiger will inevitably be backfired, and the reverse scales that touch the dragon cannot easily escape. We will stay at the prey forever. The giant snake swam and coiled up in the basement, wrapping a personal participant in its translucent body. Finally, the huge snake head hung in front of Jody's face, facing Miles directly below. Open the bloody mouth and bite it hard in the void. You can even hear the sound of teeth biting. Do you want to be eaten up? Don't want to. The clown Dylan Cloud jumped from his seat excitedly. Do you want to be eaten up? No. There was a significant increase in the number of people joining the crowd. Do you want to be eaten up? No. Then let them understand, never touch a sleeping dragon. Jody shouted out villain-like lines to promote people's revenge. Slytherin in the crowd was a little panicked, and Mythir, wearing antler mask in the corner, stared at Jody's eyes cold. Jody's wrist trembled slightly, and with precise operation, the magic power cut the rope on Miles' body. At the same time, a mantra is hidden in the noise and recites it gently, Saperecker in the nightmare. The snake's head and the spell fell down Miles, who was biting below at the same time. Myers let out a very painful groan, and the screams and depression seemed even more tragic and resonated with them. Jody was a little surprised. His original idea was to watch Miles screaming and rush out of the bar in a curse of fear. Regardless of whether there are Slytherin in the crowd or not, the patroness has ensured that the Night Demon seal is connected to everyone. The nights in the future will probably be quite lively. The white snake returned to Jody after passing through Miles' body, shrank and disappeared under his robe. Myers trembled and insisted on raising his head, sweat wet his hair and made them stick to his forehead in strands. Jody understood the purpose of his persistence. He stopped Miles from speaking and threw Miles' wand back to him. The mage slapped out his hand and withdrew him. Myers left in a hurry. Jody and Ogre had to leave first to ensure they could use the secret passage without being discovered. When the meeting of the Pighead Bar began, the two were already walking in the secret passage. Ogre was rare quiet along the way, but judging from his chewing muscles that he clenched from time to time, he was still immersed in the beautiful scroll painted by Jody. He took 3 rounds of deep breath before he made up his mind to break CE's silence. Jody, I originally thought it was just a simple appearance, but I didn't expect you to prepare so much. Is that? Jody thought carefully that he did waste some time on these things, but he has not yet achieved the level of preparation. Today's speech was just a benefit in his previous life game production career and design. It's just the experience of villains and axe lines. Those words were indeed what Jody thought, but they weren't. Choosing to point out the fire in the Heretics League's restlessness is a link in the plan. The Heretics League was actually destined to become a victim as early as the moment Trevor decided to establish him, but Jody needed to make sure that those flames of resistance were not extinguished, so he added a fire to the stove. After the chaos, some people will grow in the chaos and become the spark that ignites innovation. If Voldemort did not come back in the end, the group of people who still had the warmth after the fire was put out would be the team that Jody made up his mind to win over him. After learning about the basic status of the Magic Society and completing the initial development of magical abilities, Jody's ambitions rose. If he wanted to achieve a great cause, Jody had to raise enough chips for himself to climb the card table. Pure blood families have never been sought after by life and death. As long as there are greater interests to exchange, it will not turn into 2 bloody battles. It's just a bluff, Ogre. This is hope. What we bring is hope. There is chaos. Jody's tone was lazy and helpless. Do you really think they are identifying with us? They were just in fear and I gave them a legitimate reason for violence. I lied to them to make them hate order, but in fact, once we really entered anarchy, our losses will not be less than others. Go to his order. This is the main reason why Jody recognized that the Heretics League would be sacrificed, and Ogre was a complete anarchist. I always thought you hated those black years, but I didn't expect you to be a supporter of Voldemort. The source of Aubrey's tragedy was Voldemort, and Jody deliberately called him the supporter of that guy, undoubtedly touched Trevor's bottom line. The two stopped in the middle of the secret passage. A happy person would be more likely to get angry when he was poured on cold water. Aubrey stared at his bull eyes and panted. Finally he still controlled the volume and asked again, "What did you say?" Jody was originally prepared to use stick education to help Aubrey figure out the key, but now it seems that maybe talking more will work? "You should know better than me who Voldemort is. You targeted the terrorist earlier than I did, and you cling to that hatred almost every day and night. But do you want to do the same thing as him? You told me that you have been angry. Who are you going to kill with your anger? A man who is as cowardly as your father, or an innocent mother, just because she is of pure blood?" Aubrey became confused during the whitewash, and Jody was satisfied to see that he was so panicked that he had nowhere to hide but still insisted on not giving up. I only intend to take revenge. I don't want to hurt anyone. But you will only destroy. Yes, my friend, I am an orphan too, and I feel your pain. Jody patted the tall boy on the shoulder, and the angular shoulders were a bit irritating. Voldemort finally failed, and his servants fled from him one after another. Do you know why this happened? Comparing Voldemort and Grindelwald in his mind, Jody guided Aubrey to think about the complexity almost like a toddler. He has extremely high magical attainments and is so powerful that he is almost invincible, but his power is personal power. He never creates anything, he only knows how to destroy and is intoxicated by the happiness he gets from destroying. Pureblood families once followed him, and with his connivance, purebloods killed non-purebloods and plundered property. Those black organizations called Death Eaters were simple and crazy terrorist saboteurs. But occasionally they wake up, and just a moment of thinking is enough to turn their identification with Voldemort into fear. Voldemort is fighting against everyone. If he doesn't die, he will destroy the world. Tell me, you don't want to destroy everything, right? At this time, Aubrey's staring eyes dropped and became lost and frustrated. I don't know, I just want some changes. What are you living for? Jody added more force to make Aubrey squat down so that the two of them could see eye level. Aubrey answered quickly, "For my mother. But she is dead." Yes. So you mistakenly thought that all you wanted was revenge. It's not like that. Jody continued to calm him down. You don't live to pity her pain, you live to remember her love for you over and over again. Love. Jody saw the tears welling up in those eyes from a very close distance, and at that moment he felt sour in his own heart. Do you remember? She loved you deeply, right? Aubrey's shoulders shook violently, and for a while he couldn't even make a sound. It wasn't until he shook hard a few times that he nodded firmly. Then he burst into tears. Aubrey's crying style was very bold. He grinned widely and his facial features were distorted. From time to time, he would clench his fists and hit the floor, not caring even if his skin was broken and bleeding. Jody was relieved that only if this guy gave up his fight first could he have a chance to help this guy get rid of the mess that would follow. Of course, what I identified is indeed correct. What? Jody couldn't hear him clearly. You will be the boss from now on, no matter what you say, no matter what you want me to do, don't question my loyalty. Aubrey added louder and got up from the ground. Jody couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw his serious look. As a modern person, do you want to talk about loyalty with him? He shook his head uncertainly. Haha, loyalty or something. I have already made great efforts to carve out a peaceful world for myself. If you come with me, I can guarantee that I will live up to my trust. Aubrey hammered his chest. This life is yours. No matter what you plan to do in the future, I will be the first to do it. No matter whether you plan to go into business or politics in the future, it is necessary to have followers who support you. Jody was much more confident than when school started. When he learned that the Heretic Alliance had appeared, Jody thought he could seize this opportunity to get help. The biggest benefit that made Jody feel that his hard work was not in vain was that it was delivered to him the next day. Aubrey's crooked handwriting wrote some unused notes, and the notebook contained an old piece of paper that was crumpled and then flattened as much as possible. It was the page of the banned book that he stole. Shamanic Spell, Spiritual Consciousness Division Technique, Thousand Eyes and Thousand Knowledge, Es Alma. This technique was born in the ancient tribal period in order to be able to multitask. It is said that after dividing the consciousness, you will receive the favor of the gods and even be able to channel the guardian spirit you enshrine. But later it was confirmed that those psychic whispers of God were actually schizophrenia caused by excessive practice of mantras. After carefully studying the content, Jody found that this spell suited him very well. The Patron Saint Curse is a spell that he is continuously releasing almost 24 hours a day. With the help of the Patron Saint, his soul is being steadily purified. Therefore, his originally profitable mental overclocking state will soon become unavailable. Possibility of implementation. As long as he has this soul dividing technique, he can make better use of the remaining time. He is confident that he can read more books with the extra pairs of eyes. What's more important is that this spell is of the shamanic type, and it is also a spell involving the realm of the soul. As he is already able to skillfully use the Patron Saint as a container to store magic power, it will be very convenient for him to learn this spell. Now he has added time in the evening to practice the spell. Yes, on the night of the meeting, the people participating in the meeting were surprised to find that they began to enter a strange dream at the same time. Everything in the dream was as clear as when awake. Jody didn't go out of his way to tell the inside story. No one knew exactly why it happened like that, and it was the first time that Slytherin's dream space was known to such a wide range of students. Oakley made a big fuss on the first day after Dreamland opened, and he attributed it all to Jody. Unlike Jody, who was a beginner, he has already learned the Thousand Eyes and Thousand Senses, which is an advanced spell in itself. At the same time, he has a strong fighting talent. This allows him to often defeat opponents several years older than him in dream duels. Recently, teachers have always found that the students in the school are listless and easily fall asleep during class. This is the biggest side effect of the Night Devil's Web. Although you will not be hurt in the dream, every pain will cause the soul to be exhausted. Jody is no exception. It can only be said that only those who pay will be rewarded. A few days after that rally, Jody heard the good news. During Quirrell's free time, Jody learned that they had made a breakthrough in interpreting the magic circle. At least they had figured out the spells that originally cut off the divine magic circle from the middle. And they were able to achieve basic delay. Make sure the ghosts don't disappear suddenly one night. Although he was happy, Quirrell expressed worries about the troubles that were entangled with Dumbledore. Maybe after the winter vacation, they would have to face the situation where the principal is not on campus. The Ministry of Magic has prepared a large number of documents and clauses for Dumbledore to handle. Sometimes soft knives are more terrifying than real dangers. Jody couldn't help but sigh. As the winter vacation is approaching, the date of the duel is approaching. Are you saying that you want to use hallucinogenic drugs to practice this forbidden technique? At this moment, Quirrell was holding the forbidden page of Thousand Eyes and Thousand Knowledge. It was indeed a whim to turn to Quirrell for help at first, but judging from what happened later, it can be seen that a teacher's experience can help him avoid many detours. The appearance of the Marauders map made Kino even more focused on the magic of the Age of Gods, and Jody had always claimed to be his savior. It seems like you can come up with a way. I have to say that this idea is indeed feasible, and using medicine is one of the tips for practicing shamanic spells. Quirrell made 2 empty strokes on his face as if he was planning to draw something for himself. Get on the totem, and then assume the posture of a dancing master. Though shamans are also called witch doctors. They have many spiritual magics that require the use of drugs, among which hallucinogens are a very common drug because they are easy to prepare. Even some extreme tribes will use some mental toxins to cast spells. Those poisons may not wash away all the things in your brain. Quirrell shares his knowledge. Jody was a little surprised by his straightforwardness. Aren't you curious where I got this page of banned books? Haha, even if I asked you, you wouldn't tell me. Besides, in Hogwarts, knowledge cannot be banned. Quirrell's expression was somewhat fanatical. No matter how dangerous the knowledge is, it will be recorded as soon as it enters Hogwarts. Even if all the original attachments of this knowledge are destroyed in the years to come, you will still have the opportunity to find it somewhere in a corner of this castle. It's never the knowledge that's dangerous, Jody. It's the people who use it. Jody shrugged. I'm not a dangerous guy. If you are, I will stop you. Quirrell did not confirm his statement. Similarly, if you find that I have a problem, please give me help. By the way, there's one more thing. The council has repeatedly requested to send an observation group to Hogwarts. It seems to mean that if Dumbledore doesn't go to London, they will come to the school. In order to prevent them from implementing their plan, Dumbledore may have to leave school early to process those documents. He may leave at the beginning of winter vacation. What? This is not good news. Quirrell sighed helplessly. Many parents of students cannot understand ghost teachers and moving portraits. It is best not to let people from the Ministry of Magic know about our restoration work. The idea of hallucinogens was proposed by Oakley, and those damn words he wrote in his notebook were as bad as Robert's. Tobacco, magic drink, and requiem are all potions with hallucinogenic properties. Oakley also thoughtfully sent some tobacco in his inventory, a pipe, and some requiem brought from the school hospital. Requiem can be used to treat insomnia or soothe the spirit. In order to get more doses, Jody had to trick Professor McGonagall. Just in the last transfiguration class. Mr. Joyce, your transformation skills have improved a lot recently. I was a little worried about your final exam. Thank you for your advice, Professor. I went to Madame Pomfrey and she prescribed a requiem for me. After getting enough sleep, I feel like I can do a lot more. Although the real version of Professor McGonagall doesn't pay much attention to dressing up, as a witch she still pays attention to her appearance. She looks like she is in her 30s or 40s at most. But in fact, she is already at an age where she is troubled by insomnia. Yes, Mr. Joyce, but sometimes we are held back by some things and pulled by some thoughts and cannot calm down. I don't recommend you to use Requiem from this age. Although the side effects are not serious, it is possible to develop dependence. Jody didn't even blush when his thoughts were revealed. He started to beg with a big face. But, Professor. Those medicines can help me adjust. I will recover during the winter and summer vacations, and I will definitely not need to continue treatment next semester. You have to help me after all. He is only an 11-year-old child, so it is okay to act rogue occasionally, right? McGonagall sometimes has difficulty sticking to her principles when facing first-year students, maybe because of her age. You have to promise me that you will only use it when necessary. Mag finally accepted the application. Watching her sign on the paper, Jody felt happy for her young age for the first time. As for how Oakley got the requiem. Isn't it normal for a lunatic to ask for the requiem? With Dumbledore leaving school and winter vacation approaching, Quirrell became even busier. As the date of the duel draws closer, the school seems to be gradually becoming too peaceful. Only Snape still displays his annoying style, and he seems to be eyeing Oakley recently. And Jody also feels that the old bat is teasing him very frequently. Although the fight between young people seems to be a joke, the emotions contained in it are indeed real. This duel will not end easily just because of a few detentions. When the day of the duel comes, the paper swallows fly again. Masked heretics gathered in the castle. The one wearing the iconic pumpkin mask was of course Jody, while Trevor showed off his unforgettable bad guy face and roared at the crowd to heat up the atmosphere. The crowd marched towards the atrium, where the purebloods of Slytherin had already gathered. Oakley said goodbye to the pumpkin head next to him and walked into the circle. The pureblood faction did not expect that the number of participating students would be so large. This scale is of course the result of the mask, and of course Jody's departmental funds and the investment of the hermit play a role in it. But it doesn't matter. The only difference is that more people are watching Oakley get beaten. Even if the pureblood faction didn't do anything, Oakley would never be able to defeat the elite 6th grade senior, Merle's Eddie. Of course Jody knew this, so he didn't seriously wear the pumpkin mask. Gibbs, who was kidnapped by Jody early this morning, is now standing in the place where Jody should have been with full of anxiety, wearing that silly mask on his face. He is still thinking about what Oakley just said quietly to him, the threats he made. Jody, on the other hand, was wearing a stolen Slytherin house robe, standing in the dark green semicircle formed by Slytherin. As Aubrey came closer, Jody knew that the moment was fleeting. The eyes under the broad wizard hat were gradually stained with blood, and the magic power was awakened and ready to move. The wand of corpses was held in his hand. Form obelisk. When the light of the spell passed through the crowd and hit Oakley and flew back into the crowd, everyone on both sides of the faction was stunned. Immediately afterwards, several Slytherin students who were pushed out by Jody at the same time with the giant force spell were hit by spells flying from the Heretic Alliance team before they could figure out the situation. The melee begins. When there are too many people, the situation becomes particularly easy to get out of control, not to mention that there are people who are specifically trying to control the situation. Jody's spell on the knight who had been prepared for a long time simply came and went, and the already tense Heretic Alliance instantly ignited the momentum. On the other hand, the Slytherins responded very quickly. Jody was in the crowd now, waving his wand. The strong magic power spreads and he can sense every change in the air. The overclocking spirit allows him to perceive more details. He can do his best before the students wave their magic wands. People with keen senses can detect the faint coercion in the air. Repulsion position. Jody's magic completely enveloped this chaotic battlefield. Only by mastering both the giant strength and power control spells can one fully master the spell known as the gravity domain. In the years before broomsticks were invented, wizards relied on these power control spells to fly. For modern wizards, this flying method is too expensive and unsuitable to control, but Jody has no intention of using it to get off the ground at this time. Jody walked among the crowd to avoid the young wizards who had turned into melee combatants, occasionally using his invisible and irreversible mage's hand to push the wizards' wand-holding hands. Most people in the senior class will react to this kind of spell casting and fight back vigilantly, but it is completely different for the little wizards. They will be surprised to find that their spells hit completely unexpected targets. Then, with his mouth wide open in surprise, he was knocked down by another attack from an invisible range. Slytherin Senior Eddie yelled at Jody, "That student over there, stop. Hey, if you don't move, you are a bastard." As expected of an elite with a biased resource base, they quickly locked onto a suspicious target. But so what? Hiding in the shadow of the wide wizard hat, Jody smiled sarcastically. It was really a wrong decision for Midier not to observe this chaos in person. In the past few years when he has been in charge, Slytherin has no second leader who can respond to everything. Stupefy. The light of the incoming magic was dispersed by the magic wand in Eddie's hand, and Jody secretly pushed the obstacles in front of Kaka so that he could rush towards Eddie faster. The knight followed the original plan and entangled the opponent with the highest combat power. After a few more tugs to make the situation even more confusing, Jody finally withdrew from the crowd, avoided sight, and fled the scene. "Joyce, you actually did this to me." When Gibbs saw Jody at the appointed place, his nose was twisted with anger. No matter who you are, it's always unpleasant to be forced to board a pirate ship. "Oh, I'm sorry, Gibbs." Jody apologized without any sincerity. "I always thought that we were very good friends, and good friends should have some little secrets in common, right? Take your rags." Gibbs angrily threw the clothes he had taken off long ago onto Jody. The clothes were caught by invisible hands and then smoothly unfolded and folded into squares. Gibbs rarely showed such a vicious look. He approached the two men who were about the same height as Jody and had a big-eyed confrontation. Gibbs even held his wand. "No one can use me like this. Calm down, my friend." Jody spread his hands to show that he meant no harm, but both of them knew that Jody only needed one thought to subdue him, and the gap in combat power level had already widened. You saw what I just went through and you know how those purebloods plan to deal with us. There is no reason to ask the weaker party to be above board. And you are already on board whether you like it or not. Your performance today was pretty good, and you looked pretty good. Originally he wanted to find words to fight back, but the faint movement around him startled Gibbs. He turned his head suddenly and saw Obley approaching with a wand in his hand. I guess I didn't interrupt your chat. Obley rubbed his blood-stained cheek with his shoulder, and his strong voice made whatever he said seem threatening. Gibbs backed away bitterly. Don't have anything to do with me anymore, our friendship is over. Jody shrugged and watched him turn and leave quickly. Don't let it slip, you were involved in the melee today, Jody reminded the figure from behind. Since you are on a pirate ship, you must have the awareness to be a toolman, but you are only in your first year and you can fully train this group of initial employees who are not experienced in the world. It's not time to relax yet. Jody turned to Obley and saw with confusion the bleeding wound behind a large piece of scalp missing from his head and his messy face. If you remember correctly, I didn't strike so harshly? I did it myself, and many people saw my wound. Obley's proud look always makes people feel that he needs to take care of himself. As long as it doesn't ruin the plan. Come, I will take you to my secret stronghold. I'm afraid you will have to stay there for several weeks. Jody led him through 2 secret passages and walked out of the castle, avoiding the eyes of almost everyone. Even the portrait study passed by the owl loft and disappeared directly under the whomping willow. Of course, teachers have heard about such large-scale student activities, but the prefects have always protected them, so busy teachers did not pay enough attention to it. And when the melee started, Percy rushed into Professor McGonagall's office at just the right moment. Later, the owls flew to the Ministry of Magic as planned and brought some letters. But the difference was that the letters became very unfriendly to pureblood families. There was an unprecedented group fight, and nearly 40 students were injured and unable to move. The school hospital was busy for a long time for today's party, and some students who were under multiple spells were even sent to St. Mungo's Hospital. Make sure they come back to class early. I can't believe it. Why on earth do we select prefects from among the students? Your task is to mediate the conflicts among the students, not to condone them. It's a duel again. How many times have I said that no matter how legitimate the purpose of a duel, a teacher must be present? Professor McGonagall anxiously turned around, and in front of her, Rudnott lowered his head respectfully, waiting for Professor McGonagall to calm down. The prefects of several other colleges stood as far away as possible. Professor Snape, you are finally here. I think you should have heard about the situation. Under Snape's cold gaze, Rudnott's originally well-maintained smile became stiff, and his eyes swept across the Slytherins present. Even the most arrogant pureblood couldn't help but avoid his sight subconsciously. Snape's eyes stayed on Eddie for a moment. At first, the pureblood stood there with his neck stiffened, but he soon lost his battle. My discipline was not strict enough, Professor McGonagall. Snape bowed slightly and apologized to McGonagall in a very gentlemanly manner, and then took over the group of Slytherin students. Only then did McGonagall free up her hands to take care of the other students. You should have already guessed what kind of treatment you will get. Winter is the time when giant planarians are at their most fertile. It seems it is time to replenish a batch of planarian glands. As for those who are lying on the hospital bed, Snape curled his lips. He hated those who committed crimes and couldn't afford to be seriously injured even more than those who committed crimes. They will have more punishments waiting for them. Now tell me, where did you get that Hufflepuff named Tricky O'Grey? Privilege can sometimes cause trouble for oneself, as the old saying goes. Just shoot the first bird. The teachers seem to be confident in the Slytherins' ability to control them, but this is actually a sign of their uneasiness about them. After all, pure-blood families are special, and it is reasonable to occasionally go too far. What's more important is that the timing of this event happened. They chose the moment when Dumbledore was about to leave school. Jody guessed that this special time was also in the plans of the purebloods. Once Obley was caught after the duel, they would definitely find a way to blame all the faults on the non-purebloods in Hogwarts Academy. At that time, even if Dumbledore still insists on upholding justice for non-purebloods, it will probably be very difficult. By the time Ogle is fired, the best outcome will probably be that a young handyman is added to the gamekeeper's hut, and the handyman's pitchfork contains his wand that should have been broken. In short, everything is different now. The purebloods failed to achieve their goals, which caused the professors to speculate whether the heirs of the pureblood families were obeying their families' orders and specifically chose the opportunity to welcome the council. The rumors I spread are still very useful. Professor McGonagall would become highly vigilant when the issue involved the safety of students, and threatening letters were sent to the study rooms of several pureblood families that night. Lucius Malfoy also received such a letter. To the Malfoys, Hogwarts, as a neutral institution, has sheltered thousands of wizards and wizards for centuries. It should not become a stage for power struggles, and children should not become a struggle so early. Carrier. Throughout history, it is not difficult to find that Hogwarts has been captured and taken over by a certain force, but in the end those forces were taken away by the years, leaving only this castle to guard the entire magical world. Hogwarts should not be reduced to a political pawn. Finally, today, after the mysterious man has left for a long time, I would like to ask how many % of the property the Malfoy family lost during those turbulent years has been recovered. Is the family treasury still full of jewels? I have decided to donate the Ross family's inheritance to Hogwarts College, and I also ask Mr. Malfoy to hand over my uncle's token as soon as possible. P.S. Congratulations in advance to the young master of the Malfoy family on his happy enrollment. Minerva McGonagall. Lucius stared intently at the last few seemingly incomprehensible greetings. As he looked at the paper in his hand, he was inadvertently pinched into pieces by fingers that were getting stronger. It was very lucky that the Malfoy family was able to escape the liquidation. Afterwards, Lucius also claimed that the Malfoy family's treasures had been plundered by the remnants of Death Eaters. But in fact, the family's treasury that was about to bottom out was filled because of Voldemort's Black Rule. A large amount of plundered gold was accumulated here. McGonagall's letter is a naked threat. Lucius threw the letter into the corner of the room, and all the past events came to mind. Recently, he would always think of those days 10 years ago, and occasionally the Dark Lord's unbridled voice would still echo in his ears. It seems impossible that the granddaughter of the Rose family will be on our side. Will the glory of the Red Rose family stop with you, Mag? Damn half-breed. It would be great if old Ross didn't die. Lucius muttered, women without any worries are really scary, but I have no way out. Besides, Hogwarts has been monopolizing those altars for how many years? When Lucius looked up again, his severe confusion had completely disappeared. It's time to change to a new situation. Jody came to Snape only after the Pure Bloods had been taught a lesson. The old bat said nothing after seeing him, but kept looking at the young man in front of him from different angles. Jody did not think that the most dangerous part of the plan was the scuffle caused by the duel, nor did he think it was the trouble in the preparations. The most dangerous thing is now. The person in front of Jody was the youngest dean of Hogwarts, the youngest professor at Hogwarts before Quirrell appeared, and would have even become the youngest principal if Jody hadn't unexpectedly appeared. Snape is a master of potions. He is proficient in black magic and once studied magic with Voldemort. The network of relationships between black and white that he carries is extremely complicated. After the Dark Lord left, these relationships were due to the influence of his head of Slytherin. His identity became more dependent on him. These are still secondary. According to Jody, his most dangerous skill comes from his understanding of the soul. Snape was very good at occlumency, and Voldemort was a guy who liked to use legilimency to pick things out of the minds of his servants. To achieve that level of proficiency, Snape was naturally quite good at legilimency. Fortunately, based on Jody's interpretation of Snape's character, he shouldn't do such extreme things without any reason. Perhaps? Nothing is absolute, and Old Bat's silence put great pressure on Jody. Where did you hide Mr. Ogle, Joyce? I don't know. I didn't expect it to turn out like this at first. The last time we had a fight was a few days before school started, Jody said, looking frightened and stuttering. Prepared lines, my brothers. They often fight too, after the fight. That's enough. Seeing Jody going further and further, Snape gradually became impatient. Do you think the fight between wizards and the fight between street gangsters are the same thing? Jody tried hard to exert force on his nose, and tears gradually overflowed from his red eyes. Snape seemed to have some understanding of the students' movements, and he understood that Jody was the more suspicious person in the chaotic organization. This kid handles things too well. Snape thought twice and finally took out the small medicine bottle from his robes. Putting it in front of Jody, Mr. Joyce, although you have no talent in potions, I recognize your seriousness. Even though it is useless. You must have heard of this potion. Snape uncorked the medicine bottle and shook it gently. Veritaserum, this potion can forcibly soothe your soul, make you relax and help you lower your guard. As your dean, I think you may be too tired. Snape staggered his steps. He danced around Jody in a circle. He deliberately avoided Jody's sight and kept him out of his own sight. He hoped to make the child in front of him reveal his hands and feet. But he didn't know that it was the appearance of Veritaserum that made Jody confirm that this guy couldn't do anything to him. Jody was in some trouble. It wasn't that he was lax and exposed something. It was that his 11-year-old body's sensitive tear ducts really opened up after he took a breath, and the tears couldn't stop flowing. You just stare at me like a mudblood. Jody suddenly shouted hysterically, leaving Snape at a loss. Joyce, no one here is going to call you that word. You just discriminate against my origin, so what's wrong with wizards? Aren't they just like street gangsters who can't survive without a group of their own? I just don't want to be bullied. What's wrong with that? Why do I have to go through this? Why do I have to go through this? No. Snape tried to interrupt twice but failed, so he hated the first-year brat the most. Frustrated, Snape finally waved his wand. A force forcibly pulled Jody up to stand up straight. No teacher at Hogwarts will deny your origin, Joyce. I just want to understand, where did you get Oakley? Jody pinched her eyes hard with her hands, howled and refused to reply properly. Snape reached out and grabbed Jody's shoulders, forcing him to look at him. Is he still alive? Tell me. Jody could definitely see concern in those eyes, but it was a pity that the differences between parties meant that Snape could not be trusted. They injured him, and those pure bloods knocked him down somewhere. Jody continued to conceal it firmly. Whether Snape believed he didn't, Jody didn't know. But he was right in betting that Veritaserum was mainly used to scare people. It's a pity that I can't escape my confinement. The aftershocks of the gang fights are still spreading, but of course the focus of the undercurrents that followed will not remain on the students. A month's winter vacation is enough time for the adults to heal every scar left by the curse on these little ghosts. After the winter vacation, they will come back and continue their studies as usual. Jody was currently in the Shrieking Shack, with a hot hallucinogen drink in his cup and tobacco burning in his pipe. Oakley didn't know what interesting thing suddenly occurred to him, and he was in a hurry to speak. Unexpectedly, he choked hard. Ahem, cough, cough. I said. Cough. There was a Slytherin brat who asked me in the dream trial yesterday. Where did it go? You told them what I told them. Jody blew out a smoke ring and arched his eyebrows into a figure 8. Of course, I said that I was locked up in a dark place by several Slytherins. Now I can't even move. I'm almost starving to death. Oakley exaggeratedly used his body language to explain his excitement. In the original work, there is a prop called the Disappearing Cabinet. The Vanishing Cabinet is a legend among students, somewhat similar to the 7 weird stories on campus. This cabinet will move from one corner of the school to another. Once something is placed in it, it may disappear inexplicably after a few days. In Harry Potter 6, Malbeo repaired the connection between the 2 vanishing cabinets and allowed the Death Eaters to enter the school, while in Harry Potter 5, the Weasley twins used it to lock a Slytherin named Montague. The child was transported away by the disappearing cabinet and was imprisoned for several weeks before escaping. A few weeks is enough to cause panic. In fact, the school has submitted a letter to the Ministry of Magic after the winter vacation. Since the Ministry of Magic has restricted a lot of teachers' freedom, it should be their responsibility for the students to do something. What I have a headache now is how to make you reappear in an exhausted state, and then the professors will find you in a miserable state. Jody got up from the ground and walked to the table. There are some opened envelopes on the desk. Don't worry about this. When I was at my aunt's house, she always liked to use the berries of a certain plant to torment the animal she raised. I sent an owl to buy me some rice berries, and after eating them, I was slightly poisoned. My stomach has been upset for 2 days. That state will definitely be worse than the worst person you have ever seen. Jody chewed on his pipe and snorted to show he heard it. Trevor changed the subject. I took a look at your letters. Are you studying the wand? Jody nodded, and in the process his snake-shaped guardian angel crawled out of the totem. Jody waved his wand of lumos. A bright white radio and television appeared at the tip of the wand, and a white snake floated into the air and wrapped around the wand. The match placed far away next to the oil lamp on the ground was picked up by an invisible hand, and the flame was lit to light the lamp. Cool. Oakley squatted aside and sighed sincerely. You learn much faster than me. Jody used the spiritual sense segmentation technique to realize multi-line operations, but when he was about to spread the drawing in mid-air, he tried several times and failed to pick it up from the table. It's the limit, Jody understands. So he had no choice but to pick up the letters and said, yes, I am corresponding with Mr. Ollivander, who sells wands. He has taught me a lot of things. Some of them require your cooperation with me to verify. Jody pointed towards the corner of the room, and used the mage's hand to take out the large jars he had brought earlier today and arrange them in order. The clear water in the bucket filled by Oakley condensed into a stream, drew an arc in the air, and fell into the jar. I have no intention of leaving you idle. After today's exercise, it's time to start our research. Jody accurately controlled the proportions of the powders in the air and then mixed them into the water jar. Oakley's character can be a good tool in front of people he trusts. He grinds the powder very finely. Throw your wand in and let's take a look at your magic structure. Then don't disturb me for the rest of the time. I have to study Mr. Ollivander's letter carefully. Well, what should I do? Jody raised his eyelids and glanced at the other party's lazy look. Before the experiment begins, you must ensure that you are proficient in the spiritual consciousness segmentation technique. If you can't practice it anymore, then continue practicing the floating spell, although you don't have mental overclocking to help you, but you can feel it for yourself first. Oakley is not very good at this kind of metaphysical things. I'd better continue studying the segmentation technique. Ignoring him, Jody focused on his letter. Joyce, my young friend, how are you? I don't know why I wasn't surprised at all when I heard you talk about your interest in the 7 doors of Hogwarts. It's a pity that I know very little about the 7 gates, the position of the priest, and the magic of the Age of Gods, so I may not be able to help you much. I used to think that the art of wands lies in being one step ahead of others, taking a new path a little more than others and experiencing a more suitable magical medium. But from talking to you, I have to admit that I am starting to become an old person. Some of your understanding of magic has surpassed mine. Your idea is not wrong. The greatest effect of the 7 doors of magic of the Age of Gods is to solidify the original power in the space where Hogwarts is located. And since the origin can be fixed, the mysterious nature that originates from the origin in the wizard's body can also be fixed. The last of the 4 magical properties of spellcasting can be used because the mystery within the wizards leaves traces in the wand. Your proposal of using an extra spirit body to reside in the wand to complete the vacancy in the wand's soul after its body and spirit to help the wizard fix the mystery is a proposal well worth trying. Just like what you said in your analogy, if I don't have enough strength to hold it, can we make it grow a hand to hold me back? It's really an interesting statement. I have attached the knowledge about the containment of spirit bodies at the bottom of the letter. If you are as proficient in using the patroness charm as you said, you should be able to master it soon. Hope you can discover some new things. Your faithful friend, Garrick Ollivander. The snake spirit held Jody's wand in its mouth and kept circling in midair to maintain the height of the light source. Jody pulled out the totem that Quirrell had carved for him. A lot of the knowledge that Mr. Ollivander gave him was related to shamanic magic. It also involved a small amount of rune casting. It is far from simple to practice, as that bad old man Ollivander said. Jody has been studying the notebook that came with the letter for 2 days. When he found out that his idea was feasible, he became extremely enthusiastic about learning. These soul-catching magics can not only be used to assist in the control of guardian spirits. For Jody, they serve an even more important purpose: photograph the spirit. With it, no matter whether Master Flamel and Professor Quirrell can succeed in repairing it, he will never be able to accept the appointment of a little ghost. At this time, in the principal's office on the top floor of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was relaxing on his chair, quietly listening to Snape's report on the recent commotion. Dumbledore had already embarked on his journey, but after hearing that a student was missing, he immediately decided to return to school. The Ministry of Magic did not continue to press on this point. Dumbledore's return made most professors feel relieved, except Snape. You should never come back at this time. As long as you wait a little longer, the Ministry of Magic will inevitably give in and ask you to come back to take charge of the overall situation. You should wait until then. The disappearance of a young wizard in school is definitely a big deal. And no matter how powerful the aura is, there is no way to investigate anything in the school. If necessary, just add some small tricks to make the image of the council plummet. The existence of the board of directors can only hinder the operation of the school, and it is in our interest to let the parents of those students who support them see the facts clearly. Severus, thank you. Dumbledore's polite yet awkward smile was full of relief. But I can't risk the safety of my students. No one is in danger, Albus. This fight between students was premeditated, and I'm sure Tricky Ogre was hidden by that smartass Joyce. Their clever plan was full of loopholes, but as long as the timing of the plan's emergence was special enough, it would be enough to make up for their success. You have also seen the support of all the faculty and staff, and you have also seen the Ministry of Magic's helplessness after this matter unfolded. Before anyone notices your return to your rightful place. I implore you. Dumbledore crossed his hands under his nose with a thoughtful expression, but in the end he refused. Severus, I still think that I should be where I am now. Before the students ask for help, I can do nothing, but if a student asks for help, they should be able to find me as soon as they look up. Headmaster. Professor, Dumbledore said seriously and interrupted Snape. I know what you are worried about, but nothing is ever static. Even if I am no longer the headmaster, there can still be many people to take my place. I take care of Hogwarts. I admit that Professor McGonagall is respectable. I think you are also qualified to be the headmaster. Dumbledore shook his head and said something that shocked Snape. Actually, I always think you are more suitable than her. Snape opened and closed his mouth as if he couldn't find the words. Finally, he rolled up his sleeves and turned around, intending to leave. I'm serious, Severus, just in case. I hope you can make some preparations. Snape paused. He turned sideways slightly, but finally gave up looking back. The slightly lonely figure disappeared under the doorway. Thousand eyes and thousand knowledge, E.S. Alma. As Jody becomes more and more proficient in the art of dividing consciousness, Christmas comes quietly. Jody picked up an unpacked package of strange-flavored beans from the table, stirred it twice, picked one that seemed to taste good, and stuffed it into his mouth. In order to prevent Ogle from starving to death in the Shrieking Shack, Jody had to buy a lot of snacks in addition to a lot of takeout food for the table. Merry Christmas, man. Jody bit into the strange-flavored beans and walked towards the secret passage. Oh, by the way, do you want me to find a way to get your Christmas gift to you? Otherwise, it will probably be taken away by other students. Hey, no need to do that. What can my aunt send me? Rice lice berries. This aunt seems to be scarier than Harry Potter's aunt, but if you think about it, you can guess that a muggle's jealousy of wizards will not be more unforgettable than that of a squib. The Slytherin lounge looked very empty after the holidays. Almost 95% of the students had to go back to their families to take care of all kinds of messy things. To celebrate the departure of the naughty children, Jody was so happy that she even wanted to defecate on the common room floor. Older soul wearers like Jody shouldn't have so much expectations for Christmas, but it's still hard to fool a child's heart. Thinking that he would have to face 0 Christmas gifts tomorrow, Jody felt a little sad. Feel bad. To make up for it, he spent a long time convincing Yao Jiniang to spend Christmas with him in the lounge. Yao Jiniang was very arrogant and ignored him, saying that she would not talk to him again until he fulfilled his promise. After that, a letter came from an unexpected person. Dear Lord Joyce, what kind of Christmas do you want to spend? Do you want a lively party, with a group of beautiful seniors playing and dancing? Or do you want just a few caring people, chatting together? Although I can arrange those things, my suggestion is that tonight, I will cancel all appointments and come to your lounge to spend time with you. Evril Selena M. Jody looked at the souvenir. The lipstick mark on the simply folded letter paper exuded a provocative mood, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance in the air. Later, when Evril appeared in the basement, she was wearing a beautiful dress. The stockings on her legs were the most popular style this year, although in Jody's eyes, such a dress was always full of retro style. In this style, the young girl highlights her immaturity, as if she is a rebellious girl who is ignorant of the world and stubbornly insists on joining adults' games. But if you are playing an adult game, who is not? Jody's waist is straight, but he still can't hide that he is much shorter than girls. Many times he will question his age and wonder which lifetime age should be calculated in the nearest lifetime. Evril put her hand on Jody's palm and let him put the back of his hand to his lips. The temperature equivalent to that of the heart is transmitted to me, making the back of my hand feel itchy when I scratch it. Thank you for your visit, beautiful lady. Keek. The girl covered her mouth and hid her smile, which continued to spread her beauty. After sitting down, the girl was surprised by the butterbeer Jody took out. Haha, this makes my preparation seem a bit redundant. As she spoke, Evril waved her wand and took out a bottle of wine from her seemingly small handbag. While swaying the wine glass, Christmas songs came from outside during the occasional chat. Evril had a very strange feeling that she originally came here just to kill time. She hoped that with the help of her special abilities and alcohol, she could see what Jody was really like. But in fact, as the wine in the bottle gradually ran out, Jody spoke less and less. He seemed more willing to pay attention to the flames dancing in the stove than to himself. After talking so much about me and my black brother, it's time to talk about you. Taking a deep breath, Jody brought the topic to something he has cared about for a long time. Are you of rare blood? Evril pursed her lips and made an innocent and even a little aggrieved expression. You guessed wrong. Is that a curse? The kind with strong interference? The girl shook her head and just chuckled. It was as if she understood Jody's inquiry as flirting. Jody searched through the miscellaneous books he saw in the library and came up with a plausible guess. Although it's unlikely, could it be that the wrong youth potion was mixed? The beauty potions used by witches usually have a slight charm effect. But there have been cases of wrong mixing, although I don't think you need that kind of potion. But witches tend to be a bit more curious than wizards. That's a rare case that you saw it in the book Unbelievable Incidents. I've also read that book. Evril's breathing seemed to be much heavier, white and smooth. The skin was dyed a faint red. Are you curious about the mystery about me? Jody felt the passion in the girl and looked carefully at her enchanting light cyan eyes again. Devil's eye. Jody stopped using that questioning tone, and the words he spoke stopped the girl from continuing to act coquettishly. The magic eye is generally divided into innate and acquired. The eye is an extremely precise instrument in the human body. It is precise and fragile. This particularity makes it easier to be penetrated by mystery and reveal the most essential power of the world. The magic eyes with world rules are powerful. Most of them have abilities such as prediction/exploration/imitation, and rare ones have the power to interfere with reality. People once used gems to process magic eyes, and in ancient times they used magic eyes to retain mystery. Some ancient magic eyes even record the long-lost magic of the gods. And your magic eye should be the one with strong charm ability. Can I ask if this kind of charm is effective on non-human creatures? Evril's expression is a little weird, and if you look carefully, you can see that she seems to be shaking slightly. There should be very few people who can see through what she is carrying. You really like to dig deeper, Master Joyce. No girl has ever told you that it is not allowed to delve too deeply into women's secrets. I can apologize if you're offended. But I thought I had to do something before you tell me. Jody stood up from the soft lounge chair and slipped through the warmth of the fire to Evril's side, but the girl hid her eyes and turned her face away. Or am I mistaken? Animals, the girl said. The first word was hard to hear because her voice was low. Animals are also affected by emotions. Any creature with feelings will be affected. You must have suffered a lot for it. Evril was silent for a moment, but then she showed a stubborn smile. No, Joyce. I enjoy the unique life it has given me. Many people cannot ignore me because of their existence. Many girls, they are all jealous of the fate I carry. Jody seemed to understand somewhat, but not very well. The girl's mood at the moment was complicated, so complicated that Jody could tell that he could not help her without looking carefully. Compared with these, you have already guessed that these are a pair of eyes blessed by magic, and you dare to ask me to come over to be alone with you tonight. Evril straightened her waist, making the distance between the two closer. The posture of the two became ambiguous, and Jody did not avoid it and let the slender fingers touch his face. The soft touch was filled with hot temperature. For Jody, without the effect of those eyes, the girl's teasing seemed childish and funny. This is not a good suggestion, my lady. I am only an 11-year-old child. Which, you don't care about this. Jody didn't move, with a faint smile on his face, putting on his public relations face. Evril's charm gradually cooled down. Are you really not going to follow my lead even once? The Heretic Alliance is about to be disbanded. There has been a lot of turmoil in the school recently, and I have been summoned many times. You have 1 year left to graduate next year, and you must already have experience in controlling the magic eye, so I can't help you much, and I don't have enough chips in my hand to impress you at the moment. If you don't want to take action, it means you look down on your own beauty. This routine appears in many novels, and Jody had to give a decent explanation. And he stood up the tent he had set up without any concealment. The body of an 11-year-old is still very honest. There's no way I'm going to leave you with an easy image to deal with in this situation, dear lady. So don't tease me like that anymore. Jody turned around, and the calm expression on his face suddenly turned ferocious. As if he was hungry, he got very close to her, startling the girl. It will hurt over time. After being stunned for a while, she realized what Jody was talking about. Evliera covered her lips and couldn't help but smile. Last night was really hard. After Jody recognized his charm, Evliel unceremoniously squeezed into the same sofa with him, and the two chatted a lot with their legs next to each other. Evril talks about her past, her childhood when she was neglected by her father, her grievance of being bullied by her cousin but being treated as a dangerous person, the jealousy of other girls after entering school, the pursuit of boys, and the problems derived from the pursuit of boys. Some kind of deeper hatred. Of course, we also talked about her followers and her reputation as a playboy. She spared no effort to tease Jody's nerves, enjoying the stimulation brought by the ambiguity. The two drank all the drinks, cursed and laughed together. Until Jody returned to the Shrieking Shack the next day after taking a shower, the faint smell of perfume still lingered on his body. The Christmas present Robert sent was well, Robert didn't get himself a Christmas present. Jody had already expected this situation, but not having a letter would be a bit too much. Did he stew the owl he sent to deliver the letter home? Aunt Mary seemed to really think of herself as a nephew, and the owl brought him a lot of snacks. Jody felt the little giant's happiness from Hagrid's greeting card. He probably had few companions of his age. But could you please not send rock cakes? You shouldn't praise his rock cakes against his will. Quirrell gave a notebook that can be fixed in the air by itself. It can unfold by itself to form a blackboard and constantly store magic. The workmanship is modeled on the production process of magic books used for casting spells long ago. The owner can use it based on dismantle and remodel. But compared to the notebook, Jody was quite satisfied that Ziki Luo did as he wished and gave himself the traceless expansion spell as a Christmas gift. Unfortunately, as a teacher, he had to insist that Jody not be exposed to the forbidden curse from him. Boring persistence. And Mr. Ollivander sent another thick book. Jody took a piece of pie from the large plate. After Jody repeatedly asked, Quirrell finally relented and ordered a Hogwarts house elf to deliver the food to the Shrieking Shack according to Jody's instructions. Convenient for Jody to do research over Christmas. It's a bit of a risk, but it's worth it. At least Oakley doesn't have to worry about food. So what I have to do is to put my main consciousness into this stone first. Oakley pinched the totem stone in his hand. For his own idea, Jody bought a lot of Shimeng jade early as the raw material for totem stones. Under mental overclocking, Jody learns things very quickly. He started practicing the spiritual consciousness segmentation technique before the winter vacation, and now he has basically mastered it. In this case, it is time to start the next stage of practice. After using mental overclocking to complete the learning of the division technique, he would then use the division technique to complete the construction of the overclocking spell. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous attempt. Yes, you have to make your totem first. Jody's mouth was bulging. At the same time, he was still controlling the magic notes spread out in the air with a quill to quickly record and control the two books on the other side to read at the same time. From Oakley's point of view, his eyes were frighteningly red, and he was so excited that he looked more like a madman than himself. Jody must hurry up. His soul is almost healed after continuous purification, which means that his mental overclocking is about to expire. I have to see if the part of consciousness separated from this idea is strong enough before I can plan whether the next idea is feasible. In order to achieve this goal, you must master the patroness charm as soon as possible, Jody said as he also took out his totem. I haven't looked at it carefully before, but Quirrell's casual carving is quite detailed. The pure white snake has a pair of red eyes, and it looks like it has come to life. The patroness climbed onto Jody's shoulder, and the mage's hand picked up the wand from the table. There are too many things that need to be done. I hope we can complete it before school starts. Jody touched his wand to his forehead. Among the countless thoughts that were split apart in the spiritual consciousness division technique, the only one that truly had control over the body and enjoyed the information provided by all the organs seemed to float out of the body. It was gradually difficult to see anything clearly in front of him. The subconsciousness floating aside gathered the hands of the mage to catch Jody's out-of-control body, and his soul sank into the totem along with the patron saint. There are almost no obstacles. Then the thoughts floating around me gathered around my body. Jody's eyesight returned to brightness. Failed again. In Jody's vision, now that the soul is gradually stabilized, he plans to use all the knowledge brought by the division of spiritual consciousness and the patron saint to create a spiritual overclocking. The patron saint spell can carry magic power. Since it is cast continuously, it is equivalent to using the patron saint to create an additional magic pool. After the spiritual consciousness is divided, Jody imagines whether he can divide a part of the soul and pressurize it to achieve overclocking. Then in the process of using magic power, this part of the soul affects all his magic power. Mr. Ollivander's notes about the spirit inhabiting the wand fit the puzzle piece Jody needed and made him feel the possibility. Ever since Jody's reckless self-study put him into mental overclocking, this state of being one step away from becoming silent has brought him huge benefits. At the same time, it spurred Jody to take a multi-pronged approach to continuous refinement. his own soul. As long as he doesn't want to die in an unknown way. Animagus, Patronus Curse, Overclocking, Soul Dividing Technique, Soul Binding Curse, and even the Night Demon Web Trial Dream, Jody's understanding of the soul is currently his best thing. But currently, Jody's soul refining has encountered a bottleneck. It seems that there is just one point that he cannot fully comprehend. Sometimes he would fall asleep in the middle of the night, but he could not follow the mark of the Night Devil and enter the net covering Hogwarts. Instead, he entered his own mental prison. Everything in the past life formed this cage, and in that cage. The birthmark on his wrist appeared again, and the appearance of his two lives was constantly entangled, as if he wanted to win a dominant position. In such a state, it is impossible for him to complete precise operations without the assistance of relevant spells. Requiem, he muttered, thinking for a long time but unable to come to a conclusion. Jody summoned the floating cartoon board, on which some of the notes he had recorded and the magical structure he had analyzed seemed very confusing. The content about magic analysis is an advanced course, and Jody has not studied it systematically. While sorting out his thoughts, Jody raised his wand and returned to Obley's Patronus charm practice. Nightmare Abode, S. Appariser. The effect of the Requiem potion is now adaptable to us, so is there anything that can interfere with the will more strongly? Ah, damn, I saw my damn daddy. Obley screamed and dispersed the black mist. Nightmare Abode, S. Appariser. Perhaps I need some powerful disruptive potions to help me study my instincts carefully. Jody's mind gradually drifted away. Damn it, do you have to ask me at this time? Obley dragged the shapeless white mass with his wand. I have a clue about disrupting the potion. Nightmare Abode, S. Appariser. It's too difficult to get that we want to use it for research. This time the white mist appeared extremely brightly, but unfortunately it failed to take shape in the end. Obley, who understood that he was being teased, finally broke out, "You guy, I'm going to beat you up." A meal. With a furious expression on his face, Obley threw away his wand and rushed over. After a while of fussing, the two young men sat on the floor to rest. Jody rubbed the nose that was hit. So, what was that? There is such a hallucinogenic potion that has always been controversial. Many people suggested that the Ministry of Magic should list it as a contraband, but more people do not allow it. It is a poison, and the main formula is mambo. Seeds from flowers. Amapola, the poison of the spirit. If you are short of any herbs at Hogwarts, maybe you can find a solution from Snape's private warehouse. Jody wandered from one shelf to another, pure white scales rubbing against the baskets and inserting them. The grid of labels and the sound of talking to oneself are transformed into the unique hissing of snake-like creatures. One of the reasons why Amapora is difficult to ban is that it is very popular. Many wizarding families will use it to decorate their courtyards and use it as an analgesic when necessary. Due to its reputation, there were not many flowers of this kind in Professor Puslout's greenhouse in the herbology class, but Snape did have quite a few of them in his small warehouse. Since Snape has been busy communicating with visitors from the Ministry of Magic these days, he should have discovered something fishy in the warehouse. With the help of the spiritual consciousness segmentation technique, Jody read a large number of books in a short period of time, and his mastery of spells was constantly improving. However, the purity of his soul did not continue to change. The strength of Jody's magic power has gradually weakened and begun to match the strength of his soul. Under this influence, Jody's overclocking effect has become weaker and weaker. As of now, Jody no longer needs to maintain the release of the Patronus. This made Jody a little more irritable, which forced Obley to speed up his training. Obley's soul is of ordinary strength, and his relatively large amount of magic power and innately high purity of magic power match him well with the explosive magic he is good at. After understanding that Hogwarts has 7 doors that were upgraded based on the occult, Jody became bolder in his exploration of magic. Through his own experiments, Jody guessed the connection between the 3 characteristics and mental overclocking. The total amount of magic power is the mysterious amount projected through the soul. The strength of the magic power is related to the characteristics of the soul and the purity of the soul. Jody's soul is extremely modeled due to the influence of his characteristics. The modeled container is divided into countless small bubbles, but the magic power is calculated based on the total weight of the soul. Therefore, Jody's magic power is in a state of high pressure all year round. It undoubtedly increased the strength of his magic power. But the strength of his magic power does not match the strength of the container. After a higher level of magic power enters the container has to become highly excited in order to cope with the stimulation of the contents. This is the principle of overclocking. In other words, in order for the overclocking effect to appear again, Jody must let the intensity of the magic power reach the limit of the load without breaking the container. Jody struggled to explain to Obley. 2 reckless guys, one dared to teach and the other dared to listen. What was gratifying was that Obley actually understood. The rapid disappearance of the mental overclocking made Jody understand that it was impossible to complete the development of the spell quickly. Also, according to the original book, Luna's mother gave up her life in order to study the new curse. Isn't this kind of thing still urgent? As the start of school approaches, Obley's spell practice finally makes progress. When the big, majestic rooster appeared in the shrieking shack, Jody breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but wonder why a rooster. Hey, I know it. It's more. It was the only one I had with me at home a few days before I was picked up by my aunt. Jody suddenly felt that he had asked something he shouldn't have asked. I remember we stewed it and ate it later. My aunt's house doesn't need 2 crowing chickens. That's really surprising. Jody felt even more that he shouldn't ask. After confirming the shape of the totem, Oakley carved his totem himself under Jody's pressure. So what's next? First, wait for me to think of a way to complete the final transformation of my soul. We will first put the main consciousness and the patron saint together through the spiritual consciousness division technique, and then use the patron saint's magic control to pressurize the magic power, and then use this part of the high intensity. The magic connects with the main consciousness and locks them together with the soul binding spell. Here we have to consider which method to use. Rewriting magic spells may be dangerous, but you can try to use the dream space to obtain experimental data. Runecasting is safer, but those are already older technologies. We have to start from scratch. Start researching, Jody muttered. Happy times tend to pass faster, and before you know it, the start of school has arrived. A lot of people were involved in that gang fight. Since the Slytherins were the most organized and had a dean who punished the most severely, it seemed that Slytherin was the one who suffered the worst punishment in the end. Surprisingly, at the dinner on the first day of the second half of the semester, the students actually waited for Professor Dumbledore to speak. Wasn't he summoned by the Ministry of Magic? Seeing the principal return, Jody couldn't help but feel a little guilty, especially when his eyes that could repeatedly penetrate people's hearts glanced here. It seems that we need to arrange for Oakley to escape from the disappearing cabinet as soon as possible. With a house elf delivering food to the Shrieking Shack, Jody didn't have to go there every day. Jody had many questions to ask Master Nicole Flamel about the ancient and profound magic system of runes, so these days he often needs to run to the room of requirement. After the two masters' research reached a certain level, the spells hidden in the Marauder's map were basically deciphered, and it has been a few days since the spell circle could be opened without Parseltongue. Didn't I ask you to study Professor Binns? What have you been doing recently? Kino couldn't help but worry when he heard the topic of discussion between the two. When someone doubted him like this, Jody cried out, "I'm already very honest. Are we going to have a group fight that resulted in half of the school's students being punished?" Chino found it difficult to understand his righteousness. Professors in various subjects have been extremely busy recently, and even I was almost called to be punished. A student from the hall. By the way, where did you take that Hufflepuff student? Jody was shocked and felt guilty. What the hell? Why do you all come to ask me? Who else could you be? It's not hard to guess, Screaming Shack, right? I don't care about these things. But how do you plan to end it? Now that he had been guessed, Jody had no intention of hiding it anymore. He pointed to the disappearing cabinet that he had moved to the room of requirement earlier and said, "Use it to solve the problem." Of course Quirrell knew about the vanishing cabinet, but it wasn't enough for him to figure out Jody's plan. To be honest, he wasn't interested either. He shook his head and Quirrell said nothing more, "But because of your troubles, Dumbledore stayed in school for a while longer. We have interpreted the magic circle and currently have 2 sets of repair plans. Destructive repair will completely seal off the Holy Spirit system, while repairing the magic circle requires completing the ghost sanctuary." Chino had been feeling less stressed recently and relaxed a little. He began to tell Jody about some of the things they had discovered. Sanctuary is the name of the circle I found in the Hogwarts Unknown History. During the research, we were convinced that it was the work of Ravenclaw. After tracing back to the time of its establishment, we speculated that its construction may be related to Ravenclaw. It's related to Lau's daughter, Helena Ravenclaw. Yes. How do you know her? Because she lost Ravenclaw's diadem and so on. Of course she couldn't tell her. I haven't been idle lately. I know a lot about Professor Binns' contemporaries. Fortunately, Chino didn't intend to go into details. Rona Ravenclaw is a recognized genius. She is good at the field of souls. Her time and soul magic combined with the plant and 4 elemental magics that Hufflepuff is good at constantly change the battlefield, keeping the 4 founders always on the favorable side. There are rumors that Helena Ravenclaw is of the bloodline of Gryffindor, and there are rumors that Helena is a forbidden synthetic life form. These cannot be verified. There are definite written records that the relationship between mother and son was not good. Helena was always called a failed work, which also led to Helena running away from home. You also know what happened to her in the end. Jody then added the next part of the story. When Rowena Ravenclaw was dying, she sent Barrow to find her, but when she returned to Hogwarts she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. So, let's not talk about the bloody story of Bloody Barrow and Lady Grey Helena hurting each other just because they love each other. It's not difficult to guess what happened next. So Rowena Ravenclaw rewritten the Holy Spirit Circle and created Sanctuary, so that her daughter can stay here. In other words, the shelter was put together by a dying old lady who was trying to save time. Compared to myself, who is still stumbling while studying mental overclocking, this person is the real academic master. The dream world is equivalent to extending the duration of people's mental excitement in a day. After confirming that there are heretics mixed in, the Slytherins took off their masks one after another, and those who still concealed their faces became targets of fire. But I have to say that these guys who seem to be bullied were greatly improved in the one-to-many battle. And such an uncomfortable encounter also made more of them firm in their mentality of being incompatible with the pure blood clan. Jody's magic power has become stable, and his magic power exceeds that of his peers. The experience brought by two souls made his mind full of ideas. Especially since he had worked as a game developer, he had many battle ideas in his mind. The pure blood party, with varying combat abilities due to their age difference, provided him with a perfect opportunity to connect. After the start of the second half of the semester, Jody's patron saint had a new purpose. Jody divided his magic power and spiritual consciousness and put them together with the patron saint. The two groups of consciousness alternated between sleeping, which shortened the time he spent in deep sleep and made the nighttime more interesting. In the trial dream, Jody gave himself an exaggerated chicken head mask. Recently, he no longer uses floating spells in combat but instead practices a variety of spells. None of the 5 graded spells of the floating spell system compiled by Jody are spells specifically used for combat, but he specially selected spells with strong functions. If used well, it can barely be used to deal with combat, but other spells always require proficiency. In the almost reality-like dream, Jody devoted his energy to studying the use of mysterious spells. There are many defensive spells for wizards, but the most commonly used method is the mysterious spell. Just look at the predicted direction of the incoming magic and use magic to detect it in advance. The magic wand will be attached with mystery and will bounce or disperse the magic during the blocking action. After being exposed to more battles, Jody had to admit that the upperclassmen's fighting power and magic power were superior. Many of them will be exposed to many extremely aggressive curses due to their birth into Death Eater families. Fortunately, Jody has a lot of knowledge in his head. He is a character who has used mental overclocking to read books for more than a month. And these Slytherins obviously don't use excessive spells very often. Ricta Sempra. Most of the people who use this kind of curse, which is less offensive than a prank, are lower grade students. The younger students can't hurt Jody. Jody didn't even turn around to give the enemy a face. He raised the wand and waved it behind his head to disperse the incoming spell, then directly swung it back towards the incoming trajectory. Tarantolagra, the even more malicious curse, made the lower-grade Slytherin's whole body tremble and twitch with a dancing rhythm. Armor Protection, Protogo. After finishing another one, Jody immediately released the next spell, the semi-solid, that appeared around his body like a golden bell, blocked 1 blast spell and 2 stun spells. As the eliminated ones left the field, the white mist began to shrink. A force surged up in the mist, slightly soothing the fatigue of the victors. She deceived a group of guards from a distance through her charm ability and eloquence. Everil, who was wandering in a dream like a game, nodded in greeting to Jody's eyes, and then she stepped into the white mist and voluntarily quit the trial. Jody gathered himself in order to prepare for the next wave of killing. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Oakley show off his power in battle recently. Has this guy finally learned to keep a low profile? The searchers unexpectedly spotted Kaka, nicknamed Knight, but they seemed to find no one who echoed Ogre's characteristics. Kaka really doesn't want to put on a mask. Due to his influence, his few fans also wear bare faces, which makes him an outlier among the marginalized mask groups. During the few days of fighting, Jody was pleasantly surprised to find that the transformation technique that once left him helpless has now become the spell system he compared. With the help of the spiritual sense segmentation technique, Fukiode suspiciously observed many details at the same time and performed multi-line operations, which greatly increased the error tolerance rate. When the green light flying towards him was deflected by Jody's wand and decomposed into countless butterflies upon contact, the bystanders understood that tonight's carnival was about to begin again. We have to kill him first, otherwise we won't be able to win in the end. The Slytherins had a unified goal. Kaka rushed up. Although he was not sure of Jody's identity, he always regarded himself as a non-pure-blooded friend. It was the same now after the Heretic Alliance was banned by the Ministry of Magic. He strode towards this direction and dared to come. The curse blocked Jody and his enemies in advance. Obstacles, impedimento, the effect of the spell needs to be improved, Jody secretly complained while observing. Petrificus totalis, reducto, tpugno, defined. As the battle becomes more and more intense, the dream space will gradually swallow up part of the sound. Everything seems to be distorted according to the emotional fluctuations of the participants. Just listening to those spells may make children fight with each other while chanting the names of the moves, which is enough. But being in those battlefields where spells are intertwined, the pain and sense of crisis will make you understand that these are not a joke. The flames flowed on the ground, burning the wizard who couldn't escape. The guy whose robe was licked by the magic flame wailed and fell down. Those with companions may be able to be saved, but if the enemy catches the flaw, they will be dealt a fatal blow. The seriously injured person left black bloodstains in the white dream and then left the scene helplessly. When the 7th grader he had met once appeared in front of him, Jody knew that the big event was about to take place. Avada Kedavra. As the death curse was uttered, Jody no longer paid attention to the spells hitting both sides at the same time, and all his magic power was used to catch the magic blow. Jody didn't understand why any student could master such a spell. Judging from his appearance, he should be a 7th grade student, almost an adult, and his gentle expression makes him look like he loves reading, but he could cast a death curse on his classmates without any expression on his face. Counting yesterday, he has killed himself twice. The killing curse is very expensive. Jody learned this in the book. A 7th grader, after fighting for so long, this killing curse should drain him of all the remaining magic power. Jody persisted for a moment. Maybe it was an illusion. The penetrating power of the death curse was so astonishing that Jody was unable to deflect it and had to be driven out of the night demon's dream and the pain that penetrated his soul. At the same time, the spirit body of the resting patron saint coiled on his quilt disappeared, and Jody regained the half of his spiritual consciousness that was well rested and full of energy. He opened his eyes in the darkness, wondering why he didn't turn over and fall asleep as usual, and then he realized something was wrong. The guardian snake spirit that had just disappeared reappeared. As the guardian spirit rapidly formed, Jody continued to cast spells without stopping. Animagi. The guardian snake spirit flew upwards with the fallen wand in its mouth, and hid in the gap close to the ceiling. On the ground, Jody strolled past the first-year students guarding outside his cubicle. Not long after he left, a group of senior students who obviously didn't act in haste rushed in. Of course Jody didn't stay inside when he opened the window curtain. Where are the others? The leader of the Slytherin was none other than Meru's Eddie, Middle's close confidant. I don't know, he didn't come out all night. The student who was questioned was dumbfounded and puzzled. Dyslin, are you taking a nap? Eddie frowned with a fierce look on his face. Another senior who was accompanying him stopped him. Don't be like this, Merles, the quilt is still hot. He must have just gotten up not long ago. Are you sure you didn't feel anything abnormal when we came in? I waited until he fell asleep, then got up from the bed and stayed here. It's impossible, I heard some movement on the bed before. Eddie calmed down a little. It must have been a disruptive spell or something else. A small accident. It was nothing more than the ugly struggle of that disgusting kid. There are still people guarding us outside anyway. His legs should be weak after being hit by that kind of spell. Find him and ask him about the tricks he hides. Slytherin was extremely lively this night, especially those neutrals who were disturbed from their rest. They were able to loudly reprimand Eddie for his actions regardless of Middle's face. Until the early hours of the morning, Merle's Eddie couldn't figure out how the guy escaped, and more importantly, where could he escape? Could it be that Eamon's death curse hit him instead of him? Thinking of Pumpkinhead in the previous melee, Eddie turned over Jody's bed angrily. Let's break up. Where did Jody escape to? Where can I go in the middle of the night? I want to sleep in a more comfortable and fragrant place. I dreamed about that white snake again last night. A whisper came from a bed in the Slytherin girls' dormitory. I dreamed about it letting me hold it to sleep. And in the morning, when Dyslin saw Jody coming out of his cubicle, his jaw almost hit the ground. Seeing him, Jody complained exaggeratedly, "Hey, you guys made such a mess again. How can the house elves clean it up?" He would sleep with a crawling snake animal. That is probably the little girl in the snake house would have such a weird habit that when Jody left in the morning, most of her tail was numbed by that girl. Today is the first time that Jody has not felt a little angry in the targeting of the Slytherin boys. Choi Ogre will not be able to live a day without being found. Their overconfidence at the beginning made them suffer a great loss. Even if their small moves were successful at this special time, they would only make Dumbledore a little disgusted. But once they fail, they fall into this embarrassing situation where they are unable to do so. Their impact on family plans has been magnified too much. Mithir's big tantrum put them under great pressure, and the top leaders of the Pure Blood Party were already considering what excuses to visit Hogwarts. If the family cannot solve the problem before the family arrives, their shame will be difficult to clear. The fatigue of night fighting and the labor camp-like confinement lockdown made Jody not go to the shack for several days in a row, which was to prevent Slytherin, who was staring at him, from discovering anything they shouldn't have discovered. Another reason is that, given the days, it should be time for Ogre to start his self-abuse plan. Jody didn't plan to chat with a guy who stayed on the toilet all day. If the long-term confinement punishment still cannot make you feel fulfilled, maybe you can go and talk to Mrs. Grey. Aren't you very interested in magical creatures in the ghost system? Researching the history of that time might be able to do it for me. The progress here is helpful. From Professor Quirrell's suggestion, Jody has been wandering around those ghosts these days. Compared to the smaller Eugenian, the ghost lady of Ravenclaw was in her prime when she died. Because she is one of the oldest ghosts in Hogwarts, Helena has very strong spiritual power. She has a high demanding personal taste and the ability to change her looks. In addition, the rigid rules of wearing school uniforms have weakened other women. Helena Ravenclaw has occupied Hogwarts from a long time ago. The most beautiful goddess in Zi refused to give way. If you look closely, you will find that the ladies' clothes will change slightly every day, and the skirts and dresses will be carefully selected as the festival changes. It is said that in a short period of centuries ago, the lady would respond to the students' pursuits. I don't know if it was a simple rumor. Anyway, Mrs. Grey rarely takes care of the students now, especially those other than Ravenclaw. So Jody's gossip didn't go very smoothly. How can you always find me? Helena stood up from behind the desk, held the book through the table, walked a few steps before turning around to look at Jody, who was following her, with a faint boredom in her eyes. I have never heard of the fact that entanglement is also one of Slytherin's admission standards. Your whereabouts at Hogwarts may be difficult to hide, beautiful lady. After Jody was disappointed, she began to study Helena's life and preferences temporarily. At this time, the ancient etiquette she pulled out looked fancy and actually looked like 3 points. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the lady's eyes were even colder than before. She grabbed the book and pressed her hand against her waist, and her pretty face pursed. Her lips suddenly became arrogant and cold. You saw from the Hogwarts school history that I like this. The guy who was responsible for writing that book thought a lot about beautifying me, but I have always been unable to understand why anyone likes this complicated and useless etiquette. Helena teased Jody's behavior without reservation. You are very unstandard in etiquette than the last student who was so hypocritical in front of me. The tense smile on Jody's face also collapsed for a moment. Although this woman is much older than Myrtle. No, I mean it is much more beautiful. But this kind of arrogant style is really annoying. Isn't Ravenclaw's all garbage? Jody straightened up because he couldn't please him. Today he made up his mind to ask for something. Beautiful lady, my behavior may be a clown-like show in your eyes, who is knowledgeable, but I have to use this to make you willing to stop and listen to me continue. I don't intend to respond to worthless words. Jody caught 2 steps and ran to Helena to stop her. The lady was the one whom of all the ghosts who would mind passing through her. My lady, I just have some questions to answer. You have too many channels to know what you want to know. You think you have to come and ask me, but you gave yourself a reason to ask me. Jody tasted the taste in this sentence, and it seemed that there was something reasonable. No, ma'am, there are many things in this world that are difficult to leave traces no matter how much paper is used to write, no matter how hard the stone carvings are used to burn. Time can always wash everything. Since I have grasped at the front line may not let go easily, this is the correct way to seek knowledge. Helena was still alert. This is not an excuse for you to do anything, Slytherin. Jody understood where the lady's vigilance came from. She was deceived and was deceived by a sweet liar. The most important thing she had in her life and death. Ravenclaw's crown, the magical instrument that was deceived by Voldemort into making a Horcrux. You seem to mind my question. I don't understand. I have never offended the lady. If you really don't want to offend me, you shouldn't stop me and say something I don't want to listen to. After saying that, Helena changed direction and walked away from the desk on the other side. Do you think I want to inquire about Crown of Wisdom? Jody's sudden increase of voice not only scared Helena, but also attracted the eyes of the librarian. If the library was too noisy, it would be knocked on the head and kicked out. What did you say? Helena obviously didn't want this topic to be known to more people. Once you throw out a major topic, you must be prepared for subsequent conversations. Special dialogue options are irreversible. Of course, Jody made preparations in advance. When Hogwarts was inaugurated, the 4 founders decided to create their own secret treasures in honor of the establishment of their academy. Rowena Ravenclaw created a crown called Wisdom, which can help the wizards look. The problem is more profound. Jody walked back to a closer distance with her waist straight, and from now on he would ask out the information he wanted as an equal capacity. The adult left the Crown of Wisdom to Ravenclaw, but set a ban, and only a sufficiently good genius mage can possess it and exert its abilities. No one knows where it is hidden in Hogwarts. Many historians have guessed that they may never have such a prop. Later, Ravenclaw also believed that he only thought he needed nothing. The genius of foreign objects deserves the recognition of Rowena Ravenclaw. But that's not the case. There is indeed such a crown in the world. It was stolen from Hogwarts after it was made. Jody lowered her voice, staring at Helena with her eyes, not giving her a chance to escape. I'm right, Miss Helena. I don't know what you are talking about. Helena was angry but had to suppress it. She was obviously offended but still forced herself to stay here. It was obvious that Jody's words stung her and made her unable to leave. After getting the consent, Jody led the beautiful ghost lady to a quiet corner. Helena unceremoniously sat on the bench to express her dissatisfaction. What she didn't expect was that the cheeky Jody would directly sit down next to her, shoulder to shoulder with her. When you are side by side, it is easier for others to think that you are with her. Where did you get this little knowledge? Rowena Ravenclaw's concentration is almost paranoid, which is a common characteristic of geniuses. She pursues and hopes to turn everything into the most perfect posture, but she can't find perfection in you. This makes you very sad. Frustrating, right? When flipping through a large amount of information, combined with the contents of the Book of Prophecies, Harry Potter, Jody only felt that these stories were so similar to those TV series he had seen in his previous life. There must be a reason why Helena stole the crown in order to prove herself, and Rowena may be the only one who can bring such great pressure to her. Helena's body trembled slightly, not sure whether it was sadness or simply anger. Are you really here for the Crown of Wisdom? Jody understood that it would be difficult for him to end the conversation now. Before he completely vents his anger, the nagging party might change from himself to Mrs. Grey. I'm not interested in that ornament. What I'm staring at is the future, not the glory of the past. This sentence is indeed what I mean. If you only know how to imitate, how can you surpass it? What I'm asking about is the mysteries of Hogwarts, which are changing and affecting those around us. Helena obviously did not expect that Jody would say such a thing. She was stunned. I have heard before that the little girl in the bathroom on the second floor finally has a friend who is willing to talk to her. Now it seems that you was that the boy. Jody also didn't expect that she would be somewhat famous among ghosts. She is my friend. Helena didn't delve into it, but she obviously didn't want to talk more about the secrets of that era. Don't have too much contact with that girl recently. In order to prepare for the last moment, she needs time to adjust. Mentality. I don't think that is right. Not everyone is willing to passively become a member of the Holy Spirit. And I have always insisted that Rowena Ravenclaw rewritten the magic circle for you, and you are not the only one, madam. What did you say? Even Helena couldn't help but get angry at such an obvious target. It was not Jody's intention to make her angry. Helena's twisting of her waist even gave Jody the illusion that she was going to slap him. I just want to solve the problem, and you should be able to provide me with some help. Others don't know, but you should know that the professors at Hogwarts are trying their best to correct this mistake. Helena's breasts pumped violently to calm her anger, although Jody wondered if the ghost really needed to breathe. When my mother built this formation, she had considered whether such behavior was really appropriate. She left the decision to the successive principals. Once someone thought that the accidental spell was more important than the shelter, the Holy Spirit provided energy for the accidental spell. The temple will wake up and begin to repair itself. No matter how close you and Mordrea are, this should end, and you can't stop it. This is the decision of the contemporary headmaster, and the dead cannot interfere. Professor Dumbledore has never made such a decision. The professors are all trying their best to interpret the magic circle. Then why didn't the teachers ask me? Helena's sharp question left Jody speechless for a moment. In fact, if it was really necessary, the teacher should be the ones to inquire, and if Quirrell was responsible for speaking, this lady would definitely cooperate easily. But unfortunately, this is just a side branch of the task of repairing the magic circle. Quirrell entrusted this task to Jody because he just wanted to find something to distract him and prevent him from causing more trouble. I have made many big mistakes because I believed easily. It is not easy to convince me, Helena said softly, and finally laughed softly. The relationship between you and Mordrea is really good. Are you lovers? Jody blushed. Why should they be lovers if they have a good relationship? Girls. No matter how long they live, they will never dislike gossip. Myrtle, she is my best friend. Oh, Helena's playful nasal voice unknowingly changed the topic. Maybe you are the only one who thinks so. Do you know why they all call me Mrs. Grey? This Jody really didn't know why. Helena was willing to continue chatting, and Jody naturally followed the topic. He needed time to think about how to continue his question. In the 2nd century after I lost my body, I met the man who fell in love with me. He accompanied me through my most difficult period. He taught me, who was no longer alive, how to feel the heartbeat and taught me again. I breathed, taught me to get used to sleep, and allowed me to start over. In the year he graduated, he brought me a garland, and I became his wife. But after that, I refused to let him see me again. Then I heard the news that he had become old and was finally taken away by death, and from then on, I asked them to call me Mrs. Grey. The ghosts of Hogwarts are the best guardians of students. This has been proven by time. In those portraits, the Holy Spirit Circle is a last resort that can only work in times of war, but the school is not a place that should be used for war. From the story, Jody found a defensible reason and straightened out his own logic. From the beginning, his purpose was just to save Myrtle, and all he wanted to ask was some history. If he asked Helena properly, there was no reason not to give her an answer. Then how far are you willing to go for this answer? Anything came to Jody's mind subconsciously, but the answer was too exaggerated. Anything I can do now, as long as it's your need, just ask. Mom, if Tom Riddle was here, how would he answer? How did he obtain the information about the Crown of Wisdom in the first place? Helena actually looked like she was thinking seriously. Jody grew anxious while waiting. He didn't realize that his own expression gradually changed with his mood during the conversation. His determination to give it a go, his worry about the unknown price, and his irritability in a passive role were all seen by that smart lady. The change in the young man's mentality is very obvious, which is in sharp contrast to the mature young man at the beginning. Especially after Helena said the question, "Are you a lover?" At 11 years old, you can be considered your childhood sweetheart, right? The smile in Helena's eyes gradually disappeared and turned into a touch of sadness. Are you really waiting for a dead person to say what he wants? I don't even know what I want. It's like the almost headless Nick always wanted to join the Headless Horseman, but always failed. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the rejection letter. Helena sighed with a gentle smile, just like when she used to face Ravenclaw students. You have all guessed wrong. The shelter was never made by my mother to save my life. She only let me stay here to give me time to think about everything instead of dying in confusion. She made that magic circle to retain a respectable person, and in response to her request, that person continued to teach at Hogwarts to this day, all the way from other courses to the current history of magic course. Helena revealed the mystery in Jody's expression of realization. Professor Binns is the one who is qualified to make Rowena Ravenclaw go through a lot of trouble. That person is not me. The establishment of the shelter uses a runic structure. If you want to ask me how to rewrite it, I have no clue, but I believe that today's Hogwarts is absolutely capable of analyzing it. The only difficulty is that you have to consider how to deal with the Holy Spirit Circle left behind by my mother. As a first-year student, if you want to do something, you may have to rely on external objects. Maybe you can try to find Professor Bin's magic book. The elder's attainments in runes were also extremely profound, and much of his knowledge was recorded in the magic book. But it may be difficult to find at the Great Library of Hogwarts. However, all books in the school will be cleaned regularly. After Helena was willing to share what she knew, Jody's subsequent inquiries finally became easier. Some of the doubts learned from Quirrell's conversation were confirmed, and they might be able to help a little. When they parted, Helena reminded Jody with a meaningful smile. The girl's name is written as Myrtle, but she prefers her name to be pronounced as Mordrea. Next time we meet, call her by this name. The girl will show her most beautiful expression for you. You mean Helena mentioned that the Holy Spirit array will improve itself after activation? Quirrell confirmed again. Jody nodded. The professor pondered for a long time, and it seemed that something was entangled in his head. In the past few days, Kiro's image seems to have become even more sloppy, but this kind of depression is no longer just a mental aspect of clothing. This made Jody a little wary. How is the repair work going? Are there any difficulties? Quirrell stammered, it's not a difficult thing. You will tell me everything about the Holy Spirit magic formation, you promised me, Kaluo. Jody became a little serious, and even ignored the seniority and called him by his name. Kaluo lost completely in momentum, and his eyes dodged. The relevant plan for the repair of magic circles went smoothly, but it was strange that when we came into contact with the structures in the magic circle, the magic circles would always start to change just right. What's the meaning? It's a bit complicated to explain, but you just need to believe that we won't let the Holy Spirit magic array be completed in the end no matter what. I'm suspicious to assure you, but you don't have the confidence to be fooled. Jody's emotional excitement made him feel rude. Sorry, Professor, I'm just a little. I thought there were variables and things that were no longer problematic, and they were hid a little. Before Quirrell's tired spirit could be angry, he watched Jody lower his head. Many times he could easily forget Jody's age. The boy's mind was well developed enough to be side by side with adults. But no matter what, he is still just a child, so he is naturally qualified to be depressed, unlike himself. Come on, Jody, I can guarantee you that everything is foolproof. If it really doesn't work, maybe we can directly destroy the Holy Spirit magic array and abandon the unexpected technique that was not available at the beginning. Kiro rubbed Jody's head. After all, spells may protect the lives of students, but they cannot guide their souls. After saying goodbye from Quirrell, Jody walked through the corridor. He had just finished opening the map of the living spots and now he had to go to the old bat's basement to continue his confinement. Snape took this opportunity to let the students deal with a large amount of magic materials, which will be made into medicine by the school hospital later. Mrs. Pomfrey said with satisfaction that this year's school hospital might be able to reverse the situation. Deliver finished medicine to the St. Mungo Hospital. I haven't been to Screaming at the Shack for several days, and I should have to bring Aubrey out in these 2 days. The house elf Rum is the elf responsible for taking care of Professor Quirrell's daily needs. The house elf of Hogwarts belongs to the school, nominally belongs to Dumbledore, but actually obeys everyone in the school. Under such special regulations, the house elves in Hogwarts are actually much more dignified than those outside, and their sense of belonging is also more serious. They are the patron saints of the school in all senses and are inseparable. After Jody needed a meal delivery guy, Kilo told Room to follow Jody's instructions. Kilo did not expect Jody to ask the house elf to do something outside the booking. For example, use the elf's move technique to hide the disappearing cabinet in the house that will be answered, such as finding old bedding and clothes to make a doghouse for the poor Trevor in the screaming shed. If time permits, Jody would also like to study the casting structure of the house elves. The connection between this magical creature and the mystery is obviously closer than that of a wizard. Jody went downstairs along the spiral stairs, and the window flashed in front of her eyes. The scenery outside the window left a shadow in her eyes. Then, before the image completely disappeared, the next window brought the warm sunshine to you, allowing the process of going down the stairs. Not so boring anymore. It was not until he passed by the third window that Jody noticed that the square thing on the grass he had been staring at was actually a big cabinet. And as he walked down the stairs, more and more students gathered next to the cabinet. The hairs behind Jody stood up, and the blood pushed the heart to speed up bit by bit. His eyes narrowed and widened, trying to confirm whether the cabinet below was the one in his mind. He pulled out the wand in his hand and wanted to fly directly from the window with the gravity spell. The cabinets on the lawn should have been placed in the house where the house elves are thrown away by waste. That was the vanishing cabinet, the one that Jody hid in advance. Now is not the time to stand stupidly. Jody hurried out of the castle, and his speed was very fast, driven by the magic. The lawn was already surrounded by people. The mage's hand pushed away the obstacle, and Jody squeezed into the crowd. Just next to the disappearing cabinet trapped in the mud berry, he saw the extremely miserable Choi Aubrey. Aubrey, why are you here? What happened? Is it those pure blood? But why? Jody couldn't think of what happened no matter what. It was not until Jody spoke up that the students around him recognized who the person on the ground was. Aubrey struggled in pain, and the movable hand kept scratching his chest. Most of his face seemed to be burned, and one foot was twisted strangely. The whole body was covered with fine wounds, as if a pair of huge hands pressed him on the floor and rolled back and forth. After contacting him for so long, Jody didn't think he was the kind of guy who would be easily settled, that he had his fighting talent, his spiritual division technique, and the skills of the two of them communicating together. But why? Aubrey held Jody's palm tightly, and it was obvious that he wanted to speak, but as he opened his mouth a large mouthful of blood spurted out, unable to emit any formed syllables. The little girl with a weaker ability had already escaped, and more than 2 professors were rushing here in the direction of the castle. But the closest one to this place is Hagrid. Jody, what's going on here? Oh my god. No, we'd better not touch Hig. If you evacuate the students, the situation here is not suitable for visiting. Jody spoke quickly and stopped Hig from reaching out to pick him up. The big man also realized the seriousness of the problem and cooperated to drive away the students around him. Soon Professor Sprout came to Jody's side recently. Oh please bless him, the spirit beast of the earth. Professor Sprout's eyes turned red when he saw such a tragic situation. It's okay, the child will stop hurting soon. The professor pulled out her short wand to quickly deal with the injury she could and carefully check Aubrey's status. Jody knew that he should step back, and when Aubrey was discovered, he was the most inappropriate person to appear next to him. But Aubrey held him tightly, and he didn't feel like he should leave before he figured out anything. As Professor Sprout's spell took effect, Aubrey, whose consciousness began to sink, suddenly took a big breath, and then he let out 2 mouthfuls of light red liquid. After all, the blood is no longer rich. He widened his eyes as if he had worked hard to recognize who the person he was holding. Jody looked at Aubrey's eyes in a daze. One of his eyes had turned black after being overcongested, while the other was covered with blood. I succeeded. After leaving such unspeakable words, Aubrey pushed Jody away with his remaining strength. Sprout, Snape, who hurried over, looked at Jody for a moment, then turned to the professor who arrived before him. It's a symptom of a runaway magic. It should be that magic is used that shouldn't be used. Help me. It's hard for one person to deal with emergency situations. Snape didn't say anything nonsense. He nodded and pushed Jody at the same time. When he pulled out his wand, he asked Hagrid, Hagrid, send all the students back to the castle and inform the principal that the child has been found. So Jody had no choice but to follow Hagrid and leave the scene. Jody lowered his head all the way, his mind full of doubts. He said he succeeded. What did he succeed in? Revenge? Or did he figure out how to fix spiritual consciousness? But that's not right. Fixing spiritual consciousness requires consulting a lot of rune information. Let's not talk about whether Aubrey has that brain. He doesn't have any means to obtain books. Could it be? A possibility flashed in Jody's mind, and he immediately figured out why the disappearing cabinet appeared next to Aubrey as planned without his knowledge. Lum the house elf. Jody. Hagrid called Jody several times before he came back to his senses. He raised his head and found that he had followed Hagrid all the way to the 4th floor without knowing it. Oh, you follow again. You have to run to the principal's office with me. Are you okay? Jody took a few deep breaths and realized that he was in quite a bad situation at the moment. I'm fine. Jody nodded firmly again. Thank you, don't worry about me. Hagrid was still worried, but there was nothing he could do. He bent down and touched Jody's shoulder. Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey will definitely cure him. After leaving Hagrid, Jody immediately rushed to the 8th floor, where there is a fixed entrance to the room of requirement. Jody tried repeatedly to enter the room opposite the tapestry where the troll was beating Barnabas silly, but the room of requirement seemed to be locked. At this point in time, Quirrell and the others should be immersed in research, and it is actually not convenient for Jody to disturb them. Where should I go next? Go to the Slytherin common room to get information? Or go to the kitchen to ask the elf rum? Or simply defy the ban and sneak out of the castle and risk a trip to the Shrieking Shack? Mr. Joyce. Jody didn't notice any breath approaching, and the sudden sound made him jump. The violent magic power almost hit the house elf who was looking up at him. Rum looked up at the student, trying his best to maintain the etiquette he had always observed, standing upright, but his posture could not hide his shaking body and the bloodstains on his chest. I originally wanted to send him to the school hospital, but he refused to die. I don't know how to leave that room without resorting to apparition, otherwise I would have taken your friend away by force, my dear sir. Jody was stunned for a moment, and the moment he saw the elf appear in his field of vision, he had a very ridiculous guess. You haven't been attacked, have you? Jody asked the question he was most concerned about first. Rum shook his head. At least I didn't see any signs. Did he ask you to throw the disappearing cabinet on the lawn? Yes, when I took the cabinet and apparat over the lawn, Mr. Oakley had already fainted there. I threw the cabinet loudly so that the students would find it easier. Rum seemed to want to bend down and salute, but his overly nervous mood and irritated nerves hindered him. His hands shook exaggeratedly and his movements seemed erratic. He gasped twice before continuing, and Jody could even hear his fear. House elves should obey their master's orders unconditionally, but I was born in Hogwarts, and everyone has always obeyed when there is no fixed master. School rules. At that time, Mr. Ogle ordered me. He ordered me to obey. I should have put his safety first according to the school rules, but Professor Lodge handed over the master's rights to you, and then you handed it over to Ogle. Mr. Lee, if you want to punish me, I have no complaints. Jody waved his hand. No, you did a good job. The master's orders should come first. From now on I take back Obley's rights. You were sent by Quirrell to help me, and you followed my orders, so you should not be punished. Thank you for your kindness, my master. Rum immediately looked like he was about to cry out. His legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up straight and wanted to grab Jody's robe. A loyal servant like a house elf should get one if he has the chance. Pushing the irrelevant thoughts away from his mind, Jody had already roughly guessed what happened in the Shrieking Shack. Obley has been practicing spells these days, right? Jody continued to ask. Lum gave an affirmative answer. At least he did see Mr. Obley's almost crazy practice during his occasional meal delivery. He was literally wrestling with his wand. Jody wanted to go to the Shrieking Shack immediately to see if the success Obley had mentioned was really what he thought, but it was too risky to go out now. Rum has his own job in the school and cannot serve Jody alone all the time. The house elf said goodbye, and Jody gave up on letting him apparate with him. Jody observed very carefully on the way there, but strangely he couldn't find any trace of Obley. Jody struggled through the night before finding time to come to the Screaming Shack the next day. How did he do it? Did he fly onto the lawn? As soon as Jody came up from the underground tunnel, he was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. The mess inside the Shrieking Shack, which was finally cleaned up, was even more horrifying than the time Jody Animagus transformed. Obley's five-finger bloody handprint drew a shocking picture on the floor. Next to the pool of blood in the center of the room, Jody's magic notebook left in the room floats in midair. Trevor was obviously seriously injured when he wrote this down. In order to ensure that the meaning was clearly expressed, these words were written in large sizes. Madman. Jody stretched out his hand to touch the bloodstains on it, and squeezed out this comment through his teeth with his mouth lowered. At the top of the note, the first thing written down was a string of incantations. Then under the spell is the name of the spell Jody made up temporarily. Spell of Awakening, Spiritual Overclocking, Spiritus. The patron saint is originally a part of the soul that I closed the spiritual consciousness and the patron saint together as you said, and then I discovered that they are actually compatible. So I decided to start trying the experiments you mentioned. Didn't you say that the protective charm of Hogwarts can affect this room? With luck, maybe I can help you reach your target faster. And will we never be stepped on down there again? I'm tired of looking at the scenery down there. Below the curse, this paragraph was written a long time ago, using ordinary black ink. Then the handwriting on the paper added at the bottom of the magic notepad was hard to read. Ha 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 ha, I'm not bragging, I'm generally pretty lucky. I succeeded. If we say that Jody, who discovered mental overclocking due to an accident in practice, is an impure fake lunatic, then Obley, who dared to seize one of Jody's ideas and risk his life to experiment the results, definitely the real lunatic. In his opinion, Jody's idea was definitely full of loopholes. It can even be said that he just proposed a general logic, and the actual content has not been verified. It was a blessing that Obley did not kill himself. Jody did not dare to try his spell rashly, although he said it was very certain that the spell was correct after he had experimented. Jody carefully read the messy notes and interpreted them. Although the precasting feels a bit sluggish, it seems to be a way to go. The divided spiritual consciousness is really tolerant of his patron saint. The seriously injured Obley was found to relieve the pure blood. The people from the Ministry of Magic came and left, so much so that they had no intention of checking the disappearing cabinet. Soon, the fact that Obley forced his escape from the disappearing cabinet became a story that Professor Flibby always talked about, and he kept reminding students to follow the steps to practice magic spells. If you have a choice, Jody also wants to enjoy campus life leisurely, but it seems that troubles always come to you. In addition, Voldemort's existence is like a sword of Damocles hanging high, which threatens the peace below. Jody doesn't think that if the Black Devil is missing, there will be no way to get unicorn blood. Besides, it may not be the only one in Hogwarts. Obley's inception made the atmosphere in the school very depressed. Although the Heretics Alliance has been disbanded, every student who participated in that riot will recall the counterattack after dinner. A revenge of a single arrow can even become the most important thing in the mind every day and night for immature students. The former members already had a sense of belonging to the organization. Most of them did not know the details, only knew that Obley had paid a very heavy price for their resistance. But he never gave in until the last moment, and he still had no intention of begging for mercy until the last dream that Obley had appeared. In that dream, he still did not give Slytherin any answer, but held his wand with his signature laughter and wanted to destroy the pure blood-shaped. Slytherin himself knew clearly what role he played in the duel. People who claim to be high generally do not like this feeling of being led by the nose. Under this feeling, I really can't get the record of being stuffed into my hands in the conspiracy and become arrogant again. Therefore, the conflict between the forces of both sides became even more serious. They both defined themselves as the failure side and were thinking about finding the situation back. And just when this strange atmosphere reached a limit, an unexpected situation occurred. Jody also heard the news from Quirrell. After Ogre was found, the Ministry of Magic immediately sent a letter urging Dumbledore to set off. This news was not surprising. In fact, if it weren't for the dual farce created by Ogre, Professor Dumbledore would have already been in coping with one boring meeting after another. Surprisingly, the notification delivered with the letter. You mean that there will be a pure-blood family observation group visiting Hogwarts? Jody's voice was surprised. Well, to be precise, elites from all walks of life in the Magic Society are coming to visit, and it seems that they will also open for mock interviews and other talks. Jody digested the news. Didn't it mean that as long as Dumbledore attends the meeting, there would be no observation group? Kilo spread his hands, but did Dumbledore not go? And the observation group is a commercial activity, strictly speaking, not managed by the Ministry of Magic. I have to continue to go to Jody. There are some troubles we must be in. Dumbledore Leto understood the whole story before leaving. Seeing him walking in a hurry, Jody's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. Perhaps he had to find some time to pick up Myrtle first. The observation group came very quickly. When the last cold wind in late winter released the coldest cold of the year, the team of people wearing this black cloak appeared on the long bridge outside the Hogwarts gate. The leader stopped outside the gate, and all the fellow travelers behind him stopped, vaguely headed by him. Lucius Malfoy took off his hat and put it on his cane, and looked at Hogwarts, eyes gradually becoming obsessed. In the tall bell tower, two figures, one tall and one short, stood still for a long time in the window under the dial. It's not that Snape is short, but that Dumbledore is too tall. Your friend hid in the Ministry of Magic, acting as a bridge between the Ministry of Magic and the Pure Blood family, and thus became the most influential family. He forced me to go to the Ministry of Magic to attend the meeting, but I took the reason that I had no actual title and got out and joined the observation group to Hogwarts. Snape's lips curled down at the corner of his mouth, seemed to sink a few angles than before, and his tone was full of sarcasm and dissatisfaction. Malfoy's friends are not that easy to beat. I can probably guess what he does. Are you really going to do nothing? The last sentence is obviously asking Dumbledore around him. The old man changed his position and leaned forward with his arms resting on the windowsill to make himself feel more comfortable. Dumbledore no longer looked at the tiny crowd walking towards the castle like an ant below, but raised his head to look at the sunny day of the sky. The clouds reflected by the reflection. Politics is really a wonderful thing. Not to mention 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, Mr. Malfoy didn't have the courage to stand in front of me. But now, you see, he is eyeing him and is determined to win. But I'm looking for him. There is no reason to stop him. Snape's sarcasm was even more intense. He thought he had found your weakness, and of course he was no longer so afraid of you. Well, I can't count as a weakness, I just... Snape turned around and faced him, waiting for him to continue talking. Dumbledore's playful mood was interrupted by his seriousness, so he had to continue to say unhappily, okay, it's the weakness. Your word is so sharp today, my friend. Letter about Malfoy. Snape waited for a while and found that Dumbledore had no intention of continuing, so he had to pull the topic back on himself. How should I respond to him? That's the letter from your friend. Dumbledore looked innocent. I can listen to your complaints, but it seems that I should not interfere with the reply. I told you the content of that letter. Dumbledore raised his hand to stop Snape from continuing. I should have told you before that I have high expectations for you. I am serious. Mr. Malfoy thinks you are the most suitable candidate for the position of principal. Express agreement. The only thing that is difficult to be sure is that he said you are a little lacking in age and experience. I don't think there is any regulation that the principal must be an old man. Dumbledore patted Snape on the shoulder seriously, and encouraged him seriously, come on, my young friend. After saying that, he walked downstairs. You are going to let go of your hands. His voice was filled with uneasiness and unhappiness. Snape growled at Dumbledore's back, his voice hoarse and deep as a wounded beast. Then I'm staying in school. What's the reason? Don't you still want to stop the Dark King from rekindling? Dumbledore turned around and blinked mischievously. I haven't said this before. I just said I hope you can protect Lily's son. Poor Harry is not doing well at his aunt's house. If you listen to me, if you suggest that you can contact him in the past 10 years, enough. Snape's dissatisfaction finally reached a point. I'm not suitable. After saying that, he flew past Dumbledore and left the tower first. Did you know, Severus, facing this coveted position, it is precisely your sense of responsibility that I am not suitable for proof. I really think if you could be the principal you would do better than Minerva. Jody didn't take the observation group seriously at first. He thought that the purpose of the observation group was very clear. These pure bloods were here to harass Dumbledore. After all, I have experienced a lot of school open days in my previous life, and I have also participated in mock interviews. The impact of these activities on students is nothing more than a few more public classes full of chicken soup. But when the atmosphere became tense day by day, Jody realized that he had taken it for granted. First of all, Jody heard the familiar name during the guest introduction on the first night of the observation group. Lucius Malfoy, the person who did all the bad things in the novel but was eventually cleared. Mr. Malfoy looked calm under the applause of many professors. His clothes were neatly arranged and his behavior was elegant and decent. What's even worse is his appearance, with his blonde hair hanging loose and his handsome face exuding mature charm. Blessed by his status, the young fans in school are even more crazy about him. The real-life version of Mr. Malfoy is even more aloof than the movie version of the Slytherin male model. The days that followed were the beginning of a change in the atmosphere. The emergence of pure-blood families immediately caused a large number of defectors among the original supporters of the Heretic Alliance, especially the group of senior students who were about to enter the society after the interviews began. I heard that the witch is no longer trustworthy, but we all have to be careful in the next dream. Jody had just finished her herbal medicine class and was stopped by Kaka not long after he left the house. Then if the next time we meet, the witch is besieged by many people again, what are you going to do? Jody asked. Kaka obviously didn't think about this. It would be difficult for him to give himself an answer in a positive tone. This is the biggest challenge we face now, the challenge of trust. But many people have seen that the witch and Malfoy were standing together. They had a good chat, and she also criticized the Heretics Alliance's mistakes in public. Kaka recalled the news that was not good for the witch's reputation, and became increasingly emotional. Everyone now knows that she approved of the ban on the dissolution of the League of Heretics. I personally disbanded the Heretic Alliance. Do you have any objection to this decision? Jody asked again, once again leaving Kaka speechless. But this is different. Jody's voice was a little higher, and his momentum immediately changed. What's different? You said betrayal. After I disbanded the Heretic Alliance, we are no longer one, so there is no need to betray. Besides, even if we are one, we can't stop others from making choices. Today's non-pure bloods don't have the confidence to protect their companions, so of course there is no reason to ask for companions. Don't take things too simply, Kaka. Every student in the school will enter society in the future. They need to find a suitable job and a suitable position to place themselves. We currently do not have the ability to provide them with a world that belongs to them. Then, shall we do nothing? Kaka showed pain and confusion. These emotions are rarely seen in him. In the past few days, those friends who originally supported him as fans of the Cavaliers seem to have become alienated from him. I can't make a decision for you. Jody sighed secretly. Being too showy when you are not strong enough will only bring about your own destruction. But I have some suggestions that you should be willing to listen to. You are called a knight, and you are the powerful warrior among us. Your strength is different from Aubrey's madness. What you insist on maintaining is dignity, and you have empathy with all those who are oppressed. Your purpose never changes from the beginning to the end. You just lend a helping hand to those who ask for help. So why not keep doing this? You'll always be the one to lend a helping hand, right? Watching the knight leave, Jody's mood became complicated. A team does not make everyone into the same parts, but collects parts with different functions and pieces them together into a behemoth. Jody doesn't have a deep understanding of what path Kaka is suitable for, but at least for now, it seems that he, who is simple-minded, may be the most suitable to be the protector of a positive image. As for those treacherous things, of course there are people to do them. The night was getting darker, and the lounge was quiet. In the dream, everyone's thoughts were summoned and they came back to the battle-themed stage. Today the Heretic Alliance is very scattered. Jody put on a pumpkin mask that was almost identical to the one he wore at that rally to highlight his identity. The small group around the knight is unprecedentedly united, and they don't know what Kaka said to them. The witch stood alone in the corner, looking weak and helpless. Jody looked at her, and the woman felt the sight and responded with a sweet smile. She didn't activate her magical eyes. Jody waved his wand like a conductor, chanting a spell in a low voice as if enjoying every change in the magic exp. The huge snake spirit suddenly appeared. It coiled around Jody, hissing and growling to warn the enemies around him. Seeing the appearance of this snake, Chin Su, who hated Slater in the forest, became even more angry. Repulsion position, repulsion position. The dazzling spell blessings came one after another. Thousand eyes and thousand knowledge, Es Alma. Before the last incantation, which no one understood, had been recited, Jody was targeted by some impatient people. The attack came from a senior heretic member who had fought with him from behind. Jody was not surprised at all when he found out that these people no longer wore masks. Jody already understood their choice, but the betrayal still hurt. Fortunately, from a fundamental point of view, these betrayals did not cause any major problems other than increasing the number of people who needed to throw Jody out. Form obelisk. It's a good thing that Hogwarts is not a combat school. Students who have not systematically practiced combat are relatively easy to deal with. Jody wasn't the only one suddenly under siege. The moment the melee began, the witch was besieged by people from both the pure blood and non-pure schools. Her conspicuousness, her excellence, and her reputation are all the reasons why she is attacked by a group of people. The knight rushed in the direction of the girl just as Jody hoped. Jody didn't know if the witch's betrayal was true, but in any case he didn't want to see her hurt before confirming hostility. On Christmas night, she told many sad stories about herself. Then now, start clearing the field, Jody said while casting the spell, Control Power Transformation, Build Strength, Failure Reincarnation, Forma Anima. The control spell and the transformation spell rolled up the surrounding clouds and mist to fill the snake spirit's body. Jody's patron saint began to attack everyone around him indiscriminately. The snake's head looked down, and the Slytherin who was caught in the mouth lost his wand in the struggle. After being thrown into the big mouth, it was swallowed into the stomach, and after being eliminated, it turned into a ball of white. Jody cast another spell, the transformation spell combined with the iron armor spell made the white snake's body more physical to resist those dissolving spells. So where is that person? Jody waited for the crowd to dwindle, for the biggest threat to show its fangs again. The feeling of being hit twice by the killing curse is very uncomfortable. Jody stroked his white, danger flashing in his eyes. Where are you, that bastard who knows how to use the killing curse? To be honest, Jody is not interested in the final winner meeting Mytael. It is impossible for him to talk about career plans with Mytael when he sees him, but it is very likely that they will start a fight. As the domineering character among the pure blood students, he has an irreconcilable conflict with himself. The person who used the death curse to deal with his own students must have been arranged by that person. Jody didn't think there was another student force in the school who had the ability to do such a trick. After enduring them for so long, it's time to let these guys show some value. Today, Jody has some ideas that need testing. Jody has wanted to study the 3 unforgivable curses a long time ago, but unfortunately the relevant knowledge is basically banned books. Jody, a first-grade little mau-mau, is not qualified to read these. But from other readings, Jody could determine that the death curse was a soul-level curse. And this spell consumes a lot of magic power. An untrained little wizard may not even be able to electrocute a mosquito with his first release. Jody's divided consciousness captured the hostility. He turned around and pointed his wand at the young man. The familiar green light reflected in his eyes. Jody wanted to try to see if he could cast this spell after adding mental overclocking. Avada Kedavra, Spiritus. The patroness flew upward as Jody attempted the spell, then fell back down into Jody's wand. Jody's eyes began to turn red due to the effect of the awakening spell. This was the backlash effect of the spell. Jody had not yet fully mastered the spell, but enough is enough. After being replenished with a large amount of power, the patron saint opened his big mouth and flew straight out to meet the green light. Swallow the touch of green in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, Bai, who was polluted by green light, disappeared in the eyes of everyone in extreme astonishment. Ha 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 ha. Jody's laughter after successfully deflecting the death curse was full of pride. Then he used the gravity spell to pop himself out of the white circle before Slytherin surrounded him again. This set of spells consumed so much that Jody was a little listless the next day. Opening the kettle he brought with him, a cloud of hot steam came out of the insulated kettle purchased from the Weasley brothers. After confirming the smell, Jody took a sip and shuddered under the stimulation of the drug. Don't drink too much of amapola at one time. He will have to deal with Snape's confinement in a while. Today is the last day. I hope the old bat won't try any new tricks. At this time, Jody was in Quirrell's office. He had cleared all the original things on the desk to the corner of the office. There were a lot of books scattered on the desk, most of them spread out. Balls of paper were scattered everywhere on the ground, and the quill floating in the air was still taking notes quickly. And the magic notebook with blood-colored writing was spread out like a blackboard floating in front of me. Jody studied the details above carefully. The patron saint spell, constant engraving, soul-binding spell, soul-binding white coffin, spiritual consciousness division technique, 1,000 eyes and 1,000 senses. All the details were matched, and Jody confirmed that he had not missed even a single bit. But why do I always have this sluggish feeling? Why was Oakley able to successfully cast the soul awakening spell, but he who proposed the spell was unable to do so? The magic notebook quickly turned through the pages and stopped on the page where Oakley's personal information was recorded. Puzzled, Jody spent the whole afternoon in the potions classroom beheading Popper, a strange fish with a big sucker. Snape needed the mucus in their suckers. Cutting open the suction cup again, Jody watched the mucus inside mixed with the dripping blood, but they couldn't be reconciled. They will stay like this until the little wizards lift the drops with their wands. The brain that is used to running non-stop automatically pops up some past knowledge about liquids and density. Jody seemed inspired. Souls also have differences in density. My soul has not yet been able to fully integrate. If I were you. The sudden voice from behind made Jody shake violently. The Slytherin on the side chuckled softly. If I were you, I would get that drop of impurity out of the place where it shouldn't be as soon as possible. Snape continued, habitually bullying students with pun-intended sarcasm. Then you take me away. Jody wanted to choke him. I always thought you had very high standards for yourself. Did your small group make you forget that the house you are in is the noblest Slytherin? Snape wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something very pungent. You can only be qualified to be alongside Slytherin if you work harder. Whose cup is this? Before Jody, who was being scolded with his head drooped, could react, someone next to him answered Snape's question. This cup belongs to Joyce. I saw him drinking water. Jody watched with a question mark on Snape's face as he picked up his cup and watched him open the lid. Then he remembered what was in his cup and the other identities of the professor in front of him. What was in Jody's cup was a spiritual toxin called Amapora, and Snape was the real owner of these Amapora raw materials. The extraction operation of Amapora is very simple, so how could Snape, the master of potions, conceal the unique taste of the medicine? But the strange thing is that Snape obviously smelled what it was, but did not raise any questions. He just looked gloomy, dropped the cup in his hand, and walked quickly away from Jody. The moment he left, Jody confirmed that he could see the hatred in his face. Amapola is an addictive drug commonly used by wizards. Once taken in excessive doses, this drug can even cause curse-like burning to the soul. Improper use can even cause semi-permanent amnesia. Snape stood on the podium indifferently and looked down at Jody. I don't know where you came into contact with it, but I hope you can rely on your own perseverance to quit it. After saying this, he didn't look at Jody again. Jody then understood Snape's misunderstanding that he saw himself as a drug addict. Of course, Jody understands the medicinal properties of Amapola. After all, it is something that is put into the mouth. But in order to practice the spell, Jody had to insist on taking several courses of treatment, including spiritual consciousness division technique, spiritual awakening spell, and brain defense technique. Exercises. With Snape's personality, he would even insult you a few times but still think he valued you. When he felt that you were worthless, he would treat you like trash like he does now and never give you a second look. Jody felt a little aggrieved. Fortunately, as a very popular drug, Snape didn't care about the source of Jody's drug. He had to find time to fill in the gaps in his small warehouse. After finally ending the last day of confinement, Jody left the classroom and got rid of several groups of guys who wanted to follow him and went to Myrtle's bathroom alone. With the awakening mantra to prevent the car from rolling over, it's time to try the soul retaining mantra. The girls' bathroom seems to be messy than ever today. Jody scanned the furnishings in the women's room and found that her belongings had been thrown out of the stall and scattered everywhere. This is very abnormal. After all, given the relationship between the two of them, if Myrtle deliberately throws her things, she must be losing her temper. Did you do anything to make her angry? Jody searched his memory uncertainly, but he already felt the wand in his hand and pulled it out. There seemed to be other guests in this room that few people came to accept him. Jody listened carefully, and there was a low sound of water dripping in the room. One tick after another. The wand pointed at the void in front of me, and I always felt that there was some strange magical reaction. Repulsion position radiation. Jody has become very proficient in using the gravity domain spell. Jody has derived many other uses from this spell. The one he is using now is an idea he once had. His magic is spread out like a net, exerting a slight pressure on everything it comes into contact with. This pressure confirmed the obstruction and fed back information, allowing Jody to retrieve an object within a range. Jody once again confirmed that there was something in the empty space in front of him. He vaguely guessed what he was facing. Exvoking God's Guard, Exp. A huge snake spirit suddenly appeared and rolled around Jody. Almost at the same time, some small mechanisms hidden in the bathroom were triggered. A large amount of liquid was poured out when the high-hanging vat tipped over, and some stone-shaped ink bottles and other sundries fell from it. It bounced out from every corner. Of course, these children's tricks couldn't help Jody. After applying the control spell, the guardian spirit flicked its tail and flew away all the messy flying props, then raised its head and opened its mouth to swallow the spilled liquid in one gulp. The liquid was controlled by a powerful spell and swirled around the body of the snake spirit. The giant snake coiled its body and spit out the letter. Jody pointed his wand at the empty space and started chanting a spell. The ghost that had remained invisible was suddenly startled, and began to spit feces from its mouth as it appeared. Bald guy, there's always bird poop on his head. Peeves' quality was really not very high, so Jody rolled his eyes at the dirty words. Haha, first grade beansprouts, come and catch me. As it happened, Jody didn't want to use a spell he had never tried on Myrtle. He waved the wand of lights in his hand, Ligatum ad animam. The white light that shot out from the shoulder of the wand seemed to be made of the same material as the patron saint, and Jody released the spirit-binding spell he had been practicing. It is impossible to verify who the prototype of Peeves was. What is certain is that what supports the continued existence of Peeves is the pressure of students and their desire to vent. This troublemaker is the naughty nature that the wizards at Hogwarts stifle in their daily studies. He is an advanced elf body that belongs to the ghost body, but because his consciousness has been excessively eroded by the rules, he can only be pseudo-elf body. Peeves, who was still in trouble just now, was immobilized by Jody's spell, with a look of horror on his face. What is this? What did you do to me, you little brat? Let me go, you uneducated little bastard. Listening to Peeves continuously weaving new words, Jody suddenly didn't want to let such a thing get close to his wand. If it weren't for the experiment, Jody encouraged himself in his mind. Published. No, don't drive me away. Please, take pity on the helpless and weak Peeves. I just want to make a little joke with you. Peeves, who has a dog-like face, is very happy. The wise man began to beg for mercy. Ah, my dear mother, you are a magic wand, what the hell? While screaming in surprise, Peeves was sealed into his wand by Jody. It seems feasible. After confirming that there was no problem with the spell, Jody tossed the wand in his hand. The next moment, he was shocked. Ollivander gave him this spell in the first place because he wanted him to verify his conjectures, which mainly revolved around the most mysterious characteristics of wizards. Peeves was not an easy person to negotiate with, and Jody didn't expect it to help him allocate magic power in the wand. But what he didn't expect was that when a spirit appeared in the wand, the mystery immediately began to revolve in the wand. Jody could feel that the mystery in his body naturally resonated with the rotation of the wand at the same time that he had never felt their existence so clearly before. What he didn't know was that such a clear effect was actually due to Peeves' high level. That you must know that Peeves was extremely repulsive to his magic power at this time. The soul in the form of an elf is something that can be encountered but cannot be sought, whether in the past or now. It's not that no one has tried to use elves as a medium, but the mages with great wisdom in the long years know that a consciousness that can record the past is more valuable than a powerful wand. Jody reached out and entered the magic wand for communication. The original simple magic channel seemed to have become an amplifier, and his magic became more active, larger, and more powerful. Just as he was on the phone, an unfriendly voice exploded in Jody's mind. "What did you do, little bastard? Where did you lock your uncle? What kind of place is this? There seems to be a light in front of you." Jody listened to his fragmentary chatter and guessed what was going on inside the wand. "How do you feel when you are inside my wand now?" "In your wand? Children nowadays are really good at playing. Hey, I seem to be able to see outside. This place is quite fun. Haha, it's quite comfortable. No, what are you going to do by locking me up? You want to hand me over? Get out, leave it to the ghosts who are hunting me." This was quite new news. Jody, who originally planned to let him go immediately after the experiment, became interested. "Rounding you up? Why do they want to arrest you?" "They want to take me to the palace of the Holy Spirit." Peeves immediately cried out, "I'm not going to the palace of the Holy Spirit. When I get there, all the interesting ghosts there will turn into pieces of wood. It's not fun at all." "Then why did they have to catch you?" "We must not let just Peeves stay. If there is only one Peeves left in Hogwarts, our reputation will be completely ruined. They said that to me. Damn it, I am obviously the Hogwarts ghost. As the leader, I stay here so that everyone can see the spirit of Hogwarts. These old haters know nothing." Jody burst out laughing inwardly. "That's the first time I heard that you are actually the leader?" Peeves, who had his legs crossed in the wand, jumped up. Through the magic connection, he seemed to be able to sense some of Jody's thoughts. "Are you smiling? No more fun." Jody lifted the spell and let Peeves go. "Oh, I went through your wand again. What kind of material is it made of?" As soon as Peeves came out, he kept scratching around his body. "I almost thought I still had a body. What kind of material is it made of?" "The one made of locust wood is my beloved wand." Jody was satisfied with the results of the experiment. The magic notes he carried flew out of his robe, unfolded the blackboard, and quickly recorded it with a floating quill. "I seem to have heard of this, a high-quality material for spirit host." Peeves observed the wooden stick in Jody's hand from a distance, looking like a brat who wanted to steal something from an adult. Jody withdrew his wand so that it wouldn't touch him. "Well, now that I answered your question, you should answer mine." "Ha ha ha, I won't answer your question. Ha ha ha. Where is Myrtle? Where has she gone?" "The bald owl is here to make soup. The heartless wizard is waiting at the dinner table. Answer me or I'll capture you and take you to Bloody Baron." Jody interrupted Peeves' dark children's song with a light word. "Oh, did some wicked teacher teach you this spell? Or was there a witch in your ancestors who removed spirits? Are you a witch? Come on, answer me." Jody raised his wand slightly. Peeves immediately ran away. "She went to the library. There is a ghost class tonight. She always goes with Helena." "Ghost classroom?" Jody seemed to have heard the term once. "Tell me more about it." "Hey, if you want me to say they are like a mother and daughter. Oh, the ghost class is not something that living people can participate in. That class is provided by Professor Binns for psychological counseling. I haven't been there a few times, because I always fall asleep." "Are the classes held at fixed times?" "Not really, it depends on Professor Bin's mood and whether anything big happened. I remember the last time I went to class was because I put a lot of slugs in the prefect's bathroom." Jody always felt a little uneasy. "What about this time?" At this point, Peeves suddenly became filled with righteous indignation. "This time, Binns, that old trash can, decided to respond to the invitation from the Palace of the Holy Ghost. They unanimously asked me to accompany them. This is simply too much. What are you doing? Ligatum ad animam." Jody caught Peeves again, and the troublemaker who couldn't dodge was mummified by a white ectoplasm bandage. "Tell me where the meeting is and I'll let you go." Jody didn't know how terrifying his tone was at this time. "There is a feeling that everything is not going well these days." Jody was full of complaints as he rushed to the auditorium. "I didn't seem to feel the call of the night demon's web tonight. Since Jody escaped from the rebel array that day, he hasn't entered again for several days. Is it because the arrival of the observation group makes the Slytherins need to be mentally alert to face the coming and going during the day?" Jody guessed. According to Peeves' words, Jody slipped out of bed in the middle of the night and walked along the corridor to the auditorium. The candlelight in the corridor reflected a terrifying monster with teeth and claws. She had her tail raised and her beard twitching as if she was catching something. "It's Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat." "Ha ha ha, how are you going to deceive that cat?" It's no exaggeration to say that Filch trained his girlfriend to have the characteristics of a hunting dog. How to deal with this cat? Jody came up with many solutions with a little thought, but he didn't have to do it himself. "Go get that cat away and I'll let you go. You don't want to be taken to ghost class, do you, Peeves, who skipped class?" Jody raised his foot and kicked the ball to the unlucky guy in the wand. "If you play tricks, I can catch you no matter where you escape. Make more noise, that will be good for you and me." Peeves cursed and acquiesced. Jody was freed from the curse. Peeves turned into a shadow and became difficult to see. He followed the wall and attacked the ugly little meow. Soon, Filch's cat floated up with a frightened sound. the aerial roller coaster begins. Filch was attracted by the noise, and soon there was a bickering between Filch and Peeves in the corridor. Jody was able to sneak down the hallway. 9 out of 10 pictures in the corridor are empty, and some of the animals and plants in the frames all look sickly. Jody quickened his pace and came outside the auditorium. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. The stench of corruption hit Jody's nose like a substance. These ghosts even prepared their own midnight snack. Several house elves on the night shift were stirring the 2 large stalls, which contained some special spices that emitted a pungent smell. The ghosts around seemed to be very useful, but the elves didn't think so. Jody saw them stuffing long paper balls into their pointed noses, as if they had a second pen tip. Bloody Barrow and nearly headless Nick sat side by side on the bench at the front. Barrow was wearing a full-body knight armor in an exaggerated manner, while Nick was wearing a lightweight leather armor with a large number of messy bottles hanging on it. Bottles and jars. These 2 ghosts come from an era when the idea of chivalry's code was popular. The fat monk was wiping his tears that he was chatting seriously with Professor Binns. Professor Binns still looked sleepy. The only difference was that today he always had a gentle smile on his lips. Jody found Myrtle and Helena in the corner. The 2 girls were sitting with their legs together, Myrtle's hand being held by Helena. They seemed to be unable to bear the self-deception of other ghosts using rotten food and spices to regain their sense of eating. Ahem, welcome to today's class, my friends. The timing of Jody's arrival was coincidental. He squeezed a seat between the 2 ghost girls and forced himself to do it. Myrtle was interrupted by Professor Spin's opening remarks before she could even open her mouth. Mordrea, you don't want to go anywhere. Jody whispered a warning into Myrtle's ear, and then grabbed Myrtle's hand instead of Helena during the spell. Mordrea Warren, who always liked to be surprised, did not say a word when they met again after a long interval. By the time Jody found out, her tears were already forming in mid-air. She always loves to cry like this. Helena, who was watching the excitement, covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Yes, the last moment is coming. Professor Dumbledore and I have discussed carefully about the reopening of the Holy Spirit Palace. They are still trying hard, but I know what Rowena's mood was at the beginning. The shelter set up. Professor Binns' speech on the podium continued. The child has been pursuing perfection all her life, and she has paid a lot for that lofty ideal. In her later years, she finally became no longer paranoid. As her best friend, my serious illness made her very sad. She understood what I wanted, so she set up this magic for me so that I could still teach after my death. But a ghost mentor is never the best solution, especially because I have to close the Holy Spirit Palace and the Guardian formation. So Rowena was very conflicted at the time. I can see it. Dumbledore said that they would terminate the opening of the Palace of the Holy Spirit no matter what. But I am worried that after this time, the Palace of the Holy Spirit will no longer be able to live up to its existence. Professor Binns paused for a moment and seemed a little sad. My knowledge is accumulating in my head and has gradually become corrupt. My students gradually no longer like my courses. For living people, it is very scary to remain unchanged. So I hold a class today to say goodbye to everyone. I will take the initiative to accept the invitation and go to the Holy Spirit Palace. I hope that through the guidance of the Holy Spirit, I can tell whether what I have done over the years is correct, and if Dumbledore can really rewrite the magic circle of sanctuary, I will be dragged back from the Palace of the Holy Spirit. And if they finally give up, I can win a chance for everyone here to leave. Finally, I hope all the Watchers can find their true destination. Jody could see many ghosts starting to rub their noses, and a few ghosts very close to him complained softly about Peeves' lack of responsibility. It seems that Professor Binns has a high reputation among ghosts. The next scene started to get heated. In the middle of the podium, a beam of white light came from nowhere and enveloped Professor Binns. Pure white flames ignited on his body. Helena stood up to show respect, while Mordrea timidly moved closer to Jody. Jody held the wand, ready to shut Mordrea into the wand for protection. Professor Binns' body gradually faded in the white light. Barrow and Nick, who also stood up, took a step forward. Professor Binns tried to dissuade them. No, my friends, you don't have to suffer this fate with me. What are you talking about, Professor? How could I let you go to that kind of unknown place alone? Nearly headless Nick's relaxed tone sounded like he was going out to play. Barrow simply tightened the holster on his armor. I also have some questions that I need to find answers to from the Holy Spirit. After saying that, he turned back and glanced in Helena's direction. Helena put her hands on her chest, not knowing what to say. The white light gradually became thicker, and the figures of the old professor and the two knights gradually faded in the flames. That fool, he obviously didn't need to be like this. Seeing Barrow's disappearance, Helena sat down softly, with a look of disappointment on her face. After attracting the three souls to leave, the white light did not weaken, and the breath of the Holy Spirit was revealed. Jody then experienced the charm from heaven that Professor Quirrell said that day. The ghosts fled one after another to avoid being attracted by the white light and entering the spiritual palace. Jody also pulled Mordrea to stand up. Are you ready? Jody asked Mordrea in a low voice. Whatever you want to do. Myrtle's voice seemed light and airy. She was very happy that Jody could show up tonight. I'm here to take you away. Jody took out the wand. Mordrea, who was wrapped in white light, was pulled into the wand. The moment Myrtle entered the wand, Jody was sure that he had severed the connection between her and the 7 doors of Hogwarts. Encouraged, Jody turned the wand and pointed it at Helena on the other side without hesitation. Helena quickly understood what he wanted to do. "You've taken your girl." Jody didn't have time to pay attention to her ambiguous statement. "I will release you after Professor and they repair the magic circle. Before that, I can hide you in a safe place." Helena was non-committal, so Jody chanted a spell aloud. Ligatum ad animam. The white light enveloped Helena, but failed to move her at all. Jody was very surprised. Helena spoke again. "Do you know how Barrow died? Even Peeves himself can catch it. Why can't he succeed on Helena? Is it because Peeves is too weak?" "Madam, please cooperate. Didn't Mr. Barrow commit suicide in love?" Helena shook her head. "I can understand his love for me, but he never said it. He didn't accidentally kill me because I rejected him." Jody was stunned for a moment, but what the record says is, "That year I stole the crown of wisdom and used it to help me take over a small town. It has admitted many wizards and some other special beings, allowing them to get along with ordinary people. But I failed in the end. When Barrow arrived, I did not follow his advice and flee immediately, but delayed it until the riot began." Helena stared at the white light, recounting the memories with her dreamy eyes. "He protected me, but in the end he failed to let me survive. He took me back to Hogwarts and set up that lie for me. To preserve my reputation. Later, he chose to commit suicide because of his broken appointment. Barrow always believed that he was responsible for my death." The girl raised her head, tears started to flash in her eyes. "I also have questions that I hope the Holy Spirit can answer for me, but I don't dare to go. In fact, Barrow walked into the white light on my behalf, so don't worry about me. What I should do is stay here." Mytael did not expect that things would go so wrong in the end. As the leader of the school organization, the last thing he wants is to see his parachuted superiors dictating to him. Neither can Lucius. He is a family heir who is used to intrigues and intrigues. Mytael understands that Lucius has many purposes for coming here this time. On the one hand, it is to beat Dumbledore for coveting the position of principal, and on the other hand, it is to help the Pure Blood Party in the school suppress dissidents. Finally, there is a relatively hidden purpose. That is to reorganize the Pure Blood Party in the school. The new generation of the Malfoy family, young Draco, will go to school next year. As a parent, it is normal to want to prepare your children in advance for everything after the start of school. How will he deal with himself? Questioning about the secret treasure may be the first step. Therefore, Middle is eager to complete the cleaning of the Night Demon's web. It is not allowed for Slytherin's secret treasure to be contaminated by students from other colleges. He is about to graduate and does not want to add anything to his gorgeous resume. Leave a stain. It was only now that Mytael realized his shortcomings. The false Gloria status in the school had somewhat paralyzed him. Fortunately, he can still make amends. The effect of the Night Demon's web can be divided into 2 parts. The first is the trial dream that everyone knows. But in fact, it also has a second function that consumes a lot of money. The final dream harvest. This is a dream that can be forcibly activated. After this dream takes effect, it will forcefully drag all students with the mark into the dream, but this time it is no longer just the student's consciousness that is like a dream. Along with the consciousness, the students' souls are growing. In this final dream, everyone must place a bet. The Night Demon's web will drain the loser's essence and store it in the nightmare skeleton as a gift for the winner when he finally leaves the school. The winner is also the only one who can leave the school with the mark, and he can keep it until the age limit is reached. Anyway, the younger students in Slytherin House can be re-inoculated with the mark. Just think of it as a special graduation dinner. No one knew that Jody wasn't in her bed when the Night Stalker's web came into action. At that time, he had just left the auditorium and was about to go back to rest. "So this is your approach?" The magical excitement caused by Mordrea's stay in the wand seemed not as intense as that of Peeves, but the familiarity and unpreparedness between the two made Jody's magic easy to control. Of course, more importantly, who would like an unpleasant male voice to appear in their head? Compared with Peeves, Myrtle's soft-spoken voice is like singing. The changes that Mordrea brought about in the wand were much stronger than those of Peeves, and Jody could even feel the power rotating between the two of them. It was as if he had captured this special power that had been hidden in his body. Regarding the mysterious circulation, Jody still needs to do further research. Did you feel it? That part. Before he had time to sigh, the sudden darkness caught him by surprise. Jody fell straight to the floor just as the wand was halfway out. "Jody, what's wrong with you, Jody?" Mordrea's voice seemed to be pulled far away. Jody pressed his hands on the floor, already holding the wand in his hand. The ground has turned into a familiar pure white. He got up, and many sleepy-eyed guys around him also looked at each other. At this moment he was already in a dream. "Mordrea, can you hear me?" Jody responded in her mind. "I called several times before I finally heard it. What's wrong with you, Jody? Why are you suddenly not moving?" "I'm under a spell. It's not a very dangerous spell. Please help me watch my body so that no one can find it." Jody raised his wand and looked around cautiously. "No one is wearing a mask tonight. But what should I do?" Mordrea's voice was full of confusion. A red light flew from a distance and blew away the confused student who had just opened his eyes. If he smelled it carefully, Jody could even smell the smell of blood. I still have fragments of my spiritual consciousness remaining near my body. Use that. Jody took the time to tell Mordrea how she might be able to succeed. You stay in my wand now, and you can communicate with my body. Use my body as a magic wand and you can try to cast spells. I doubt what should I do, when can you? Chiao. Mordrea's voice became lower and lower, and finally she could no longer be distinguished. Jody gave up continuing to contact him and focused all his energy on the battle in front of him. Damn it, you guys really don't surprise me every few days, as if there's something missing in your life? From the corner of his eye, Jody saw the knight who had just woken up being directly bombarded by a group of people. His appearance also attracted the attention of others. Compared with those wizards who are wearing nightgown and can't summon their wands for a while, his neatly dressed looks very strange. It's Joyce, kill him first. Let him go, he is mine. The latter voice sounded very familiar, and Jody looked intently. Yo, isn't this Miles? Seeing the bitter and resentful look on his face, Jody smiled unkindly. In just one semester, Jody not only overtook him, but also surpassed him by many. Who gave you the confidence to run out and face me? The huge spiritual snake suddenly appeared and hit Miles's chest with its head, and the huge impact caused him to fly away. The chest of the junior student who had lost the protection of the mysterious spell was dented by the powerful blow without any hesitation. Blood spurted everywhere. The snake spirit guards the surrounding Jody and casts a gravity spell on himself. Then it started moving quickly. Tonight's spell casting seemed to go more smoothly than usual. Although Mordrea did not fall asleep with her, it seemed that just like Jody's own consciousness remained in his body, the projection of the wand also seemed to carry the aura of the ghost girl. This breath had a beneficial effect on Jody's spellcasting. No, he's too strong. The seniors will go first. Clean up these non-pure-blooded bastards first. Yes, hurry up. Tonight's battle is very special. According to tradition, Mai Tael does not specify who the final winner is. The one who wins in the end will still get the opportunity to interview him and receive the prize. In other words, this is the only final dream that allows the lower class to steal the senior class's graduation gift. In Slytherin, it is inevitable that there will be characters who hide behind everyone. Everyone wants to leave more opportunities for themselves. Jody vaguely felt the direction of the fighting wind, and he began to use gravity spells to continuously eject himself. While moving at high speed, he gave the most ruthless killing method to those who dared to cast spells on him. How fragile a wizard is without the protection of a mysterious spell. Jody learned something when the mage's hands tore the burly student in half who was trying to intercept him. Realizing that there was nothing he could do to take down Jody for a while, a voice in the crowd became a little anxious. Eamon, Eamon, where are you? Where is Eamon? Jody is also looking for the student who learned the death curse. In addition to Jody's accident, another student who was having a fight was unexpected but reasonable. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but the green witch Evel forgot to change her clothes in the first 3 minutes. The looming tulle nightgown makes people feel that she is indeed a witch. The hero among women, Evril did not show any helplessness or panic of a girl when facing this kind of chaos. Her pair of enchanting eyes seemed to be emitting a strange light, compulsively absorbing those gazes. The soul in. I'm really a woman. The pair of magic eyes occupied all the sights for a while, don't you think? Under the influence of this violent charm, a group of puppets will always appear around her to fight for her. The witch's charming eyes unconsciously chased Jody's figure through the crowd, while the men around her charged with their lives for her fingers. Algierd was hugged by 2 irrational wizards and could not move. Little brother, are you willing to do a little favor for your sister? Evlil lowered her gaze and showed an indescribable smile. Go to hell, witch. Unexpected responses occasionally come from people who are immune to charm. Oh, really? Evril's original gentle smile suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Algierd was sent out of his dream by the Slytherins who captured him. Raising her head in boredom, Evril looked again for the figure that was constantly shuttling back and forth. The sudden green light startled her. It's a death curse. That's not right. Why, isn't Deckard Amon of Slytherin House not far from him? Why is the death curse fired from another direction? Evril didn't have time to think carefully. It seems that there is more than one student in Slytherin who secretly practices the death curse. The unfinished mental overclocking was forcibly activated. If he didn't have to endure the backlash of the spell, Jody's battle would still be very comfortable. As he shuttled back and forth, he actually felt invincible under the siege of a group of senior students. Of course, there are also reasons why these guys are not determined to fight. When the green light appeared, Jody no longer felt as if he was facing an enemy, but instead felt relieved. Even if a wizard of this age practices very diligently, how many times can you cast the death curse? After waiting for you for a long time, you finally came. Jody suddenly stopped in the air, and the gravity spell fixed him in the air, half higher than the others. He turned around and rushed towards the spell flying after him, opening his hand. The death curse is very powerful and dangerous, but it is only dangerous if it is hit by the curse. If it misses the target, it's not dangerous at all. As mentioned before, the death curse is very penetrating and will not stop without the sacrifice of a living soul. So what if you offer your soul to him? Jodi's hand grasped in vain. 3 Slytherins from different directions were grabbed by the mage's hand and forced to be in front of him, wailing and colliding with each other to form a human wall. Not to mention inspiration, it is as logical as using minions to block the finger of death. Jodi's action of stopping and using a human wall to block the death curse was amazing, but some people had no time to marvel at his methods. In Evril's frightened eyes, Aemon raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. If you don't kill him first, don't even think about staying until the end. And Slytherin was finally around Jodi, who understood this truth. Jodi looked at the boys around her with a sudden change in momentum, wondering if she was acting too prominently. Well, I apologize for the previous method because it was too heavy. I am actually quite a bit of a fair. Joyce. The high female voice made Jodi alert, and he turned around. Evely urged her tool man to sprint in the direction of Aemon. Jodi then saw the death curse that was about to hit her face. He quickly waved his wand, and the last second he was holding a Slytherin student in his mouth, wiggling his body and whipping the snake spirit around him quickly flew towards Jodi. It was still time, as long as the snake spirit could reach it could rely on the guardian god to bounce this death spell. At this moment, something unexpected happened. In the corner where Jodi didn't notice, a wizard pushed his wand straight into the ground. The pointed head of the magic wand was tied to the ground as if it was blended with the ground. At the same time, one wizard in each of the other 2 different directions made the same move. Fubate UB. 3 Enchantment Ceremony, all mantras end. 3 golden lights are connected to each other and finally formed a triangular barrier. Jodi, who was in the barrier, felt an extremely huge magic power pressing towards him. That is the sum of the magic powers of the 3 people. Half of the snake spirit flew back and hit the golden spell light and was cut off half of the body. The spell blessed by Jodi quickly failed and his body slammed heavily on the ground. It turns out all curses can still be used like this. Jodi's last strength was used to raise his hand to stop the death spell. The wand was hit by a spell and flew away. Jodi felt a hotness on her palm. When she went to see it, she only saw half of the cane turning black and withering at a very fast speed. Being hit? Jodi was a little confused. Then should he quit the game? Not hit, still have a chance? Enduring the pain of magic suppression, Jodi picked up the magic wand with her uninjured left hand, and her eyes stared at the cut off half of the white snake outside the barrier where all the spells ended. In the dream, they were all just incarnations of consciousness, and under this force sign, in addition to consciousness, they also pulled into the soul fragments of the wizards. Jodi is different from others. He practiced the art of separating the forbidden spells and was proficient in the guardian spells. Among the remaining half of the patron saint, there is also a large section of Jodi's complete consciousness. It's like. Just like a Horcrux, Jodi was startled by his thoughts. Should he be dead? One of the maintainers of the end of all curses asked. He has no reason to be cursed by death, so he can't die. However, just as Jodi waited for them to terminate the spell with joy, a voice stopped him. No, don't withdraw. Jodi adjusted the angle slightly and looked upward. The person who spoke was delicate and had a pair of black-framed sunglasses, and he was very literary. Isn't it Aemon? So. What is the witch? Evely, who was finally sanctioned in the distance, fell to the ground and his body had begun to decompose and disappear. The positions of his eyes were burned out by the flame-like spell. The spell bounced away. As he said, Aemon raised his wand and planned to make up for it. Are you so vigilant? Jodi felt despair for a moment, and the magic of the 3 players was even more intense. The wound caused by the aftermath of the death curse tear a gap in the soul. In a trance, Jodi even thought that he was torn apart for the 2 of them to finally fight against the spells. Or, 2 people. Jodi suddenly felt puzzled, and he looked at his right wrist. A ring with a protruding ring on the wrist that had completely turned black was vaguely visible, and I wonder if it was an illusion. It was the birthmark he was born in his previous life, and he could not misread the unique shape of the Webosnake. Is your soul always unable to blend, and is it the influence of my previous life after all? The magic pressure of all spells ending has been increasing again and again. Jodi's eyes suddenly turned red again. The sea of magic contracted and condensed, and his spirit began to riot. He planned to use this pressure to see what his soul characteristics were. During the 2 magical rampages, Jodi even felt the beating of the second heart in his body. The heart of Animagus, nourished by mystery. Life is always like this. I don't know which one will come first, accidents or surprises. Just as Jodi was catching every minute and every second to experience his 2 heartbeats, a short figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and ran into one of the defenders of the end of the all spells. Slytherin, who was hit, pushed the guy away with a fierce move, but found something left on his stomach. He looked down and saw a wooden handle. The handle of the dagger. The concentration of all the magical fight suddenly dissipated, and the pain hit the brain along the wound. The man screamed and pulled the dagger out. So the wound, which was blocked by nothing, began to bleed. Ha ha ha! The wounded short man laughed exaggeratedly, and his pale face made people feel a little confused about who was stabbed. He is the person around Ogre, that guy nicknamed Clown. Someone who knew him called him his name. The light curtain that blocked him in front of Jody slowly dissipated, and the young face that was falling to the ground on the other end of the light curtain was just looking at him, and there was still a smile on his face. Dylan. Jody said the other person's name furiously, and she once said to him, "Keep smiling." He did. Things have fallen out of this point, and whether Jody wants to leave the dream is no longer something that these Slytherins can control. The souls of 2 lifetimes are broken in entanglement and merged into a ball. Jody desperately grabbed the wand and prevented it from leaving her palm. Outside the light curtain, the remaining half of the patron saint quietly disappeared and returned to Jody. As the only uncontaminated soul block, he struggled to support him to prevent Jody from being completely crazy. But it's not much different. After one of them fell, the 2 remaining wizards beside Jody were blown away by a sudden huge magic power. Jody's appearance became extremely terrifying in the smoke and dust. Snake scales began to appear on his body, and the pure white snake scales pressed against the skin, causing blood to be everywhere on his body. One of his eyes was still the original brown, the other turned pure red. The red pupils looked so terrifying on the whites of his completely congested eyes. The fear made the students around him forget to attack him. Unfortunately, Jody didn't forget it. He raised the wand in his hand, Spiritus. At this time, there was no time to care whether his spell was ready or not. The forced spiritual spell teared Jody's soul. He was getting weirder and weirder after tearing him off here. Around them, several bolder wizards leaned over and cast spells tentatively. The next moment, the violent Jody subconsciously cast a spell with all his strength and slapped a circle of palm prints on the ground around him. Leave blood flowers all over the ground. Aemon, who was skilled, was shot in a panic and opened a huge spell, but the next moment, a huge shadow completely enveloped him. The twisted snake head hung his head, and the wand Jody held tightly against his chest. The curse blasted through his chest, and a fan-shaped red burst out behind him. The battle in the dream has not yet come to an end, but the intrigue outside the dream has already begun. When Merle's Eddie took the key and left the lounge, the people hiding in the dark and waiting quietly took it for granted that he was going to contact the Night Stalker's web, bypass the lobby on the first floor, go to the atrium, and find the secret door by the pool. The black shadow chases the person in front of him down to the ground. But before he could go any further, he was touched by the wand on his chest. "You've been following me for a long time, Rud Knot." As he spoke, Eddie pulled down Knot's hood. "Shouldn't you stay in bed at this time and participate in tonight's fight to the death?" Rud Knot, the 5th grade prefect, pursed his lips and smiled. "As long as you hand over the required share of the sacrifice, you can directly abstain from voting. It's just a little trick. Didn't you also appear here at this time? What do you want to do?" Eddie looked wary, but Knot looked confident. "I want to make a deal with you to represent the noble person behind me." "Who?" "Mr. Lucius Malfoy. There is a rule in the dream space that the winner of each level can be supplemented by the power from the loser." As the number of people dwindled rapidly, Jody began to feed on this dream. This caused him to feel so hazy that until he woke up from his dream, he thought he was eating something. When Jody woke up, his men felt stuffy, crowded, and a heavy smell of earthy mold. At this time, he felt like he was locked up by something. There were boards all around, and something was stuck in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Jody moved with difficulty and judged that his position should be if he's standing, then it shouldn't be a burial plot. There seemed to be some vague movement outside. Jody heard the sound of the wooden board being knocked, and the only hand that was not suppressed fumbled up and down to find his wand. Then the darkness in front of me was opened, and an old bald face appeared in front of me. The only bald guy in the school is Filch. At his feet Mrs. Norris was startled, arched her back and hissed. Jody threw the cabinet with a bunch of cleaning tools stacked around him, making a ping-pong-pong-pong-pong sound throughout the hallway. Finding his wand with sharp eyes, Jody picked it up and got up from the ground. Only then did he realize that the place he was in was not very far from the place where he passed out last night. Mordria found a place nearby to hide herself. The magic power came out, and a gentle purring sound came from the wand. "Does the ghost also want to sleep?" Jody was slightly surprised, then thought about it. Maybe it was the spell cast yesterday that consumed her a lot? "First grader, why are you in a place like this?" Filch shouted at Jody, who was obviously frightened. Jody took advantage of the fact that the old bald man didn't think about setting off and slipped away to a distance that he could run at any time. "I slept in the room yesterday, and I don't know why." "You don't know why, but you're wearing a robe?" Filch's mind was so frightened that he couldn't turn around in a short time. The next moment Jody turned and ran. You stop, don't run." It would be strange if it stopped. It was the same early in the morning, and he didn't return to the lounge until the morning. Merle's Eddie stood in front of Mytael with his head lowered. Lavender Mythir watched Eddie chew on his words over and over again. "You mean that Knot, Rude Knot?" Eddie nodded. "Yes, he is the one we promoted to prefect last year." Mytael suddenly raised his head and felt something was wrong. "He said we promoted him to prefect?" He usually just says it's you. Mytael then changed from a sitting position. After sitting up, he leaned over slightly so that he could get closer to see the other person's expression. Rudnot called a group of people to snatch it away from you. The key to the dungeon: how many people do I need to prepare to defeat you? Not lowered his head even further, not daring to look at Mytael's expression. He said he was following Mr. Malfoy's orders to do things, and he was surrounded by people from the observation group. I can't beat him. You surrendered, right? Mytael said straightforwardly. Aren't the conditions I promised you attractive enough? I didn't. Middle's breathing gradually became faster, but his heart became calmer and calmer. Moors, you are still so bad at lying. They convinced you, right? You think I will definitely lose. Eddie stopped talking. Mytael understood that he was acquiescing. I should have thought of it earlier. All the Slytherin students in the Night Demon's Web are using it, and then a group of guys from other houses were added. There is no way to hide this news. Mr. Malfoy deliberately asked them to use words to provoke me and make me think of a way to remedy it. The best way to clear the mark is to use the final dream, so that Joy should also be his pawn. And we know that in order to activate the final dream, we must use the dungeon to provide the energy to support the Night Demon's Web, so as to set up an ambush and take the key from you. I seem to have lost. Eddie secretly raised his head and unexpectedly met Mytael's eyes. He felt anger in those eyes. When anger showed in those eyes, he would still be afraid subconsciously. Mytael grabbed something on the table and threw it towards the big face. Get out. The venting is only temporary, and Mytael, who has cultivated the person for so long, still has to find a way to bring him back. But this setback made him understand his immaturity. He didn't even realize that the battle had started from beginning to end, and the battle ended with his defeat. After all, he couldn't ignore the news conveyed by Eddie, and later that day he visited the observation group alone. Malfoy was obviously waiting for him. What is placed on the table is the key to one of Slytherin's 7 mysteries, the dungeon. I have heard from many old friends about you. You are young and promising. Midir interrupted Malfoy's greetings. Losers are not qualified to hear this. Let's be honest. What do you want me to cooperate with? Lucius was a little surprised to hear that Mytael was so direct, but on the surface, there was no anger or irritation in this young man. The reputation of this new generation of mine has to be maintained by you. I am anxious to show you my abilities to gain recognition. Mytael's humble smile did not contain any pretense. This actually made Lucius look at him with admiration. I just want to test your abilities. It seems that I may be able to teach you something useful. Have you thought about your plans after graduation? Maybe you can talk to me. Midir knew that he had obtained an olive branch from Mr. Malfoy. As the most powerful pureblood faction at present, joining Malfoy's command is not a bad idea for him. More importantly, Mytael must find a way to hide the fact that he lost the secret treasure. Of course, I am worried about what job I will do after graduation. After all, I can do well no matter what I do. Lucius nodded with satisfaction, and then let's get down to business. You have determined your career plan with me today, and you can get rid of the school's organizations bit by bit when you go back. Regarding the secret treasures, I suggest you assign each item to different people. And then keep 2 of them for your chosen successor. Of course, Mytael naturally agreed. I will prepare 2 secret treasures for young Master Malfoy. As for the other ones, he will have to collect them himself. The heir of Slytherin must fight for the throne himself. Your proposal is fair. Finally, their eyes fell on the key on the table. Mytael naturally did not need Lucius to explain. Rudnot is the 5th grade prefect whom I personally promoted. I value him very much among the lower grade students. He deserves the key to the dungeon. Finally, a smile appeared on Lucius's face. Mytael returned the smile. With the 2 items to be distributed plus the dungeon, Malfoy was equivalent to receiving half of the Slytherin heir's inheritance before even enrolling in school. From beginning to end, Lucius didn't mention the Night Demon's Web, and Mytael certainly wouldn't mention it. Of course, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to remind the people in front of him that the Night Demon's Web had changed its owner. Only the dreamer can know the rules of dreams. If Lucius didn't know that Jody killed all the other holders of the Nightmare Mark as a junior, then young Draco Malfoy might never be able to collect the Slytherin inheritance in his lifetime. The successor will live up to his name from the next generation. The mysterious reflected shape that flows between the 2 souls. The mysterious volume that Mordrea can carry is certainly not comparable to that of Peeves, but she is better at cooperating. Myrtle is still very willing to do something for Jody, especially with her current taken-away status. It sounds like a little black slave in a mine, but strictly speaking it's not wrong. After being debugged by the ghost and the staff, Jody's magic became more targeted. After being able to control more details of the magic, Jody's casting accuracy was improved. It can be called an extremely effective spell. Jody spent the entire weekend practicing spells in the Shrieking Shack, and the 2 quickly became adept at cooperating with each other. How should I put it? You're a little more irritable than I thought. Mordrea found a home in the wand, and the 2 people's minds were able to communicate with each other under the magical communication. Before, when Peeves was in the wand, I felt disgusted. But when the soul in the wand was replaced by a girl we knew well, Jody felt that everything was very different. The soft whispers ringing in my ears were like the sound of nature compared to the vulgar songs sung by Peeves' rough voice. Jody originally planned to fight back, but after speaking he didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Am I the only one who feels this way? Why do I always feel that I can touch you? Ah! Before Jody could finish speaking, Mordria's voice suddenly rose and she screamed in Jody's ear, "You pervert, red-crowned spotted rooster, I didn't mention it specifically, why do you insist? Speak out." It's no wonder she yelled. When Jody's magic power came out, the feeling of fusion was by no means as simple as mere contact. Unlike Peeves, who was extremely resistant to rejection, this little ghost was actually completely defenseless against him. Jody thought more and more deeply, and for a while, the uncontrollable magic penetrated too much. Mordria let out a strange cry. The accent was so strange that Jody blushed. "What are you doing? Don't. You." Myrtle's coquettishness at this time was quite refreshing compared to the fierce and unruly manner when we first met. "Don't explore the magic power too deeply. I seem to have absorbed something just now." Jody was immediately shocked. "Illithid? What is that?" Even if you have never heard of this word, it is not difficult to guess that it is not a good word. Jody changed the subject with a smirk. "Shouldn't it be a good thing? I don't feel the loss of magic power. If you can get benefits, you can't care about my illegal imprisonment. This is different. Ghosts are not living beings after all. This kind of absorption that will make me have desires. Once lost, it will be difficult for me to stop," Mordria said, feeling a little sad again. Jody could only comfort. "Okay, I have plenty of magic power, you should feel it." As he spoke, he carefully poured the magic power into the wand and wrapped the curled up Mordria inside. Miraculously, this was the first time he had truly touched a girl. As the magic flowed, he could clearly feel the girl's presence, the slenderness of her fingers, the suppleness of her hair, and those big glasses. "Anyway, don't be polite to me. Maybe if you stay in my wand for a while, I will have the honor of taking off your silly bubbling glasses." Mordria felt the magic slipping through her. The hand she spread out in front of her seemed to be inviting and expecting something. But the current Jody was not strong enough to hold her with the palm of his magic hand. "Ha, red-crowned rooster," Mordria complained in a low voice. She didn't know whether she was protesting what Jody said about her glasses, or complaining about something else. On the first day when she was haunted by a ghost, Jody always tended to get distracted from her practice. The voice in her head would always appear from time to time and say something that interested her. Although Jody could stop the conversation as long as she cut off the magic link, Mordria was in such high spirits that she couldn't let her down. After that weird dream, the night devil's web seemed to be completely closed, without any movement at all. Jody was a little confused about what he had done that last night, but he had a lot more important things to deal with than those old things. One is of course Quirrell's research. This guy who couldn't be counted on was completely panicked after Professor Binns disappeared. "I'm sorry Jody, I heard about Professor Binns. But it was an accident. I can still guarantee that the formation will be repaired. Please believe me. Professor Binns' departure means that the Palace of the Holy Spirit has been officially opened. I have to hurry up and talk to Master Flamel. I have to talk to Master Flamel. I have to talk to Master Dumbledore." At what point do you start saying, "I've got to talk to Master Joyce"? Quirrell, who hurriedly left get out of class, did not give Jody the chance to show off that Mordria had moved into the Wand of Lights. In fact, after that day, Professor Quirrell cancelled half of the classes and focused most of his energy on advancing research. Secondly, there was something wrong with Jody's animagus transformation. Just after that night, the extra abnormal sound between the two hearts is like a clone of Jody's spiritual consciousness that has been chopped into pieces, but it's not that similar. Jody could feel them, but had no control over them. When Jody wanted to change his voice, the fragments were like oil droplets splashing next to the candle, attracting the flames in their direction. When his own transformation naturally appeared in his mind, a third party inexplicably appeared between him and the snake. That familiar face was replaced with red eyes. That he was a lonely ghost from a previous life. But this time, Jody didn't think he needed to continue to be reckless. He could slowly study the animagus transformation bit by bit. After reading so many books, Jody had some idea. In the Ignat prophecy, there is such a term world rules, which explains the connection between the soul and the world. The soul comes from the world, and will naturally carry the rules of the world when it is born. The rules contain power to maintain the form of the soul and the characteristics of the living body recorded in the rules. All worlds have only simple rules at the beginning. The rules need to be slowly compiled based on the order in which the soul is born in the world. The soul gathers power, and the soul carrying power returns to the world. The final rules will take shape, binding the power of the soul according to the will of the world. It has long been normal for wizards to parade in the world, and we have seen many other forms of world will. However, the relevant knowledge is restricted knowledge, and Jody can only find some fragments from wizards' documents and novels. Sometimes the will of the world will be impatient before it is formed, eager to get more. The world will shoot itself out like a spell and blast it on other worlds. The soul that comes out of its will become greedy. It is footy and aggressive, and will devour everything of its host until the next prey appears. Sometimes the will of the world will close itself in loneliness and fear, just to prevent the soul and the body from walking out of its sky. The world will arrange the best rules and the noblest gestures for its soul, but one day the system collapses as their power is exhausted, and they ultimately have to rely on parasitism to survive. Sometimes the will of the world will realize the importance of the rules early and arrange them properly. After the rules are completely perfected, it will no longer need the soul to control its power, so it takes away all the power. This kind of world will be fully developed, but it is the most envied host of parasites. The world we live in now has experienced hundreds of battles, is sufficiently tolerant, and has absolute dominance. The fragments of the world that perished around it in the passage of time were attracted to him and hid in its belly. After the rules were taken away, it left behind a mysterious existence for extraordinary beings to serve it. And hidden among these fragments, the world of extraordinary beings is separated from the ordinary ones, and they do not interfere with each other under the guidance of rules. Is Jody in existence beyond the rules? He didn't dare to say something that would easily flash his tongue, but maybe after his rebirth, the will of the world also wanted to kill him? Or maybe you are the lucky one who narrowly escaped after a rule bug? I can't believe all the shamanic readings, but Jody has somewhat confirmed what the characteristics of the soul entangled in him are. Those are the remnants of rules from the previous world. They are what are left after the same rules have been digested by the current world. They are things that this world cannot digest. Just a few days after Professor Binns disappeared, and after the students in Slydran gradually settled down, it was finally time for the observation group to leave the school. Jody, who had saved the little ghost, planned to continue relying on the extracted amable law drunkenness, dreaming and death. No, I mean. When practicing hard, Quirrell, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, broke the peace again. Quirrell's panic made Jody nervous. Seeing the haggard appearance of this handsome Ravenclaw senior, Jody couldn't help but feel sad. There was a time when he stayed up late every day to catch up on projects, and he looked like a ghost. Alas, evil capitalism, poor social animals. I just left the room of requirement today. As you know, I asked a friend of mine to take my classes for the past 2 weeks. Of course Jody knew about this, and the observation group had a little trouble with the matter of changing teachers. The 7 doors of God. I heard that Myrtle disappeared. I'm sorry. Quirrell even looked a little bit broken. His eyes were red, his hair was messy, as if he hadn't washed it for a long time, and there were stains on his body. Smells the kind of rotten smell that Flamel had? This is more appropriate but seems a bit impolite. I still believe you can repair the shelter. Jody's relaxed expression made Quirrell feel even more guilty. Not only were there circles under his eyes, but the tip of his nose was also red. Professor Binns, Bloody Barrow, Nearly Headless Nick, and Peeves are also missing. And I'm sorry my friend, I really wanted it to go faster. Seeing that the big boy was about to collapse, Jody quickly showed off his magic wand. Don't show me off to others like a pet. Mordrea inside the wand bared her teeth and claws. Speaking of display, all Jody could do was show his wand, and he couldn't project Mordrea's appearance. Mordrea is here with me. I originally planned to tell you earlier, but you were too busy and never had the chance. After optimizing the pronunciation, Myrtle's name sounds a little different, but it's not difficult to hear the connection between the two as long as you know it. Quirrell might still question what others said, but it was hard for him to ignore Jody's words habitually. Spirit binding spell. How did you learn such an unorthodox spell? In order to increase his credibility, Jody had to show off his magic spell, Ligatum ad animam. The white light zigzagged in the air, which was indeed the spell of the soul-retaining curse. Seeing this spell, Quirrell immediately believed Jody's story. He breathed a sigh of relief and his legs felt a little weak. Damn it, what kind of mental capacity do you have to think about going to Albania to capture Voldemort? When Quirrell found him, Jody had just finished his afternoon charms class, and the corridor that had been empty suddenly became crowded with people again. Quirrell was very surprised that such a flow of people could make the students so enthusiastic. It was either a Quidditch match or just a Halloween dinner. What happened? Hearing Quirrell's question, Jody shrugged. You don't know yet, but when the observation group left, they strongly requested Professor Dumbledore to accompany them. I guess the Ministry of Magic started urging them again. They are on their way this afternoon. Of course the students want to watch the excitement. What? Quirrell jumped up in shock. You mean Mr. Dumbledore is leaving school? Before he finished speaking, he turned around and ran away. What's wrong? What happened? Jody didn't know what was going on but followed him anyway. Quirrell's body froze in place for a moment. Jody was confused at first, and then guessed that he wanted to change his body directly but failed. Only house elves in Hogwarts can use the displacement spell, and failure is normal. After the last spell failed, Quirrell immediately grasped the wand and almost floated forward in the corridor as his pace quickened. Jody used the gravity spell to barely keep up. When the gravity spell is used on himself, it becomes difficult to control it. I have to give credit to the little ghost who helped. Seeing Jody follow, Quirrell explained in a low voice that his words were captured by magic and gathered into a thread and sent to Jody's ear. The sanctuary is something made by Rowena Ravenclaw. Flamel and I, the professor, thought of many ways but could not repair it without destroying it. So what we came up with was creating a new route for the shelter. When they turned the corner, the magic power of the two people pushed away the kids blocking the way without leaving any trace. The senior, who was aware of it, turned around and saw that it was Quirrell and did not dare to say anything. We need to open a line to draw power from the Holy Spirit Palace to supplement the shelter, and then complete the parts of the shelter that were not perfect. Master Flamel and Dumbledore have no big problems in repairing the magic circle, but we encountered a big trouble when we started to implement it. At Hogwarts, teachers have the same status as priests, and the principal has the same status and rights as a monarch. Lord Dumbledore's inaction has caused many people to forget the privileges that only those headmasters have. Master Flamel and I do not have the authority of the principal. Excessive operations will make the 7 doors wary and even backfire. Fortunately, we have the magic stone, otherwise I am afraid. Quirrell didn't tell the whole story, but it can be guessed that they must have encountered some danger during the attempt. As he was talking, the two of them could already see the crowd walking towards the outside of the school. Dumbledore was so tall that Lucius could only raise his head to show his arrogant expression, and the angle he looked up at made him unable to gather much momentum. But his topic seemed to make Dumbledore very uncomfortable. Dumbledore was not good at debates and politics. The carriage pulled by 6 Thestrals is decorated with gold and silver decorations. The dark blue paint color looks low-key and luxurious. It is obviously the collection of a pure-blood family. Just before everyone got into the car, Quirrell's sudden thrust seemed very impolite, but he couldn't care less about it. Jody and the two finally stopped the crowd in front of the carriage. Professor Dumbledore, you can't leave. There are some things. Jody poked Quirrell in the back and reminded him to pay attention to his words. There are some things that you must do. We need you. Quirrell, my friend, what's wrong with you? Even if Dumbledore was so talented, he couldn't guess too much from a riddle. He looked confused, but he also guessed that it was about the asylum matter. But from the previous discussion, we learned that Quirrell and the others had almost completed the analysis of the shelter. Quirrell kept scratching his temples with his fingers, looking like he was pleading. Even Jody guessed his intentions. He was asking Dumbledore to use legilimency on him. Dumbledore stopped and pouted as if he was aggrieved. You said it in such a general way that I don't know how to help you. Let me guess. Are you saying that only I can do it or only the principal can do it? Thinking back carefully later, Lucius's strong interest in the scene at that time made the two professors' positions very awkward. Dumbledore was highly skilled, but it could not be said that his legilimency would not be noticed by others. Or maybe Dumbledore really didn't like using that spell on non-hostile units? Jody wasn't sure, but luckily Dumbledore guessed what they wanted. There is nothing in this world that requires someone to do it. Mr. Malfoy was discussing this with me just now. Dumbledore's gesture made Malfoy's originally good expression grin a little too much. As long as I am willing to respond to your voice, I can give you the answer. In the end, I am just a bad old man who is greedy for strange flavored beans. Everything will be fine, I believe you. After saying this, the old man blinked, his smile still calm and contagious. Jody helped Quirrell retreat into the crowd, and the Thestral flew away with the carriage in the air. Professor Quirrell, what's wrong with you? Speaking of which, Quirrell doesn't seem to have a girlfriend. Counting the Slytherin girl just now, this is the first batch of girls who have come to care about Quirrell's haggardness. If Jody read it correctly, there should be a girl who took out a camera and secretly took pictures. As long as he is a handsome guy, does he look good if he is haggard? Quirrell's haste made the girls concerned fail to achieve the effect they expected. Jody followed Quirrell from a distance and vaguely heard the Slytherin girl muttering to him about snake people, freaks. What? Without further communication, the two went straight to the principal's office on the top floor. The gargoyle spread its wings and blocked the doorway tightly. Password: strange flavored beans. The two of them spoke almost at the same time, both looking impatient. Quirrell was eager to remedy the situation, and Jody was of course also eager to remedy the situation, but he was more curious about the gadgets in the principal's room. Dumbledore asked if only the principal could do it, indicating that he had guessed what Quirrell needed. The strange flavored beans were the password for the principal's office, so the voice saying, "I am willing to respond to you," would only refer to the walls of the principal's office. Headmaster of all generations. The two of them were convinced of this answer. However, upon entering the principal's office, the excitement in the room almost made the two of them think they had gone to the wrong place. There were at least 4 principals fighting fiercely in the 2 largest portraits. Several female principals were chattering without knowing what they were talking about. A male principal with a depressed face was forced to make black tea next to him. There are other things they are doing, such as playing chess, singing, playing cards and dancing. In the higher frames, the calmer principal is huddled in a chair with earplugs in, reading a book. Headmasters, I am Quirrell, the current Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. I know. An impatient voice on the wall interrupted his self-introduction. Ravenclaw guys should speak more skillfully. How did I educate you? I'm sorry, that. Kylo was stuck for a long time and finally failed to recognize which principal this was. You'd be surprised if you recognized him. The principal and monitor had notes on his face. It seemed like he lost badly in today's card game. Phineas, what qualifications do you, an old Slytherin snake, have to speak against a Ravenclaw? A woman at the same card game shouted dissatisfiedly and then turned to comfort Quirrell. Don't listen to him, kid, it's never a bad thing to be polite. Ignoring the commotion here, Jody looked around in the office. There is a lot of snacks on the coffee table at the corner of the table, the desk is full of silver magic instruments, and the tattered sorting hat is placed on the high bookshelf. It can sort, sing, tell cold jokes and play tricks. When the time came, he took out a larger sword of Gryffindor from under its pocket. Maybe you can try to see if you can pull out the sword, check whether you are also part of the protagonist's halo? Jody stopped next to a large cabinet, guessing that it might be an S-class pensieve. Before he could decide whether to explore further, Jody was startled by a loud cry. He turned around and saw an old, bald bird in the huge birdcage. Red-crowned spotted chicken? Just kidding, of course you wouldn't keep something like that in the principal's office. The one standing in the cage could only be the phoenix fox. Jody really didn't expect the phoenix to look like this when he saw it for the first time. It was stooped, with dull fur, curled up lazily in the cage, showing the twilight of the hero. But even so, the phoenix is a proud creature. Jody just got a little closer and felt a wave of heat hitting his soul, as if even his consciousness could melt. Jody, be careful, don't get too close. Fox's cry attracted attention, and Quirrell warned. After being disrupted, Quirrell took some time to wait for the opportunity to speak again. Sorry, principals, I wonder if you have heard about the restoration of the shelter. Ah, yes, the shelter. Phineas jumped up exaggeratedly and even threw away the cards in his hand. When can you repair it? It's so uncomfortable to feel like I can't use up my strength every day. Hearing a negative answer, Quirrell perked up and said, That's right. The protective circle of the sevenfold door will fight back against the rewriting. We need the principal's authority to continue repairing it. Principal's authority. Phineas screamed strangely, with vigilance written all over his face. How do you know this thing? And what is your purpose? In order to repair the sanctuary, we must have the authority of the principal to continue repairing it. Otherwise, we can only repair it at the cost of destroying the Holy Spirit Palace. We want to keep the Holy Spirit Palace and the accidental curse. So, hey, come to Dumbledore about this kind of thing, don't let the dead worry so much. Phineas began to preach without mercy. If it is convenient for Mr. Dumbledore, of course we will not disturb you, but you also know that Mr. Dumbledore has just left school. Jody was skeptical from the beginning as to whether the portrait could give an answer, but now from what he heard, it seemed that Principal Phineas was indeed the most unlikable principal. This guy is on the same level as Snape and loves to bully his juniors. Jody was more concerned about his own situation than what was happening over there. He felt indescribably uncomfortable all over as he was being roasted by the heat wave. He had already touched the wand during the difficult movement, but he did not dare to cast the spell easily because he considered whether the burn on his soul would affect Mordrea. Just when he was struggling, the intimidation that had kept him immobile suddenly loosened. Jody staggered on the spot and almost fell to the ground. Large beads of sweat seeped out from under his skin quickly, soaking the sweater he was wearing underneath. Trying not to collapse, Jody was still wary of the phoenix that was poking its head and jumping to the edge of the cage. It probed its head as if to confirm something. Jody moved a little and tried to move away, but Fox, who suddenly chased after him, pecked him moderately. As if to show friendship? The phoenix is a magical creature that can travel between life and death. It can directly observe your soul. An old principal with a portrait placed high explained softly, Your soul has been recognized by it, good boy. After speaking, the elegant woman turned to the embarrassed Quirrell, while Jody carefully read the name on the frame. Delis Devant 174111768. It was the principal who was extremely accomplished in medicine. On the other side, the accusations against Quirrell continue. You have to know that you secretly entered the principal's office just after the principal left school to inquire about the principal's authority. I won't tell you how suspicious you were. Don't you think it's inappropriate? Quirrell's face turned red, but he didn't dare to show off in front of many principals. Enough, Phineas. Delis loudly stopped the topic from continuing. We old portraits will only serve qualified people. Since you know the principal's authority, you should have guessed earlier, the young defense against the dark arts professor. Don't waste time with us, go back and remember what Dumbledore asked you to come here for. The words woke up the dreamer, and Quirrell was ashamed that he was indeed a little impatient. Jody wiped his sweat with the robe hanging on the hanger at his desk, then took out his own water glass and took a careful sip. The fatigue suddenly eased out after thinking about it for a while. He put the cup on the desk and turned to look for the pile of snacks on the coffee table. Is there one with more juice? Dumbledore's pet is so scary to me, so it shouldn't be too much to find a few pieces of candy to eat. Quirrell also rummaged hurriedly in the principal's room. The worst thing was that he didn't know what he was looking for. Jody felt that he was a little too anxious. Professor Bin said that he only took the initiative to go to the Holy Spirit Palace to find answers to some things, which means that the Holy Spirit Palace has not yet started to actively absorb souls. They still have time, they shouldn't get into trouble so quickly. But we can't blame Quirrell for losing his composure. His exhausting research during this period was about to see the light of day, and he was suddenly told that all his efforts might be in vain. How could he not be depressed? Jody's repeated comfort had little effect, and Quirrell finally lay down at his desk in frustration. We don't have much time, Jody. I have to find a way. Then you have to have a clear mind to think of a solution. Jody chewed the fourth piece of sweet lemon and sprayed it with sugar, while handing the remaining pieces to Quirrell. Have a piece. The sweetness is as good as the sour taste helps you think. Quirrell hesitated for a moment. This is something from the principal's office. Why did you start eating it? Jody thought for a while. I wrote to Dumbledore before and asked, and he agreed that I could find some food myself. Or I could add a letter later, and he would agree anyway. Isn't that the cup that the boy brought over on the table? Moving to the nearby picture frame, Delis persuaded softly. Heir of Ravenclaw, I also think that something to drink can make you feel better. Biting half a piece of sweet lemon candy, Jody's mouth was full of saliva and he couldn't stop it. He watched helplessly as Quirrell raised his head and poured water from his cup into his mouth. When drinking water in this position, you can only drink in big gulps. I poured the Amapola solution in without any preparation, and it would be strange if it didn't spurt out. Meeting Jody's questioning look, Dilisi suddenly turned to a mischievous expression. I'm right, the content in the bottle can make him relax. Ha 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 ha, the sevenfold door, ha ha, I succeeded in interpreting it, I succeeded, ha 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 woo, weeview I succeeded, I proved myself weeview. Even though Jody has adapted to it for so long, he still only dares to drink it in small sips, and as soon as it enters the mouth, he must immediately use a clemency to forcibly protect his spirit. Drugs that cannot shake the spirit will simply activate the spirit, so it can make people feel a little more relaxed. And Quirrell. Due to the excessive activation after losing his mind, he will probably fall asleep after a while. As if he was drunk, Quirrell staggered around the office and knocked over a lot of things. The books on the table were swept to the floor, and things on the top of the bookshelf were knocked off. Jody had to use the hands of the mage to hold him up and bring him to the cushion next to the balcony to let him lie down. Quirrell cried with snot and tears. It seems that it is not only young people in modern times who are under pressure, but also in the 1990s. Jody picked up the thick photo album-like book that had fallen on the ground. The first page he turned to saw the framed letter paper with very familiar handwriting. Jody's attention was drawn and he looked carefully at the label next to it. The first letter written to me by a student. What the hell? Having a better understanding of Dumbledore's childlike innocence, Jody closed the page of the book and covered the letter in which he defrauded the department's funds. Then put the book neatly in the middle of the desk. Dumbledore might have liked this collection. Putting away the books, Jody turned to the college hat which was pressed down by the books on the floor. Any voice that is willing to respond to you can bring you answers. Jody suddenly understood what Dumbledore said. He reached out and picked up the patched hat on the ground like a ghost. So. What have you been doing for so long? Putting the hat on his head, Jody suddenly felt that his magic power had become extremely pure, and his magic power was much higher. Just kidding. Ho, you seem to be in a good mood. It's been a while since I saw your occlumency making rapid progress, Joyce. I can't catch your thoughts without any effort. Thank you, Mr. Hat. Jody lifted his hat up to expose his eyes, walked around the desk and sat on Dumbledore's chair. Why disturb the peaceful life of a poor hat? I'm used to staying on the tall bookcase every day, watching the phoenix shed its hair, watching the portraits making noise, and watching Dumbledore eat another piece of candy and watch the house elves sweep away all the dust that accumulates so easily. The Sorting Hat's tone was full of sourness. I'm very sorry to disturb your rest, sir. But there are some questions that I may need you to help me with. Ha ha ha, do you think I will help you if I am not bound by the rules? During non-working hours, the Sorting Hat looked a little unruly. The authority of the principal, the highest honor of Hogwarts, the name that bears everything. Do you know what I am, child? Sorting Hat. Jody also understood that such a simple answer was not what the other party wanted to hear. He thought carefully. You are Godric Gryffindor's hat, which carries his thoughts. Yeah, you're right, but that's just my carrier. The Sorting Hat twisted on Jody's head to find a more comfortable position, clasped Jody's head firmly and waited for him to continue. At the same time, you are Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff and Salazar Slytherin. They have given you their wisdom and passed on their thoughts to you. And at Hogwarts, you are the only one with enough qualifications to be the first to receive new students, and only you have the qualifications to choose the house for the new students. Oh ho ho, your mouth is so sweet. But it's not enough. I won't say anything. Jody resisted the thought of throwing it away, and then coaxed, but who is going to confirm the identity of the principal? None of us thought about this problem. It is not my job to select the principal. In fact, there is more than one way to obtain authority. Academy Hat denied the speculation that Jody was about to leave. Jody's thoughts turned quickly. Isn't it true? The four founders should be responsible for their inability to confirm the students' belongings. They selfishly scanned the thoughts in their minds for you and then imposed immortality on you. The curse. Didn't they actually think of compensating you? The honor of being chosen as the principal should only be yours. The hat was silent for a moment. Are you irritating me? Well, to be honest, it still has some effect. At which house did I assign you to? I remember that the houses you were suitable for are Ravenclaw, Gryffindor and so on. Jody confirmed that he should not be in the mood to complain. You sorted me into Slytherin. Oh well, that's right, I sorted you into the Slytherin house. Haha, I'm a little surprised how I did such a good job. The purpose justifies the means. Except for your impure blood, you are almost catching up in everything else. Salazar himself. Then you should have also considered what to do if I get angry. Jody sighed. This hat is quite difficult to deal with. As long as you are angry, I am sure I can get an answer, but now it seems to be the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario was shaking in Jody's head at the moment, and he looked very proud. I heard from the professor that Dumbledore is looking for a successor. Hasn't a suitable candidate emerged after so many years? Then you are wrong. Suitable candidates have indeed appeared, and there are many candidates. But most of them are afraid of this position. This is mainly caused by Albus, the Terminator of the two Dark Lords. Fortunately, people who have been alone for a long time tend to talk too much, and Jody is waiting for the hat to throw out information that suits his appetite. You mean a coward ever ran away? I didn't say that, and no one has ever made it to the last step. Well, there is such a person who has been on the list of candidates at a young age. Snape. Jody said the name without thinking. Severus Snape. No, I'm not talking about him. He has never been exposed to the trials. The kid I'm talking about passed the trials even younger than Severus is now. Jody waited expectantly for further information from the Sorting Hat. Haha, you've been waiting for so long, and if I stop telling you, you will throw me into the Phoenix cage, right? It's not that extreme. I'm more curious about whether your material is waterproof. Jody moved the ink bottle on the table with a mage's hand without threat. The portraits in Hogwarts will only serve unconditionally for those who have been affirmed. Because there are few precedents, few people have noticed that there can only be one headmaster, but the affirmed soul is not necessarily the only one. Many years ago there was a student who was favored by every portrait. Even the ancient gargoyle outside the principal's office had to pay tribute to him. That child is a student of the Hufflepuff branch. I originally planned to let him go to Ravenclaw, but he worked as hard as you to get it from me. All of Jody's guesses came to nothing, and his eyes widened when he heard the unexpected answer. Newt Scamander. The only one who has the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the headmaster. Senior Newt. Jody's reaction was very surprised. It seems you have heard of him. The Academy hat was satisfied with Jody's surprise and twisted it on Jody's head proudly. That kid was brought up by Dumbledore. He was still teaching Transfiguration at that time. Class. Jody's mind was racing with the plot related to fantastic beasts and where to find them, which was very unexpected but also seemed reasonable. From the records in the Book of Prophecy, it is not difficult to see that Newt Scamander's magical attainments are much higher than those of students at the same time. But how do we find him? And how did Mr. Scamander obtain the authority of the principal? Jody asked, hoping to get further information. However, the college hat rejected his question at this time. I am a member of the teacher group and a member of the school. I can't tell you more. But you already said. The Phoenix is a creature that can go through the cycle of life and death. Your ability to pass its test is the prerequisite for my willingness to talk to you. Academy Hat's voice was no longer so frivolous and casual. At this time, it seemed that it had finally recalled its identity as an elder. The allegiance of the portraits is an easy piece of information to discover, and you are a friend of the ghosts. You will be able to find out that name sooner or later, but after all, I can't easily believe someone who has been trying so hard to hide his thoughts since the beginning of school. Student. Jody felt aggrieved and annoyed for a moment, but in the end he found that he could not refute. At the end of the sentence, Academy had changed to a more consultative tone. But if you want, you can take me with you during the investigation. Your personality makes me uncontrollably think of an old friend of mine. Let's talk to you about the Founders era in your spare time. Jody hesitated for a while but finally gave up trying to persuade him and agreed to take him with him. Maybe someone else could talk to Quirrell after he regains consciousness? But before that, Jody had to conduct some possible investigations following the name that was asked. How could you not like Newt Scamander after watching the movie Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Jody once wanted to write a letter to say hello to that senior, but ultimately chose to put it aside amid the busy school life. For this idea, he had carefully asked for Newt's mailing address. The wizard's residence is usually located in the gap in the real world, protected by many magic spells, and is attracted by many methods inside, leaving it mysterious. If you want the owl to deliver the letter, you must have an address composed of unique instructions, so that the owl can find the gap it is about to pass through. Of course Hagrid gave him the address, so now that he wanted to ask about Mr. Scamander, Jody's first thought was to go to Hagrid. It's already evening. Use the levitating spell to get Quirrell somewhere. After he wakes up, maybe he can have rock crust cakes for dinner. Thinking of this, Jody picked 2 boxes of lava stickers from the coffee table. This magic candy, which needs to be cooled before eating, works wonders with rock biscuits. Jody was using his spiritual consciousness segmentation technique with all his strength. The levitating spell was carefully controlled to make Quirrell look like he was walking on his own. The Academy hat was amused by his weird look. Jody was curious about how the hat looked out. The cold wind made Quirrell tremble. He murmured and turned over in midair to continue sleeping soundly. After leaving the castle, Jody started to carry him while walking. Dong dong dong. Hagrid's big face soon appeared behind the crack of the door. Seeing Jody's furry face was full of happiness. Come in quickly, I just made soup, the newly caught red crown spotted chicken. That's a lot of meat. What's wrong with Professor Quirrell? When he saw Quirrell walking in sideways, surprise was written on his face. I was drunk. It was not easy to explain, so Jody had to make up a random reason. Hagrid shrugged his nose in confusion, as if he didn't smell the alcohol. Fortunately, with his rough character, he doesn't care so much. Come on, I'll serve you a bowl first, as well as the newly baked rock crust pancakes. The cheese needs to be heated for a while and I'll help you get it. Come on, drink some soup to warm yourself up first, this cold weather. Jody secretly tested Hagrid's magical properties. If he remembered correctly, the wand hidden inside the umbrella should be made of oak. Oak predicts sunshine and strength. And Hagrid himself is indeed like sunshine. Jody, who had just eaten some snacks, wasn't very hungry, but the newly stewed chicken soup was still quite tempting. In fact, Hagrid's cooking always looked terrible but tasted surprisingly good. After drinking a bowl of hot soup, Quirrell, who was lying on the sofa, hummed in some kind of dream, and it sounded like he was in a good mood. After thinking about it for a while, Jody said what he wanted this time. Today came very suddenly. In fact, we came here because we had something to figure out. Hagrid pulled out the chicken leg bone from his mouth. The turkey-sized bone seemed so slender to him. Fang jumped up to catch the bone flying towards it, making a pig snoring sound. Of course, you told me how busy you two were when you last came here. The last time I visited was when Ogre was trapped in the Shrieking Shack. That's right, I came here this time to find out something about Mr. Scamander. Oh, Newt Scamander, of course it's him. Other than him, which Scamander can be so respectable? Hagrid looked very interested. I told you I must have been his assistant. He is a very gentle elder, wise and open-minded. He has been committed to finding new homes for those magical animals that have been deprived of their habitat by the times. That is just what? I'm just not very good at communicating with my own kind. Hagrid showed a wicked smile. Mrs. Scamander told me, haha, that's Tina Scamander, a comment that is neither bragging nor disgraceful. Can you contact him quickly? Since the Sorting Hat refused to speak, of course it is most direct to find Mr. Scamander. If the old gentleman is willing to use Fleur to come to Hogwarts in one go, there will be no follow-up problem. Jody might be able to ask for an autograph or something. I think I could ask him to sign Jody's hat. However, things are not that simple. Hagrid looked embarrassed. The gentleman's reply speed has always been relatively casual. He often forgets the letters from visitors on the desk. You told me the mailing address. I just wanted to ask if you have any faster way to contact you. Hagrid's eyebrows knitted together. It seems there is no such thing. If so, he may not remember it. Jody then wrinkled his face and said, you may need to try hard to recall the times when Mr. Scamander and you got along. After weighing it up, Jody confirmed that it was still necessary to let Hagrid understand the seriousness of the matter so that he could more efficiently get him to think about what to do. Just at this time, Quirrell finally woke up with a groan. Not sure if it was a side effect of the medicine, Quirrell was a little confused after waking up. I'm hungry. However, his complexion was much better than before, although in the next moment he remembered those things that needed to be worried about. How long have I been sleeping? Did you find anything in the principal's office? No, I have to go back quickly. Quirrell hurriedly got up from the chair. Can you help me introduce him to him? Jody asked the Sorting Hat in his mind. Why do I have to do this? You have to work to keep up. Jody said the reason while putting the hat in his hand on Quirrell's head. I have found clues and are currently continuing the investigation. I learned that in addition to the principal, there is a second person in the world who has authority, and that person is Mr. Newt Scamander. Jody pointed to the Sorting Hat and shrugged. It's just that the Sorting Hat refuses to tell me why. Maybe you can persuade me to succeed. What authority? Hagrid looked confused. Quirrell, who didn't understand the situation, started talking to the Sorting Hat with his eyes raised, while Jody turned to talk to Hagrid in detail. You should know how busy Professor Quirrell is lately. Do you know what he is busy with? Hagrid thought about it carefully. Professor Dumbledore mentioned it to me. It seemed to be to repair something. Oh, it was for Professor Spencer and the ghosts in the castle. For this reason, I also wrote to Mr. Scamander to talk. There have been ghost creatures. It's easy to explain a lot if you've heard about it. Dumbledore still trusts Hagrid. We have encountered some troubles in the repair work. The sevenfold door to be repaired requires the authority of the principal to prevent it from being attacked by the protective circle. You don't need to understand this part. Just know that we need Mr. Scamander to provide access or find a way for him to obtain access. Hagrid was obviously thinking so hard that he had forgotten about the rock cake in his hand. That you mean permissions, Mr. Scamander's? Yes, it is part of the principal's authority. Jody described it carefully, only that gentleman and Dumbledore hold it. Mr. Scamander and Professor Dumbledore are equally respectable, and the relationship between them is relatively close. But when you talk about authority, Hagrid thought about it carefully. Professor Dumbledore did have intentions. Hopes that Mr. Scamander will stay and teach, and he has privately talked to me about the hope that Mr. Scamander can succeed him as the next principal. It's a pity that Dumbledore gave up in the end. The subject of magical animals is equally important, and Mr. Scamander can bring more to the wizarding world in his favored position. Please, sir. Why can't you tell me? Quirrell, who was communicating in his mind on the other side, was so anxious that he spoke. I don't understand. Quirrell looked so lost that one couldn't help but feel pitiful. He returned the Sorting Hat to Jody. Looking at his appearance, Jody comforted him. Don't worry, this guy just doesn't want to speak. He's a bad hat with bad intentions. I heard it, the Sorting Hat muttered dissatisfied, and you can't blame me, his condition is indeed dangerous. What did he say? Jody pointed to his head and asked Quirrell, ignoring the Sorting Hat. I don't blame Mr. Sorting Hat, it's because I'm not good at my skills that even though I'm a professor of defense against the dark arts, I couldn't catch the signs that I was entangled by the curse. Mr. Sorting Hat taught me right. Curse. Jody was stunned for a moment and then realized Voldemort's curse. Quirrell sighed and nodded. After I took over, I didn't feel the signs that the previous professor said that I thought the curse had disappeared. Now it seems that the bad luck may still exist. After saying that, he smiled bitterly and said, perhaps I have some reasons for encountering so many difficulties during the restoration process. Jody didn't know how to comfort him. It's okay, at least the curse is weakened. There is still a long time until the next semester. Maybe we can find a way to solve the curse. Quirrell nodded. At this time, the Sorting Hat also explained to Jody, a cursed soul, although he has a good heart and is worthy of trust. But I really can't trust him. Jody didn't say anything else. He couldn't trust Quirrell, nor could he trust him. What's next, going to visit Snape? It's not trustworthy even if he has a dark history. Jody even thought up an excuse for the Sorting Hat. He thought for a moment and put down the soup bowl in his hand and found the letter paper and quill. Do you need me to help you find an owl? Hagrid asked tentatively. Jody shook his head. You go on and reminisce. As for the owl, Quirrell, I hope you can cheer up and go for a walk outside to relax. Quirrell nodded. Okay, I'll go to the owl loft. I really need to be alone for a while. For Quirrell, the 7 gates may be really important. He is a mixed race and wants to remain neutral. If he is not willing to flatter purebloods, he must prove himself in other ways to ensure that he can stand upright, able to live with style. This society had never been gentle to him before he came to Hogwarts, so despite his talent, he was never complacent and worked diligently on his research. Watching him leave the shack with some concern, Jody looked at Hagrid expectantly. He may need some help remembering something. Maybe you can think about it. Has Mr. Scamander ever talked to you about his school life? Did anything special happen to him while he was in school? Well, Mr. Scamander's private life can only be heard when Miss Tina and I chatted. If we want to talk about special things, we have to talk about it after he graduated. After he graduated, Mr. Dumbledore went with him. We worked together to deal with Gaylord Grindelwald, the most dangerous dark wizard at the time. Even now, many people still think that Grindelwald is more dangerous than you know who. Jody nodded in agreement, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong with the timeline, so he shook his head again. It shouldn't be after graduation. Forget it, keep going. Is there anything else you can think of? Well, let's talk about when he was in school. He liked to study some magical animals when he was studying. When talking about this, Ms. Tina often wondered how he raised so many kinds of magical creatures in school. I seem to have thought of something. What? Jody immediately sat up straight and put aside the half-written letter in his hand. After I returned to Hogwarts, Mr. Scamander specifically asked me to find Professor Sprout and asked me to help her take care of the underground palace of Hogwarts. Underground palace. Jody couldn't help but get excited whenever he heard a term he had never heard of in the Book of Prophecies. What kind of underground palace? Why haven't I heard of it? Hagrid recalled it carefully, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it became that is the underground palace left by Hufflepuff, and it is one of the secrets of Hogwarts, like Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Secret room. Jody was even more surprised. So do the 4 founders have their own secret rooms? Hagrid shook his head. Then I don't know. Hufflepuff's underground palace was originally Helga Hufflepuff's workshop, which was her personal laboratory used to study magic. It doesn't seem to have happened in that era. It's called the workshop, more commonly it's called the Master's Tower. Jody had indeed heard about it in class about the history of magic in the Wizard's Tower. Hagrid continued, when Hogwarts was being built later, Helga Hufflepuff donated her workshop so it could stay here. Isn't the underground palace open to students? Jody was very confused. Actually, quite a few teachers know about the existence of the underground palace, but it's just that the various subjects don't use that place very much. The instability of the elements makes it a little more dangerous, so only Professor Sprout and I sometimes I'll go there. But I learned a lot there, and although it's dangerous, it's a good place. Jody stood up excitedly. Can I understand that I can come into contact with the Hufflepuff heritage in the underground palace? Hagrid shook his head. No. Hufflepuff is not like Slytherin. You will not leave a specific inheritance. The underground palace is just one of the facilities used to provide magic for Hogwarts. I don't even understand how Mr. Scamander maintains the underground palace. The underground palace now is much more unstable than when it was in Mr. Scamander's hands. No 2 friends are more in tune with each other than Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, and no other pair of friends are as good as Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hutch. As close as Patch. As the main architect of the 7 gates, it's not too much to leave an important position for a friend, right? Jody kept churning these words in his mind, so much so that the Sorting Hat heard him muttering to himself. This sentence is quite interesting, I have to write it down and put it into the lyrics. Jody's mind was confused for a moment. Hagrid's statement confirmed his thoughts. Senior Newt's superb skills indeed had something to do with it. Although the underground palace is not considered a heritage, there are so many things that explorers can learn through the self-study process of interpreting the underground palace. Is it the underground palace discovered by Mr. Scamander? Jody asked the most critical question. Hagrid thought about it carefully and finally confirmed, it seems so. at least no one knew about the existence of the underground palace before he returned it. Jody walked around the room to vent his excitement. He didn't even bother to eat anymore. He quickly sat down to write the letter and wrapped it in an envelope. Dinner may be interrupted, Hagrid. At this time, Quirrell, who had been delayed for some time, also returned to the hut. Jody grabbed the owl and walked towards the door without stopping. At the same time, he explained to Quirrell, who had no idea why and quickly followed him. You have heard of the underground palace. Hagrid said that Mr. Scamander discovered it. Underground palace. If there is a test, I think it should be related to the underground palace. Can you find the location of the underground palace on the 7 doors? Quirrell's mind was spinning rapidly. Professor Sprout agreed that I would participate in maintaining the elemental rings in the underground palace. I know the underground palace. But the Marauder's map was created by interpreting a small part of the functions of the 7 doors, and it is part of the knowledge school that it can detect. There are many deeper secrets in areas it cannot reveal. However, I can confirm that there are 2 magic circle structures that are very similar to the structure of the underground palace. I can confirm that the 7-layer door is connected to the underground palace. Jody nodded and let go of the owl in his hand as he walked out of the door. So I have to disturb Professor Sprout next. Professor Sprout's location was told to him by a ghost. When he saw Jody, the ghost had an ambiguous smile on his face. Take me to say hello to Mordrea. Hey, did you hear that? He asked me to say hello to you. Humph, I'm not good, red-crowned spotted chicken. Mordrea had a small temper to protest that Jody was too busy to pay attention to him. Ha, who is this? The Sorting Hat was very surprised by the appearance of the third voice. Hello, I am Moaning Myrtle. Yao Jinian, who was originally showing off her teeth and claws, suddenly changed into a very well-behaved look. Hello Mr. Sorting Hat, you originally judged that I need to be a little less talented to go to Ravenclaw. It was you who listened to my appeal. Jody had no time to talk to her, but she still had to tell this guy who was afraid of loneliness what was happening outside. Oh Myrtle Warren, yes, I still remembered. I actually want to talk to you, but although we have worked together in the same school for so many years, we have not been in contact with each other for so many years. Opportunities are few and far between. The Sorting Hat sighed, looking like an ordinary old man. If I hadn't sorted you into Ravenclaw, which has a relatively strong self-awareness, you wouldn't have encountered those bad things. The voice of the Sorting Hat has never been heard before. He showed strong uneasiness, and Jody could even clearly feel his fear. But compared to its mood, Jody was more concerned about Mordrea's reaction. Sir, that's all in the past. It's okay, Jody, I don't mind answering. Mordrea held her strength and stubbornness. Of course it's not your fault, my final death was just an accident. Sister Helena's enlightenment and Professor Bin's your class has made me no longer dwell on my own death. I am still grateful to you for allowing me to become a Ravenclaw. Although it was only a short 4 years, I have gained everything that I can recall to this day. Really? The Sorting Hat sounded relieved, and then it started to cry and became emotional. I'm sorry to mention this, but this problem has been tormenting me for quite a long time. It's like a child was born from me. The curse has been haunting me since the beginning. Have you heard of a story? Professor Minerva McGonagall and Professor Phileas Flitwick both possess the qualities of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, making it difficult for me to choose. In the end, I let McGonagall go to Gryffindor and Flitwick to Ravenclaw. As you know, they became the heads of the corresponding houses. I often wonder if everything would have been different if I had changed my choices. At Hogwarts, the impact of the division of houses is more strict than you think, Mr. Jody. Jody was a little embarrassed when her thoughts accidentally leaked out. Maybe my comfort is a little trivial, but I believe it is definitely not your fault. Human flaws are actually much more unexpected, and opportunities for going astray are everywhere. You should not bear this responsibility, and more students will just. I am grateful to you. Thank you. The Sorting Hat muttered his thanks many times. Thank you, this is really important to me. At this time, everyone had turned back and headed towards Professor Sprout's office. But I still think my choice is suitable for you, Jody. It sounds like the Sorting Hat has adjusted its mood, and in return for Jody's comfort, it mentioned Jody's house. You have many qualities that are exactly the same as Salazar Slytherin. The only thing you lack may be your admiration for Godric. If I observe correctly, you should have obtained one of the 7 inheritances? Jody was confused by the direction of the topic. What inheritance? You don't seem to understand yet. After Salazar disappeared, major families came to retrieve their secret treasures. In the end, some people succeeded and others failed. They made a big fuss. At this time, the Gaunt family interceding, Rowena Ravenclaw integrated and delivered 7 relatively independent secret treasures to the Gaunt family and agreed to let these 7 secret treasures exist as the exclusive privilege of Slytherin House. They were called Slaters. Lynn inheritance. Did you defeat all the other members holding the mark? Jody was about to deny it, but a terrifying image of half-man and half-snake flashed through his mind, interrupting him. How much did he play that night? It seems you have a clue, the Sorting Hat continued. It's the Night Devil Weaving Internet Cafe. Very early on, Ravenclaw wanted to let me manage the dream, but in the end I had to give up. The owner of the dream must be 10 little wizards under the age of 8 must be the only winner, and the administrator must have the password and control the Nightmare's skull crystal, and the administrator has less control over the dream than the dream owner. This is Slytherin's internal affairs, so I am allowed to be biased that you are already the only owner of the dream. The winner has a soul essence prepared for you in the skull crystal, and due to your age, you are now the dream. The actual owner. Then as long as you follow the spiritual essence that connects your soul to find the location of the skull crystal, it will not be difficult to crack the password. This was really a surprise. Jody couldn't help but grin. How anxious were the Slytherins now, no wonder all the Slytherins looked at him very strangely recently. Yes, I will definitely remember it. The shock of the unexpected surprise did not make Jody relaxed. He was often used to pursuing victory when his luck exploded. Then the 7 secret treasures of Slytherin. Professor Sprout, you are indeed in the office. Quirrell looked relieved at last, which made Professor Sprout look confused. Sprout, still holding a quill in her hand, was wearing pajamas. She looked outside and asked strangely, April Fool's Day, if I remember the date well, it shouldn't be here yet? The conversation was interrupted. What was more important at this time was the matter here. Instead of the negative mentality of, I just don't want to be greedy and save Mordria. At this time, Jody's mind was filled with Scamander's underground palace training and the secrets of the underground palace. What's more important is that Quirrell wouldn't refuse him to follow him and participate in the research. No, you are joking. Professor Quirrell sorted out what he wanted to say in his mind. We still have to start with the 7th door. As you know, I am responsible for the maintenance of the magic circle. Yes, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Professor Sprout immediately guessed his purpose. Yes, we spent a lot of time interpreting the magic circle and proposed a reconstructed structure. But after the new structure is completed, we cannot replace it and enter the 7-layer door. The magic circle will actively attack those who try to rewrite it. Then. Even if you come to me. After investigation, we feel that there may be a trial in the underground palace that can help us obtain a sufficient level of authority, so I hope you can have clues here. Quirrell explained his purpose clearly and looked at Sprout expectantly. That area of the underground palace was originally used for this. Sprout suddenly realized, but before Quirrell started to look forward to it, she poured a basin of cold water down. But it's early spring now, so far away from the underground palace. It will take more than a month to start. This blow was tantamount to a blow to the head, and the hope that had just been ignited suffered a fatal blow. Jody cheered up, stood on tiptoe and patted Quirrell's shoulder. It's okay, I've already sent the letter. Maybe Mr. Scamander will reply soon. Hagrid, can you also write a letter later? I also want to send a letter to Miss Tina's book. It's a bit awkward for me to write it. Of course, I'll do this when I get back, Hagrid assured. Excuse me for bothering you. Jody expressed his thanks and continued to comfort Quirrell. It really doesn't work. We haven't found any signs that the asylum will not last for a month, right? We can also write to Dumbledore and say maybe he will come back soon. After all, Quirrell had just vented his anger and didn't intend to continue to feel disappointed. At least we know that the underground palace is indeed a method. Excuse me for your rest, Professor Sprout. If you have any other clues, please tell me. Can the house elf responsible for taking care of me find where I am? I have to go back to the temporary bunkhouse and tell Master Flamel and write to Mr. Dumbledore. Wait a moment, Professor Quirrell. Sprout stopped Quirrell, who was about to leave in despair, and quickly turned back into the office and took out a bottle of medicine. Drink it, I'll watch you drink it. She ordered in an unquestionable tone. Drink it and then go to bed after writing the letter. My child, look at your face, you can't do anything well with this look. Thing. Master Lemay, don't speak too carefully today, he will understand that you have done a good job, you have to have a good rest, you know? Quirrell's eye circles suddenly turned red, and his nose twitched a little. Thank you, Professor. I will do it. In terms of age, Sprout was definitely Quirrell's elder. She gently hugged Quirrell's shoulders, hoping to bring him some comfort. Go, kid. In the eyes of a qualified teacher, his students will always be his students, and a qualified teacher will never let his students find themselves in a desperate predicament, regardless of whether the predicament is academically related or not. The image of Professor Sprout suddenly became much taller in Jody's eyes. Most of the professors at Hogwarts are worthy of respect. It's not because these talents become noble at Hogwarts, but because of their existence that Hogwarts becomes unique in the wizarding world. Hagrid struggled for a long time, and finally just tried his best to relax and pat Quirrell's back, making a bang-bang sound. Fortunately, Quirrell could feel Hagrid's thoughts, and he looked at the little giant gratefully. Separating from Hagrid at the crossroads, it was almost time for Jody to go back to bed. I don't know how to express my gratitude, Jody. Before leaving, Quirrell squatted down in front of Jody, letting his eyes be below Jody. I am really an immature adult. I can't be as calm as you, and I can't be as strong as you. Thank you for being with me at this time. I always don't know what to do. Humans are animals that are very good at summarizing experiences, Quirrell. I used to panic, and I was always at a loss. You just have too little experience. If you were like me, you always have to find ways to save yourself. If you were like me, you not only need to save yourself but also always need to fish other people ashore. You will understand that panic cannot solve any problems, and letting your emotions go will only make everything worse. Oops. By then, you will be used to being calm, used to being restrained, and used to pretending to be strong. Thinking about these words in his mind, Jody saw some past events in Quirrell's forced smile. His young body was easily moved by emotions. When he relaxed for a moment, he looked tearful and embarrassed. Damn it, why are you trying to stir things up when you have nothing to do? Didn't I tell you that if you make a mistake, I will come to help you? Quirrell then laughed. Obviously he is a brat, but he is surprisingly reliable. Don't rub my head. Jody hid the sorting hat in his arms and ran into the common room. The Slytherins he met along the way pretended not to see him even if they noticed him. Middle ordered the Slytherins to stop contacting you. Why didn't you tell me that you were from the Malfoy family? When Gibbs told Jody that day, Jody was shocked. That night, everyone saw it during the dream competition. Mytail told us that it was the curse that Mr. Malfoy asked you to bring in. Oh my god, your plan is so terrifying. I really believe that you are a non-pure-blooded guy. To sum up, no one in Slytherin has caused trouble to Jody. As for the non-pure-blood faction, Jody believes that some rumors should not be able to shake Oakley's trust in him, while the remnants of the heretics have no confidence in Oakley. Loyalty has reached an extreme level. Some things have come to an end, and some journeys are about to begin. Jody sat on the edge of the bed and took out the bottle containing the Requiem. Maybe you should also relax and have a peaceful sleep? In the end, it was still the night where the two consciousnesses were split apart by the spiritual consciousness division technique, and they spent the night alternately. Jody gave himself plenty of reasons to be lax but ultimately chose to be cautious. Most of the semester has passed. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I failed in the last few months? Even if it's just to get results, I shouldn't let it go. But now that the Slytherins were no longer tossing around, Jody's mentality was different after all, and he felt psychologically better rested than usual the next morning. Hagrid came to him not long after the second period ended. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, he saw Hagrid waving to him. There's no way Hagrid is too conspicuous. Jody. Hagrid saw Jody approaching and spoke first, but he was startled by the loud voice he spoke. He covered his mouth and looked around guiltily, then lowered his voice and continued, "It's strange. Where did Professor Luo go? I don't usually come to the castle during school hours and I just found out that he hasn't been in the office for a long time." Hearing Hagrid's question, Jody immediately grasped the key point. "Have you thought of anything useful?" "Yes, about the underground palace. There should be a second entrance to the underground palace." Hagrid's voice was full of excitement. That entrance will definitely not be closed. Maybe we can give it a try. The previously calm state of mind suddenly became unstable again. Jody walked forward without hesitation and said, "Follow me." "Jody, you have classes later." "Gibbs, help me ask the professor for leave. I have classes all day today. Just say I'm sick. If you don't see me tomorrow, just continue." What? Hurry up. The gravity spell held up his weight, and Jody ran forward in a hurry. At the same time, the magic power sent out a signal to summon the house elf Lum. "The entrance you mentioned, why is there a second entrance?" Jody asked as the crowd gradually thinned out and turned around the deserted stairs. Hagrid also has a character that can't hide his words. When Jody asked him, he immediately spoke out. "I remembered that Mr. Scamander once talked to me. I asked him how he captured the dark wizard Grindelwald. He once mentioned that he had a handheld device with an invisible extension spell. The box has more space than several Quidditch pitches." Of course, Jody knows about that box. Thinking of the exaggerated space in the movie that is so big that it can be used to open a safari park, the answer comes to mind. Mr. Scamander uses that suitcase to protect the creatures he rescues, even some large magical animals or some extremely difficult dark creatures. Hagrid continued to introduce the box. "He has used it many times." He mentioned that the support of the suitcase was the wisdom he borrowed from Hogwarts, and I always thought he was referring to the teachings of Dumbledore and the others. No wonder he finally returned the suitcase to the school. The sense of anticipation was overwhelming. "You mean he returned it to the school?" No wonder Jody wasn't excited. "That's Senior Newt's kind of box that grows sniffles." "Yes, although I'm not sure yet. It should be clear if I let Professor Quirrell and Professor Sprout take a look." He led Hagrid and the two of them in a hurry to Quirrell's office. The house elf stood guard at the door and opened the door for them respectfully. Quirrell must have just come out of the office. He was holding a pile of books and holding the Marauders map in his hand. "Is there really a second entrance?" Jody nodded heavily. "Let's verify it." The incident involved Professor Sprout from the Underground Palace, who had to participate in this operation. For this reason, she had to take a 7th-year Hufflepuff out of class and let him take on the responsibility of teaching. Fortunately, for the potions class, the teacher's absence occasionally happens, and Professor Sprout often needs to be busy taking care of the ecological environment around the school. There are always considerate students around her who are willing to help her share her burdens. Since Mr. Scamander's suitcase is stored in Hogwarts, it naturally has to be placed in the safest place. The Hogwarts storage room is located on the 4th floor, in the innermost corridor on the right. Restricted area. Master Nico Flamel doesn't know how old he is, and his thin bamboo pole-like limbs seem to have no strength at all. The way he moved forward was more like floating, and Jody wasn't even sure he saw where the Master's feet were. Fortunately, Master Flamel is of the lawful camp, although he is not very friendly. Everyone turned into the forbidden corridor, and Jody arrived at the copy map of Harry Potter vs. Two-Face a year in advance. At this time, there are no three-headed dogs guarding the restricted area, but the troublesome curse spell still exists. Judging from the method of breaking the curse, Jody is very doubtful about how next year's three little ones will pass through this place. Or are they just taking advantage of the forerunners? Walking down the treasure room through the downward stairs, the stone wall cracked open during the command to reveal the innermost secret room. Jody saw the shabby suitcase placed in the glass display window at a glance. The old-style boxes are now obsolete, but Jody still sees boxes like this in the trash. When things came to an end, he flinched a little, and Quirrell looked at everyone nervously. Jody nodded encouragingly, and then when he went to get the box, he remembered something and took out the sorting hat that was folded up in his arms. Professor Sprout discovered the sorting hat the night before, but thinking of Dumbledore's childlike innocence and Professor Quirrell's indifference, she chose not to ask more questions. As soon as the sorting hat touched Jody's forehead, he started shouting at the top of his lungs, "You brat, you actually got me together. You wouldn't want a bunch of first-grade kids to treat you like a toy." Jody defended slightly. The sorting hat did not continue to dwell on this matter, and everyone's attention was attracted by the box on the ground. Quirrell drew a circle around the box with his wand, then raised his head and looked at Master Flamel. "There is no problem with the ban outside, shall we open it here?" The master nodded, and Quirrell opened the box. There are no additional spells attached to the box. The thin box seems to be connected to another space. Of course, the inner wall of the box cannot be seen from top to bottom, but an escalator connects to the darkness below. Quirrell fired a fluorescent spell downwards, and the messy workshop under the thick dust quietly waited for the visitors. "Professor Quirrell, I think maybe you can let me go down first," Hagrid suggested, stopping Quirrell from raising his legs to step into the box. The innate advantages of the hybrid giant made him confirm that he was the one with the thickest health bar here. The kind-hearted Hagrid believed that he had the obligation to take on the most dangerous job. Quirrell hesitated, but Professor Sprout said, "Where is your umbrella, Hagrid?" "Oh, Professor Sprout, I'm bringing it with me." Hagrid looked a little frightened. "Take it out and leave the initial exploration to you." From Jody's perspective, Hagrid should be quite happy. "Okay, you may need some help with some spells. I'll make the mouth of this box bigger. If you get in danger, call me and we'll pull you out." As he spoke, everyone except Master Flamel took out their wands. Jody also squeezed his own wand, wondering whether Hagrid could pull it by himself due to his size. The main reason is that the resistance of the hybrid giant to the lazy demon is more troublesome. "I'm ready," Hagrid finally confirmed as he looked at the magically enlarged opening of the box. Then he jumped down. There was a heavy landing sound. If Jody remembered correctly, the room below should have wooden floors. Will it be crushed this time? "It's safe down there. It's similar to the underground palace, and seems to be more stable. I'll light the fire and you can come down." After a while, Jody was standing in the small studio. There are bottles and jars of various sizes on the cabinet, and there are a lot of paper notes on the table. The ink bottle with a quill on the side has its lid open, as if it is still waiting for its owner to return. As far as Senior Newt is concerned, it would be weird if he left things too clean, right? Remembering the legends recorded in the Book of Prophecy, even if you are reborn, can you still not fully watch all the wonderful things? Jody felt a little regretful for a moment, but then he was amused by his own thoughts. The threat of Voldemort is not enough. Is he also planning to face Grindelwald? "Aren't you very sad, kid?" The voice of the sorting hat appeared at the right time to interrupt Jody's sensationalism. "I should lock my brain pretty well, right?" Jody asked uncertainly. "Ha, your face directly shows what you were thinking. Time. I always hope that I can forget those years, but there is always no way. Oh, I keep watching the little milk bag grow into a big beard year after year. Why does time always destroy good things?" Mordrea also came out to chat at the right time. With these two big guys in his mind, it was difficult for Jody to maintain a serious mood. But he is not the protagonist of today's adventure. Quirrell's acquiescence allowed Jody to follow him, and he also spent some time explaining to Professor Sprout. The experience of the underground palace was definitely not harmful to Jody, and everyone's exploration this time should not be too bad. Big danger. Quirrell deliberately made the Marauder's map so that only Jody could open it, even though Jody knew for sure that they had obtained a conversion ring that could replace Parseltongue. "Sia is sizzling, Sai is sizzling, show your ambition, Slytherin." Jody poked his neck with his wand. He had already mastered the animagus transformation, and with the help of the magic brought by Mordrea is extremely effective. Jody's magic skills are enough to achieve a mild incomplete transformation. After all, it just awakens the vocal habits of some snakes, so the difficulty is not that exaggerated. The Marauder's map has been improved and completed in the hands of the two masters, and the newly added paper allows the magic circle to be displayed more comprehensively. "We have been looking for information about the underground palace inside the 7-layered door early in the morning. There are indeed some very high-level core magic circles here. But before going out, we have to confirm where in the underground palace we are going," Quirrell explained while busy with what he was doing. A handwritten book of the same brand as Jody's Christmas gift flew out of his shoulder bag, which was obviously cast by a traceless expansion charm, and lay flat on several blackboards. Several quills floated in place, ready to help their owners calculate the correct answer. Need help? Master Flamel asked uncertainly. Quirrell shook his head. It's just a simple search, I can do it. It may take a while. Then Hagrid and I will go out and take a look first. The underground palace in winter is very dangerous. It's even more so since the elemental ring collapsed. Hagrid, come and help me. Professor Sprout didn't intend to keep an eye on it. Looking at the dense magic circle that made her dizzy, she felt a little dizzy looking at that thing despite her different profession. Hagrid held the torch and led the way. The two of them passed through the workshop and found the door. They made quite a noise when they opened the door. It seemed like a typhoon was blowing outside, and Jody confirmed that he heard the sound of an explosion. The Ring of Elements was a new term, and Quirrell was not allowed to get closer to the magic circle with 7 doors, which made Jody want to follow Professor Sprout to see other scenery in the underground palace. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Mr. Sorting Hat, right? Nico Flamel took advantage of his free time and walked up to Jody and took the initiative to say hello to the hat on Jody's head. A perfect junior tone. Only then did Jody remember that according to his seniority, the hat on his head was indeed the elder of Master Flamel, who was only a few hundred years old. The folds that resembled the mouth of the Sorting Hat grinned. You finally finished it. I still remember the past events you asked me about as if they happened yesterday. There are disadvantages to having a good memory, right? Master Flamel's face without much flesh seemed to be covered only by a thin layer of skin. He tried hard to control the severely degenerated nerves on his face and showed an unattractive smile. You are joking, but I often do it for things that I can't remember, and I feel distressed. Until the end, can immortality and immortality still not be able to coexist? The Sorting Hat sighed. Jody noticed that the topic was at a level that he couldn't even understand. The smile disappeared from Nico Flamel's face, and then he showed the stone covered under his robe. Unprepared, Jody immediately stared at the dark red stone and could no longer take his eyes away. SSR level alchemy item, magic stone. I didn't believe it when you first advised me, but I realized it later. Only things that don't change can be immortal. As long as the mind is still running and ideas are constantly being covered over and over again, there will always be things that change. We can only continue to fill and replace it with other things. It seemed that even talking for a long time would make him tired. Master Flamel's voice became quieter and quieter at the end of a paragraph, as if it was coming from a distance. So since you can maintain it for so long without breaking down, you're stuffing. The Sorting Hat aroused curiosity. Haha, it's a little trick. I took your status as a reference, but I didn't do it very well. I don't have much time. Jody was attracted by the content of the topic. I'm sorry, sir, you mean? My young friend, you may not understand these things when I tell you, but in fact, for people of my age, death may be a better destination. Nico Flamel said because of Jody's nervousness. I felt relieved, and there was a touch of envy in my eyes. Jody really couldn't understand. Isn't it bad to be alive? The magic power that was detected pushed back Mordrea, who wanted to eavesdrop. This topic was not suitable for her. Immortality is a curse. You may understand it if you see it more. If time cannot take away your life, it will always find ways to take away other things from you, and even take away your identity as a human being. When your thinking gradually separates from living things, when you clearly feel that your thoughts are beginning to escape your control, you will understand that there are some things more terrifying than death. The closer you are to the source and the longer you are with the source, the more severe the burn will be. The Sorting Hat pondered for a moment. Perhaps I can recommend you to come to Hogwarts and transform into a member of the Guardian Spirits with me? Aren't we studying the Palace of the Holy Spirit? Master Flamel said with a smile, forget it, that's not suitable for me. If I were willing to give up the human posture and transform into other forms, or be willing to leave here and go to other worlds, I wouldn't. It's been wasted so far. Jody seized the opportunity to interject and ask, did we just talk about the root? Does it mean that the content of the Philosopher's Stone is the legendary root magic? The root is the original power of the world. Theoretically, everything born based on this world can be reproduced through the power of the root, and even things that have never existed can be created. Master Flamel slowly explained, it is true that using the power of the root to fill life may be the best choice, but now no one can withstand the impact of the power of the root. What I can use is only the defective product converted by the power of the source, which is a twisted thing. As for the magic stone, it is a necessary conversion in order to make it stable. Hey, don't underestimate the power of God, kid. The Sorting Hat also mocked on Jody's head. If you touch the source rashly, the most likely thing is before you react. He was completely swallowed up by the original consciousness and absorbed by the will of the world. Jody nodded in agreement with a look of fear. My magic career has just begun, and I still have to move forward with awe and steadfastness in the future. The topic gradually came to an end, and Master Flamel did not say much about his arrangements for himself. And it is obviously rude to ask more questions about someone who is planning to end his immortal life. Jody comforted the angry Mordrea, but unexpectedly at this moment, Master Flamel suddenly made a suggestion that Jody had never thought of. Want to touch and see the Philosopher's Stone? Ha! At that moment, Jody even thought that Nico Flamel was reading his mind. I think I do understand what we are looking for. Quirrell finished at a bad time. Jody almost touched the stone that contained endless secrets. While tidying up the temporary desk he had spread out, Quirrell nodded to Master Flamel. there is no big mistake in our inference. It's time to get to work. I have been to the underground palace before, and the main area of the underground palace is not as beautiful as here. This was Quirrell's sigh after walking out of the studio. The sky is gray and dark yellow, with constant thunder and lightning in the dust. The magical landscape painted on the oil paper scattered on the ground is still vivid after so many years. Jody is a little worried that he will fall into the bushes when he steps on it. Looking through the book of prophecies in his memory, Jody followed the crowd through the grassland where a group of moon-crazed beasts once roamed. Jody picked up some silver eggshells in an abandoned bird's nest on one side. Further forward, there is a water channel built with masonry structure. Going down the dry pool, there is no trace of the horse-shaped water monster anymore. A very clever technique, just like Joyce's map. Due to the presence of two unaware people, Quirrell did not elaborate on the Marauder's map. Mr. Scamanda interpreted the structure of the elemental ring and then made an extra part to insert into it. This part is relatively independent and can attract the elements of the main magic circle for his own use. The underground palace is Hufflepuff's workshop. We all know that the Lord is good at elemental magic. The magic of the elements is connected to the root. The purer the element, the more it will affect the state of the soul. This should be the place Helga Hufflepuff used to help her stabilize elemental magic. Here, the adult built the elemental ring with the help of the 4 basic elements. Jody confirmed that he had listened very hard but still couldn't quite understand. Studying history, we can find clear documents recording the cause of Hufflepuff's death. She died from the magic backlash after the war, and her heavily elementalized body eventually collapsed. Alas, Sprout, the headmaster of the Hufflepuff branch, sighed regretfully. Sir, I don't quite understand. It's a student's duty to ask questions when he doesn't understand. After tugging on the sorting hat in his mind for a long time, Jody confirmed that he still had to ask Quirrell himself if he wanted to get the answer. Quirrell saw his raised hand and explained patiently, I may need your help later, Jody. Let me put it simply. The 4 basic elements make up the world, but once the purity of the 4 elements is very high, it will automatically begin to breed the will of the world. In order to avoid being contaminated by world consciousness, magicians at that time were accustomed to using media to cast spells within restrictions. Then why do people still practice elemental magic? Jody raised doubts. To practice elemental magic, you first need a medium, and then you need to use all 4 series of media to create a ring of elements. However, the Shanian era had just ended at that time, and after the rules were changed, the wizards could no longer condense the rings of elements. But in that era, the fallen, the dark creatures and evil spirits born from the gods are too powerful. Looking up at the epics of ancient times, Quirrell was a little excited for a moment. In that era, the first consideration was whether you could survive today, and then whether you could survive. Hufflepuff is a very gentle person, she is not willing to watch others suffer, and she is the one with the talent and ability. So, the underground palace is a place used to build the ring of elements. Helga did not give up her life easily. The place we are in is composed of 4 elemental palaces. It is the gradual collapse of these palaces that has caused the instability here. Be careful. Just as he was talking, everyone had already reached the edge of Scamanda's studio area. The huge rocks flying past were like a speeding locomotive. Fortunately, those present were not ordinary people. Professor Sprout just raised his wand, and after a flash of silver light, the huge stone disappeared. Without time to be surprised, Jody was transfixed by what he saw. The flowing flames formed a curtain of light at the end of the gaze. The gravel rolled by the airflow and the sky was contaminated with flames from nowhere and connected into stars like sparks of fire. They then collided with large rocks while flying at high speed. There are huge boulders the size of hills floating around, fixed by countless golden light links. There are countless black dots in the flashing characters, fluttering their wings and flying through the gravityless hovering liquid. They are the Igna elves. The druids call them the descendants of the flame. Hagrid was happy to tell the curious people what those little guys were. This kind of place can easily give birth to some elven creatures and elemental life forms. I guess you already know which direction we are going? Jody's original confidence in protecting himself in the elemental storm gradually retreated, and he looked up at Quirrell. I saw Quirrell's expression of being fascinated by this. The Palace of the Holy Spirit can only exist in that place, we have to fly there. Me? Professor Sprout nodded, the wand in her hand, and cast a questioning look. She had obviously guessed their destination from previous exchanges. Quirrell nodded. Excuse me. Professor Sprout waved the wand in her hand, and earth elements were attracted from a distance and gathered into a huge lump of earth in front of her. What's strange is that the color of this lump of soil seems to be lighter than ordinary soil, and it has a strange elasticity after adhering to each other. The seed sprouted in the center of the lump of soil. Tangman poked out the soil and broke the clod. Jody thought for a moment that the spell had failed. Unexpectedly, the green branches and leaves began to grow crazily, and after gathering together, they formed 6 pages of huge wings. The soil part was pinched into the shape of a disc due to the changes in magic power. The head of a bear made of clay at the front looks nondescript. Come up, Jody, we have to rely on it to fly over, Quirrell said as he rushed up. Perhaps it was because Jody had little experience. When Hagrid stepped on the floating disc with no visible wings and it sank sharply downwards, his distrust reached its peak. Why don't we go there on a broomstick? Mrs. Hodge said that a broomstick is the vehicle that best guarantees flight speed and spell casting requirements. Haha, Dumbledore once said that my trick looked terrible. Professor Sprout was not angry, he just laughed at himself. Professor Sprout's scavenger vine plus the earth condensation curse is definitely safer than running around on a broom by yourself. Quirrell urged, hurry up, Jody. Reluctantly, Jody jumped onto the platform, clutching Hagrid's coat tightly. The slowly flapping vine leaf wings and octopus tentacles began to slowly squirm, and the platform jumped in the direction of flying towards the chaotic elemental storm. Last time you came down to the underground palace, you discussed with me about the Ring of Elements and Ravenclaw. Sprout controlled the platform to pass through a hailstorm, and the floating spell held up by Quirrell bounced off those tennis ball-sized objects. Bing Twazi. Yes, according to historical records, if the Ring of Elements had been perfected earlier, Hufflepuff would not have died so early. Among the 4 founders, she was the earliest to leave, and the youngest when she left. So I think it was Ravenclaw who completed the Circle of Elements, and I already know how she ended up completing it. The 4 basic elements of water, fire, wind, and earth constitute the world. After Shanian, there was an additional element on top of the 4 elements to connect them. This element is the key to forming the Ring of Elements in the underground palace. Spiritual element. After narrowing the scope, it is not difficult to find the Holy Spirit Palace hidden in the underground palace through observation. After all, Quirrell already knows a lot about the 7 doors. The spiritual palace represents the 4 major palaces of the spiritual structure that attract elements floating around it, allowing the balanced elements to form reincarnation. The reason for the collapse of the elemental ring is unbelievable. The long-standing peace at Hogwarts caused the collapse of the elemental ring. It is not difficult to understand with a little explanation. When Hogwarts was first founded, Hufflepuff would always use the underground palace to provide shelter for the members of the school at that time. As one of the original basic structures of the 7 doors, the underground palace afforded the responsibility for supporting protective forces. Therefore, the 4 elements in the palace that year were active and full of magic power. But later, as the 7 doors were gradually perfected, and as the number of Gryffindor disciples increased day by day, the underground palace gradually retreated from the front line and became a supplier of energy. Later, as people gradually forgot about it, the palaces of the 4 elements became deserted, but the palace of the Holy Spirit has always echoed with the many souls in the castle and grown stronger day by day. I'm afraid Ravenclaw never thought that the Palace of Elements would be dragged backwards by the Palace of Holy Spirit, causing it to collapse. As the Earth platform gradually approached, a large number of elven creatures attacked the invaders. Hagrid kept waving his big umbrella, and the vines that popped up from time to time on the platform were like the long tongue of a lizard, which could stick to large monsters with every swing. Jody reached out his mage's hand and grabbed an elf out of curiosity. This monster had pointed ears and limbs as delicate and fragile as chopsticks. After finding it difficult to break free, it started to spontaneously combust, burning itself into a pile of ash before Jody's eyes. Strictly speaking, phoenixes are also a type of elves. Master Limay next to Jody said to clear up Jody's doubts, this kind of life is born from elements and returns to elements. As long as the elements exist, they will continue to regenerate. Birth, so the definition of life and death is rather ambiguous. There are not many elemental palaces that can reach such a concentration. Professor Quirrell said before that I can help with this journey. I'm afraid it has something to do with the 4 elemental palaces, right? Yes, you are very smart. Master Limay looked a little lazy, and the strong elemental aura seemed to be very useful to him. There is a building with other uses hidden outside the Holy Spirit Palace. According to the inference, there is the key to the trial. Hearing this, Jody subconsciously raised his eyes to look for it, but unfortunately he only saw the 4 elements of the elements that were colliding with each other in the riot, and the creatures close to the various elements that were reveling in the chaos. It's not here, you can't see it. It's locked on the outside of the 7 doors together with the Palace of the Holy Spirit. Jody waited interestingly for a moment before continuing to explain the brilliance of the Palace of the 4 elements. Covering it up is a very clever technique. If you don't wake it up according to the 7-layer door method, you won't be aware of its existence at all. So what do you need me to do? Just as he was talking, the Earth platform floated above a huge ruins. The 4 major elements correspond to 4 positions and a priest is needed to preside over the formation. Quirrell explained while writing the last stroke in his notebook, I have basically figured out the way to unlock the magic power. Next we need to perform a ritual, so I need media at 4 elemental levels. Then just continue to arrange everything properly. Master Limay led Jody down from the platform. The elder naturally held Jody's hand, making the latter a little uncomfortable. It is always inevitable to be treated like a child. Jody. Quirrell seemed to want to give some instructions but hesitated. Under Nico Flamel's urging, he turned around and went to the center of the ruins, taking out a lot of equipment to position the magic circle. Jody felt like she was being sold. Fortunately, the things that actually require his help are not dangerous. The 4 major palaces require 4 wizards to locate them. Hagrid is close to the fire element, and Professor Sprout is the earth element. The remaining 2 positions are naturally it takes both of us to take responsibility. Sorry sir, what do I have to do? You don't have to be a child, just hold this stone and stand where you are needed. As he said this, Nico Flamel put the magic stone into Jody's hand. What? But, holding the stone in his hands, Jody clearly felt unstable. Try using your magic power, just give it a try and nothing will go wrong. The Sorting Hat muttered in Jody's ear, and his voice was so evil that it seemed like it had devil horns coming out of it. Is it really okay to leave it to me? Jody calmed down and controlled his raging desire. Nico Flamel smiled confidently. Don't worry, after so many years together, I can still control it even if it leaves my hands. With it, I can ensure that you will not be in danger. The more powerful some things are, the simpler they become. The Philosopher's Stone happens to be one of them. That you may try to use magic to touch it. Although it is only the source of deterioration, it may bring you some inspiration. Jody is still a little unsure, but since Master Flamel has repeatedly invited, he discovered his magic power. The magic stone in his hand lost its dark color and became redder and redder under the manipulation of magic power. Jody felt like a long dry kettle was suddenly filled with a large mouthful of cool liquid. The red liquid was as mellow, sweet and intoxicating as wine. At that moment Jody even thought he could do anything, but the next moment he pulled out his magic power. Master Flamel's hand that was about to touch his shoulder retracted, his eyes full of praise. You actually got out of it on your own. Jody gasped, sweat dripping from his dry forehead. What is that? Similar to the original substitute, the filler I chose is a blood soul that is higher than the human soul. That although it is an artificial soul, things of that level have some corrosive capabilities. They are not little wizards of your level. It can be mastered. But don't touch it by yourself without the supervision of an elderly person. Water element affinity. I seem to feel a trace of the fire element hidden deep in your soul. An amazing talent. Pennants were placed all over the platform, and Quirrell unwrapped a large roll of wool to measure the flow of magic power. To ensure nothing went wrong, he also hung a lot of magical props on those yarns. Oh, I got my own place and went up. This is the place of the water element. You can just stay here. The master's inconvenient movements made him look naive, and his stiff but always smiling expression diluted the weirdness about him. He moved and ran towards the last vacant position. Pay attention to those thin lines, they will become very beautiful in a while. After arranging Hagrid and Sprout to stand, Quirrell raised his wand and looked nervously at the notes he had jotted down. Are you ready? After getting a positive answer, he waved the magic wand in his hand. As Quirrell's wand fell, all the wool wrapped around Jody's feet melted. The soil around the thread was washed away by the elements, and soon a circle of clear liquid surrounded Jody. Along the wool, the water droplets flow upward. At the same time, a breeze surrounded Nico Flamel, and flames played at Hagrid's feet. The earth element flows without deviation along the route marked by the wool, and the lines eroded by the elements turn into dust and are dismantled in circles. The waterline in front of Jody's eyes was relatively more beautiful, and the wool turned into countless snowflakes as it scattered in all directions. The 4 series of elements circled around the ruins, and the elemental creatures that were originally running around were attracted by the elements and shuttled back and forth in the network that coiled half of the sky. Jody made sure he heard their laughter correctly, and in the sky illuminated by the elements, a huge black shadow is slowly taking shape. Coming. Following Quirrell's warning, the elements on the ground sprang up and spread upwards, climbing on everyone's clothes. Quirrell stretched out his arms and seemed to be pulling downwards towards the sky. The elemental threads merged into one body in contact with each other, and the hovering elves made a large circle under the colorful disc. Jody could hear the chorus of the elves. The ancient syllables seemed to be able to mobilize emotions in the human body, as if something was about to break through the chest. In the excitement, the black shadow in the sky kept falling, and finally hit the colorful disc. The disc shattered, and a rain of light began to fall. Jody saw a leaf of light drifting past in front of his eyes, and followed it down with his eyes. When he looked back, the huge building had already appeared in his sight. The pure white temple floated above them, and with the appearance of the Holy Spirit Palace, the surrounding elves fell silent. Most of them threw themselves into the white light above the Holy Spirit Palace, while a few hurriedly escaped and fled into the darkness where the light could not affect them. Is this the Palace of the Holy Spirit? Jody was confused and subconsciously hid the wand in his hand. What you see is just a carrier. The real Palace of the Holy Spirit is in the white light above. Quirrell explained, and some of the sundries he had taken out before were gathered together and submerged into his handbag under the guidance of the wand, so there is no need to do this nervous. Ha ha ha, look at you, it's like you're worried about your candy being stolen. The Sorting Hat laughed loudly in Jody's head. In short, there is nothing wrong with being cautious. So now that the Palace of the Holy Spirit has appeared, what appears in the middle of the ruins is naturally the location of the legendary trial. What is this? The courtyard wall enlarged in front of his eyes, and the strong sense of familiarity made Jody a little confused. The handwriting on the dilapidated tombstone is difficult to read, and the collapsed tomb reveals what was buried inside. Some remains have even been exposed to the outside. Maybe some naughty elemental creature causing chaos? Cemetery. Quirrell was also a little confused, but then he was relieved. It is said that Rowena and Helga are very good friends. Maybe this place was set up by Ravenclaw to commemorate their friends. Are you guessing whether there are any treasures in these tombs? The Sorting Hat muttered in Jody's ear maliciously. In our time, there was a tradition of carrying funeral objects. After all, before and after the year of Shanayan, as long as the soul is not broken, it can be saved. No one knows whether a friend who died the day before can overcome death and return to the body. Jody forcibly averted his gaze to prevent himself from imagining rummaging through a tomb. As long as it is a game, there is a setting of opening boxes to find loot, but this is reality after all, and the people buried in this place should be the ancestors of the school. It seems not worth losing your moral integrity for something that is hundreds of years ago. Everyone walked towards the chapel deep in the cemetery. Hagrid suddenly fell one step behind and guarded Jody. Professor Sprout was on guard. But Master Flamel just stretched his neck out of curiosity. Quirrell suddenly looked strange. He walked forward quickly, raised his wand, and burned whatever was hanging on the church door. What is that? Quirrell's movements were so fast that Hagrid couldn't see clearly what the black curls were. Quirrell waved his wand to disperse the ashes on the ground, then raised his head and explained to the people behind him, "That's a piece of snakeskin, maybe left by Salazar. It's normal for purebloods to have resentment against the seven doors." Jody was a little confused. What kind of snakeskin could be kept for so long without rotting? Master Flamel stepped forward to observe. "Time has taken away my sensitivity and magic perception. If I see it correctly, there are restrictions on this door to prevent some people from entering. It should be someone who was refused the door. It's probably the ill will left by foreign students." Then. Shall we go in? Quirrell asked tentatively. "No, I think we should take a break to eat something, or even take a short nap." Sprout objected firmly. "It's already very late according to the time. Don't forget that there are still first-year students here." "No, I'm not trapped, Professor," Jody said loudly to show that he was still holding on. "It's a pity that the professor has no intention of adopting his opinion. Just like Grandma thinks you are cold, you are cold." As he spoke, Sprout had already begun to set up camp. However, after resting, everyone's spirits were obviously much better. After reorganizing his formation, Quirrell stared at the door with a gap open in a daze, while Jody was wondering how this door, which looked like the chain was missing, restricted the entry of others. After all, Quirrell raised his hand and pressed it on the door frame. The next moment, Jody felt a large amount of mist pouring in from outside his eyes and into his sight. The sky was covered with darkness, and a full moon appeared above Jody's head. Under the moonlight, the Holy Spirit Palace was lit with fire, and the sound of singing hymns kept coming. When he came back to his senses, all the elders around him were gone. Mordria, Jody quickly called the two resident souls in his mind. "Where is this place?" Mordria's voice sounded normal. I thought you couldn't get in." The Sorting Hat looked in disbelief. Logically speaking, a young wizard of this age is absolutely not qualified to enter the Soul Sacrifice Temple. "Do you know where this place is?" Jody and Mordria asked in unison. The Sorting Hat then clapped on Jody's head. "Of course, I watched it being built bit by bit. In the centuries after Helga's death, I often followed the first generations of principals to visit her grave." "So where is this place?" Jody asked, but without any hope. This cheap bastard probably won't give a quick answer. "Didn't I just say it? The Temple of Souls. Some poor wizards who died in Hogwarts and had nowhere to go are placed here. There are also many people who have dedicated everything to Hogwarts and regard this place as their hometown. Of course the main thing is to remember Helga Hufflepuff. Then I won't be in any danger, right?" Jody helped the Sorting Hat grasp the key points. Then I don't know." The Sorting Hat decisively threw away the important point in his hand. "This is a trial for the gatekeepers, and only those who are approved can enter the Hall of Remembrance. By the way, passing here is equivalent to gaining preliminary approval from Ravenclaw. So the trial is not easy at all." Upon hearing this, Jody couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. "But just have fun. This is a temple that only priests and above are eligible to enter. Don't do anything out of the ordinary in order to break through the restrictions and injure yourself." Jody didn't answer. All his attention was on the church door in front of him. The crack in the door that Quirrell had pushed open a little wider was completely pushed open by him. In the pure black room in front of him, blue flames exploded on the top of the stone pillars. Right in front, a familiar old man was waiting for him. Jody looked surprised when he saw the man's face clearly. "Professor Binns." "Nick, why are you here? Where are the others?" Under the same full moon, Hagrid, standing at the door of the temple, looked at the smiling ghost in front of him in surprise. The leather armor still looked the same as it did in the ghost class that day. It was the ghost of the Gryffindor branch, nearly headless Nick. "Hey, I haven't seen the big guy for a while. Is everything okay outside?" "There's nothing wrong with it. The students are still in the same spirit. It's just that Dumbledore has left the school and the teachers are a little wary." Seeing the familiar people, Hagrid didn't seem to be at all defensive. Fortunately, it was Nick who came to pick him up, otherwise he would have suffered a lot if he had started the trial unprepared. The wand in Nick's hand hung downward. He looked at Hagrid's smiling face and shook his head helplessly. You still look so unsuspecting. Do you still remember what the principal said to you the year you were expelled? Hagrid's smile turned wan when he was touched by the sad past. The principal told me that in this world, not what most people insist on must be correct, but if the right person holds the right hand and has no ability to resist, then it can be considered a rescue. It will be very difficult for those who want to do anything. You are the incompetent person, aren't you? The smile on Nick's face suddenly disappeared, and all the playfulness on Nick's originally cynical face suddenly disappeared, leaving only a touch of disgust and condescension. Contempt. Hagrid was confused by the sudden change in the atmosphere. No, I just thought I was calculated, and you also know that person is. Many people are afraid of mysterious people, but I always thought you were not one of them. I just didn't expect it. Hagrid continued to argue. Weak people have to accept it, right? You have a huge body and your innate strength makes you stronger than others, but you are indeed a weak person that you always like to take care of your little animals. Is it because you are the same as them? Who seems to be strong, but is actually the weak one? No, don't be like that, Nick, don't say that. Hagrid's eyebrows lowered, sadness written on his face. I help those magical creatures just because I like it. I never think that they are weak. They are all very important. Live hard, work very hard, but in fact I am not as good as most of them. Even after talking about it, why is this stupid guy still unwilling to grab his own umbrella? Nick sighed secretly. They are just insisting. Is it wrong to insist on their own right, just like what I have always done? As his thoughts accelerated, Hagrid's eyes became a little straight as his brain occupied too much. I was deceived by a bad guy, so do I have to start doubting other innocent people? If I was hurt by others, do I have to be prepared to hurt other people? Hagrid spoke tongue-twisting words and had a hard time clearing up his thoughts in his head. He raised his head and was no longer confused. I am also adhering to my beliefs and working hard. I think my persistence should not be called weak by you. Yes, a hybrid giant. His natural resistance to magic, his natural long lifespan, and his luck in inheriting the talent of a wizard mixed together to form this natural jade. He is by no means a weakling, and his persistence is definitely meaningful. But what about yourself? Nick touched his neck and found a gap there. What about myself, who was denied by the thing that protected her, and even lost her life? What does my persistence mean? Can it be said that she is carrying out her beliefs like him? I can't let you go, Hagrid. Nick interrupted the conversation and stepped back to a suitable distance, a default distance on the duel field. Then he held his wand and issued an invitation to this side. If you want to pass, you have to defeat me, whether it's with words or force. And now it seems that I was foolish to expect your eloquence. Why, do I want to fight you? No, this is impossible. Hagrid was still unable to keep up with the rhythm. But Nick was no longer willing to continue explaining. He took off a small glass bottle from his body. The round bottle contained a liquid that was constantly swirling in the sparkle like a nebula. I chose the most comfortable way of fighting during my lifetime, and the palace of the Holy Spirit helped me restore everything back then. I am not as weak and confused as I was when I was standing here. You have to be careful. No, Nick, you are my friend. You have always talked to me since I was in school. Nick, look at me. So in Hagrid's innocence that seemed to never waver, Nick, who originally wanted to irritate the other person, became irritated and angry. Why can you never be confused like this? But I have been wandering for so many years because of all the things in my life. That's enough, Nick yelled as he threw out the potion in his hand. At the same time, he flicked the magic wand in his hand, and the pale flame was restored and projected by the Holy Spirit Palace and instantly covered the ground. When the glass bottle smashed into Hagrid's body, and when the corrosive drugs began to eat away at Hagrid's demonic stance, Nick understood that what the Holy Spirit said was not wrong. At the moment of death, he betrayed his creed and hated those powerful people who forced him to bear too many burdens. Even though the executioner slashed back and forth many times before cutting off his rigid neck, his strength remained intact even after death. The layer of skin connecting his head and body seemed to be mocking him, and it existed for a long time. Hagrid finally picked up his umbrella, but in the end he didn't make any aggressive moves. He just opened the umbrella, and then made himself as small as possible, hiding himself behind the umbrella. When the door was touched, everyone present was dragged into the secret realm by the magic of the trial, except Sprout. The fat head of the Hufflepuff branch had reflexes that were inconsistent with her size. When she realized that the curse was beginning to spread, she quickly retreated to ensure that someone remained outside the secret realm. At this moment, Sprout, who was still awake, moved the people who had fallen limply to the side and placed them on the floating blankets for everyone to lie down. Hagrid was such a big guy that she had to work hard. Then she carefully approached the door of the chapel with her wand in hand, only to realize that the half-covered door was solidified by magic and could not be opened at all. In fact, when she tapped it with her wand, the sound that came back was not the sound of wood. The sound was as dull as knocking a stone. Nico Flamel's perception has been severely eroded by time. That he can indeed use many spells to make up for it, but he doesn't like the world that is fed back through magic. If you live for a long time, you will always encounter various things. For Master Lime, the appearance of secret realms is not uncommon. As expected, there will be no one to greet me except you. After recognizing the face of the visitor, Nico Flamel felt as if he was seeing an old friend. The person who opened the door for him had no face, with only a protruding nose on his pure white face. When he spoke, it seemed as if all the white light in his body was trembling with the sound. You have been stranded for a long time. Rather than lingering, you might as well choose to become one of us. Master Flamel crossed his hands and touched each other with his 5 fingers, as if he was thinking or simply passing the time. I don't think so, maybe the time has not come yet. Your obsession will always make you feel tired. The Holy Spirit can give you the answer. Do I really want to be the kind of person who is troubled by questions? Master Flamel seemed a little confused, and then he let out a faint laugh. Haha, I think it is better not to have answers to some things, but to have expectations. Isn't it a more beautiful world with feelings? I will join you sooner or later, but maybe not now. Compared with the talkative character of nearly headless Nick, and the Holy Spirit who Nico Flamel thought he could not beat, the bloody Barrow opposite Quirrell was a real man of action. Quirrell usually looks like a nerd and is focused on research, but he is unexpectedly sharp when faced with hostility. The two looked at each other under the cover of night, testing each other with magic under the outer corridor of the temple. The battle is about to begin. From the outside, Barrow seems to be very inconsistent with the concept of a wizard, and the appearance of Gothic armor is somewhat confusing to modern people. But there was indeed such a sect in his time who dressed like this. It was long after the year of Shanian. People had differences in the use of magic, and various sects appeared on the earth. In order to fight against the various monsters that roamed the continent, even people without magic had to try to gain combat capabilities through various means. In that era, curses and mutagenic potions gave birth to many powerful humanoid weapons. When various factions are fully formed, battles between parties are inevitable, and eventually develop into battles between various races and monsters, and internal battles continue to reincarnate, as if they will never stop. During his lifetime, Barrow was a wandering knight who belonged to the notorious exiled Black Coffin Magic Knights. After the knights were besieged and eventually disbanded, he was recruited as a bounty hunter and traveled among the major families. The Magic Knights of that era were famous for their powerful combat capabilities and their reputation for being difficult to deal with. He learned this when Quirrell's magic bombarded Barrow's thick armor. Barrow's wand is equally special. It is different from ordinary short wands, nor is it the magic book of Professor Binns. His wand is a large composite wand. The cane is reinforced with metal-like materials, and the metal cage protects the crystal ball containing high-purity elements. In the middle, the sharp blades surrounding the cage make it clear that its dangers are not just magical. When the frost blew with the wind and rushed toward Quirrell, who had also spent a lot of energy on charms, lowered his wand. Phi Hydra, a very clever spell that makes good use of the huge and mottled amount of elements in the underground palace. The mottled and mixed fire elements gathered and poured into the ground, condensing the spiritual body under the soil. A huge sea snake head emerged from the ground and brought out flames. At the same time, the 6 heads were separated in different positions like a peacock. It continuously spits out a large number of hot fireballs. The continuous attacks forced Barrow to retreat for a while, and the white frost spreading on the staff moved with the wind to form a semicircular passport. Only then did Quirrell have time to cast some spells on himself, such as gravity spells, elemental perception, and weight elimination. He didn't get much free time, because Barrow quickly judged the damage of those flames, reserve some magic power to prevent emergencies, and use his perceptual ability to observe every flame flying towards him. Barrow removed the protection and directly left the defense work to his armor. He jumped up, holding the wand in both hands and smashing it towards Quirrell. If the gravity spell hadn't been applied in time, or if he hadn't been too lazy to use a control spell to offset his own weight, Quirrell might not have had the chance to dodge the sudden intrusion into close combat. Quirrell was like a kite in the air pulled by a thread, swinging away quickly with the magic power. But the ice pick following closely behind him made him confused. Barrow knew very well that he could not allow Quirrell to distance himself. The equipment prepared by the Holy Spirit for him was not complete. Quirrell, who was anxious to get away from his pursuers, was at a loss for the tin can. This is destined to be a very difficult battle. But tough battles don't always take long. When Nico Flamel, the second person to pass the entrance test, walked into the Hall of Remembrance, Quirrell was already standing there. He looked a little tired, and the remaining traces of battle on his body were fully replenished as his spirit body recovered. I think this should be a place to commemorate Helga Hufflepuff. Master Flamel looked around, surrounding the female statue in the middle, and various portraits were placed on the surrounding walls. Most of these portraits can no longer move, and even the few that can still move cannot make the slightest sound. Moving pictures of that era could not record sounds, let alone record thoughts like the collections at Hogwarts. Master Flamel, I knew you could come here. A worried Quirrell nodded in the direction of Flamel, and then went back to observe the prayers on the wall. The formal trial will begin after this. The prohibition on the door selects those who are qualified to sweep the grave, and here are the warnings left for the candidates for the principal. All I have to do is touch it. Master Flamel walked under the statue and reached out to light the candle under the statue. Why don't you come and worship the statue with me, huh? Quirrell turned around in confusion, and then suddenly realized, I have already paid my respects. Nico Flamel looked at the candlelight in front of him. Really, I have checked everything, and the magic circle is operating very well. Quirrell read another prayer at the end, as if he had made up his mind. The trials are all conducted by one person, I will go in first. Naturally, Master Flamel did not stop him. Please do it, I wish you good luck. The next moment, Quirrell, who had entered this space as a spirit, was sucked in by the prayer stone wall. Master Flamel stood under Helga's body, reading the life of the sage inscribed under the statue, remembering those years that had passed too long. The longer you live, the more you feel that life is insignificant. Even if he exists for a long time, it is still so insignificant to time. You could hear a pin drop in the memorial hall for a while, until a brief noise broke the calm. Master Flamel turned around in confusion. Nearly Headless Nick confirmed Hagrid's qualifications, but the two spent too much time communicating. Hagrid woke up first and kept wandering around anxiously. Sprout was not in a hurry, and she repeatedly persuaded Hagrid that the problem would eventually be solved. After what seemed like an eternity, Master Flamel woke up. Seeing the two people's concern, the Master smiled and told about the things behind the door, such as the prayers left by Ravenclaw and the character chronicles written by Helga's best friend. But according to what he said, he was not recognized by the spirit representing Hogwarts in the prayer, nor was he able to receive the blessing of Ravenclaw. I am no longer pure, my soul is filled with too many impure things. Hogwarts will not accept a false soul to bear the fate of Hogwarts. Master Flamel explained this way, his innocent look downplaying the frustration of failure. It's okay, that kid Quirrell is very talented, he will definitely be able to do it. Professor Sprout encouraged everyone. Just as he was talking, Quirrell, who was lying on the other side, suddenly let out a low roar. Everyone was puzzled by his shock. Quirrell's heavy breathing subsided for a long time, and then he slowly hugged his knees and curled up under the gaze of everyone. I failed. Sure enough, the trial won't be that easy. I know that not everyone can shoulder the heavy responsibility of the principal. Hagrid spoke frankly, but Sprout stabbed him as soon as he spoke. It's okay, Professor Quirrell. We have figured out how to overcome the difficulty. If it doesn't work, we can still ask other professors for help. I think Professor McGonagall will definitely be recognized. Quirrell was still disappointed. I'm afraid it won't work. Forcibly opening the Ring of Elements to allow the Palace of the Holy Spirit to appear will consume the energy of the four elemental palaces. We won't be able to hold on here for long. I originally thought that at least Master Flamel would be able to pass. No, maybe there are other ways. At this moment, unexpectedly, Master Flamel put forward a different opinion. You haven't forgotten that there is a child who is still in the secret realm of the trial. Didn't you expect that I would be here to greet you? Professor Bin seemed to have regained some of his human energy and was no longer as lifeless as when he was in the outside world. Jody greeted the professor politely, but what worried him was the little ghost inside the wand. This guy, although Jody could feel her presence, he didn't seem to feel any response from her. Mordrea is not qualified to enter the trial. She is blocked from the outside. The reason why you can still feel her is because of the close relationship between you. Maybe you can listen more carefully. Carefully to feel it. She should indeed be responding to you, but your impatience prevented you from noticing it. Professor Bin's reminder overcame Jody's worries, so he stopped hiding it and simply concentrated on studying his wand. Red Crown. Where are you? Hey, this little ghost. After confirming that the girl was not affected by the Holy Spirit circle, Jody relaxed just like the Sorting Hat said. He didn't have much expectations for this trial. Where are Nick and Barrow? Are they okay? Now that you are here, does it mean that the Holy Spirit does not erase the original personality and memory of the soul as we understand it? Professor Bin shook his head, not knowing which part he was denying. We are all new souls, we just haven't had time to forget it. The rules that bind the Holy Spirit are different from the rules that govern living creatures. The Holy Spirit that exists as a guardian is just a puppet of the will of the world. The Holy Spirit is all about absolute rules and is not something pleasant. Jody nodded as if he understood. So are you representing the Holy Spirit to judge whether I am qualified to enter the temple? Professor Bin shook his head again. No, I can only represent myself. It shouldn't be a trial where I need to defeat you, then I can't stand it. Haha, Jody laughed, but Professor Bin's didn't laugh. Jody then became anxious. What was the structure of spell casting in the era of magic books? He seemed to have seen it in a certain book. There are many ways to defeat, and it doesn't have to be a competition in magic skills. You are my student after all. Maybe you can treat it as a special lesson. Can it really be simply used as a classroom? Students of history of magic basically spend their time catching up on sleep. What do you think of my teaching of history of magic? Professor Binns asked suddenly, and the direction of the topic changed suddenly. Of course. Jody subconsciously wanted to say haha and thought of a few words of flattery. The sense of crisis stopped him from being so casual. He realized that this problem may still have troubled Professor Binns for more than a year or two. He met Professor Binns' eyes and understood how much he cared in his eyes, so he put the words that reached my mouth were swallowed again. People of every era have different advantages. Jody had a correct attitude from the beginning. In his previous life, he thought he was just an ordinary person, and the same is true now. The only things he can use to maintain a certain superiority are the characteristics of the times, which are just borrowed things. The rest is only his own efforts and dedication. It brings him a transcendent status, so staying humble is what he should do. How is the teaching of Professor Binns? This is related to the teaching of Hogwarts. Jody comes from a place where the structure, support, environment, and era are all completely different. The education systems on both sides are as helpless as two species. He didn't dare to speak out loud, and he was not qualified to criticize the way Hogwarts was run. But fortunately, the dividends of the times allowed him to experience a life of information explosion. Intentionally or unintentionally, he accumulated a lot of reading. From the east to the west, from ancient times to modern times, from fantasy to reality to the end of thinking. Jody understands that one cannot simply look at a problem from one angle. What Professor Spencer is questioning now is his own teaching. If Jody agrees with his question, then regardless of whether his trial is successful or not, even if the shelter is finally completed, fix this and all the ghost professors will leave. Jody had to think carefully about this question. Would it be better for someone else to teach Professor Binns' history of magic class? Professor, you told about the Goblin Rebellion last time, and the role that pureblood families played in this rebellion. You told about the origin and ending of the betrayers and rioters, as well as the ending caused by the ridiculous accident. Do you remember it? Fortunately, in the chat after dinner, whether with family or friends, there are many opportunities to talk about history and politics, and Jody has more or less gained some experience. He has to grasp the key points he wants to explain. Professor Binns certainly remembered the course he taught. He nodded. I stayed at Hogwarts during those chaotic years. In order to figure out the truth of the matter, I had to use portraits and other professors to help me. As far as I know, the person who ultimately led to the suspension of the Golden Rebellion in the story was the famous Bach family. This period of history in the textbook is also very different from what you told. I can clearly feel that the Bach family is beautified in the textbook. Why? When the story comes to your mouth, all that's left is the formula that 1 + 1 = 2. You also know that many students think your class is dry. History class is for studying history, not for studying words. Professor Binns was a little dissatisfied, but felt lost because of the reality. As for the dryness, it is difficult for me to find full emotions. Yes, you have touched upon a very important point. History is for studied, but why do the histories we read in books often deviate from the real history? Most of them will clearly point out the mistakes in history. Professor Binns didn't know why, but he still followed Jody's thinking. As long as you take the bait, that's it. Jody nodded with satisfaction. Why can't I hear you mocking one of the parties in your story, nor can I see any malicious slander or any excessive boasting. What you said should be judged by those who read history themselves, not me telling you. As the topic of history gradually deepened, Professor Binns gradually became serious. The meaning of history is to let later generations learn lessons and they will not make mistakes again, instead of picking a loser and ridiculing them to prove their superiority. Even losers are people who affirmed their beliefs and acted for them. Those who sacrificed their lives for their beliefs should not sacrifice their lives for their efforts. And was smeared. Pop, pop, pop. Jody applauded at the right time. Yes, you have hit the point, the value of the deceased. But who cares about the value of the deceased? I will. Professor Binns suddenly lost his composure. He loudly stated his position and waved his arms. It was obvious that he was offended. Yes, you can, so I would like to firmly believe that you are the unique history of magic professor at Hogwarts. Ghosts actually have a life of their own. If there is no obsession in the heart, how can they continue to exist for centuries without being contaminated by distracting thoughts? Quirrell understands that most of his argument has been completed. No matter what era, the meaning of the dead has always been defined by the living. When politics needs polishing, they will discredit political opponents. When society is not stable enough, they need to promote stable ideas. The original advocate of populism, Roland Hebson, was eventually sentenced as a heretic, had his magic power extracted and exiled into nothingness. His death was everyone's joke at the beginning, and it was also a stain in history. But is his death really meaningless? In the following years, his successors appeared one after another, from the Liberator Harlan to the Mirror Wizard Sonder. In the end, the aristocratic monopoly was broken and Ernst Herbson also transformed from a MO clown to a hero. It is the persistence of the living that proves the value of the dead. Indeed, many stupid people need a falsified history to help them become a part of society instead of becoming rebellious destroyers. But I have reason to believe that all wizards need is correct history, and everything after that should be done by they judge for themselves. Jody's impassioned speech went on for a long time. A very interesting point of view. Professor Binns did not express his thoughts clearly, but he finally got out of the way of Jody. A great lecture, Jody. Jody tentatively took a few steps in that direction. Professor Binns finally nodded. Go ahead, talented young wizards, and define our value. Value or something. Jody doesn't have the confidence to define it, he is just an ordinary person. Just ordinary hard work. When Jody passed through the veil of mist, the tall stone statue of a witch appeared in front of her. Under the stone statue, a slightly thin figure stood there in front of a lit candle. Nico Flamel looked at Jody, a little surprised but seemed to take it for granted. You're here, good, great. What's good? Jody didn't ask. Come to me, boy. Standing here is our ancestor, one of the founders of the school. Jody then leaned forward and looked at the words under the stone statue. Ms. Helga is indeed a sage. It's a pity that her philanthropy burdened her too much. Many historians think that her death may be avoided, but I don't think so. It can be used for this lady. Saving the lives of those little wizards is valuable. After reading the words under the stone statue, Jody couldn't help but feel a little sad. Satisfied with Jody's slightly sad expression, Master Flamel had to admit that he quite liked this young man. The prayer left by Ravenclaw is over there. The prayer contains the final trial. Only with Ravenclaw's approval can you get the blessing in the prayer. Do you want to try it? Master Flamel pointed. The prayer over there is directed to Jody. Is it dangerous? If it is, forget it. Jody's answer was very realistic. Well, there is no reason for Ravenclaw to set up some dangerous spells here. This is Helga's temple. She would not want to tarnish such a place. How am I qualified to be a principal at my age? Jody thought for a moment in his mind, and then was amused by his own thoughts. Even in his previous life, the principal was a great position in his eyes. He wants to be the principal. Don't be ridiculous. Already. That's not necessarily the case. Now that we're here, the next trial shouldn't be simply about understanding spells or other special skills. Whether it was in the past or now, the headmaster of Hogwarts is a master of contemporary magic, an outstanding figure in the world, upright and responsible. Nico Flamel said, reaching out and tapping Jody's eyebrows, like an ordinary old man who wanted to amuse his grandson. At least in my opinion, if there are only 2 candidates, you are definitely more suitable for that position than me. Master Flamel's statement made Jody feel strange. Master, if our repair plan fails, I will voluntarily throw myself into the Holy Spirit Palace. The Holy Spirit Palace array at Hogwarts is more sophisticated than I imagined. I will convince the spirits inside and work with them to change the energy lines from the inside. Make sure the sanctuary doesn't disappear. Jody was startled by this suggestion, but if that were the case, wouldn't you? It is an honor for me to be a part of Hogwarts that has stood for thousands of years. Jody. Master Flamel didn't care. I have been looking for a suitable home for some time. Children should not interfere in adult matters, let alone a decision made by such a senior magic master. Jody didn't say much or ask any more questions. If there's anything I can do. Of course there is something you can do. Master Flamel made Jody feel like he had fallen into a trap. Why else would you say that to me? So, Jody had some bad premonitions. Go touch the prayer and get the qualification. There is no day more meaningful than witnessing the birth of an outstanding young man. Jody made a grimace. I can't guarantee that I can pass the test for outstanding youth or something, but you will definitely try harder. Master Flamel said with certainty, especially after I told you what will happen if I fail. Then I will ask for reward. Remuneration, helping another generation of Hogwarts headmasters. This idea sounds good. Nico Flamel didn't realize it was a joke and was eager to give it a try. Now that we are here, even if Master Lime doesn't say anything, of course Jody wants to give it a try. Perhaps the master said so much to himself to give himself more confidence. Jody looked back at him with some doubts. One glance. Nico Flamel gave him an encouraging gesture. Go ahead, I'll come in later. Jody stopped hesitating and reached out his hand to touch the prayer. Watching Jody disappear, Master Flamel stayed there for a while, quietly looking at the prayer. Then he turned back, passed through the Hall of Remembrance, and left the secret realm. No one could notice why Nicholas Flamel did not try to touch the prayer, and no one knew why he went out of his way to say that it was because he was no longer pure. Because Jody had left the secret realm before anyone discovered it. There was nothing particularly strange about him, nor was there any flash of light or hair flying around. It was only at that moment that Jody's consciousness returned. The originally restless elemental rings in the entire underground palace suddenly became quiet. The mighty Holy Spirit Palace in the sky also gathers its brilliance. The palaces of the 4 elements calmed down slightly under the breath of the master. After waking up, Jody opened his eyes and got up from the ground. The first thing he said was, "Run, the elemental ring is about to explode." Ravenclaw's blessing requires a lot of energy, which naturally comes from the Holy Spirit Palace. In order to make up for the lack of energy, he needs to absorb elements from the 4 palaces to replenish it. As Jody received the blessing of the Holy Spirit, the elemental palace was appeased, but only temporarily. When the commotion that has been suppressed forcibly returns, an extremely violent elemental storm will surely blow up here. Let's go. Professor Sprout was already prepared. With just one point of his wand, the runes carved around the ground lit up one after another, and the spell was completed instantly. Tangman jumped out of the ground and wrapped everyone up like a net bag. Then the green vines gathered together to form a long and narrow shuttle until they shot towards the exit. A dangerous smell has begun to fill the air, and the turbulent wind is mixed with an unknown strange smell. In the strong wind, a flower that bloomed stubbornly in difficult conditions was blown to the side of the vine cage. Before Jody could reach out to pick it up, it withered and turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally ignited the fireworks. Don't put any part of your body out of the cage. The elements outside have become overly active. Fortunately, you warned us, otherwise it would be a lot more uncomfortable to leave after we find out. Sprout instructed Joe while controlling the rattan cage. D. Don't move. Senior Newt's studio was right in front of him, and there was an explosion behind him. Jody looked back and saw that the rotating storm of elements in his field of vision was constantly expanding. Is this a salute for the emergence of the successor? Jody looked at the gorgeous light with admiration. The identity of this principal candidate was something we didn't want at the beginning. How high Newt Scamander's magical attainments are can be seen from how sturdy the studio he set up is. When the elemental storm bit the tail of the rattan cage and hit the outer wall of the studio, everything in the studio actually remained motionless. The spell of protection subdivides the elements into 12 colors and quickly distributes them to various areas of the studio. Jody saw the sun and the moon shining together on the ceiling of the studio. The brightest stars broke through the suppression of the sun and the moon and lit up their own brilliance. The plants scattered around the studio transform under the impact of energy, replacing old branches and leaves through withering and prosperity. The dead leaves were swept by the wind before everyone's eyes. Jody hurriedly walked through the canal with the teachers and heard the sound of water in his ears. He looked around to see that a steady stream of clear water was pouring into the pool through the canal. The originally lifeless bottom of the pool was now covered with moss and large shrubs. Beautiful pictures decorate the field of vision. Compared with the original loneliness, the vitality at this time makes people feel the loneliness of this land even more. I hurriedly walked through the carefully constructed ecological area, and soon the ladder leading to the outside appeared in front of me. Come on, catch me. Hagrid grabbed Jody and jumped up to the outside of the box. Immediately afterwards, one kind of professor jumped out of the box one after another. I guess you succeeded, really. Professor Sprout looked very happy and bowed so that his eyes were level with Jody's. Jody could see her joy from the bottom of her heart. Yes, that final trial was like a dream. I don't remember much, but I remember seeing Ravenclaw at the end. She talked to me a lot, as if she was still alive. Compared to Professor Sprout, who was simply happy to be the best among his students, Quirrell seemed a little uncomfortable. Jody also felt a little uncomfortable when he knew he failed the test. How to put it this way, it feels like you and your brothers in the dormitory skipped class and copied homework together, but at the end of the semester your friend failed the exam but you ranked first in the class. I think the difficulty of the final trial is related to the quality of the soul. I may have an advantage because I am the youngest. Then my trial should be the most difficult. Master Flamel smiled and supported beside him. Quirrell shook his head. The prayer is connected to the great library. Your test comes from the wisdom of Hogwarts. The affirmation you get is absolutely genuine, and you cannot say this for any purpose. What we have to worry about next becomes more complicated than this. Isn't having permission enough? Jody couldn't help but wonder. The person with the right to operate the magic circle is you. The lowest level of authority does not have the ability to destroy the magic circle. You are only qualified to make small-scale additions. We have to adjust the plan so that we can borrow your authority to operate. This may require borrow some foreign objects. There was no time to be frustrated. Kylo started progressing through the levels without stopping. In response to Quirrell's question, Master Flamel nodded. It shouldn't be difficult, it just takes a little time. So, Jody thought about the topic for a while, and suddenly realized that there was not much work in this plan that required him to actually participate in it. After all, I still can't help at all. Quirrell was a little irritated for a moment. Haven't you done enough? You brought the shadow magic of the 7 doors, you discovered the existence of the underground palace, and now even the permissions are obtained by you. Greedy brat. Jody curled his lips and made a face where he couldn't see it. Ugh, it's really sour. You have to go back to class, dear. Professor Sprout rubbed Jody's head. Talent may make you go faster, but hard work is what will keep you on the right track. The adventure is over. Quirrell obtained the consent of Nico Flamel and decided on the next move. Then Master Flamel and I will go back to the temporary workshop. First, the solution should be solved within a week at the earliest. Before that, if there is any problem in the Palace of the Holy Spirit, please tell us in time if there is any change. Also, I'm sorry to trouble you for taking up so much of your time, Professor Sprout. Haha, you are out of sight. So Jody. Hagrid, who was standing at the window, interrupted the conversation. If you don't mind, maybe you can sit with me in the hut for a while. It should be difficult to find something to eat at this hour. Jody hesitated for a moment. Don't add Nomaman milk to my soup anymore. Why? Nomo beast milk is very nutritious. Hagrid was busy setting up a table for the two of them in the hut. In Jody's mind, Mordrea was chattering with questions, while the Sorting Hat helped him recall his final trial. In the final trial, Jody's memories were inevitably interpreted. Fortunately, it was the spirit of Hogwarts that read his thoughts, not some other individual. The country where Jody lived had good security and social stability. Most of his needs in life could be met. Of course, after his 40s, he will be more determined when facing many things, so there is nothing in him that transcends generations. Only his energy and his mentality. What seeps out from the neutron in his soul from the inside out is self-confidence that is neither arrogant nor impetuous, and an attitude that is neither humble nor overbearing. Since he is connected to Jody's soul, it is unexpected for the Sorting Hat that Jody can pass the trial, but it is also reasonable. The Sorting Hat was just curious as to why there was a special evaluation of the seer and the Great Library's evaluation of Jody. Jody didn't respond for a long time, and the heated discussion between the two became quieter and quieter. In the end, the two souls came together in the projection of Jody's mind. On the old big hat, the flower elf-sized Mordrea climbed on the tip of the hat. What happened to him? The Sorting Hat lowered his voice. Choke. Mordrea chuckled. Choke for so long. Is he the first alternate principal to choke to death in the history of Hogwarts? With no time to pay attention to either of them, Jody stared at the spoon in his hand, the suspicion in his mind shining brightly at the center of the storm of thoughts. Maybe we don't have to wait a week. Jody's sudden words made Hagrid look around in confusion. The only person in the room except him was the drooling Tooth. Are you talking to me? The reason why we need Professor Quirrell and Master Flamel to adjust the structure of the magic circle is because they think that I cannot complete the construction of the new shelter. Jody stood up from the dining table with some excitement, walked away from his seat and gestured, while explaining to Hagrid. But as long as I can remember the structure of the new magic circle, and have enough ability to see the structure of the sevenfold door, I will have the consciousness to construct the magic circle, and then as long as I have strong enough magic power to support me to complete it. That object flashed through Jody's mind, the Philosopher's Stone. But you haven't even learned it, how can you remember it? Hagrid didn't quite understand the complicated things Jody said. He tried to raise doubts and persuade Jody not to mess around. No, remembering is not difficult for me. The problem I have to solve is that my spirit is not strong enough to support me in contact with the seventh door. Jody will think of the time when he forcibly read the seventh door. Professor Quirrell and the others can handle everything well, maybe you don't have to think too much. Jody opened his mouth and finally gave up on explaining. After eating and chatting for a while, he left Hagrid's hut. So how do you plan to complete your plan? The Sorting Hat, who had guessed that he would not give up, was already looking forward to it. Jody walked through the owl loft and headed towards the Whomping Willow. I am still one thing away from that extraordinary and powerful soul. The crystal ball stored in the Shrieking Shack was a prop used to measure magic power. The one I borrowed from the divination classroom has been returned. The one I have now is a high-end product, using the one given by Dumbledore. Purchased for free. Jody entered the secret passage, and almost halfway through, he summoned the crystal ball with the flying spell, and then immediately left and hurried to the castle. The Sorting Hat took him to the astronomy classroom in confusion. Hey, are you going to the astronomy classroom to get the soul essence left for you in the dream? The corners of Jody's lips curled into a wicked smile. Of course, speaking of which, I have to thank the Slytherins. Seeing that there was no one around, Jody cast a gravity spell on himself to help him walk up the long spiral staircase faster. Soon, the door of the astronomy classroom appeared in front of him. The astronomy classroom is not often crowded at this time of day. Alohomora opens. The magic key unlocked the door, and Jody entered the classroom. On the semicircular dome were drawn the galaxies that the young wizards must memorize. These names that have been named and have appeared repeatedly in the legends of a large number of intelligent creatures are bound by strong word spirits. Under the interference of powerful magic, they can even achieve the effect of reversing cause and effect. Yes, it's just like those prophecies. Most of the mysterious spiritual spells have the effect of reversing cause and effect. Superstition is really scary. The Sorting Hat supplements the knowledge Jody understands. Many times people are not sure whether the prophecy predicted the result or whether the prophecy caused the result. This is the most standard reversal of cause and effect, while the star image is a more complex magical entanglement. We still cannot verify why Orion the prevalence will affect the success rate of Night Ming Potion. Reversal of cause and effect. Jody looked for a spot among the stars. Sounds a bit like a curse. Well, it's more troublesome than a curse and more difficult to control than a curse. The Sorting Hat did not completely deny it. The chat came to an end, and Jody found the darkness he was looking for. With an artifact like the Marauder's map in his hand that could directly observe the seven doors, Jody could easily find the location of the Night Stalker's webskull crystal. Hidden among the stars is your dream. He stretched out his wand and pointed it in the darkness. The darkness then receded, and the wall cracked and cracked, revealing a hidden compartment. A pure black pearl-like crystal is placed inside, surrounded by dense mist. These are the soul essences, right? You can also call it the harvested dream. But what are you going to do with it? These essences are very mottled. I don't think absorbing them is a very smart way, and even if you absorb them, you won't necessarily able to achieve the soul strength you need. Of course I have my own way. Taking out the crystal ball, Jody used the wand to guide the fragmented dreams to move. After sealing the secret compartment again, Jody hurriedly left the astronomy classroom with the crystal in his arms. He had to run down the tall building to another high point in Hogwarts. Principal room. Dear sir. His attitude was completely different from the last time we met. The gargoyle guarding the principal's office actually saluted him. There is no doubt about your nobleness, but I still need a password before I can give way to you. The password should still be strange flavored beans. If the principal is not around, no one should change the password. Of course, he said as the gargoyle stepped aside. Is your goal? The Sorting Hat suddenly realized when he saw Jody passing by Old Phoenix to open the cupboard on the side. At first, the portraits of the principals were playing their own games, and no one paid attention to Jody's movements. Jody just opened the cabinet door, revealing the countertop with runes engraved on it, and the pensieve embedded in it. The quality of the soul comes from experience. The reason why soul essences are turbid is because they come from different souls mixed with different wills. Am I right? What a bold idea, the Sorting Hat loudly expressed his exclamation. Jody then asked, "Are you going to stop me?" "No, I have no right to stop you. Read other people's dreams and use other people's lives to temper your own soul. When the pensieve was made, I never thought that it would one day be used to achieve such a purpose. Go, little wizard who dares to think, go and get everything back. The preciousness of the pensieve lies in its safety. If you really can't bear it, you can just retreat and leave. I'm waiting for you here, let me open your eyes." Bar. The Sorting Hat's admiration was very helpful to Jody, but it would not be a reason for him to relax his vigilance. Jody took out the pensieve and placed it on the principal's desk. He took off the Sorting Hat and put it aside. The white mist stored in the crystal slowly poured into the pensieve. Among the surrounding portraits, the principal's attention was gradually attracted here. Putting his hands on the desk, Jody took a deep breath. Then he stuck his head into the pensieve. The model dreams are entangled with each other, and the student's thoughts and memories impact Jody's thoughts. Jody quickly failed in his first attempt. He pulled out his head and sweat dripped uncontrollably. But before he could catch his breath, he immediately dived again. The life pressure of Slytherins does not seem to be very stressful, but these pressures eventually turn into mental loads. The world often reflects its fairness in some wonderful ways. No matter who you are, it is not easy to be happy. Jody experienced those negative emotions and separated those consciousnesses one by one. It was as if he had returned to his previous career. He faced the painters who worked hard to conceive the characters, the screenwriters who kept coming up with scripts, and the screenwriters who kept coming up with scripts, engineers who constantly update operations. Face all kinds of customers and all kinds of people. Get used to various identities and experiment with various words. The same problem can be interpreted from various angles, and the same identity can solve various different problems. Stay calm, focus, and never back down. When he left the pensieve for the second time, he was discovered by the rune seals around him. He was no longer sweating, but his face was slightly pale. After taking a short breath, Jody took out his piece of jade totem. The original black and white entangled soul projection under the dream jade was completely shattered and turned into a grayish white. He understood that he had already completed more than half of it. The liquid in the pensieve became much smoother from the original turbidity. It seemed that Jody should pursue the victory, but after thinking calmly, he stretched his hand to the college hat on the side. Academy Hat looked at his movements and wondered what questions he still had. The remaining impact in the soul essence is not strong enough. Can you help me think of any solution? After a brief silence, Hat asked, "In what capacity are you asking for help?" Jody knew she had asked the right person, the identity of the principal alternate. "Put me in the pensieve, and remember to fish me out as soon as possible." The old hat fell into the pensieve as a living thing falls into memory. Jody took a deep breath. Dive. Diddy. The sound of cars whistling one after another, and no one wants to come to the main road during traffic jams. There was a wet feeling in the air, as if it had just rained. Yes, there will be traffic jams on the road home from the company on a rainy day. Hell, why is memory so shaped like this? Jody came back to her senses, and the environment in the meditation basin also changed with his mind. The empty sound in my ears forced all the noise away. For a moment, the world was so quiet that it made people feel a little tinnitus. A man walked past the company under the night sky, and the drizzle moistened his military green coat. The KFC cola that was almost finished drinking in his hand was sudden sound by Tazalazine. The man walked up to him and he obviously saw Jody. Or maybe he was coming towards Jody. Compared to his size, Jody was almost halfway through him. Yes, my physique was quite wide in my previous life. Looking at the familiar face, Jody was influenced by the emotional stirring in her heart. My body, which was still in her teenage years, was trembling slightly, and tears could not be stopped. The memories of the previous life that I have been suppressing and those memories that I forcibly forget are constantly pouring out. The two souls have never been able to blend together because I am resisting compatibility. Or I have broken myself into two. With a crying voice, Jody looked at the face and saw those pairs. The pupils dyed bright red when passing through the dimension. I can't remember how I died. I can't forget my relatives and friends in my previous life. But I have to let them go to handle this new life. They will be safe without me, right? The red eyes lowered and looked at the ground, and the expression on his face became disappointed. Jody nodded. "One day I will figure it out. It's my responsibility, not something that can be escaped. So can you come back?" Faced with Jody's invitation, Hung Tong's lost soul shook off the coke in his hand. The cracked lid fell off the ice and slid far away on the wet ground. Jody felt the inflated magic and the anger conveyed by the damaged soul. It was the fusion of the mysterious technique in my body and the rejected memories that were fused, and it was the curse I set on myself. "Did you help me find it right, Mr. Sorting Hat?" A chuckle came from the darkness. The translucent guardian snake spirit appeared next to Hung Tong's remnant soul, attracted by him to merge with him. Jody lets go of the fight and lets him grow. White scales appeared around the high cheekbones on the Asian face, and barbs were hooked on both sides of the forehead. The strange snake man flashed with a pair of red pupils, and the magic of riot gathered around him. Jody's strength comes from it, and Jody's fragility comes from it. It was the silence in Jody's heart, the depression point that almost ruined everything. Repulsion position. The gravity spell bounced itself away, and Jody avoided the black and red magic bullet. In this illusion, the demon in his heart has the ability to be similar to a silent deterioration version. If he cannot defeat it at once, it will be difficult to defeat the demon in his heart next time. Mr. Hat, why didn't you give yourself a hurried reminder to start this level test? The magic bullet that was empty was attached to the obstacle and released the energy of the content freely. The repeated rolling energy exploded the car and grinded out a big pit at that position. Petrificus totalis is the mantra that Jody has practiced for the longest time. The mantra of petrification swept away an arc of light and dyed half of the snack shop grayish white. After the snake man became a man, the demon's physical energy in his heart was greatly improved, and he avoided the manhole cover thrown out by his hand and was as accurate as the standard of the standard. Fortunately, Jody's gravity spell was not that bad, but I didn't expect that the snake man below seemed to be sure that he would dodge and replenish a magic bullet in the direction of Jody's movement. Jody had to face it head on. Is it really a mistake to let go of the patroness? Formobelisk. Crack. Just as the spells were connected, the snake man who was originally hiding actually stood up. The magic power inside the magic bullet in the air increased dramatically. The magic bullet that rolled the wind and blew away the rain, and the obstructions formed by the giant spell were outlined in the air. In the end, the magic bullet failed to break through the pressure caused by the giant spell. The mottled magic power exploded in midair. The turbulent wind blew the drizzle for a few seconds, and the cars on the ground were blown away and countless glass was shattered. The gray-black smoke dissipated, like a light cloud floating upwards to hide Jody's body. As the snake man moved, he dodged the falling glass and billboard, and Jody got a short gap. Overclocking spiritus. There is no way to decide the outcome if two souls of the same body are entangled in this environment of common life. You know as clearly as I do, right? Jody murmured in a low voice. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Fortunately, I'm not alone. He stretched out his right hand holding the wand, his palm facing upwards as if he was dancing with a partner, calling out the name in his heart. Mudria, sure enough, I can't stop it without you. He, you guy, you really do something to do. He still laughed like that naughty. At that moment, Jody couldn't see his wand in his eyes, and only a slender white palm was placed on his palm. What a great illusion. Where is this, Jody? Is the world of muggles so powerful now? The pure white ghost girl floated beside Jody, observing the world beside him. Jody pulled the girl in his direction. These are my fears about the future, the most mysterious nightmare. I don't know where this is, and I don't care anymore. Help me break it. The snake man, who had just been silent for a moment, suddenly rushed out of the building close to Jody. Jody could feel the magic power condensed in its body. It felt the threat, and it guessed what Jody was about to do. The snake man was then negative in the air, and his body was silently replaced by deteriorating, and then his resentment from the mysterious curse for it was spread in the air. The vision of Madria disappeared, and Jody held his wand and cast the spell again. Repulsion position. The power of the same spell seems to have become very different. Magic effect. Gravity collapses. The area is divided by a semicircle, and the starting point of gravity is the center of this prototype. The sudden increase in power shattered everything and compressed everything into the center of the circle, including rain, broken glass, bricks, dust, and magic that spread. A vacuum spherical zone appeared in the magic riot brought by the demon in his heart. Jody avoided the spell and landed far away on the top of the streetlights on the street. He looked down at the snake lurking in his heart below. The pair of red vertical pupils also stared at him. The vacuum circle after the spell in the air was filled with air and made a light sound. The next moment, the snake man rushed towards Jody and shot out everything he could throw away. After the two souls completely separated, Jody's backlash effect of the awakening spirit curse was reduced too much. Gradio collapses, 8 consecutive beads. The continuous cast of the gravity extreme effect collapse curse created a circle of 8 huge balls around Jody, and all the matter entering the range was shattered. Jody stood in a relatively safe place, calmly feeling his magic power, feeling the fluctuations coming from the inner demon at the end of the magic power, and feeling the mystery flowing between him and Madria. Expecto Patronum. The sprinter was suddenly pulled out of all his strength, and fell to the ground and slid a lot. He ran away, a car blocking the road, and finally stopped under the wheel of the next truck. Jody pulled the guardian saint hard and ordered him to return from the side of the inner demon. At least you have to return the half that you deserve to dominate. The feeling of having something and then losing it tore apart the demon's already chaotic soul, and the unconscious patron saint finally got closer to the more cheerful soul. Mordria's little hand covered the back of Jody's hand holding the wand. Are you going to win it just by tug of war? Jody smiled confidently. Of course not, I just need to beat him a little bit and that's enough. Through the patron saint, Jody continuously extracts the power from the snake man's body. During the struggle, Jody's soul becomes stronger and stronger. In the center of the struggle, the devil's soul becomes more and more solid and stable. The situation still seemed dire, but enough was enough for Jody. At the beginning, he allowed it to absorb and allowed it to take away the magic power and patron saint from him. This was all Jody did deliberately. Under the absorption of the demon in his heart, the impurities in Jody's soul were extracted, and his spirit became more solid than ever. The magic of such condensation was just what Jody needed to try the magic of that concept. When he felt that the magic power in his body exceeded the required amount, he decisively switched to casting spells. Esazur and Alma, Thousand Eyes, Thousand Knowledge. The spiritual consciousness division spell forcibly split the patron saint into two, followed by the next spell. Magical ultimate effect mental overclocking. What is completely different from the ordinary soul awakening spell is that Jody's soul is no longer modeled at this time, and he has an extremely strong container that can be used to pressurize it. The three carriers make the circulating mystery more active, allowing Jody to boldly carry out more detailed operations. Super spiritual spell, spiritual dive. Technology was created to allow those who came after to surpass it. The super spiritual mantra on top of the awakening spirit mantra will activate the spirit of the wizard to a new level. This is the credit of the Pensiev. As long as it can help Jody complete this idea, he will be fully confident that he can repair the shelter. Surrounding that supreme spirit is extremely pure magic power. The magic power overflows from the magic pool that cannot keep up with the growth, and a faint light shines through Jody's eyes. The snake man felt threatened and roared in a low voice, trying to make a last-ditch effort. Jody didn't leave it a chance. Collapse. The demon suddenly appeared in the gravity field and surrounded the center. During the magic confrontation, Jody's magic power was rapidly consumed. Unfortunately, the violent magic power controlled by the demon in his heart could not compare with the high-level magic power that Jody retrieved after crossing 2 levels. Jody watched as the circle became smaller and smaller, and heard the other half of his soul being crushed into a ball as he whined. Something returned to Jody as it disappeared. In a few years, if you are more mature, it may not be so easy. Only after confirming that the inner demon was gone, Jody breathed a sigh of relief. As I sighed, the illusion began to disappear little by little. Mordria's voice of surprise came from the wand. Jody, I can feel your magic power. It really feels like touching it, so comfortable. Did the team mode allow you to gain experience? As if he had let go of a worry, Jody felt suddenly enlightened. The mysteries left in his past life can no longer hinder his progress. Jody felt his body bit by bit and regained consciousness bit by bit. He took a step back and completely retreated from the world of the Pensiev. When he returned to the principal's office, he was stunned for a moment, then he remembered something and reached into the Pensiev to fish out the sorting hat. As soon as the hat touched his head, he started to tremble. Did I help you a lot? It was indeed a big deal. Jody really didn't expect that the problem of the two souls would be solved under this situation. When did you notice it? What did you sense? I have never peeked into your heart, or your memories. I have always only looked at what the children are thinking, but such a prominent existence as the Obscurus is different. When you wear it, it's hard for me not to find out when it happens. Then am I safe now? Although he already had the answer in his heart, Jody still wanted to confirm before he could feel completely reassured. Of course, you are actually safe when you get the magic wand, but the things that cause you pain will linger with you longer until you overcome it on a certain stage of life. The sorting hat fills Jody's blind spots in knowledge. Actually, I asked you to use a relatively rough way to solve it. I can't see anything in the environment and can only vaguely feel that you guys are having a lively fight. Jody walked back to his desk and looked down at the Pensiev. Yes, it's very lively. At this time, the originally mixed soul essence in the Pensiev turned into a pure blue liquid with silvery highlights. The purification work went very well. These are spiritual substances that can be used to fill the soul. Jody even heard a hint of greed in the sorting hat's voice. You have to make good use of them. You don't need to be reminded by others. Jody picked up his wand and once again picked up the crystal ball that was lying aside. The ectoplasm is contained in a crystal ball. After putting the Pensiev back and closing the cabinet again, Jody slumped down on the principal's chair. The old phoenix flew out of the cage and stood on the table in front of Jody. It seemed to be in a good mood. After tilting its head and observing Jody for a while, it actually started singing. Counting that Jody has been absent from school for 2 days today, I hope Quirrell will keep his word and help him get a sick leave statement from Madame Pomfrey. So since Jody has declared his sick leave, it should be okay if he doesn't go back to class for a day or two. There are many conveniences that come with Ravenclaw's blessing, not only the help of ghosts and portraits, but also the loyalty of the house elves at Hogwarts. According to the sorting hat, Jody can even designate a house elf to serve him. Of course, this is different from a purely private elf, and this kind of service is limited. The elf who came to clean the principal's room was startled by Jody, but after confirming his identity, it did not chase Jody away. Instead, it brought Jody several pieces of pie and a large cup of hot cocoa. It was already very late when he left the principal's office, and with the approval of the sorting hat, Jody did not take it with him this time. Jody managed to slip back into bed after finishing his midnight snack, and it was already early the next morning when he found Quirrell. Next is working time. Quirrell was a little irritated that Jody didn't go according to plan again, but after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. When a teenage boy suddenly gets a particularly high rating, anyone would want to do something. What he didn't expect was that Jody could actually give him a second surprise after one surprise. When Jody showed off his unstable supernatural spell, even Nico Flamel became interested. After discovering that Jody's plan was indeed feasible, Jody's surprise reached an unparalleled level. "You must have named this spell of yours." Master Flamel spoke first. "Yes, I turned it into a super spiritual spell, and underneath it there is a weakening spell of the same series." Jody humbly introduced his spells. These two spells came about by coincidence. It is more appropriate to say that they are not true talents but luck. If this master is willing to point out the loopholes in this spell, Jody would be happy to ask for it. "Well, you're only 11 years old, right?" Master Flamel confirmed Jody's age again and marveled. "You actually came into contact with the mysterious realm and completed the ceiling at such a young age. You may have to be able to go further than me on the road of magic." Master Flamel's high evaluation made Jody feel the pressure. "Simply using a patron saint to fix it is not stable enough. My suggestion is complete it with runes. If you don't mind, could you tell me the details of how this spell works? This kind of opportunity is extremely rare, so how can Jody cherish it?" "Of course, let me open my magic notebook." How amazing the appearance of the Awakening Spirit mantra is, Jody has no idea, and how difficult it is to create an original mantra has been written in the Book of Prophecy. The mother of the genius girl Luna made a mistake when she was innovating the spell and eventually lost her life. The reason why Jody took the awakening spell a little underestimated is mainly because this spell came relatively easily, but from Killuo's view, the birth of this spell is inseparable from the oppression brought by silence. If Jody hadn't been almost swallowed up in silence, he wouldn't have been able to experience the spiritual activity point under the collapse so personally, and he wouldn't have thought of trying to use magic to reproduce the activity point. Later, the teenager's experiments made the most of Hogwarts' accidental curse protection. So when Jody conveyed the content of the spell bit by bit, Kiro suddenly stood up and stopped him. "Jody. Sorry Master LeMay, I have no intention of offending. But I think Jody may not understand what this spell means yet." Quirrell leaned slightly towards Nico LeMay to apologize. Master LeMay has been energetic for too many years. If a person lives at such an age like him, they will definitely learn to ignore some social creatures like Master LeMay to pay attention to complex thoughts. However, when Kilo reminds him, I remembered those for granted. Kilo turned toward Jody, who was unknown. "Do you know what a new spell represents? Do you know what this spell represents?" "What?" Jody thought about it carefully. Although he read a lot, it was a helpless move to relieve stress from his own spirit. You can't expect him to calmly make a good book list and read it systematically step by step. Some of the overly advanced knowledge was ignored by Jody, especially some of the ones that sounded very big and important, but they were just those that were not used for a while. Quirrell sorted out the elements that were piled up in his mind. That he had been together for almost a year, but he would still be fucked by the accident caused by Jody. "First of all, your mantra was studied by you alone. It is a mantra that belongs to you alone. It is your knowledge." Killuo's index fingers were raised with both hands, as if he wanted to make Jody feel it through body language to the level of his spells. "Yes, but many new spells are born every year. All that is created by creating a spell is to bring is the glory registered in the Ministry of Magic and a small amount of reward. The reward of that numerical value is not big enough?" Killuo was almost deviated by Jody's words. "No, we are not talking about this now. Your spell is different from those, Jody. They have a very essential difference." "Difference?" Jody really didn't consider this. "Yes, you don't think your spell should be put together with the kind of spells such as opening the bottle, washing the bowl, removing acne, and so on?" Opening the bottle spell, what a boring spell. Jody's head was flashing with a question mark, and her nose frowned and looked disgusted. "Hell, of course not. So I didn't plan to register at the Ministry of Magic." Yes, of course, your spell should not be easily used to register anywhere. As long as you release the message, as long as someone knows that you have this spell. Soon, the magic world only has a little fame. The Library or Wizard Association will send you invitations. You can get your approval after the position and have the opportunity to burn this spell. "Professor, I'm sorry, I don't understand very much." Jody even thought this guy was joking for a moment, but it didn't look like the reactions of the two elders. LeMay stood there staring at Jody's magic notebook when Quirrell started to make up for social knowledge. When he moved occasionally, he just turned a page to see the notes with Aubrey's blood book. The current spells are divided into 8 divisions: spells, shamans, druids, and faith systems. And all magics marked with functions stand under each division. "Well, isn't there any magic in the entire magic world that is similar to my spell? Even if there is, the similarity is very low." Killu finally made Jody understand, but his excitement was already hard to cool down. "Your magic belongs to the living creature system, which should be cursed magic." Master LeMay came back to his senses from his thoughts and gave Killuo a positive affirmation. "Most of the creature-type magic are cursed magic. Most of the magic in this division have very dangerous side effects, and this danger comes from the offset of the soul. Among them, the magic you must know, we just came into contact with it not long ago. Pass. Jody plundered his memories to confirm that he had no impression. Have you ever been exposed to it? What is it? Biological spell system elemental magic. Nowadays, such old stories that are not suitable for discussion can no longer be hidden. There is such a record in the inscription under the Helga stone statue, and you may not read it very much. You have to understand, but only if I have the description of that passage, I can confirm that the reason why Helga Hufflepuff died was because of the excessive erosion of elemental magic on her. She left this world in the posture of an elemental elf. Jody felt that his mind was not big enough, and he even wanted to overclock his mind to relieve it. Then, has Helga transformed into an elf? I have begun to doubt whether Helga died. But this is not what we are going to discuss now. Whether it is transformed into an elf or a holy spirit, it is not much different from death. Then why do you think my magic belongs to the living creature system? The initial representative of the living creature system was blood magic. Later, due to the experiment of humans and wolves, a trend of blood improvement was launched. You must have heard that the vampire moon is the biggest cause of the living creature's loneliness. After that, the creature-type magic under various restrictions can always achieve sensational achievements from different places. The subsequent puppet and artificial life afterwards brought impact to the magic world, and after that, they were all calmed down and were listed as a prohibited item, until the false soul appears. Speaking of this, the two of them looked at Nicole LeMay. The false soul naturally refers to the false soul filled in the Philosopher's Stone. Your spell is also the use of false souls, which is a rare area in the magic world. The existence of false souls can help people get in touch with the essence of magic earlier. Even if you just want to derive the spell from spells, he is fully qualified to establish a school. Master LeMay picked up a quill and wrote something on Jody's notebook. Jody did not consider that far away. Now it seems that even if you are willing to continue talking, I shouldn't be listening more? Hearing Master LeMay say this, Jody was anxious. No, Master. Academic research should not be confined to one's own world. I can ask the Master to give me guidance. Haha, am I not giving you a guide? Nicole LeMay interrupted Jody. At least, she is so old that I heard you tell so much. I still have a clear mind on the general structure of the curse. The patron spell is a shamanic spell. The nature of the spirit is biased towards the Holy Spirit. It is the closest soul trait to ordinary wizards, so your spell is not very dangerous. In my opinion, the only thing that can be improved seems to be temporary. The containers aspect. Hearing that the teacher was willing to solve the problem, Jody immediately shut up and refused to let go of every word. Although the impact is controllable, it does not mean that there will be no impact at all. If you continue to overactivate your soul for a long time, you will still be injured irreversibly. Will it become mute? Jody immediately thought of that possibility. Surprisingly, Master LeMay denied Jody's conjecture. The conditions for forming the silent person are harsh, and it is difficult for the wizard to suddenly become silent after obtaining the wand. If you break through that limit, your soul will continue to rise. You are likely to be contaminated by the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. He had heard this term enough times this semester that Jody was a little surprised. It's a perfect match. You can actually get the protection of the Holy Spirit left by Ravenclaw. No wonder you can break through the restrictions so easily and create a super spiritual curse on your soul awakening curse. Master Flamel could not help but sigh at the wonderful arrangement of fate. But in order to prevent instability in the size of your container, I still think you need some other means of fixation for pressurization, such as runes. This is exactly what I thought of. Maybe you don't have enough knowledge. I tried to write a simple structure for you. Maybe you can give it a try first, and maybe you can support yourself until you develop a better solution. After finishing speaking, Master Flamel said, I took back the magic note. The magic book then floated in front of Jody. Jody's ability to understand is due to his mental control. There is no need to hide his clumsiness in front of these two people. Jody directly enters a low-level mental overclocking state to speed up the deduction. The runes in midair lit up one after another, forming a magic circle structure around Jody, and then collapsed again and again in Zyasin. Knowing that Jody realized the magic that Master Flamel wrote for him. You are much more accomplished than when I was in school. Oh my god, you are only in the first grade. Quirrell's statement was a little sour. Not being dazzled by the sense of achievement, Jody bowed deeply to the two masters after confirming that the 6 rune seals were circling and forming a circle of satellites up and down his chest. Thank you two masters for your help, and Professor Quirrell. If you hadn't answered a lot of my questions intermittently this semester, if you hadn't helped me avoid the erosion of silence, I would never have discovered this spell. Quirrell waved his hands repeatedly. The simple young man actually had no idea of possessing this student's spell in his mind. He was simply envious with a strong sense of joy. Master LeMay unexpectedly returned the favor after Jody bowed. Sooner or later you will get such a title as Master. You also gave me very valuable knowledge. We are equal in the face of wisdom. First, he encouraged himself to work hard to obtain the blessing of the Holy Spirit left by Ravenclaw, and now he helped himself perfect the super spiritual spell given by fate. Jody's gratitude to Master Flamel became even stronger. Then, Professor Quirrell, I think our plans are really going to change. Completely different from being at a loss a few days ago, At this moment Professor Quirrell has no doubt that they can complete the repair of the shelter. I will. While he was drawing the writing board divided into several pieces, he was holding a shorthand quill pen holding a long note and writing vigorously. Kino snatched the note from the pen, rubbed his temples and squinted. He thought for a moment with his eyes open, and then picked up his notes to find the parts that no longer needed to be continued. With a squeaking sound, he tore them off and threw them into the open-mouthed book behind him. The book swallowed the ball of paper Quirrell threw. I will write the magic circle of the shelter as easy to understand as possible. All you have to do is memorize it and write it into the 7-layer door. As for the energy, seeing Quirrell's gaze, Master Flamel opened his hands and showed the magic stone on his chest. You don't have to worry about energy, my friend. Quirrell was eager to try. Let's get started, Jody. I need to get used to it first, and get used to the impact of the 7 doors. I have to start doing calculations. The workload has been reduced a lot, but it still takes a day. Damn it, if only I had known earlier. While watching Quirrell excitedly tearing off some invalid drafts from various writing boards, his notebook recording the scrap drafts was jumping behind him like a puppy picking up bones and swallowing the paper balls. Inevitably, Jody was also a little infected by Quirrell's interest. Although Mordrea has been protected, it would certainly be better if the shelter could be repaired earlier. After all, the connection between Mordrea and her wand cannot be compared to the comfort of her land. The warmth of Jody's magic power cannot be felt in a short period of time, but as time goes by, the deviation of her soul will become obvious. This is something that cannot be rushed. Before Jody establishes a deeper bond, the space within Hogwarts is her home. Jody opened the Marauder's map. The expanded Marauder's map paper covered the entire ground. The activated spirit observes every energy trace of the 7-fold door, observes every change and tries to remember them. Soon Jody felt a vague sense of ambiguity. At first he thought it was his problem, but he soon discovered that it was not. It seems that you have discovered it? Master Flamel explained beside him. Your map is divided into 2 parts, one is the Marauder's map and the other is the projection window of the magic of the Age of Gods, that is, the inkwell Tutaku left by Salazar. Shadow, part of the Marauder's map, inserts itself into the window like a parasite and arbitrarily grabs what it needs. Quirrell once told himself about this. According to Jody's guess, the 4 James Potters discovered the ink pull shadow and interpreted it in their own way, and wrote a plugin to correct it. Salazar Slytherin's relics were put to effective use. From this, it seems that maybe James Potter is not just handsome and good at playing ball and having the ability to pick up girls as in the novel. It's not that Jody is biased against this guy. James' appearance in the Book of Prophecy seems to be only the night when Voldemort attacked, and his bravery and resistance was not described before he was killed. Master Flamel understood that Jody had noticed something strange about the Marauder's map. We repaired the inkwell shadow, but, in order for Machi Twain to operate optimally, we have to separate the part of the map that is inserted into it. It is possible that the Marauder's point map will be restored after the separation, and some of its functions may be retained. Nico Flamel continued to explain. Jody didn't care. You should have told me earlier. I'm not opposed to separating the 2. The corners of Master Flamel's lips curled up, and he nodded in approval. Yes, of course you won't object. I will dismantle it as gently as possible. Give me some time. Quirrell's quick and slow calculations took up 2 days in the end. When Jody was ready to hold the magic stone and arrive at the casting node, it was already the weekend. The old phoenix in the phoenix cage grew its wings and made an unfriendly cry towards Nico Flamel. Master Flamel in turn comforted Jody not to worry about it. Quirrell followed the method the principal told him to say the password to the portrait on the wall. Jody clearly felt that the principal in the portrait was looking at him, and he didn't look aside until he nodded. Come on, we have to walk a while to reach the debugging point of the 7th door. The debugging star is located in the safest place in Hogwarts. Many people think that the safest place in Hogwarts is the principal's office, but in fact it is not like that. Walking in the narrow passage inside the portrait, Quirrell explained to Jody. During the time of the 4 founders, the headmaster's office was Godric Gryffindor's room, and that man was always the nemesis of danger. The current Gryffindor common room is the training place for Godric's disciples. Hearing the sound of water drops falling in his ears, Jody's ability to sense magic and his convenience made him understand that it was the sound of the enemy defending magic operating in the passage. It was never that the principal's office was hidden behind the Gryffindor lounge, but that the principal's office hid the ladder to prevent dangerous guys from disturbing the resting brave men. The secret passage in the portrait is to prevent betrayers from appearing inside. We are here. Passing through the exit portrait, Jody walked into an empty room. There is no trace of the return to the city in the room, only the crystal ball placed on the middle pillar. Go over and touch the crystal ball. Quirrell motioned to Jody to start his task. The shelter incident has finally come to an end. Jody recalled the structure of the shelter he had memorized by rote one last time in his mind, and he walked towards the stone pillar in the middle. Then he was embarrassed to find that he couldn't reach the crystal ball above. Damn it, 11 years old. Is he too short after all? At this moment, Jody, who was focusing all his attention on memorizing the magic circle, felt extremely embarrassed. It's really annoying to still be in the teenage body stage. Quirrell hurriedly ran over and used magic to make Jody a stepping stone. Jody did not have the extra magic power to do these trivial things. Taking a deep breath, Jody put his hand on the crystal ball, and the interruption of the footrest relieved a lot of his tension. Stay calm. Keep calm. Jody comforted his immature body and sensitive heart, waiting for his heartbeat to calm down. It's time to get started. Jody's closed eyes reopened, and my wand finger pointed at the back of my left hand, which was resting on the crystal ball. Spiritus dive. White-blue magical aura overflowed from the corners of his eyes, and Jody activated the super spiritual spell and entered a state of mental excitement. Quirrell clasped his hands together and watched Jody's spell casting nervously. Master Flamel looked leisurely. He studied Jody's portable water bottle and carefully identified the smell of Amapola solution. Time seems to have passed very quickly, but it also seems to have passed a very long time. Jody felt extremely high pressure when he first came into contact with the main body of the 7-layered magic circle, and this pressure urged him to withdraw from it. He persisted, repeatedly telling himself that this level of pressure was far from unbearable. Then, once you get immersed and start building a new shelter, the passage of time no longer matters. One after another, magic rings were born from the extraction of energy, and one magic formation after another was established. Mordrea, who was equally nervous, picked up the cheat sheet Quirrell had prepared for Jody and told Jody one by one which runes he should write. The shelter gradually took shape, and the connection between the Palace of the Holy Spirit and the shelter gradually weakened. Jody guided the spiritual information lodged in the original magic circle structure to transfer to the new energy node little by little. Of course, the most important thing is the core of the sanctuary. The most important central role in the entire Ghost Asylum magic. Professor Binns. Jody watched Professor Binns return from the Palace of the Holy Spirit, was attracted by the asylum, and settled in it naturally. At the same time, following Professor Binns' eyes, he saw the room that contained the actual existence of the asylum. That's Professor Binns' office. No wonder the location of his office cannot be found on the Marauder's map. It turns out that the light of the shelter has obscured it. The formation was finally completed, which meant that the accidental spell protection that Dumbledore and the others had worked so hard to repair could be retained. After exiting the 7th door, Jody immediately lifted the effect of the super spiritual spell. The intense fatigue made him want to step off the stool. The knees went weak. Quirrell hurriedly pounced on him and reported him directly. Jody was originally very resistant to this feeling of dealing with a child. It was only for today. You are a hero, Jody. Quirrell admired the child from the bottom of his heart. Hey hero? Jody didn't dare to bear such a big name. It's just that I just happened to be in time for this thing that must be done by someone. Jody was in a daze as Quirrell came out of the passage in large numbers, thinking that it was indeed impossible for this hairy Quirrell to become bald and neither human nor ghost again next year. When his eyes finally lit up, Jody was surprised to find that among the portraits of principals covering the wall, all the principals in the past were not having fun today. At this moment, even the most senior old principal was standing in front of the picture frame, holding his hat in his hand. We are actually left here, which means our protection over the years can be affirmed, right? Principal Phineas rarely put on his serious face. Jody supported himself and poked his face out from behind Jody, trying hard to support his body in response to the attention of the principals. It's not my turn to confirm your guardianship. I think everyone at Hogwarts thinks so. Everyone. No words can express our gratitude for your protection. Principal Phineas nodded slightly with satisfaction. You are very different, boy. And you, Quirrell. We all see your efforts. Quirrell was so excited that everyone was trembling, and even Jody had to tremble and shake. Hey, Phineas, when is it your turn to represent us all? That's right, get up and drive. I also want to say a few words. Suddenly all the principals joined in, and the principal's office suddenly became lively. If only there were less moving pictures in Hogwarts, if ghosts no longer accidentally walked through the walls to greet you with the same etiquette they had from nearly 100 years ago. Hogwarts still Hogwarts? Jody didn't know when he fell asleep. It was rare for him to completely relax and fall asleep on Quirrell's shoulder. Jody was woken up by his biological clock on time the next day, and when he woke up he found that he was sleeping in a hammock. It seems that Quirrell and Master Flamel have just woken up, and since they used this place as their dormitory, then, seeing the messy desk, Jody confirmed that this was the room of requirement used as a temporary workshop. We have indeed repaired the shelter, right? Jody pressed his forehead and asked tentatively. Quirrell first said put, and then laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, otherwise, do you think you were dreaming yesterday? Ha ha ha. After Jody regained consciousness, he also realized what strange words he had said. He picked up his wand and as expected, Mordrea was also laughing and teasing him in his mind. Jody flicked her wand with some embarrassment. The two masters couldn't help but found new research subjects and had a heated discussion at the dinner table. The content of the discussion was the Inkwell Shadow with the Marauder's map removed. After taking out the expanded Marauder's map, the support of the Shadow Magic Circle could no longer be supported. They needed to find a new carrier to carry the Magic Circle. And it would be best if it could be the safest one in Hogwarts. To secure it in the room, Quirrell advocates using a permanent method to protect the magic circle, while Master Flamel believes that the most precious thing about the Inkwell shadow is its portability. The two had difficulty convincing each other, which led them to change the brainwashing target to Jody. Who makes Jody the owner of Machi Twoing? By the way, after breakfast, let's go meet Professor Binns. He should have come out. Thinking hard about how to save himself from the topic, Jody finished gargling and took the towel from Lum's hand, wiped his face and remembered what he had been thinking about before falling asleep. Welcome? Quirrell asked in confusion, half biting the bread. Where are you going? Go to the host site of the asylum, Professor Binns' office.